1. This summoner skill is not right. Shanghai Empire, Dongping Province, Linchang, No. 1 High School, Playground. Over a dozen professionals were busy setting up the magic array required for the awakening ceremony. The crowd was bustling with activity, as over 600 high school graduates gathered together, a sea of people. Graduation season is also the awakening season. How exciting! I hope to awaken a hidden profession. Suddenly, the crowd erupted in an uproar, drawing many onlookers. Shui Yao, I like you. Be my girlfriend. It was midsummer, with blinding sunlight and sweltering heat. Su Chen frowned and opened his eyes, and then, he saw a girl more dazzling than sunlight, about 17 or 18 years old, incredibly beautiful. What's going on? Where is this? Su Chen, you're great, but I don't want to be in a relationship right now. Shui Yao's powdered face broke into a smile, her brows and eyes brimming with sincerity, her voice crisp and pleasant. Rejected the confession. Haven't Su Chen and Shui Yao always had a good relationship? I saw them studying together in the library and going to and from school together. I thought they were a couple, but he actually got rejected when confessing. Although Su Chen has good grades, trying to pursue goddess Shui's overestimating himself. Su Chen just felt that these people were so noisy. After we go to college, I'll consider being your girlfriend, okay? Ha! Su Chen looked at Shui Yao again. She wore a light green dress, with snow-white arms and calves exposed, smooth as mutton fat jade. Her large eyes seemed to speak volumes, long fluttering eyelashes with strikingly sculpted facial features. Su Chen snapped out of his daze, furrowing his brows. Isn't this the classic routine of those fairy-like girls from my past life? Keeping fish, angling for top-mouth culture, refusing, yet not doing it decisively, giving people a glimmer of hope and possibility, all to make the simps believe there's still a chance, so they'll keep investing greater sunk costs in groveling. In his past life, Su Chen was screwed over by such a green tea, never falling for that again in this lifetime. Screw being a damn simp. Simps deserve to die. Su Chen, so we're still good friends, right? Under the sunlight, Shui Yao's delicate face was earnest, her eyes filled with anticipation. Su Chen broke out in goosebumps. Is PTSD acting up? So disgusting. He nodded repeatedly without hesitation, snatching the bouquet of roses from the other person's hand. Fine, let's talk later. These flowers must be worth quite a bit. Taking them back to mom would probably make her happy for half the day. Stunned, a crowd gathered to watch, leaving Shui Yao somewhat stunned. She had used similar methods to reject many suitors before, but instead of being discouraged, those boys became even more obsessed, willing to give more for her, groveling even harder. Why isn't it working this time? The other onlookers exchanged glances as Su Chen's expression changed in a flash. He's rattled. Look how flustered he is. Even if the confession fails, one should maintain basic decency, not a shred of decency. Is this even what a man should be like? Never met such a petty guy before. You should go pee in the toilet and take a good look at yourself in the mirror. Do you really think you're worthy of the campus belle Shui? Taking back a gift you already gave? How shameless. Su Chen remained unfazed by these taunts. Having lived two lives, who cares what these brats think? He was sorting out his thoughts. In his previous life, he was just an ordinary office worker on Blue Star. His emotions were ruthlessly toyed with by a high-end green tea like Shui Yao. Never expected that after crossing over, there'd be another twist like this. Based on the flood of memories in his mind, he deduced that this was a world where everyone could change professions. Games merged with reality, overturning the world's rules. Monsters, evil creatures, dungeons, secret realms, abyssal planes, extra-dimensional beings, everything you could want. Humanity enters the great era of job transitions. Today is the day of awakening. The protagonist aimed to win over the campus belle Shui in one fell swoop, achieving both career and love success. But now, Su Chen arrives in another world with memories of his transmigration. A great awakening, only deep disgust for such a green tea. This world is full of opportunities. If he's going to do it, he'll be the strongest job changer. Romance? Even dogs wouldn't bother with it. Suddenly, a crisp voice cut through the clamor of the scene. Senior high students, line up at the front. Prepare for awakening. Chang Lanchuan, principal of No. 1 High School and an 87th level dual-class frost mage, stood on the viewing platform maintaining order. The crowd erupted in excitement. The clustered students scattered like startled birds, returning to their respective classes and forming orderly lines. Many students couldn't help but cast their gazes behind the principal. There stood a girl of about 17 or 18 years old. She wore a beautiful, elegantly simple white waist-cinching gown, with her hands neatly clasped in front of her, her head slightly bowed, exuding an air of aloofness. Her snow-white skin was smooth and fair. Her rosy lips were crystal clear, plump, and full. Her smooth, long hair cascaded like a black waterfall over her shoulders. Her downcast eyes sparkled like precious gemstones. The girl kept her head down, avoiding eye contact with anyone. yet she was breathtakingly beautiful, exuding an air of aloof nobility, charming not just men, but women too. Wen Lingxi, a top student prodigy in the senior year accelerated class, recognized for her exceptional talent. She was personally mentored by the principal who took her under his wing, rarely seen on campus. If Shui Yao was the school belle of no. 1 high school, then Wen Lingxi was undoubtedly the goddess. Shui Yao had always been jealous of her, because her presence was like the purest, most radiant sun, drawing everyone's attention. We're all women here, who are you trying to fool with that untouchable flower act? Suddenly, the quietly standing girl, Wen Lingxi, raised her delicate face. In her eyes, curiosity flickered. She looked towards Su Chen in Class 2's lineup below. Su Chen felt something and looked back. Wen Lingxi is indeed very beautiful, far more attractive than Shui Yao. Most importantly, that noble aura of hers isn't something others can imitate by mere pretense. In his memory, he had never crossed paths with the goddess-like one. Why was she suddenly looking at him? Their gazes met in an instant. Wen Lingxi quickly averted her eyes, lowering her head again. Su Chen raised an eyebrow, not having time to think further. Thud! Principal Chang Lanchuang manifested a staff in her hand and tapped it on the auditorium floor. Now, the awakening begins. Swish! On the 4 awakening platforms, dense elemental fluctuations enveloped the students' bodies. Wu Ting from Class 1, Grade 12, awakening complete. Life profession, blacksmith. Overall evaluation, F. Lin Yan from Class 8, Grade 12, awakening complete. Common profession, mage. Overall evaluation, D. Many students climbed onto the stage excitedly but stepped down dejectedly. A common job like knight is just too ordinary. Even a little prefix bonus would be nice. Next, Su Chen. Su Chen walked up to the awakening stone tablet and placed both hands on it. The next moment, a surge of dense elemental fluctuations rushed forth, strange sensations flooding through his entire body. The instructor's eyes lit up. Based on his experience, elemental fluctuations of this intensity were likely from a job holder of A rank or above, perhaps even an S rank. The next moment, Su Chen stepped out of the light screen, and something happened that left the instructor utterly astonished. Occupation, summoner. Level, 0, 1 out of 100. No prefix, no additional occupational bonuses whatsoever. The most ordinary and primitive profession. Su Chen from Class 2, Grade 12, successfully awakened. A common profession. Summoner? Overall evaluation, D. At this point, the murmurs around grew even louder. Damn, after all that, it's just a D-grade common profession. A silver spearhead that's pewter at heart, flashy but useless. Thought you were so impressive. Ha, good grades don't prove anything. Trash, unworthy of Shui Yao. How dare you confess to the school beauty? Beside Shui Yao, her best friend whispered. Yao Yao, good thing you didn't say yes to him. This is just an ordinary summoner. A useless one without any professional prefix bonuses. Shui Yao also breathed a sigh of relief in her heart. If Su Chen had awakened a powerful hidden profession, she might have regretted rejecting his confession. Right now, it's just perfect. Su Chen had no patience for these people, their constant chattering was too noisy. In his mind, a cold electronic voice drifted by. Current summonable targets, 1. Please select a summoning target. Su Chen frowned, looking at Shui Yao opposite him with a strange expression. The electronic voice prompted again. Do you choose Shui Yao as your summon? This choice cannot be changed once made. What the heck? Can I choose a person as my summon creature? My summoner seems different from others. Swish, swish, swish. Strange glimmers appeared in the pupils. From Su Chen's perspective, all the students on the playground had different colored light clusters flowing around their bodies. White and green were the most common. A few were blue. The rarest is purple. It seems that different colors represent the innate talents of all students. Everyone could be chosen by him as a summoning target. This high-end green tea before him was actually an exceptionally rare purple. Su Chen's gaze shifted, inadvertently catching a blinding flash of light. White light? No! Following the dazzling direction, Su Chen's eyes instantly lit up. Golden! The only golden one among this year's students. On the spectator stand, among the sea of people, Wen Lingxi, with her head lowered, was that single golden spark, still illuminating half the sky. Everything is dyed in golden radiance. Golden legend. I choose you. You have selected Wen Lingxi as your summon. As the summoning lord, you will possess all of Wen Lingxi's abilities, with all negative effects removed. Congratulations! You have unlocked a second profession, Holy Spirit Mage. 2. The Holy Spirit Mage is way too overpowered. Second profession, Holy Spirit Mage. Level, LV0, 1 out of 100. Passive skill 1, Divine Blessing LV1, 0 out of 10. All your skills receive a 2x bonus. This passive can be upgraded by sacrificing skill books. Passive skill 2, Last Whisper LV1, 0 out of 10. All your skills permanently gain 10% critical strike chance. your spell damage is more likely to critically strike, and all damaging skills will reduce the target's physical and magical defense by 50% upon a critical hit. Passive Skill 3, Divine Punishment LV1, 0 out of 10. Your skills have a 10% chance to deal true damage, which cannot be immunized by any skills except Holy Word type forbidden spells. Passive Skill 4, Mana Exhaustion, 0 divided by 0. The mana cost of all your skills will increase multiplicatively. When your mana reaches 0, you will gain 100% mana regeneration speed. Negative effects have been removed. Positive effects remain unchanged. The Saint Mage actually possesses a full 4 passive skills. Moreover, the first 3 passive skills can even be upgraded. Truly a chosen one. Isn't this power level way too broken? A Saint Mage, how is this balanced without nerfs? Su-Chen stared blankly at the system notification, utterly astonished. Meanwhile, on the highest awakening platform, whoosh, holy radiance cascaded like a waterfall. It enveloped Wen Lingxi completely. She had completed her awakening. The instructor's voice couldn't hide the surprise. Wen Lingxi, awakening successful. Hidden class, top-tier mage class, Saint Mage, comprehensive evaluation, yes. On the spectator stand, Principal Chang Lanshu nodded slowly, a satisfied expression on her face. Truly the student I had my eye on. At this moment, gasps of astonishment from the inexperienced filled the air. A saintly mage. This is the 1 in 10,000 S-class profession. In one word, output is art. Ultimate output. Experience the violent aesthetics of a spellcaster. The Holy Spirit Mage, aside from having extremely high mana consumption, is nearly flawless, with true damage enhancing their output. They're also known as forbidden spell mages. Among all the magical professions, the Holy Spirit Mage has the most perfect growth curve. A goddess remains a goddess no matter where she goes. When Lingxi's expression remained indifferent, as usual, not engaging in conversation with anyone, everyone who gathered around was repelled by her naturally aloof demeanor, too intimidated to engage with her. Very well, Lingxi, after the ceremony concludes, come to the principal's office. I've prepared a leveling plan for you. Returning to the spectator stand, Chang Lanchuang nodded at her disciple with a smile. Then, standing once more at the edge of the stand, her resonant and clear voice carried across the entire venue. The awakening ceremony ends here. What awaits you next is a month of free leveling. After 1 month, students who reach level 15 and achieve outstanding results in the college entrance exams will qualify for admission to the top universities. Wishing everyone excellent results. Strive to be admitted to the 4 highest academic institutions of the Divine Sea Empire. Bang bang! Thunderous applause erupted. Subsequently, this grand awakening ceremony officially drew to a close. The students began spontaneously forming teams on the playground. Among the crowd, Shui Yao spoke with feigned modesty. Though she was a bit of a green tea type, her talent was remarkably powerful. She awakened as one of the rare A-rank hidden classes, Moonlight Envoy. Actually, I'm not that amazing. I just have 2 passive skills. A passive that accelerates mana recovery and HP regeneration under moonlight, Moonspring Echo, and another that boosts all attributes and skill output during nighttime, Glory of the Night. The former is an upgradable passive. During the day, I suffer from a fatigue debuff. We'll need to work together. Party up for leveling. Everyone is amazing. The classic green tea rhetoric came out, made those simps' mouths curl up eagerly. Each one puffed their chest and made guarantees. Don't worry Yao Yao, just focus on dealing damage from the back. If even a single hit lands on you, it means my knight's holy shield wasn't strong enough. My battle axe is thirsting for blood. Shui Yao, once we enter the dungeon, stay right behind me. I'll keep you safe. A pack of simps enthusiastically swarmed around Campus Belle Shui, their morale soaring. Shui Yao warmly invited Su Chen when she saw him. Su Chen, we're all classmates. Would you like to join us for a dungeon run? We plan to go to the beginner's dungeon, Moonlight Graveyard. My passive skill can. No thanks, I prefer solo runs. Su Chen didn't even glance at Shui Yao and refused without hesitation. His footsteps were swift as he quickly disappeared from everyone's sight. Even someone with Shui Yao's talent and A-grade profession can have at most 2 passive skills. Overpowered. Wen Lingxi is way too overpowered. Hurry up and find a chance to try a dungeon run. Su Chen left. Shui Yao's expression darkened for a moment, but she quickly put on a pitiful look. Seems like classmate Su Chen doesn't need to level up with us. Don't blame Su Chen, everyone. He might have something important to attend to. The simps are going crazy. What kind of person is this Su Chen? School Belle Shui kindly invited him. Who does he think he is? A trash D rank. TCH. So classless. Just because School Belle Shui rejected him, he couldn't bear to stay here anymore. At the edge of the crowd, Guang called out to his boss. Young Master Chu, how about teaching that Su Chen a lesson to vent School Belle Shui's anger? Winning School Belle Shui's heart, this is the moment. A wealthy young master who was similarly surrounded by admirers, followed by many lackeys, dressed in a suit, elegant and charming. This awakening ceremony produced 2 A-rank hidden job holders. Apart from Shui Yao, there was this young master of the Chu family, Chu Wei, as the second richest second-generation heir in Linchang. Chu Wei is handsome and dashing, famously known as a tall, rich, and handsome man. This time, awakening as an A-rank profession, the Stormblade swordsman, is the most arrogant of all. Guang rubbed his hands together, eager to give it a try. This time, I awakened as a B-rank blood warrior. My initial strength rivals many A-rank professions. Young Master Chu, just say the word, and I'll act immediately. Chu Wei gave Guang a cold glance, looking at him as if he were an idiot. The person Yao Yao treats so gently, you want me to teach them a lesson right in front of her? Where did this come from? Besides making me look like a bully, what else does this achieve? You think I'm some roadside thug? Immediately, other lackeys around him chimed in. Young Master Chu is absolutely right. Anyone with a sound mind should know that treating Su Chen with more grace at this moment is the only way to have a chance. Chu Wei pointed to an empty space nearby and spoke coldly. You, get lost. I won't allow such to follow me. Guang could only slink away in disgrace. Chu Wei frowned, exuding authority without anger, and coldly reprimanded the crowd. If you want to follow me in the future, you better use your brains. Yao Yao is excellent. I naturally won't miss out. She's inherently beautiful and fits my aesthetic perfectly, just my type. Plus, she's one of only 2 geniuses who awakened an A-class profession like me. Even if she weren't the campus belle, even if she looked like a pig, I'd still want to be friends with her. If anyone dares to come up with such a stupid idea again, get the hell out of here. After saying this, Chu Wei straightened his tie, beaming with joy, and walked toward Xueqi with a smile. Yao Yao, are you guys forming a team right now? Can I join you? Xueqi's eyes lit up when she saw it was Chu Wei, an A-rank professional. There were few high-quality catches like this in her fishing pond. This is definitely going to reel them in hard. With Chu joining us for leveling up, I feel even more confident. Ha, with Yao Yao and me teaming up, we'll definitely be the first squad to break through level 15. The 2 of them chatted happily. With everyone chipping in, the team was quickly formed. 3. A sudden new skill. Outside the school, Su Chen opened his attribute panel to check his own information. Name, Su Chen. Age, 18. Level, LV1, 0 out of 100. HP, 100 out of 100. Mana, 100 out of 100. Strength, 5. Agility, 4. Defense, 2. Spirit, 10. Su Chen looked at the panel information and nodded slowly. The average baseline for ordinary professionals is 5 points. Strength-oriented classes like knights and swordsmen typically have around 6 or 7 points in strength after awakening, while mages lean more toward spirit, and so on. As a summoner, my class is also spirit-oriented. Defense and agility are a bit weaker, which is normal. The spirit attribute is extremely high, at least 2 or 3 points higher than an average summoner. For mages, spirit is equivalent to magic power. It affects skill damage, and each point of spirit increases mana by 10. A base proficiency value of 10 points is already far ahead of ordinary professionals, likely an additional effect brought by his unique summoner skill. After leaving school, Su Chen headed straight home. He had made plans with his family. After the awakening ceremony, I went home to have dinner with my parents, and the 3 of us discussed purchasing skill books. I'm back. The aroma of home-cooked food was rich and heartwarming. Su Chen's parents were still busy in the kitchen, and the table was filled with a spread of delicious dishes, extremely abundant. Both parents have life-oriented professions, so they can only do jobs like weapon maintenance and protection, processing prey materials, and managing logistics. They are wage earners with average salaries. Life wasn't wealthy, but it was relatively happy. Wow, it's actually braised pork. Su Chen's eyes lit up as he reached for the glistening red meat on the table, but his mother, coming out from the kitchen, pinched his ear. Washed your hands yet? No meat until you do, go wash up. Su Chen smiled faintly and reached behind his back. Whoosh! The bouquet originally meant for Shui Yao appeared in his hand. Mom, these flowers are for you, do you like them? Lu Qinglian, Su Chen's mother, was already in her 40s and hadn't received such a gift in many years. Her eyes reddened instantly. Clutching the bouquet, her lips trembled as she remained speechless for a long moment. Just as Su Chen had imagined, a bouquet of flowers for mom can brighten her whole day. Dad Su Guofu also came out of the kitchen, bringing the final steamed sea base to the table. Our little Chen has grown up, even knows to buy gifts for your mom now. At the dining table, the family of 3 sat down, but none of them rushed to eat. The parents' concerned gazes turned toward them. How was today's awakening? Did it go smoothly? Just a D-rank job. Summoner. Su Chen scratched his head, not mentioning the abnormality of his skill. Such things should be kept hidden, treated as a trump card. Both his parents had life-oriented jobs. To them, a D-rank summoner was already an excellent profession. There was no point in saying more. They didn't expect their son to achieve anything extraordinary. They only hoped their son could live a safe and happy life. After a lively lunch gathering, Su Guofu suddenly slid a bank card in front of Su Chen. Xiao Chen, you've grown up and successfully awakened your profession. It's time to give you this money. There's 500,000 in the card. While it might not be enough to buy top-tier skills, it should still get you a few powerful ones. Our Su family's child may not have an outstanding A-grade talent, but at least we won't let you fall behind at the starting line. Looking at the bank card, Su Chen's eyes flickered with complex emotions. 500,000 is a lot for an ordinary person, but for a professional, this amount is nothing. Yet this was all the savings the elderly couple had scrimped and saved over the years. They might not have more, but they gave Su Chen everything they had. Mom, Dad, thank you. I'll work hard and live up to your expectations. Xiao Chen, remember this. Mom and Dad will always support you unconditionally. Su Chen clenched the bank card tightly, making a firm decision in his heart. Mom, Dad, just wait and see. I'm different from those ordinary summoners. I've obtained a second profession, Holy Spirit Mage. One day, I will stand atop the world and show you the view from its highest peak. Afternoon, Chunfeng Commercial Building. As the largest skills emporium in Lin City, Morning Wind Plaza stands 20 stories tall. It encompasses skill books and special items for the vast majority of professions, covering all levels up to the second advancement. Standing at the entrance, Su Chen glanced at the store sign before briskly walking into a counter selling beginner skill scrolls. Just awakened. Each profession, in addition to passive skills, has 4 skill slots. You can learn 4 skills. Every 10 levels gained thereafter will unlock an additional skill slot. Skills can also be changed through respec. Of course, special items can also be used to increase the number of skill slots. However, these are considered rare items. They are only dropped in certain special dungeons or crafted by high-level artisans, and their prices are exorbitantly high, far beyond what he can afford at the moment. Su Chen's goal for this trip was naturally not for summon creatures. Awakened the secondary profession of Holy Spirit Mage. His goal was to choose skills from the Holy Spirit profession. However, as the top-tier S-rank magic profession, Holy Spirit skills are incredibly powerful but also extremely expensive. He weighed the 500,000 in his bank account. Thinking carefully, one must choose wisely, selecting the best among the best. All professional skills across tiers are divided into 6 grades, S, A, B, C, D, and E. There have long been rumors of skill levels even higher than S, but this has never been officially acknowledged. S-grade skills are extremely rare. Considered a national strategic resource, the emergence of every S-grade causes a nationwide sensation. Few possess A-grade skills. Each one is a heavyweight presence, capable of being listed in the city's professional association. S and A are rare and hard to come by. Therefore, B-grade is already the ceiling for skills that ordinary people can purchase. C-grade is also within the very good range. D-grade, acceptable. E-rank, as common as dirt. Even in large stores of major companies like Morning Wind Commercial Plaza, the highest grade skill scrolls available for sale are only B-rank. None of them come cheap. Silver Light Blade Descent, rank B. Applicable profession, swordsman. Price, 4 million. Thousand Blossoms Palm, rank B. Applicable class, battle mage. Price, 5 million. Mana Shield, rank B. Applicable classes, all magic-based professions. Price, 8 million. Gulp. Looking at these skills, Su Chen couldn't help but swallow hard, secretly startled. Even the most ordinary B-grade skills start at 3 million at the very least. Some with better effects can even cost tens of millions, which is not uncommon. Compared to these skills, I'm just a poor bastard. 500k, can't afford any powerful skills at all. Damn, looks like I can only pick C-grade or even lower tier skills, already lagging behind so many people from the start. Just then, in my mind, a cold, mechanical voice echoed. Congratulations, you have mastered the B-rank skilled Mana Sacrifice. Congratulations, you have mastered the B-rank skill Mana Shield. Congratulations, you have mastered the B-rank skilled Mana Regeneration Circle. Congratulations, you have comprehended the A-rank skilled Divine Thunder Summon. 4. Summon, Wen Lingxi, Mana Sacrifice, B. Sacrifice other attributes for a short period to increase current mana by tenfold. Mana Shield, B. The Mana Shield can absorb damage equal to twice the current mana value. When shattered, it immediately restores half of the mana. Mana Regeneration Circle, B. Upon activation, grants a 100% increase in mana regeneration speed. Casting other skills will interrupt the mana regeneration effect. Divine Thunder Summons, A. Summons devastating divine thunder from the heavens. The more thunder drawn, the more terrifying its power. Principal's office. No. 1 High School. Watching her beloved disciple Wen Lingxi master the new skills from the learning scroll in such a short time, successfully infusing all 4 major skills into the initial skill slots. Chang Lanchuan nodded in satisfaction. Lingxi, these 4 skills were carefully selected by me, they're the perfect combination for a saint mage. Teacher, that A-rank skill must be incredibly rare, right? When Lingxi slightly raised her head, her gem-like sparkling eyes gazed intently at the principal. Given the rarity of A-grade skills, there might not even be a handful of them in the entire Lin City. This is simply not something money can buy. If it were put on the market, it would have caused a frenzy of competition long ago. For the teacher to have found this skills learning scroll, they must have put in tremendous effort. Chang Lanchuan felt somewhat embarrassed. I just put in a few words for you with the association to have them hold on to this A-rank skill learning scroll for you a bit longer. Who would have thought you'd buy it outright? Now that I think about it, I didn't really help much. Originally, she had only provided Lingxi with information about these 5 skills, and is willing to provide funds to help purchase the first 4 B-grade skills. As for the final A-grade skill learning scroll, its value is at least in the 9-digit range, even with Chang Lanchuan's years of contributions to the association, which qualify her for certain discounts. It's not something that can be easily obtained. Unexpectedly, when Lingxi accidentally transferred the money with a slip of her hand, she didn't spend a single penny of her own. So extravagant. However, Chang Lanchuan knew that the money in Wen Lingxi's hands seemed to be the inheritance left by her mother. Thinking of this, Chang Lanchuan no longer felt surprised, but rather heartbroken. My heart aches for this student. Wen Lingxi is not good at expressing herself, but she understood such crucial supplies would be snatched up immediately once released. For the teacher to speak up and help her reserve them for a few days was already an immense act of kindness. Moreover, the teacher was even willing to advance the payment for her. She silently said in her heart, in the future, she must repay her teacher. But, for some unknown reason, just when she had learned these 4 skills, she always felt a warm current surging within her body, and an unusual sense of familiarity filled her heart. It's as if she's sharing these skills with someone very close to her. It's as if there's still a master above her head? What on earth is going on? When Lingxi lowered her head again, pursed her lips, utterly perplexed. Morning Wind Commercial Building. Standing in front of the skill scroll display cabinet, Su Chen nearly gasped in excitement. Right now, there's only one word to describe his mood. Awesome. 1 moment ago, B tier was still an unattainable money pit. The price of 3 million was enough to make anyone hesitate. The next moment, B tier skills were instantly maxed out. There's even an A-grade one. This stroke of luck from the heavens made Su Chen once again marvel at the true worth of Goddess 1. This must be a skill Wen Lingxi learned, allowing me to comprehend it on my own. Indeed, an excellent summon creature should quietly learn and then serve me. The Summoner. That's a top-tier A-grade skill, rare and hard to come by. After awakening as a summoner, he chose Wen Lingxi as his first summoned creature. What a lucky find indeed. When entering the dungeon later, he must summon Wen Lingxi to test her abilities. It will definitely greatly accelerate his leveling speed, since skills were no longer needed. Su Chen left the storage compartment and headed to other merchandise sections. He made sure to prepare all the necessary items for the upcoming dungeon run. With only 500,000 in savings, buying skills was a stretch, but you can still buy a lot of other important supplies. 2 sets each of basic health potions and basic mana potions. Half a set of emergency first aid medicine to stabilize health in critical situations. 10 detoxification syringes. Resistance potions. Give me a set. And snacks that can add various small buffs. Buy. A lollipop that temporarily increases 1 point of spirit. With non-stackable effects. Chocolate that can invigorate blood flow and increase agility. There are even sunflower seeds that slowly restore health. Truly worthy of Morning Wind Plaza, every imaginable special item is available here. Su Chen, carrying a backpack full of supplies, headed straight for the dungeon. The novice dungeon in Linchang, the barren land. Only novice professionals below level 20 are allowed to enter. The dungeon is extremely unique. It is a special world that transcends the real world. Layers of strange glowing magic arrays ripple and flicker across the horizon. Interwoven together, they form a magnificent gate of arcane power. On the other side of the magical fluctuations, countless twisted and grotesque demonic creatures writhe in chaotic entanglement. This desolate dungeon near the city consists of 3 zones, the outer perimeter, inner ring, and core area. Each area is further divided into several small monster spawning zones, composed of different elite monsters, mini-bosses, and hidden bosses. The deeper you go into the core area, the more dangerous the number of monsters becomes, and the higher their strength. But likewise, the rewards and experience for defeating them are even richer. This desolate land dungeon, born from the void and descended into the real world, has existed for over a decade, yet no one has been able to clear the entire dungeon with a level below 20. If more years pass and still no one can clear it, this dungeon will evolve into a secret realm or even a forbidden zone. Within it, even more terrifying and powerful bosses will brew and emerge, hidden demonic creatures that may very well break through the seals of this place and rush out to pose a threat to the outside world, not to be underestimated. At this moment, both inside and outside the dungeon, many people have gathered, because today is the day of awakening. Numerous newcomers are continuously entering the dungeon under the guidance of lower-level professionals in teams. Whoosh! A layer of rippling light flowed as Su-Chen stepped through the grand arcane gate, breaking the magical seal. Summoner Su-Chen enters the dungeon, barren wasteland. The temperature spiked abruptly, and a strange, rotting odor invaded his nostrils. The ground beneath his feet was somewhat muddy. Everywhere was desolate brown soil, twisted and ugly vegetation, and strange little monsters growling softly as they wandered aimlessly across the barren land. Su-Chen took a sip of the happy water laced with stimulant properties, feeling eager and ready for action. All the professionals entering the dungeon were randomly scattered across the map. There were no other professionals in sight around him. Might as well summon directly. Whoosh! Magical symbols traced out an elementary summoning circle on the brown earth. A bright silver light curtain emerged, flowing like liquid mercury. A cascade of silky black hair flowed like a waterfall, emerging from the dazzling silver light, carrying a faint fragrance that dispelled the restlessness and foul odors of the dungeon. The curvaceous silhouette of a tall, graceful woman gradually materialized within the summoning circle. The next moment, with a slight bow of her head, the obedient and gentle Wen Lingxi appeared in the midst of this dungeon. Her aura was cold and noble, exuding an indescribable sense of divinity. Her face is quite pleasant to look at. Even under such close scrutiny, not a single flaw could be found. On the contrary, the more you look, the more beautiful it appears. She seemed to sense that the atmosphere around her was off. When Lingxi raised her head and looked around blankly, her gem-like dazzling eyes were filled with confusion and bewilderment. Where is this? The aloofness vanished, replaced by full-on adorableness, like a startled little rabbit, utterly at a loss. 5. Cold and wealthy lady, times clueless and adorable girl. Square root. The outskirts of the desolate land. A four-legged crawler let out a fierce roar. A whoa! Darting through the barren muddy ground, standing under a withered and decaying old tree, Su-Chen and Wen Lingxi stared at each other in silence. For a moment, the atmosphere was awkward. The young girl revealed an extremely brief moment of adorable confusion the instant she was summoned. Absolutely adorable. But as she assessed the situation, she quickly regained her composure. She lowered her head slightly, pursed her lips, and remained silent. When the girl stayed quiet, her natural nobility carried an intimidating presence. Gives off a "I don't want to deal with you" vibe. As the instigator of it all, Su-Chen's current situation is also quite awkward. After all, though they attended the same school, strictly speaking, they weren't close. They couldn't even be considered acquaintances. At most, they were alumni who'd seen each other a few times on campus without ever exchanging greetings. They were practically strangers. Moreover, there have been many rumors circulating in the school. It's said that this noble young lady likely comes from a top-tier aristocratic family and could easily secure admission to one of the four most prestigious universities in the future. Just like a little princess from a fairy tale, completely out of reach, not only possessing immense family wealth, but also gifted with extraordinary talent, earned the principal's favor early on and received personal mentorship. One could say they were the object of countless affections, a lofty flower that can only be admired from afar, not to be defiled up close, the unattainable dream goddess for countless men in the city. Faced with such a cold and wealthy woman, Su-Chen instinctively thought she'd be hard to approach. Ahem. After hesitating repeatedly, Su-Chen cleared his throat. He still intended to explain the situation. In the final analysis, Wen Lingxi was summoned by me. Building a good relationship with them is also important. Moreover, getting a noble and aloof billionaire heiress to accept that she is actually a summoned creature is no easy task. I remember you're the one who failed at confessing. Backslash. Before Su-Chen could speak, the aloof girl surprisingly broke the ice first. And what she said was such a piercing remark. Su-Chen's face darkened. Can we stop bringing up the protagonist's embarrassing past? Confessing to a green tea like Shuiyao was just my bad luck. Let's put this matter behind us and focus on more important things. Wen Lingxi, actually, you're the one I summoned. Though this might be hard to understand or accept, you truly are my summoned creature. I hope we can cooperate well in the future. Don't worry, I won't do anything against your will. You can think of this relationship as, well, a sort of on-call cooperative employment. The reward distribution and payment for each summon are matters between us, we can discuss them properly. However, Su-Chen rambled on for quite a while, only to find that this aloof girl across from him didn't seem to be paying any attention to what he was saying. Her slightly lowered large eyes seemed to be stealing glances. Su-Chen followed her gaze and saw the soda in his hand. Su-Chen hesitated for a moment before asking uncertainly, "Do you want some?" When Lingxi's captivating peach blossom eyes sparkled for a moment, as if a galaxy had blossomed within her pupils, She nodded with utmost seriousness. Is that okay? Su-chen was stunned. Could it be that this cold, wealthy woman has never even tasted soda before? Isn't that like missing out on half the joy of life? He felt a bit helpless, but with the intention of building a good relationship with his summon, he took out a fresh bottle of soda from his backpack. Here, drink this. It's the latest product from Morning Breeze Company. A happy drink infused with mental stimulants. It keeps you energized for a while. Perfect for grinding levels. No side effects. But the effects aren't too strong either. Thank you. Before Su-chen could finish introducing it, Wan Lingxi eagerly took it with both hands, quickly twisted off the bottle cap, tilted his head back and took a big gulp. As he raised his head, not only was the full view of her charming face clearly seen by Su-chen, even the two proud curves that the girl had been hiding in the shadow of her head now playfully squeezed into view. This girl is truly beautiful from every angle without exception, whether it's her looks or her figure. She stands out as the absolute best. Not a single flaw can be found. Su-chen realized this was somewhat impolite and averted his gaze. Take the first sip. Wan Lingxi's eyes instantly lit up. Her delicate features brightened along with it. Then she began to drink heartily, the lightly carbonated dark-hued soda overflowing from the bottle's rim and her moist lips, trickling down her glistening chin. Yet Wan Lingxi didn't seem to mind at all. This aloof wealthy woman had genuinely never tasted soda before. How utterly bizarre. So, you're saying I was summoned by you? After drinking nearly half the bottle in one gulp, Wan Lingxi wiped her mouth and turned her lively eyes back toward him. Su-chen nodded. Alright then. Wan Lingxi also nodded, looking rather indifferent. Ha, is that it? You accepted it just like that? Su-chen was stunned, frowning as he stared at the girl, confirming that she truly didn't care at all about being a summoned entity. Perhaps in the girl's little head, this 3-yuan bottle of stimulating happy soda was more important than the fact that she had become a summoned entity? This is no aloof wealthy lady at all. She looks exactly like a naive, airhead girl. Burp. Since it was her first time drinking, Wan Lingxi suddenly tilted her little mouth and let out a refreshing burp. Her delicate face flushed, the pale oval turning a soft shade of pink. But then, she turned her eager gaze back toward Su-chen. Her gem-like bright eyes sparkled with unmistakable longing, as if asking, is there more? Want more? Su-chen. A while later, Su-chen crouched on the ground, staring at his fully unzipped backpack and the scattered snack wrappers littering the floor. The supply medicines and dungeon provisions in the backpack were barely touched, but almost all the snack stockpiles were devoured by Wan Lingxi. Although his backpack was just the most basic half-cubic meter space backpack, these original supplies could have lasted him several days at least. Who would have thought that in just a short while, everything would be ruined by this girl? What a big eater. But just relying on these snacks is enough to build good relationships. This rich girl is really easy to please. Su-chen thought to himself. Does this mean that from now on, no rewards or gifts need to be prepared every time Wan Lingxi is summoned? Just some cheap snacks that can be bought anywhere on the roadside. And this girl can be bribed? A silly and adorable girl, accepting snacks online. Wan Lingxi wiped the snack crumbs from the corner of her mouth and saw Su-chen's look of confusion and helplessness. Her delicate, powdered face also showed a hint of embarrassment. Swish! A surge of magical energy emerged. A beginner-tier supreme holy staff as tall as her body, Key of Radiance, was now gripped in her hand. I'll help you kill the monsters. Su-chen watched the energetic girl sprint away. Suddenly, the image of that aloof and noble little princess from his past was gone for good. His worldview collapsed. Where's my big, cold, rich lady? Give it back to me. Hey! 6. Divine thunder descends, instantly killing the newbie slayer. Wan Lingxi charged ahead, wielding the top-tier beginner's holy spirit staff, Key of Radiance. Full of energy, determined to repay Su-chen for the extravagant snacks owed to him. Su-chen first checked the opponent's 4-dimensional attributes. Name, Wan Lingxi. Age, 18. Level, LV1, 0 out of 100. HP, 100 out of 100. Mana, 100 out of 100. Strength, 10. Agility, 10. Defense, 10. Spirit, 10. Holy cow! Su-chen was utterly amazed. All 4 basic attributes were maxed out at 10 points from the very beginning. Is this the supreme standard of an S-rank hidden class? It's absolutely overpowered. A perfectly balanced character with no weaknesses. Generally, spellcasters only excel in spirit-related attributes during the early stages. Both agility and defense are their weak points, but the Holy Spirit Mage is, after all, the pinnacle profession among magic-based classes. Aside from the debuff of excessive mana consumption, its growth curve is incredibly smooth in both early and late stages, with almost no noticeable weaknesses. Su-chen suppressed his surprise and continued to follow closely behind the other person. After all, the little rich girl's initial advantage was his advantage too. As a newcomer, the first time entering a dungeon not only waives the entry fee but also grants a divine blessing allowing 1 free resurrection. Essentially a one-time resurrection armor. It's important to note that in a world where everyone has jobs, any item with a resurrection attribute is extremely rare. In terms of rarity alone, it even surpasses S tier. So as long as you're not too stubborn and insist on fighting monsters far beyond your level, the mortality rate for new graduates is still quite low. If you can keep playing it safe, the blessings of heaven will always be with you, equivalent to having an extra life compared to others. For those with extraordinary talents, they can even make good use of this resurrection opportunity to challenge an S-rank dungeon. But for beginners, unless their initial profession and skill combination are exceptionally outstanding, it's difficult to preserve this blessing opportunity. Over 90% of novices will expend their blessings during their first dungeon run. The Barren Lands, a nationally renowned high-difficulty novice dungeon, has a blessing consumption rate as high as 99%. The temperature continues to rise. The scorching ground brings a touch of restlessness. The desolate sandy ground stretched as far as the eye could see, devoid of any signs of human presence. When Lynxie suddenly sensed something and looked toward the southwest, amidst the barren landscape, she spotted a small oasis with tender green vegetation and a clear spring. This is the most common monster spawning area at the edge of a dungeon. Charge forward. When Lynxie held a staff in her hand, with astonishing natural agility, she was several steps ahead of Su Chen and arrived at the small oasis first. Shielding her eyes with one hand, her beautiful large eyes scanned the surroundings, full of energy. No trace of monsters could be found anywhere. Strange? Just as she was feeling puzzled, boom, 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 the ground suddenly trembled violently, sending up clouds of dust. Then, the entire ground began to collapse rapidly. When Lynxie decisively swung her staff, harnessing the surrounding friendly elements, found a gap, and retreated beyond the oasis. She also grabbed Su Chen along the way, pulling him away from the center of the collapse. Boom! A massive, corporeal shadow suddenly emerged from the collapsed oasis and crashed down right before us. A bloodthirsty aura of murderous intent spewed forth. Its dark red carapace shimmered with a faint crimson glow under the scorching sunlight. Bloodthirsty dire turtle. Level, LV7. Su Chen's expression changed slightly. At level 1, he encountered a bloodthirsty tortoise several levels higher at the edge of the desolate wasteland. His luck couldn't have been worse. Hellish start. This is already the edge zone, where you can encounter the strongest regular monsters besides bosses and elites. At the same level, its stats almost completely overpower newbie job holders. High attack, high defense, a solid iron tank, extremely difficult to hunt down. It's practically a rookie killer. Every year, many graduates meet their end on the spot when they first encounter it. There's not even the slightest chance to turn the situation around. Not only do they waste a divine blessing in vain, but many newcomers have also died at the hands of this monster. Su Chen couldn't help but be on guard. Roar! The bloodthirsty savage turtle saw 2 meals delivered to its doorstep, raising its head with a piercing, furious howl that brought waves of mental pressure. Its ferocity erupted. A pair of small eyes hidden beneath thick layers of fat radiated with violent killing intent, giving the two no time to react at all. Then suddenly slammed the ground, sending dust and debris flying. Amidst violent tremors of the earth, it charged forward for the kill, like a hot knife through butter. At the critical moment, when Lynxie remained calm and composed, her delicate face seemed frozen with a layer of haughty frost. Both hands tightly gripped the long-handled staff. Thud! The head of the radiant key staff struck the ground heavily, as if calming a storm. The swirling dust and shockwaves were violently torn apart and suppressed by the surging holy elements. A shadowy, mountain-like giant tortoise emerged from within, closing in on Wen Lynxie. Thick holy spirit elements intertwined like a torrential curtain, forming a violent elemental bead screen. In the sky, rolling dark clouds gathered ominously. Within them, lightning serpents churned, sweeping across the area and enveloping this small oasis entirely. Boom, boom, boom. Following the direction of Wen Lynxie's staff, a thick purple lightning bolt as thick as a baby's arm descended from the rapidly surging tide of dark clouds. It poured down, fierce and violent, like a bursting flood. The target is the bloodthirsty savage turtle. At this moment, even the turtle, known as a rookie killer, showed a trace of fear in its small blood-red eyes. While mid-air, it swiftly retracted its head and limbs back into its shell, but the heavenly thunder descended far too quickly. Boom, boom, purple lightning struck the dark red turtle shell, which initially managed to resist barely. But how could a mere turtle shell withstand the awe-inspiring might of heavenly thunder? Soon, with a series of cracking sounds, spiderweb-like fissures spread across the dark red shell. The next moment, crack, the entire turtle shell exploded, shattering into countless fragments and dust. Thick, dark green blood splattered everywhere. The massive body of the bloodthirsty savage turtle twitched once before falling completely silent. A single A-rank skill, Divine Thunder Descent, obliterated it instantly. Witnessing this scene firsthand, Su Chen couldn't help but widen his eyes in astonishment. You call this a beginner-level skill? Even as a pre-first advancement skill, this A-rank ability truly lives up to being a national strategic resource, effortlessly bridging level gaps and achieving absolute power domination. This is the charm of brute force damage output. This is the ultimate damage dealer among mages, as expected of a saintly spirit mage, instantly obliterating this rookie killer. Seeing the astonishment on Su Chen's face, Wenlingxi's lips pursed slightly, unable to suppress a soft upward curve. Even the delicate lines of her eyebrows couldn't help but become lively. It was as if the word smug was practically written on her face. Seeing this, Su Chen doubled down with flattery. Classmate 1, you're truly amazing. Effortlessly achieving cross-level domination, that level 7 bloodthirsty savage turtle was nothing to you. You really are the most outstanding genius of our entire class. Wenlingxi couldn't contain herself any longer, her barely restrained lips finally giving way to a smile. With a playful pout, she couldn't help but break into a triumphant grin. That uniquely aloof and noble demeanor instantly melted away. Utterly adorable in her mischievous charm, Su Chen raised an eyebrow, puzzled in his heart. Has this girl never been praised before? Getting so flustered over a little compliment? She's really easy to talk to. 7. Su Chen can actually summon 10 heavenly thunderbolts to strike simultaneously? Successfully killed the bloodthirsty ferocious turtle, level 7. EXP plus 7. Wenlingxi glanced at the kill notification before her but paid little attention to it. Compared to the experience from killing, she preferred hearing Su Chen's praises. Your summoned creature Wenlingxi successfully killed the bloodthirsty savage turtle, level 7. You receive shared rewards. Experience points plus 7. The same kill notification appeared before Su Chen's eyes. This filled his heart with joy. Could he really gain the same amount of experience points from monsters killed by the little rich girl? It seemed that way. Having Wenlingxi do the killing is more cost-effective. Both of them can gain experience points. Double the experience. Double the joy. Su Chen pulled out his tactical knife to harvest materials from the bloodthirsty tortoise. The experience points gained from hunting demons are secondary. Materials must be collected. Some powerful elite monsters and bosses carry magic crystal cores, which are incredibly valuable. They're the raw material for special scrolls. The scent of roasted meat and the smell of burning wafted through the air. Su Chen felt somewhat helpless. The most valuable part of the bloodthirsty savage turtle is its shell. A complete shell could fetch a good price and could also be crafted into armor or protective gear. What a pity! Under the powerful divine thunder, it has already been shattered into fragments and dust. Su Chen had no choice but to settle for the second best, cutting off the belly meat of the fierce turtle. This was the part of the fierce turtle where fat accumulated, exceptionally thick with firm and tight flesh, making it quite valuable material worth a good sum of money. Find a life profession craftsman to make secret recipe meat strips, which can temporarily increase strength by 1 to 3 points when consumed. The side effect is being influenced by the savage turtle's ferocity. Consuming too much will lead to loss of reason. Cut off large chunks of the turtle's belly meat and store them in the backpack. Wenlingxi suddenly warned with vigilance. Here they come again. Su Chen immediately became alert and looked around. Sure enough, he saw barren sandy ground with mounds rising one after another. They were rapidly converging toward this direction. Rock mice * 8. Level, LV3. Were they attracted by the bloody scent of the bloodthirsty tortoise? But compared to the bloodthirsty tortoise, these few rock rats are simply not worth mentioning. Utter trash. Leave it to me. Wenlingxi brandished the Key of Radiance, preparing to cast her skill once more. Yet, shockingly, it had no effect, not even the slightest ripple of magical energy. She glanced at Su Chen, slightly embarrassed, her cheeks flushing red. Su Chen checked her stats. She's actually out of mana. Damn. 100 mana points gone in just one Heavenly Thunder cast? But it makes sense, Divine Thunder's normal cost is 50 mana. Given the negative effect of excessive mana consumption for Holy Spirit mages, spending 100 points per cast makes it normal to run out quickly. How strong is its power? Isn't true damage amazing? It's exchanged for overconsumption. Wait for me a moment. Wenlingxi's cheeks were flushed, looking unbearably adorable. She waved her staff. Mana sacrifice. Activate. Her fair, snow-white skin flushed with a faint pink hue, making her whole body look like a boiled crab, tenderly rosy from head to toe. All attribute values simultaneously dropped to 1. Sacrificed. The mana value instantly soared tenfold. Full of confidence. Thud. The Key of Radiance landed. Whoosh. The golden brilliance of the Holy Spirit elements cascaded down, forming a thin protective shield. Magic shield. Activate. The staff was raised high, as vast holy elements converged into a tidal wave of magic, with rolling dark clouds gathering, exuding heavenly might. The lingering lightning surged downward, illuminating this small oasis in a deep violet hue. Bang! Bang! 2 bolts of heavenly thunder descended consecutively, annihilating all the gathered rockfalls. The earthen mound exploded. Charred and tender vole corpses lay scattered across the scorched sandy ground, crisscrossing in all directions. Successfully killed Rockrat, level 3, asterisk 8. EXP plus 3 asterisk 8. Your summon when Linksy successfully killed Rockrat, level 3, asterisk 8. You have gained shared rewards, EXP plus 3 inch asterisk 8. Before Suchen could happily harvest the demon monster materials, the sandy ground twisted and collapsed once more. Thud, 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 thud. Dark shadows crashed violently to the ground, massive bodies landing with tremendous force. They were bloodthirsty savage turtles, averaging level 7. 2 of them even reached level 8. Suchen's expression changed as he instinctively scanned his surroundings. So many bloodthirsty turtles emerged at once. He realized that this small oasis's monster spawning area was far from ordinary. Behind so many bloodthirsty turtles, there might very well be a boss lurking. A boss, not necessarily an elite monster, but still not to be underestimated. At this moment, when Lingxi's attention was entirely focused on these ferocious turtles, there's a chance of being ambushed. Thinking of this, Suchen took out a cyan blue low-grade catalyst from his backpack. This is nothing more than a trash-tier, wooden catalyst. It's a simplified version of a staff. It can gather elements and cast spells like a staff, but has limited uses, low durability, and will break after just 3 or 4 uses at best. Its price is also very low. He couldn't afford a top-tier beginner's staff like the Radiant Key, which costs at least 8 figures, can only temporarily use this low-grade catalyst. Roar, roar, roar. Amidst the billowing dust, furious roars and piercing shrieks filled the air. The intense mental pressure caused Wen Lingxi's sacred and noble face to flush slightly, with veins throbbing visibly on her forehead. Yet she remained unhurried, her staff swirling once more. Layers of dark clouds churned wildly, lightning serpents crisscrossing the sky, casting the earth in a blaze of brilliance. The staff descended, and thunder roared across the heavens. Boom, boom, boom. Another 4 thunderbolts, carrying a surge of dense holy elemental energy, exploded fiercely amidst the still dissipating violent lightning. Roar! The sharp, furious roar instantly turned into a series of agonized howls. Several densely clustered bloodthirsty turtles were instantly blasted into a bloody pulp by the erupting thunder, killed on the spot. The other bloodthirsty turtles, positioned farther away, hastily retreated in terror under the overwhelming pressure of the thunder, not daring to approach. And at that very moment, Wen Lingxi appeared to hold the initiative in the battle. But at the heart of the swarm of savage turtles, an even more terrifying pressure instantly descended, overwhelming everything. It nearly dispelled the sky-spanning thunderbolts and dark clouds. Roar! A roar 10 times more ferocious erupted in an instant. The entire small oasis was uprooted, with clear springs flowing backward. A massive, hill-like figure suddenly rose, blotting out the sky and sun. Blood-red ferocious energy stirred up waves of magical gales. Bloodthirsty tortoise leader. Level, LV10. Recommended hunting level, LV12. Bloodthirsty tortoise leader. Wen Lingxi's small face was serious, and a layer of fine sweat beads involuntarily formed on her forehead. The staff in hand swung once more. A bolt of thunder angrily struck down. However, compared to the unstoppable and absolute crushing, blasting kill previously, this huge mountain of flesh only shook its body for a moment, and with a low hiss, it stabilized its shape. On the deep black turtle shell, it left traces of scorched black cracks. Then he continued to wrap the terrifying might, even more violent and vicious than just now, and rushed to kill. Wherever it passed, sand and rocks splashed and thunder snakes shattered and broke. One shot of heavenly lightning doesn't kill you. The level difference is just too great. When Lingxi waved her staff once again, preparing to continue invoking the heavenly thunder to descend and exterminate the fierce turtle leader. But once again, the Holy Spirit elemental disobeyed, not responding at all. Oops, her little face swished white. Such a bad moment to actually run out of blue again. Seeing the meat mountain-like leader of the ferocious turtles, with the fierce winds and waves sweeping in all directions, approaching at great speed, when Lingxi despaired in her heart, right here and now, Suchen took a bold step forward, his back looking incomparably tall and magnificent at this moment. His hair fluttered with the howling wind, his shirt bulged and hunted. The trash catalyst held aloft in his hand couldn't affect his heroic stance of invoking thunder and wrapping up the might of the heavens at this moment. It was as if it could withstand all the winds and waves of the world. The dark clouds, already on the verge of dispersing, reunite once again. A violent Holy Spirit elemental frenzy raged and boiled. Densely packed thunder snakes, like boiling water, gurgled through the dark clouds. The irresistible heavenly might was like a god opening his eyes and looking down on the earth. Boom, 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 boom. A dozen heavenly thunders rolled down, forming an appalling heavenly thunder waterfall. It was as if the entire heaven and earth had been illuminated with the radiant color of thunder light, lighting up the outer regions of the barren land. In the midst of that raging, manic rushing thunder, when Lingxi slowly turned her head sideways and stared blankly at Suchen's figure standing proudly. One man harnesses the wind and thunder, and the might of heaven is revealed. The thunderous light set off violent winds that swept through all categories. Good. Great. When Lingxi thought so in her heart. 8. Upgrade. Double attribute point boost. It's okay. The gale stopped and the clouds cleared. The blow-dancing hemline retraced its steps. Not bothering to straighten his somewhat messy hair, Su Chen walked forward and asked with concern. When Lingxi was stunned. Still reeling from the image I just saw. I can't get over it. The image of the fierce turtle lord that Su Chen had forcefully blasted to death by attracting dozens of heavenly thunderbolts at the same time just now. It really stuck in her mind. A pair of nice peach blossom eyes seemed to be twinkling with little stars. She came back to her senses when she heard Su Chen greet her. It's okay, thanks to you. Thank you for saving me. When Lingxi patted her heavy chest with a look of having survived a robbery and being very lucky. That was close. Almost wasted the chance to resurrect. By the way, how do you know my skills? Moreover, you can actually summon so many divine thunderbolts at the same time. So powerful. It was only at this point that when Lingxi finally reacted. That reflex arc is a little too long. Su Chen spat in his heart and simply explained. Because you are my summon. Your skills are shared with me. I can learn the skills you learn later. When Lingxi didn't have much of a reaction to this. Anyway, she had long ago accepted the setting of the summoner easily. Oh, what one learns, we both learn all. That's good. Su Chen. This girl's brain circuits are really different from the norm. Not caring in the slightest that a skill that valuable was being learned by someone else on the sidelines. Instead, they are still enjoying themselves. Swish. Just then, there was a flash of streaming light, only to see a brilliant luster actually burst out from that bloodthirsty fierce turtle lord. It's shipping out. Luck. In the outskirts of the desolate land, the explosion rate of special props is very low. I didn't expect the first battle to pop with rewards. You have successfully slain the bloodthirsty turtle lord, LV10. Experience plus 10. Su Chen quickly stepped forward, reached out and fished out the glossy mass, and introductory information instantly surfaced in front of him. Skill book, grade E, may be sacrificed to enhance the upgrade progress of a passive skill plus 1. E-rank skill book It can only raise the growth progress of the passive by 1 point, but taking it out can sell it for 10, 000 or 20, 000, which is a pretty good prop reward up front. Su Chen was very atmospheric and directly threw the skill book to Wen Lingxi. It's yours to give away. Take it and sacrifice it. Wen Lingxi was a little embarrassed. After eating so many delicious food from Su Chen, she was overwhelmed in her heart. In that battle just now, being able to successfully decapitate the fierce turtle lord was also all due to Su Chen. How can you be good enough to take the rewards for popping out again? It's not good to even take it. Sacrifice it quickly. It's important to boost your strength in the early stages. Not to mention that your passive is so powerful, but anytime you can raise it by 1 level, it's a great growth. It's very beneficial for us to brush up on our leveling next. When Lingxi secretly took note of Su Chen's generosity and didn't make any more excuses, immediately, the skill book was sacrificed. Sacrifice a skill book, grade E, and select the target skill, Blessing of the Holy Spirit. Sacrifice successful. Passive skill 1, Blessing of the Holy Spirit, 1/10. A stream of light flowed and flickered around Wen Lingxi's body. She inhaled deeply, and then, opened her eyes, and there was a flash of essence as in her eyes. The whole person's already noble aura added a touch of divine beauty. Su Chen also couldn't help but reveal a small smile. Sure enough, his passive skill upgrade progress, followed by 1 point, double growth again. It's so cool. You consume blue too quickly. It's better for me to lead you to kill the monsters. Su Chen flew through the available materials on the demonic monster and harvested them. Another mana value was largely restored, and then proposed. He held the wooden catalyst in his hand and continued to go deeper towards the front. Cluck! In the barren landscape, rock gophers form earth packs and burrow and crawl through the ground. Rock gopher, level, LV2. Thumbs up. The dirt bag exploded and came towards the Su Chen duo. Su Chen waved his catalyst and Holy Spirit mana greeted him. A group of rock gophers were quickly blown away. A fiery ball of fire exploded violently, only to see a burning mass of flaming demonic monster on the sandy ground in front of them, spitting out several bursting fireballs in succession. Fireball monster, level, LV5. Su Chen and Wen Lingxi cooperated, each shrouded with a mana shield, and dodged away from the fireball's attack with sensitivity. The Holy Spirit elemental surged wildly. Counterattack. Half an hour later, boom! A beam of brilliant golden Holy Spirit mana rushed out, knocked a rock monster, which had hard stone growths all around its body, to the ground. The rock monster's body convulsed a few times, and then it shattered into a pile of slag. Su Chen nodded in satisfaction, doubling his experience value again. Along the way, they encountered several waves of small monsters in succession. Levels barely exceeded level 5, and after an initial battle of pandemonium, these small monsters were a piece of cake and not worth mentioning. Su Chen precisely controlled the power. Every time, He would be the one to beat the small monsters until they were half crippled, and then let Wenlingxi make the final filler harvest. Successfully killed a rock monster, LV4. Experience plus 4. Your summon creature Wenlingxi has successfully killed the rock monster, level 4. You get bonus sharing, experience value plus 4. Congratulations, you successfully raised to LV2. A dazzling stream of light flashed. Like an enlightenment, it bathes over the whole body, and every cell in the body expresses a lively and enthusiastic emotion. Vibrant mana elements not only surrounded Wenlingxi, it also surrounded Su Chen, floating and overflowing. Together they boosted to level 2. Originally, after the great battle between the bloodthirsty fierce turtle and the rock gopher, the experience value of the two of them, then, skyrocketed by a large margin. After a few more waves of these small monster hunts in the party, they successfully completed their upgrades. Free attribute points, 10 points. How are you going to distribute it? Su Chen asked Wenlingxi for her opinion. Wenlingxi pursed her small lips and looked at the key of radiance in her hand. On this journey, the rate at which her mana was being consumed was simply too fast. There was never enough mana. So, without hesitation, she directly added all her attribute points to Spirit. Spirit, 1020. Doubling the Spirit attribute not only raised the mana strength and Spirit resistance, but the mana value was also instantly raised by 100 points, from the original 100 to 200 points. It's still not enough though. However, under the effect of the mana sacrifice skill, the tenfold increase, it allows her to have significantly more mana under her control. Su Chen had the same idea as her. His own summoning system also needs to rely on spiritual attributes to increase the support. With the second profession of Holy Spirit Mage, he is even more equivalent to a pure legal profession. In the early stages, none of the other attribute values bring a significant boost. It is still the spiritual attributes that are most important, and as Wenlingxi added more points, he found that his attribute values followed suit. Again, double the lift, double the pleasure. Your summon creature Wenlingxi uses its own attribute points to raise its spirit by 10 points. You get a bonus share. Spirit plus 10. Spirit, 102030. Swish, light flowed around his body, returning all of his life and mana to full strength, physical and mental comfort. Su Chen only felt his mind become clearer and his thinking sharper. Vision is also clearer before the eyes. The mana value was even a staggering 300 points straight away. In the long run, he would soon completely leave behind all the same level professionals due to the super high efficiency of the double boost, becoming the front runner of this great era of universal transfer. Speaking of which, it's all thanks to the summoner Wenlingxi. Su Chen once again looked at the little rich girl, and the more he looked at her, the more satisfied he became. Wait for this time to come out of the book. Be sure to get some more yummy snacks and treat the girl. 9. Upgrade to LV5. Kill through the outer perimeter of the copy. Upgrade. All of the two were full of blood and blue. Then he continued to charge in the direction of the deeper depths within the replica. It was not known whether Su Chen and Wenlingxi's luck was good or bad. Generally speaking, in the outer areas, there is not much density of monsters. Even in some places where magic monsters were sparse, you could only encounter a few monsters sporadically. However, this area where the two of them were, the density of demonic monsters was obviously high. Basically, every time you step out of a section, you'll encounter a number of small monsters swarming around you. Keeps winding up. If it were any other new graduate, they would have to experience such an intensive infestation of demons when they first arrived. I'm afraid that I would have already fled the copy in a sorry state. However, to the duo of Su Chen and Wenlingxi, all the small monsters could be resolved with a single shot of heavenly lightning. If that doesn't work, then 2 shots. How about the bloodthirsty murderous turtle known as the newbie killer? 1 shot of heavenly lightning, through and through. What about the rock monsters that have always crawled out in packs? A bolt of heavenly lightning washed directly over the ground. What was left everywhere was a large, charred, black, devastated area from the heavenly thunderbolts that had fallen. There are 2 mana potions in the backpack as a recharge, and the accelerated recovery effect provided by the blue return spell. The boost in experience value just doesn't stop at all. Any demonic monster below level 10 wouldn't give them half the trouble. In a flash, the afternoon rushed by. Su Chen and Wenlingxi, both of them, had successfully raised to LV5. With all the attribute points added to Spirit, the mana value was already far greater than before. It could take a week for an unusual professional to rise to level 5, but for Su Chen and Wenlingxi, 1 afternoon was enough. Su Chen's material harvest was also quite profitable, so much so that by the end of the day, Su Chen was already too lazy to care about the materials that could be collected from those small monsters whose levels were below LV10. Can't see it at all. Night. There is a big difference in temperature between day and night in the barren lands. The white dress that Wenlingxi was wearing was still as polished and bright and spotless as ever, but she also felt a chill. Her hands rubbed her white lotus root arms and she took small breaths. It's a white mist with every breath. Seeing her still looking all meta and jumpy, Su-chan proposed. Let's stop here for today. There's a tree cave in front of us. Let's make a fire and rest, and adjust our condition. We'll continue the raid copy tomorrow. When Lingxi never had any objections and nodded her head in agreement. Not much longer. Su-chan raised a bonfire. Take out the cooking utensils and ingredients that have been prepared long ago and start cooking. 3 grilled fish. There were also 2 large pieces of the most succulent and filling Q-turtle hindquarters, which were grilled together over the fire. The pot was also making a fragrant pine nut fish soup. The rich aroma of meat enveloped the surroundings, controlled by a spell array set up in advance. It would not drift too far away to avoid attracting more demons. When Lingxi sniffled, her little lips pursed up, nearly drooling. Seeing that the food was almost cooked, she sat upright, her little hands resting obediently on her knees, quietly waiting to be fed. Seeing this, Su-chan smiled and handed over the grilled fish and meat. Here you go. When Lingxi was nonchalant and ate decisively, it was called a windfall. Grilled fish, wildly, roasted turtle meat, continue to dazzle, fish soup with pine nuts, or dazzle. The food was quite enjoyable and I couldn't care less if my mouth was full of oil. The little faces were all red with happiness written all over them. Not a care in the world for his noble and cool image. When Su-chan saw her eating so favorably, he couldn't help but scratch his head and fall into self-doubt. He's not a bad cook though, but it's too much for this little rich girl from a powerful family to eat like this. Is it really that good? Su-chan took a bite of the grilled fish. Perhaps it was the fact that he had the little rich girl to set a good example, and he was in a much happier mood with it. Inexplicably, the food in my mouth was going to taste even better than usual. There was no talk all night. The duo each kept watch for half the night and rested properly by the tree-hole campfire. Early the next morning, the morning light was faint. Su-chan and Wen Lingxi simply ate some breakfast and set off again. Bang, bang, bang dash. Large swaths of rock monsters were forced back by the Holy Spirit elemental and blasted into slag by the raging heavenly thunder. The road that was blocked by the rock cluster in front of us was completely opened up. Carrying her staff, Wen Lingxi held her chest out and her head up with a great deal of vigor, and was preparing to continue charging forward. Suddenly, he was pulled by Su-chan. Su-chan fixed his eyes on it. Ahead, the 2 small mountains made of heavy rocks stacked on top of each other suddenly seemed to have life, and in the rumbling burst of sand and rocks, they actually came to life, pieced together into a rocky gargoyle 2 stories high, with his bloody mouth open. Every time he waved his arm, a terrifying gust of wind would be stirred up. Rock Tyrant, Elite, Level, LV10, Elite Monsters. Not only was Su-chan not alarmed, he was instead delighted. The bloodthirsty fierce turtle lords they had encountered before were not considered elite monsters. It can only be considered a leader amongst the smaller monsters, with no special bonuses. And this head, it's an elite monster out of the ordinary. Not only was the experience value gained from decapitation twice that of an unusual level 10 demonic monster, but there was also a higher burst rate. Can't say it's going to blow up into something good. When Lingxi's eyes also lit up, and she couldn't wait to wave the Key of Radiance in her hand. Boom! 2 shaded huge rocky arms, whistling a hurricane, smashed angrily. Su-chan swung the wooden catalyst with precision. Brilliant golden streams of light flourished, forming a mana shield that covered the duo's heads. Unmistakably precise, he blocked away this powerful attack. Dark clouds gathered and thunder raged. Boom, 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 boom dash. Several heavenly thunderbolts, resembling a blooming huge purple thunder lotus flower on the earth, bloomed with a raging, intense luster. It's now dash, Su-chan greeted. However, when Lingxi had already stepped out first by virtue of her superior agility, the staff in his hand fell with precision. The violent Holy Spirit elements formed a violent boom, like a rainfall waterfall slapping down. Boom, rumble. The entire rock tyrant landed with a bang and was precisely harvested by Wen Lingxi. Elite monsters? Seconds if you show your head. It was only a minute or so before and after, placed on the periphery of a first-class hardened elite monster. The rock tyrant, the altogether swung once with a giant fist, failing to deal half damage. It was then taken down by the perfect coordination between Su-chan and Wen Lingxi. Great job, Su-chan complimented. Wen Lingxi forcibly pursed her cherry lips, and her bright features became more and more radiant. The corners of his mouth couldn't help but curve upwards, expressing the pleasure of his mood at the moment. Su-chan had long ago realized that this girl just loved being praised. So, he often boasts, compliment at every opportunity. The main focus is an emotional value pull full circle. No, it's coaxing the little rich girl to find her way around. Successfully killed the rock tyrant, LV10 Elite. Experience value plus 20. Your summon Wen Lingxi has successfully killed the rock tyrant, level 10 Elite. You get bonus sharing. Experience value plus 20. 2 balls of light fluttered out from within the crumbling mountain debris one after another. flying towards Su Chen's hand. Skill book, grade E, *1. Another skill book popped up. 8 books have been sacrificed before. When Lingxi lightly took the skill book and completed the sacrifice, the length of their Holy Spirit blessing skills reached 9 points at the same time. Just the last bit to be able to complete the upgrade. Tough Arm Guard, Black Iron. Effect, increase your toughness and reduce the duration of control skills. Applicable professions, strength professions. Most suitable for warriors. A warrior's outfit? Su Chen looked at it carefully. Knowing that both of them couldn't use it, they simply included it in their backpacks and sold it together for money when the time came. The Black Iron grade equipment produced by this kind of copy is durable and long-lasting. The results are great too. A lot of people are willing to go for it. Casually sells for over $100,000. Blood money. This was the world of the professionals, and by casually hitting a good piece of equipment, it was possible to get the accumulation of several years of life profession players. Su Chen and Wen Lingxi exchanged glances. Both could feel that both sides were becoming more in tune with each other during this brush. The two traveled along. After walking through a large area of bare barrenness, leaving behind the corpses of demonic monsters all over the place, he saw a forest rendered with blood-red mists, appearing not far ahead. The light is so dim that the sky is not visible. A thick fog shrouded the area with a creepy, bloody aura. This is the Scarlet Forest. It is also the dividing line between the inner and outer perimeter of this copy of the desolate land. They had already killed their way through the entire outer edge and were about to enter the inner area. 10. Blood-colored forest, recommended raid level LV15. Looking at the blood-red mist floating and enveloping the sky above the dark forest. Looking at the viscous liquid vaguely flowing on the distant surface. The smell of reeking stench wafted from afar. Even when touched from a distance, one felt a state of exhaustion in oneself, as if there were chronic toxins that were slowly taking effect. Seeing this, Su Chen couldn't help but lament. I said why the refresh density of magic monsters is so high along the way. It turns out that the location where we then appeared was itself near the inner peripheral junction. If you wanted to enter the inner perimeter of the desolate land, you had to go through this blood-colored forest. Duplicate junction, Scarlet Forest. Recommended strategy level, LV15. Su Chen recalled the content of the strategy that he had read before entering this book, and took out the long-prepared poison removal injection from his backpack, and divided half of it and handed it to Wen Lingxi. This red mist in the air can have chronic toxins. It won't cause any damage for a short period of time, but over time, it will enter a poison state, and its life value will slowly fall. Use this injection as soon as you notice anything unusual. An expectorant injection that removes all of one's poison status in an instant, and isolates all poisoning effects for the next short period of time. Sure, can only be used at the first turn level. For toxins above level 30, it's time to switch to higher level injections. You're good, you're so well prepared. When Lingxi received the poison removal injection and placed it close to her body, Su Chen looked serious and earnest. From what he understood, within the forest, they were all at least LV10 demonic monsters, and once you get close to the inner circle, it is also possible to encounter high-level magic monsters that can only appear in the inner perimeter. With an average level of LV15 and above, danger abounds, but there was no point in continuing to abuse and fry fish in the outer perimeter, and still wanted to challenge the Scarlet Forest, or even the inner perimeter. Tread. When Lingxi cast a mana shield enchantment and walked side by side with Su Chen into the forest, the sound of fine leaves rustling coming from her ears. The sunlight dimmed momentarily. Outside sunlight could not penetrate this layer of red poisonous fog at all, making this environment very dark and deep. Not to say that you can't reach out, but the visibility is only within 20 meters. The atmosphere instantly became depressing. With his spiritual attribute, which was now over 100, Su Chen made an effort to look in all directions, alerting the surroundings and doing his best to scout the surrounding demons. Sure enough, there were no magic monsters below level 10 as far as the eye could see. Green-horned deer, level, LV12, red-eyed falcon, level, LV11, rustling. A bush suddenly shook, and the two of them, Wen Lingxi and Su Chen, were alerted at the same time. Whoosh! The sound of breaking wind came. Wen Lingxi narrowly tilted her head to avoid the mouthful of deep black venom that flew through the air. Zira! The venom splashed on the distant trees, and a corrosive sound of zip, 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 zip came from it. A spotted viper, as thick as an arm, drilled out from the forest and poked its head out of the tree, its snake letters gulping, and viciousness emanating from its pair of fierce, bloody eyes. At the same time, the viper suddenly felt frightened, between snapping his head up. In the reflection of the pupils of those snake eyes, they then saw a cloud of dark clouds that had gathered overhead at some point, and fiery and vicious thunder, instantly descending from the sky. Boom boom boom. When Lingxi held her staff in her hand and harvested with precision, successfully slayed the spotted snake, LV12. Experience value plus 12. Your summon creature when Linksy has successfully killed the spotted snake, level 12. You get bonus sharing. Experience value plus 12 inch. With this violent explosion of thunder, the entire Scarlet Forest was instantly plunged into a furious boiling. It was as if all the demonic monsters in this forest had heard the commotion over here. Large groups of demonic monsters kept gathering towards this side, between the grass, under the dirt, dense forest, above the canopy, even many of the thick trees themselves. Each of them probed and swarmed with a large number of magical monsters. It left the Su Chen duo dazzled and dazzled. It's worthy of being the dividing line between the inner and outer perimeter. There are quite a few strong level 10 monsters hiding in here. Now, it's time for the big one. Strong monsters above level 10 would be a nightmare for other newbie professionals, but for the Su Chen duo, it was also the equivalent of more thriving leeks to be slaughtered. Reaping is over. At once, the entire blood-colored forest, inside and outside, followed into a fierce turmoil. The sound of thunder surrounded and vibrated continuously. The vast, churning dark clouds were like a mist that hung over this blood-colored forest for a long time. The path followed Su Chen and Wen Lingxi's footsteps and expanded, continuously approaching the depths of the Scarlet Forest. Rumble, rumble, dawns of thunder exploded, as if sweeping the entire forest's ground inch by inch, greeting it with thunder and washing the ground. Bombardment, with extreme output. Teach these so-called strong monsters exactly how to be knowledgeable magic monsters. Hurry up and deliver. The two were shoulder to shoulder at times, matching each other. At times, they were back to back, guarding each other's rear. The cooperation was extremely tacit, and the experience value was soaring high in the process. Hoo! A fierce roar tore through the air, and countless trees collapsed in response to the sound of destruction. A black shadow violently drilled out from the depths of the dense forest, wrapped in raw and domineering power, and leapt out. Boom! A huge demonic monster descended with a bang, its deep black streamlined spine as if it was made of gold and iron. The word king on the top of its head was glittering and ferocious. What spewed out between his breaths was a rich bloody aura. There were still uneaten chunks of minced meat in the corners of his mouth. Wherever it passed, it was a mess. Ha! It's actually an ironback manticore. Su Chen fixed his eyes on it, then his pupils shrank. Ironback Tiger King. Level, LV12, Elite. Not only is it an ironback tiger, it's also an elite level Ironback Tiger King. Little rich girl, you've met your match this time. The Ironback Manticore, however, was recognized as the strongest monster below level 10 in the outskirts of the desolate land. The Ironback Tiger King that was even more of an elite monster among the elites. Don't look at it as only level 12, but it might be more powerful than other level 15, or even higher, magic monsters. Only a few of the best each year were able to hunt down an Ironback Tiger when they first entered the replica. As for the Ironback Tiger King, there were very few leveled professionals below level 10 that dared to hunt it. Anyone who encountered the Ironback Tiger King in the early stages could only pray to themselves that they would be cast in a good fate in the future. But now, looking at the Ironback Tiger King whose breath was vicious and venomous, Su Chen and Wen Lingxi did not have the slightest intention of retreating. Running away? No kidding. It's a moving treasure chest. The pop rate must be high. Go! Aha! The wooden catalyst in Su Chen's hand swung out violently. Mana sacrifice. Instantly inspired. 10 times the mana value instantly erupted with power like a tidal wave. To know, Su Chen's spiritual attribute at that moment, under the double attribute point boost, had already broken through 100 points. A mana value that doubled tenfold was already a terrifying figure that an initial first-turn law profession could not even begin to reach. Wen Lingxi, on the other side, was also in full formation. Two dark clouds, gathered at the top at the same time. Raging and surging thunderbolts splashed down as if they didn't want money. At the very beginning, one could still hear the ferocious and mighty shouts of the Ironback Tiger King, as if he could make all the demonic monsters within the Scarlet Forest all bow down for him. But watching that thick as if it were a torrential rain dropping radiant thunderbolts, pouring down with absolute firepower in an almost frantic manner, rushing and exploding, the Ironback Tiger King no longer dared to scream. The Tiger King? Sick cat is more like it. It wanted to escape, but unfortunately, under the indiscriminate bombardment of the deathless heavenly thunder, the Ironback Tiger King was nothing more than a lamb to be slaughtered. Boom! Zip! 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 The mighty golden iron body fell to the ground with a loud bang. The strongest elite monster in the periphery, the Ironback Tiger King, completely collapsed to the ground, a streak of electric light flickering on top of its rotting fur. The bright red subtitles popped up instantly. Successfully killed the Ironback Tiger King, LV12 Elite. Experience value plus 24. Your summoner Wen Lingxi has successfully killed the Ironback Tiger King, level 12 Elite. You get bonus sharing. Experience value plus 24 inch. You've successfully upgraded to LV7. A series of 7-colored dazzling light clusters flickered out from above that Ironback Tiger King's rotten and charred body, drifting down to Su Chen and Wenlingxi's surroundings. A full 5 clusters of light. Su Chen couldn't help but sigh. Worthy of being the strongest monster in the periphery, the burst rate is really high. It's a pity we're not the first kill. Otherwise the reward would definitely be even more generous. The barren lands are among the high-level copies that have not been cleared. Many of the first kills of elite monsters would be announced by Heaven's Way for the entire subcategory of professions to know about, and would be able to receive even more lucrative rewards. And as strong as this monster is, it still manages to get a good number of pros who can kill it every year. It was said that in the inner area, there were many more perverted, more powerful demonic monsters that had yet to be taken the first kill. Su Chen took a deep breath, together with Wenlingxi, checking out the loot. Skill book, grade E, *3. It's the lowest level skill book again. It's not very effective. Sacrifice you, and this time the skill will finally be upgraded. The Scepter of Light, bronze. Effect, spirit plus 20 points. The effect will be increased by a certain amount when the sun is shining. Applicable professions, all legal professions. This staff has a good effect. A very direct boost to spirit values. It's nowhere near as good as your top-of-the-line staff, but I'm currently using it just fine for short-term use. And at the very least I don't have to replace broken catalysts all the time. Calling the wind chimes. Effect, to stir up the winds and create a dazzling storm of magical sounds, attracting monsters within a 2-kilometer radius, and moderately increasing their explosion rate. Durability, 100 out of 100. Su Chen raised an eyebrow when he saw this. This is actually a monster pulling prop, and there's actually an additional burst rate effect. That's so useful. According to Su Chen's knowledge, any special props that could increase the burst rate would have a price. Once it circulates in the market, it will be snapped up in an instant. Where there is increase the burst rate, this effect can directly make the props of the treasured effect and quality up 1 or 2 levels. After all, who wouldn't want to pop more rewards? Even if it just boosts the burst rate a little bit, that effect is extremely outstanding. And this copy of the Desolate Land was just too big. Even though the density of the demons and monsters that Su Chen and Wenlingxi had encountered along the way was quite impressive, but it also takes about 10 minutes to encounter a wave. Finding the monsters took a lot of time. In other areas with low density, it's not unusual to encounter a monster an hour. This prop, it's a hot potato to others and very bad luck. But for Su Chen, it was simply a sleepy pillow. It's this kind of monster-attracting prop that's needed most. Su Chen's spirit lifted as he looked towards Wenlingxi. Let's take a break and restore our mana to its peak condition. Wait until we enter the inner circle and use this. It might get us to level 10 in one fell swoop, blasting down the level 12 elite monsters with ease. Su Chen now had a bottom in his heart. With his and Wenlingxi's strength, enough to walk across this copy, you can try a stream. Relying on the heavenly thunder wash, a large area was bombarded with high-level strong monsters, wildly brushing experience value now. It's cool to think about it. 11. Wind chime activated. Small beast tied. Su Chen skillfully handed over the 3 skill books, all of them, to Wenlingxi, casually flirting. You're welcome. What's mine is yours and what's yours is still yours. Wenlingxi was embarrassed and hesitated to pick it up. Along the way, almost all of the rewards from killing monsters, Su Chen all selflessly handed over to her. Even the experience value of killing monsters was something that Su Chen had given up head to her. Otherwise, with her ungodly speed of blue consumption, she couldn't even use a few skills. There's simply no way to swipe copies so efficiently. Thinking of this, Wenlingxi's heart was overwhelmed, prepared to say something. However, he heard Su Chen add another sentence. But you people are mine. Wenlingxi, well, such ambiguous words caused her pretty face to blush. The entire little head was lowered, somewhat afraid to look at Su Chen. The crystalline earlobes, the pink side cheeks and the jade neck were flushed with a faint light red color. Su Chen was surprised. Once again, self-doubt sets in. Is such an old earthy love story so deadly? Hasn't she seen much of the world? Thinking of this, Su Chen asked, don't you usually swipe your cell phone? Wenlingxi still kept her head down, avoiding Su Chen's hot gaze. The little head shook like a rattle. Mother was strict and wouldn't let it. Su Chen became more and more surprised. People generally call out to the elders of their family, especially their parents. I think it's all spoken titles like mom, dad, and dad, right? It's rare to use the formal term mother. It sounds distant, distanced, not close at all. But Su Chen didn't think much of it. With Wenlingxi's big family from a luxurious family, it's normal to have a bit of strange rules. It's only right to be strictly domesticated. It would be abnormal if they were all like ordinary people. Alright, keep sacrificing. The upgrade progress of Holy Spirit Blessing is just short of the last 1 point. It will be upgraded soon. I suggest that you still sacrifice all 3 skill books to the Holy Spirit Blessing, so that the power of all the skills are doubled and strengthened. with the greatest and most direct benefits. The Holy Spirit blessing now provides a 2x skill increase. When the upgrade is done, it should mention 3x, and the hard power equals an instant 1x boost. Though the drain on mana at that point would be 3 times as much to start with, but this side effect had no effect on Su Chen. This wave is pure boost. In contrast, the last whisper is a probabilistic trigger. Even if you raise it from 10% blast to 20%, in front of a super strong A-rank skill like Divine Thunder Heavenly Leader, it's basically a 1 move second, and the extra blast rate isn't necessary at all. It's not necessary at this stage at the very least. As for Holy Spirit Discipline, it likewise triggers True Wound probabilistically, and is nowhere near the boost that Holy Spirit Blessing brings. Su Chen carefully analyzed the pros and cons. Wen Lingxi has never had any objections. She did whatever Su Chen told her to do, and was very well behaved. She was very conscious of being a summoned object and didn't doubt for a second that Su Chen would hurt her. Swish! A curtain of light spills over. The knowledge of the skill book offering turned into a materialized stream of radiant light that surged into Wen Lingxi's body. Sacrifice successful. The passive skill Holy Spirit Blessing has been upgraded to LV2. Blessing of the Holy Spirit LV2, 2 out of 100. You get a 3x bonus to all your skills. Your summon creature Wen Lingxi has completed its skill book sacrifice. Your passive skill Holy Spirit Blessing has been upgraded to LV2. Looking at the same subtitles floating in front of him, Su Chen was very satisfied. This wave of strength had increased again, and he had more confidence in his heart. Keep going back to blue. When the status is full, let's make a big wave. The blood-red mist slowly lifted, and the glowing, shadowy forest was flung behind it. The sun poured down and bathed his body in warmth. Tread. Su Chen took a step forward. Step out of this junction of the inner and outer perimeter and officially step into the inner perimeter. Inside the replica, Spring Valley. Recommended strategy level, LV20. The streaming light staff in his hand was overflowing with 7-colored light under the illumination of daylight, dazzling to the eye. The inner perimeter is not as desolate and decadent and sandy as the outer perimeter, nor is it as humid and miasmatic as the blood-red forest. The fresh air, the blooming flowers everywhere, and the cool valleys with their winding paths complement each other. Birds and flowers everywhere, washing away the last vestiges of the outside world's heat. Wen Lingxi was in a good mood. Crouching down in front of a small white flower in full bloom, she sniffed the flower and her small mouth curved into a gentle curve. This is the inner circle? It's not quite what I expected. As a high-level copy that has not been fully rated, there are only guide postings on the internet for the outer perimeter and the blood-red forest. So far I haven't seen any detailed guides for the inner perimeter, only a few notes. He had expected this place to be very scary. The mountains are filled with powerful demons and monsters, and every step you take puts your life in danger. Now it seems, most people, only to be blocked out by the blood-red forest with its terrible environment. The professionals who enter the inner circle are few and far between. Su Chen stretched his back and watched carefully with his hand on the cooler. From a distance, in addition to the mountain's blooming flowers and grasses, as well as the gurgling waterfalls, did not see signs of powerful demons. Just in time, the newly acquired, wind-calling bell, can be useful. Su Chen chose a favorable position and stood high up, side by side with Wen Lingxi. Then take out the golden bell from the backpack, rocking up against the breeze that blew faintly. Jingle bells, jingle bells. The streaming wind rose suddenly, wrapped in the crisp sound of bells, spreading and spreading in the midst of the open, springy valley. The bell that was pleasant to hear in Su Chen's ears fell into the ears of the demonic monster, but it was as if it was a demonic sound, and for a moment, the seemingly calm valley was instantly in chaos. Poof! Put! A column of water exploded violently from the deep pool below the waterfall. Splash of water, cascading waves 3 or 4 stories high, slapped into scattered spring rain, bombarded with spills and splashes. A large red fish with a carp's head and body and a long, thin tail of an auger dragon leapt out. Bichuan King of Fish. Level, LV18, Elite. Recommended strategy level, LV20. Rumble, rumble. Deep in the valley, there was a wail of the earth. 3 burly, lanky, massive demonic monsters scrambled out of the valley in a wild rush. It seems to be afraid of falling behind. Ho 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 ho. The roar of anger shook the sky and the roar was appalling. 4-armed monkey. Level, LV17, Elite. Recommended strategy level, LV20. Unicorn bear. Level, LV18, Elite. Recommended strategy level, LV20. Ironback tiger king. Level, LV17, Elite. Recommended strategy level, LV20. The entire valley was completely abuzz. Those flying in the sky, those walking on the ground, those swimming in the water, and those demons and monsters living quietly within a radius of 2 kilometers all jumped out and quickly gathered in this direction. Durability 1-1-1. Su Chen looked at the value of durability decreasing in front of him. A full 20 points had been consumed. Estimating that it was almost time, He put away the wind-calling bells at the right time. Looked down again. He saw that the previously empty and quiet valley had now been filled with a large number of high-level demonic monsters. There were more than 20 demonic monsters. The average level was at level 18. And there were even 2 magic monsters that had reached level 20. There was a lava giant that still had 3 eyes and an arm span of 30 meters, with the label mini-boss on its head. Su Chen's mouth was watering as he watched. That elite tiger king that was even higher ranked than the one that had just been hunted before. In this small beast tide, it could only be ranked in the middle of the pack, not the strongest monster at all. Nice guy. Springy Valley in the inner circle. The strongest monsters in the periphery, such as the iron-backed tiger, have become extraordinarily common. A large portion of those summoned by the wind summoning bell were actually high-level elite monsters. We're rich. 12. True injury plus strike. The elite monster's eyes cleared. Bichuan Fish King? Four-armed demon ape? Lava giant? What kind of monsters are these? How come I've never heard of it before? Su Chen's gaze swept over the elite monsters present. Found that in addition to the panel prompts that give abbreviated information about name and rank, many elite monsters he had never heard of. No idea at all what skill traits there are and how strong they are. That Ironback Tiger King was all still something he had seen from a discussion post on the internet. By the way, I've heard that there are certainly very few raiders in the inner circle, but there's still a lot of reliable information about the inner circle circulating among a lot of rich and powerful people, isn't there? He subconsciously looked at Wen Lingxi beside him. Most of the civilian professionals, pressed, could not walk out of the periphery. That level in the Scarlet Forest is a permanent rift. Can't get through this life. Wen Lingxi slightly raised her head. A pair of good-looking peach blossom eyes reflecting a head of ferocious and mighty elite monsters. A serious look gradually spreading across her pinkish-white flawless face. Face taut. He nodded solemnly. As the rich and powerful, in Su Chen's words, she had heard of all these monsters. An elite monster that was strong to the core. All of them were fierce gods who had dissuaded many talented professionals and had eaten a lot of heaven's pride under their mouths. It's strong. They're all strong. A head of demonic monsters, spewing out blazing nostrils, with eyes that carried a strong, hideous ferocity. If a professional falls into their hands, I'm afraid that it is impossible to have any way to live. The end is extremely tragic. Even do not want to leave a whole body. If it was any other team of A-rank genius professionals who entered here and were gawked at by so many elite monsters, not to mention guarding the Heaven's Path blessing, they would have to take even their lives here. The likelihood of a reunion is as high as 99%. A strong sense of oppression that covered the sky. The cloudless clear sky was instantly ignited into a dull charred yellow by the monstrous ferocious flames. The atmosphere dropped to freezing point. The ultimate in intimidation. Scary as hell. Su Chen couldn't help but be solemn and serious even as he listened to Wen Lingxi's words. Tap on your personal panel to check the current attributes. Name, Su Chen. Age, 18. Rank, LV7, 14 out of 700. Life value, 100. Mana, 1300. Power, 5. Agility, 4. Defense, 2. Spirit, 130. 6 level ups. Double free attribute points for each, for a total of 120 points. All pike over the spiritual attributes. The quest is for the ultimate in violent output. At that moment, the spirit was as high as 130 points, and in terms of value alone, it had already reached the level of level 25 or even the pre-first turn level of many law professions. After all, unless it was a profession that pursued absolute high burst, who would put all of their attribute points on a certain value? The higher the spirit, the higher the mana damage of Heavenly Thunder. 130 spirit points, plus 20 spirit points from the Staff of Flowing Light, a small increase from Daylight, and stacked with 3x damage from Holy Spirit Blessing. With my current strength, I should be able to touch base with these level 15 plus elite monsters. Is it enough to deal with this small wave of beasts? Su Chen also didn't know just how strong he would be if he went all out. In between thoughts, rumble, rumble. The earth suddenly began to crumble and the plants and flowers crumbled. The earth and rocks splashed as if a small earthquake had been set off. Hundreds of elongated black feet, with as many as 100 or more jointed limbs, drilled out from the depths of the ground, and ferocious blood-red fangs, accompanied by the stench emanating from the bloody mouth, were displayed. It was a huge black centipede with a body length of nearly 30 meters, 100-foot bloodworm, level, LV20, elite, recommended strategy level, LV20. The huge, 100-legged bloodworm's body rose up from the ground, setting off a terrifying wave of blood-red winds and waves. Gusts of sharp tearing sounds kept coming from under its black feet that were moving all over its body. Rumble, rumble. Every time he moved his body, he set off a wave of terrifying sound, and the surrounding flowers, plants, mountains and rocks were all like papier-mâché, completely shattering into crumbs. The many elite monsters retreated. Aside from the hill-like lava giant, All of the elite monsters in the field were not as strong as this terrifyingly vocal 100-foot bloodworm. With a flip of its body, it charged towards the small hill where Su Chen and his duo were, the small mountain that was originally still quite high up. At this time, in front of such a behemoth of an elite monster, it appeared to be exceptionally small. Seeing this, Wen Lingxi spoke quickly and said from the side of the science, "Look out! 100-footed bloodworms are ferocious by nature, berserk and regicide. It's much stronger than the iron-backed tiger. That elite tiger king we fought earlier can only be considered its sustenance. This is the strongest elite monster in the inner circle." Su Chen's eyes were grave, not to be underestimated. Snap! Lightly snapping his fingers, the flowing light staff flickered with unusual colors and leapt out in a 7-colored radiance. Wrapped up in the overlapping Holy Spirit elements, it rushed up into midair. Heaven and earth changed color, and angry thunder rolled. Berserk dark clouds quickly spread over the sky of the Chuani Valley, and a thick purple thunderbolt, with the hefty heavenly might that penetrated through heaven and earth, descended with a loud bang. No mercy, it is like the descent of the god of thunder, with a horrible sanction on the world's mortals. In the violent and ferocious rain of thunder, there were 3 thunderbolts that were 2 full circles thicker, which were particularly dazzling and could be seen to be different at a glance. Your skill Divine Thunder triggers the passive Last Whisper. This damage will be added to Blast. Also reduce the target's physical resistance by 50%. The dark purple thunder swelled thick and far beyond the others. The ferocious power is extremely strong. Your skill Divine Thunder triggers the passive Holy Spirit Discipline. This damage will deal real damage. It is not immune to any immunity skills except for the Holy Word spell. Thunder condenses fiercely, fades to vermilion, and the lot hangs in brilliant gold. It was as if a brand new sun had appeared over the replica, unbelievably bright. Boom! The thunder that covered the sky, wildly bombarded down. The 100-legged bloodworms that had been frantically clamoring and roaring a second before were completely drowned the instant they came into contact with the lightning. Boom 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 boom. When the thunder in the sky was wildly released, the dark clouds subsided. The 100-foot bloodworm is actually gone. Not even a single corpse was left behind. The whole thing was blasted into dregs and dissipated in the valley here. Ground. A deep pit with a radius of 15 meters was filled with gusts of charred smoke. You have successfully slain the 100-footed bloodworm, LV20 Elite. Experience value plus 40. Looking at the deep pit on the ground, Su Chen looked at Wen Lingxi beside him and fell into a brief stupor. The vacant expression seemed to say, "You call this the strongest elite monster in the inner circle? The number 1 monster below the boss title? It's too heavy-handed. What happened to the promise of being stronger than the Tiger King? This isn't much better. It's dead in one go. It's not even at full strength. Lost the opportunity to double the experience value." Wen Lingxi, Su Chen recalled with hindsight. I had just inspired 2 passive skills in a row. Although the chances of triggering both blast rate and true damage were only 10%, which was usually only stumbled upon once in a very long time, but as long as it's inspired. Blitz. Reduced double resistance. It really hurts. With this set of silky small moves down, Su Chen estimated that even the copy master of the desolate land might not be able to resist this indiscriminate bombardment. If you want to blame it, you can only blame it on the 100-foot bloodworm's bad luck. Inside the valley, it is precisely at this point that there is silence. After a short silence, the fierce eyes of the elite monsters, including the level 20 mini-boss, Lava Giant, instantly became clear. Who the hell is a magic monster? How come they've all become elementary school students compared to Su Chen? Run for it, hurry up and run. With a few dodges, they exerted their life's strength and fled the scene in flames. Elite monsters are, obviously, more intelligent than the little monsters that just know how to get killed. Su Chen naturally couldn't let it go. Greeting the little rich girl, she gripped her flowing staff, breaking through the air to kill, still doing the same as before, controlling the damage and letting Wen Lingxi finish the final kill. Double experience value, activated. What greeted the elite monsters of Spring Valley would be an indiscriminate crushing level slaughter. 13, rise to LV10, harvest time, rumble, rumble. On the outside of the springy valley, thunder flashed and angry thunder rolled, enduring, as if playing a grand poem symbolizing the aesthetics of violence. A cluster of rewarding light clusters, a wide array of them, hovered and shone, surrounding Su Chen and Wen Lingxi's bodies. It shone exceptionally brightly, converging into a dazzling rainbow woven from rewards. Your summoner Wen Lingxi has successfully killed the Bichuan Fish King, LV18 Elite. You get bonus sharing, experience value plus 36 inch. Your summoned creature Wen Lingxi has successfully killed the four-armed demon monkey, LV17 Elite. You get bonus sharing, experience value plus 34 inch. Congratulations, you've successfully raised to LV8. Congratulations, you've successfully raised to LV9. Congratulations, you've successfully raised to LV10. After rounds and rounds of heavenly thunder cleansing, after massacres, the duo, Su Chen and Wen Lingxi, smoothly soared in experience value by virtue of taking off, sequentially upgraded to level 10. Su Chen's experience value was slightly higher than Wen Lingxi's, but the gap between the two wasn't that big, and the whole was progressing and improving together. Harvest time. Not only were the level and attribute points increased, but the important thing was that these rewards were popped out at a super high burst rate. This is all money. Looking at the rewarding light clusters floating and circling around, Su Chen felt as if he was seeing large sums of money that were beckoning towards him not far away. The equipment on the body, too, will see a renewal. When Lingxi helped Su Chen clean up the battlefield and took the initiative to hand over all the rewards that had been collected to Su Chen, leaving them to be distributed. More than 2 days of shared hunting. She had long since placed her complete trust in Su Chen, without reservation. The tacit cooperation between the two was also equal. This small group of raider replicas has become indispensable and inseparable. Ooh, wealthy. Su Chen wiped the saliva from the corners of his mouth and excitedly counted the entire harvest. Just the skill books alone have actually exploded a whole 27 books. 27 books. In just this short period of an hour or so, the haul is actually more than twice as much as what we had combined before. There are 2 more of them, and they're D-rated. Skill book, grade D. After using this, you learn the D-rank spell Frost Rain, may be sacrificed to enhance the upgrading progress of passive skills by +10. Add 10 points to your upgrade progress. 1 D grade tops 10 E grades. Cool. He didn't look at it much and decisively dumped all the skill books on Wen Lingxi. Then it was back to inventorying the gear. It didn't matter if you didn't take inventory. An inventory simply made Su Chen's eyebrows fly. 6 pieces of black iron equipment, 2 pieces of bronze equipment. The quality levels of equipment, from low to high, were categorized into black iron, bronze, silver, gold, and a higher quality that Su Chen didn't really understand. Black iron equipment, which only increases a trace amount of a single attribute. Market price starts at 10W. Some of the ones with good additions can go for 2 or 30W. Bronze adds a small amount of a single attribute, along with the bonus of adding a passive of marginal effectiveness. The market price starts at 50W and can go up to 150W. Silver equipment that adds 2 attributes, each of which can add quite a bit, and it also carries a useful and stronger passive. Gold, with more attribute bonuses, has at least 2 passive or 1 active. The market price of the latter 2, Su Chen hadn't paid attention to. Previously, those high-quality equipment were out of reach for him, and it was a waste of time to think about them. But after this bumper crop of hate pulling, he felt that people should still have dreams. What's there to think about? It wouldn't be long before he was sure to be able to hit powerful equipment of silver and above quality. When the time comes, make sure your parents have a good life. That tough arm guard from before, which adds toughness in addition to the 4-dimensional attributes, is a very good piece of equipment, and is expected to sell for 25W or more. As for the black iron equipment harvested this time, well, the chest armor of the defense system, the forehead protector and knee pads of the warrior system, and the belt of the agility system, the attributes provided by these are all quite average, but if you find a good outlet, one should be able to sell for 15W or more. There's also a pair of mage-type boots here, light feet, which adds 5 points of agility, and if it's a full set of light vestments, there's a special bonus on top of agility. Su Chen couldn't help but raise his head and look at Wen Lingxi. Wen Lingxi's feet were stepping on a pair of flat canvas shoes that looked plain. The girl even cautiously scrunched her feet when his gaze went to her. Su Chen knew it very well in his heart. It's this kind of equipment, which looks like ordinary clothing and shoes, that is often the most expensive. Otherwise, how is it possible to go through such a long fight and still have a spotless body? I'm afraid that this suit, whether it's the quality or the attribute boost it brings, is frighteningly high. Judged by the key of radiance, tier held by the little rich girl, all of her, I guess, is powerful equipment that normal people can't imagine. Mostly can't see the boots with agility added. Do you want it? Out of politeness, Su Chen still inquired. Wen Lingxi's nice peach blossom eyes shone brightly, as if she hadn't expected Su Chen to discuss even such a small matter with her. The mood is better. Pleasure was revealed between his eyebrows. However, she shook her head repeatedly, signaling Su Chen to take it to spite herself. Okay, I'll wear it then. These 2 pieces of bronze equipment, well, unfortunately, neither of them are mage type. A swordsman's gauntlet, and a knight's back armor. When I get back and sell the money, I'll split it with you 50-50. Su Chen didn't think about coveting the money down. He has his principles. Even if Wen Lingxi was a small rich woman, a harvest of millions of dollars wouldn't be in her eyes yet. However, since we are working together, the harvest should be distributed appropriately. Win-win cooperation, not a dictatorship. Otherwise, he couldn't get past himself in his heart. Wen Lingxi originally wanted to say something, but seeing Su Chen's determined appearance, she pursed her little lips and didn't say anything. Split the bill. She can save it. You can spend it again when you have the chance to use it for Suchen. He. She's a resourceful one. After thoroughly counting his harvest, Suchen was happy and joyful. What a great use for the wind summoning chime. Gathering a large number of demonic monsters together will indeed result in a higher burst rate. It's like a newbie artifact. To know, as you level up, the amount of experience value you can gain from killing the same level or lower level demonic monsters will become less and less, and the burst rate of rewards will gradually decrease. And the Wind Waker chime directly makes up for that. Unfortunately, there are still 80 points of durability left, so you can only use it 3 or 4 times if you save it. This kind of non-permanent props produced by replicas, craftsmen have no way to repair them, and they need to find some more precious and special materials before they can be repaired. Otherwise, 0 durability is a real loss. Little rich girl, go ahead and sacrifice skill books. The next level of Holy Spirit Blessing requires 100 points of completion, and it will be difficult to rise to it in the short term. That's why this time I suggest you directly use 2 D-rank skill books to raise Last Whisper and Holy Spirit Discipline to level 2 together. The rest of the skill books are then sacrificed to the Holy Spirit Blessing. When Lingxi nodded her head obediently. Aha! Immediately, he cupped a thick pile of skill books with both hands and began to offer them. Your summon creature when Lingxi has completed its skill book sacrifice. Your passive skill Last Whisper has been upgraded to LV2. The Last Whisper LV2, 0 out of 100. All of your skills permanently gain a 20% bludgeon rate, and your spell damage will be more likely to bludgeon. All of these damaging skills will reduce the target's physical and legal double resistance by 50% while bludgeoning. Your summon creature when Lingxi has completed its skill book sacrifice. Your passive skill Holy Spirit Discipline has been upgraded to LV2. Holy Spirit Discipline LV2, 0 out of 100. All of your skills will have a 15% chance to deal true damage and may not be immunized by any immunity skills except for the Holy Word Forbidden spells. Blessing of the Holy Spirit LV2, 9 out of 100. Your summon creature when Lingxi uses free attribute points to raise its spirit by 10 points. You get a bonus share. Spirit plus 10. Spirit, 130140150. What a boost this one is. Armed to the teeth. And after leveling up to 10, there's also an additional skill slot, so you can learn a good skill book when you subsequently encounter it. After digesting the entire harvest, Suchen sighed heartily. The strength of the 2 men ushered in a big leap. The springy valley on the inner perimeter. That's a hard no-go area for others to get a foothold in. But for them, it is a treasure that needs to be opened. There are countless opportunities. 14. Headmaster Chang, most optimistic about the double A-ranked squad. Suchen very carefully put the Wu Wind evoking chime into his backpack. The prop effect is awesome, but it's not durable enough and you have to save it to use it. Good steel should be used on a knife edge. Moreover, it is not necessary to use it to pull monsters. You can wait until you encounter stronger demonic monsters and then summon them through the wind summoning bell to increase the burst rate in person. Sure, if it is used deep within the inner springy valley, in a more central area, the demons that will be pulled in then will definitely be more powerful ones. Even, there was a possibility of pulling in a large swath of big and small bosses and hidden bosses, so that would be lively. Wouldn't the gains be huge? You can easily make what other teams make a dozen times down the line in one sitting. Just thinking about it is invigorating. Just then, Suchen was surprised to see when Lingxi sneakily stuffing some materials cut off from demons into her backpack. In the first 2 days, when Lingxi had never laid eyes on the materials on these demonic monsters, every time, he was the one who reaped the harvest, and when Lingxi watched from the sidelines, either that or how to say she's a little rich, wealthy. This time, how come it's when Lingxi's turn to take the initiative? Could it be that the materials of these elite monsters were actually able to enter the eyes of this genius plus magnificently rich girl? What kind of materials do you need? If we meet again, we can let you harvest first. When Lingxi's small face was flushed and she slightly lowered her head and whispered, I don't want it. I see that you like these materials. That's why I collect them. Suchen couldn't help but feel a warmth in his heart. Looking at the young girl's very serious and delicate face, she suddenly fell silent. This girl, it's really a bean. How can you treat people with such sincerity? Go. These elite monsters, we can't look at them. If you want to harvest, go harvest the materials of the boss monster. That's what's worth money. Just as Suchen's duo's brush copy squad was riding high, outside, entrance to the barren lands replica, the presidents of the 6 major colleges and universities in the city of Lincoln, along with many of the school's senior faculty members, are gathered here. Further away, there were many more parents standing densely. It was very crowded. Everywhere, they were enthusiastically discussing the raid situation of the replica, waiting to witness the birth of one of the proud sons of heaven. Today was already the 3rd day after the awakening ceremony and the opening of the replica. The fresh graduates from all the major universities have all entered the replica, and are brushing and practicing in this barren land. along with several other small and medium-sized replicas. Everyone in Linchang knew that the Desolate Land was a high-difficulty copy. Without a certain amount of talented professionals and a well-coordinated team, then the first choice of most newcomers would still be to go to other copies. Better to be the head of the chicken than the tail of the phoenix. But nevertheless, there are still many players who are pretentious or want to rely on the newcomer's heavenly blessing to challenge the high level of difficulty, scrambling to enter the barren land, not to be outdone. Then, crippled, the principal of the first high school, Chang Lanchuan, was the last to arrive. As soon as they arrived, they were surrounded by 6 other principals and blocked from leaving. Gu, who's this? Isn't this our star principal of Linchang? Old Chang, do you think you're still letting people live? Last year, it was fine to have 3 A-rank students at once, but this year is even more outrageous. AA plus an S grade. Don't ask. It must be another solo. Who's going to beat you at this? Our 12th middle school has engaged in 3 years of special training in a row, spending a lot of money to bring in special teachers from other provinces, and also taking great pains to cultivate them. In the end, the limelight was all stolen by your first middle school. Principal Chang, this time you have to tell us more and share your experience. How in the world did you pick these good seedlings? You have a unique vision every time. Yeah, how bad are we compared to you first grade? The smell floating in the air. It was sour. Chang Lanxiang smiled without anger, and seeing all the old acquaintances, he humbly said, the principals are overstating the case. Everyone's students are outstanding. We were just a fluke. A fluke. Everyone work hard and be a rising star of tomorrow in the coming year. Each of the principals that won rolled their eyes to the sky. Gotta. It's the same set every year. And the rising star of tomorrow? For how many years? The limelight has been deadened by their first high school. Since Chang Lanchuan won the post of principal, the students in the first school are one class above the rest. I really don't know how people are so good at teaching their students. Acquaintances meet, after some pleasantries, getting to the point quickly. Lin Yen, the principal of the 7th high school, is an elegant middle-aged man wearing thick eyeglass lenses. He pushed up his glasses and inquired, Lanson, who's your best bet for an opening score this time? I wonder if this year, there will be any new graduates who will completely clear this high-difficulty copy of The Desolate Land. Chang Lanchuan didn't hesitate, and seemed to have pondered this question for a long time. Dryly replied, Shui Yao and Shu Wei led a 20-man regiment. She has always had an excellent eye. Every year when someone asks for her judgment, the end result is 8 or 9 times better. Shouldn't be wrong this year either. Therefore, several of the principals were a bit surprised at what they heard. Surprisingly, it's not Wen Lingxi? She's a one-of-a-kind S-class professional. In our Lin city, who doesn't know that this little Wen student is your principal Chang's favorite disciple? 5th form principal Su Hano asked curiously. Thinking about this, Chang Lanxiang had no choice but to explain. The Shui Wei squad is strong and lean. 2A ranks, also paired with quite a few professionally appropriate B-ranked professionals. With a little polishing of each other's coordination, they can utilize the effect of 1 plus 1 being far greater than 2. Lingxi, her talent is indeed one of the best, but her personality is just too withdrawn. In life, in school, no friends, and a soft personality. I'd have to be begging for scripture if I could get 30% of the power she could muster in a solo fight. The progress is not a star short of the former. As soon as Wen Lingxi, a student, was mentioned, Chang Lanchuan's heart sighed. She really didn't understand. Lingxi is such a good kid with such outstanding talent. A little nurturing can go a long way. But why couldn't that Mother Sama and her family form a powerful battle team to help Lingxi fight copies and practice leveling together? Given Lingxi's family background, it was easy to do. But this is a family matter. Chang Lanchuang as a teacher is also an outsider. It is not good to intervene and interfere. One can only sigh helplessly. And this time, Lingxi leaving alone was just too sudden. Without even saying hello to her, he went straight into Ben's. Seriously underprepared. She had wanted to find her some good teammates to play along with. I didn't realize this girl had such a positive idea. Lin Yan in the 7th grade mused. 2 A ranks teaming up together and bringing such a massive B rank team into this together. Even if it's a high difficulty copy like Desolate Land, 3 days is enough to kill deep into the inner perimeter. The other D-rank professionals, they probably haven't even explored a tenth of the periphery. The difference between A-rank professions and other professions is just too great. The other principals couldn't help but chime in, all seeing the situation at hand clearly. Su Hano also said, it seems that this time, the Desolate Land copy is expected to actually pass. The initial pass reward, which is very generous, it's a lot more lucrative than the first kill reward. And this time, the combination of double A-ranked professionals leading the team was more than likely about to succeed in obtaining the laurels. High in the air at the entrance to the replica, the light curtain of the heavenly Tao, so far, remains blank. This light screen that was publicized to the entire Pro City would only appear as a Heaven's Way announcement when top-tier elite monsters, big and small bosses, and hidden bosses, as well as when killing through the copy masters past the level successfully. The copy just opened. Because it is part of the opening, announcements appear from time to time. However, as the progress of opening the land continued to rise, the monsters that could be killed had basically all been killed, and the ones that remained were top-tier elites and boss monsters that could be called perverted levels. There are still some first kills that have not been taken to this day. The real core of the Spring Valley was a place that no one had ever entered. Many fell on the eve of victory. The three-eyed green lion, the guardian boss that guards the core of the valley, the dark cave, was killed, not even qualified for the whole. 15. Heavenly Dao Announcement. Guardian Boss Three-Eyed Green Lion First Kill. When Chang Lanchuan's gaze cast to the big screen, the other 6 principals, along with many senior teachers, also swept their gazes in unison, casting them toward the blank screen, each with some emotion. 10 years. A full 10 years have passed since the last Heaven's Way announcement, which appeared on this grand curtain. 10 years on, there are also 7 top-tier elite and boss monsters within the replica that go unkilled. Each and every one of them has already decimated hundreds of graduate newcomers. A lot of newcomers just see one side and storm off on the spot. There may not even be a single word of profile information left. The losses are bound to be extremely heavy. Because of this, these 7 monsters are called 7 evils by the people of Linchang. Suhano gazed at the light screen and muttered to himself, I don't know if there can be any students who can kill the 7 murderers in this term. Let the Heaven's Path announcement reappear above the blank curtain, so that all the neighboring cities can take a good look at our Linchang people. Suhano is getting old and will reach retirement age next year. The strength could no longer progress. It was stuck at the threshold of level 80, and it was destined to not see the sky above level 80 in this life. All he could hope for now was that he would be able to see with his own eyes the appearance of the Tendo announcement again before he retired. It would also allow the students of their Linchang in the future to be able to hold up their backs as human beings. If the 7 murderers can no longer be decimated, if this copy fails to pass again, in a few years, this barren land will evolve into a forbidden land. At that point, Linchang would be in big trouble. Principal Nan Chu of the 13th grade school said seriously. The first middle school has a 20-member group led by a AA-ranked professional this time, as well as a top S-ranked hidden professional that can only come out of Linchang for more than a decade. Maybe this time, it's the chance we, the people of Linchang, have been waiting for 10 years. I guess it's just a matter of days before we get an announcement out. And that, too, happens to be a major reason why all the presidents of all the major universities, all of them, are gathered here. They all had a premonition. This time, something big is going to happen in Linchang. Everyone was looking forward to it. The appearance of a new heavenly announcement. Looking forward to being able to witness the 7 murderers fall from the altar. It was important to realize that these 7 evils had become an obsession in the hearts of several generations of people up and down Linchang. If I don't come to visit every year, I can't feel relieved. Many new graduates had made killing the 7 murderers the most important goal before the college entrance exams. I don't think so. It's better not to be so blindly optimistic. The difficulty of this copy is known throughout the country. How many of the proud sons of heaven who entered the 4 highest academies failed to kill the 7 murderers before they graduated? All the graduates. Who hasn't heard the name of the 7 murderers? A senior teacher in the crowd lamented. It's a direct shot in the arm for the principals. The name of the 7 fowls is a fierce and powerful one, which is so easily decapitated. Remember, just a few years ago, there were quite a few S-rank and A-rank professionals from other cities that came to challenge them. And they didn't come alone. They each brought a good-sized practicing team with them. I hope to complete the first kill of the 7 murderers and make a name for myself. Then they are directly guaranteed a place at the 4 highest institutions, and are even exempted from the entrance exams. But to this day, no one has been able to successfully kill the 7 murderers. There were even some A-class professionals who, because of their unbelief, blindly tried to go to the 7 murderers, rushing around for the sake of making a name for themselves, and ended up being buried in the hands of the 7 murderers. It's a shame to think about it. Every year, the opening of the Desolate Land replica was an event that stirred up the entire Lin City. The city's hot news continues to be broadcast. The professional associations are eagerly awaiting it, and the major colleges and universities are watching it with great interest. And over time, the principals were serious and all fell silent. Many parents hold on to the lucky charms they begged for in their hands and join their hands together, praying that the heavens will never bring disaster to their children. Me, your father and I just want you to finish the college entrance exam smoothly. You mustn't go looking for death yourself and get yourself killed at the 7 evils. Nui, before you entered this book, your mother and I emphasized every day that it's just a matter of practicing leveling in the outer districts and the blood-red forest. But don't try to enter the inner perimeter. Don't be an inside perimeter, not the inside. I would give me my brother to be single for the rest of his life in exchange for my family Nyin to never meet the 7 murderers. Please. Everywhere there were similar low prayers. Murmurs. This worried prayer is not only circulating widely among parents groups, even many of the senior teachers present couldn't help but suffer from the infection of this scene and also prayed secretly. Being a teacher is, after all, being a student of your own. If they could, they would all rather their own students not encounter the 7 murderers, and never bury their lives so easily for the sake of a so-called chance to make a name for themselves and a reward for the first kill. Send new graduates into copies every year. Their hearts were heavy, because this is both graduation season and potentially the day the gray hairs are sent off forever. The power of the 7 evils is deeply rooted in the hearts of the people. Just look at these reactions outside of the replica and it shows. Just then, splendid golden light descended from the sky, biting extremely high, sacrosanct and inviolable elemental fluctuations, transforming into a rolling and steaming wave of mana frenzy. It instantly rushed up. It was like a well blowing out from inside the copy, covering the entire sky with a brilliant golden glow. Asterisk 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 asterisk. It's a Tendo announcement. Who's that good? That's too dang good. I'm actually witnessing history. Ha 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 ha. The 7 fowls are going to become 6 fowls in the future. The crowd exploded. The 7 principals raised their heads at the same time as soon as they felt that majestic mana frenzy. The gods looked at the curtain with different colors. The eyes were glowing and extremely serious. Congratulations to Shuiyao for successfully killing the first kill of the Dark Cave Guardian boss. 3-eyed Green Lion, hereby notifying the entire side game. There was an uproar everywhere, and everyone was staring at this scene with wide eyes. Disbelief was written all over his face. It's actually the 3-eyed Green Lion, the guardian boss of the Dark Cave? Awesome! Doesn't this mean that someone will finally be able to go in the spectral cave area, which is the very core of the desolate land? Copy. Shuiyao. Who is Shuiyao? Wait, this seems to be that Shui schoolgirl from the first middle school. Schoolgirl Shui? Isn't the first high school flower girl goddess one? Wow, it's my goddess Shui. Ah, goddess Shui is awesome. I'll always be your dog. Goddess Shui loves you, loves you. Dad. Mom. I've come out on top. I actually saw the first kill of one of the 7 evils, taken down with my own eyes. All sorts of heaven-defying remarks resounded in the sounds of shock and clamor. It didn't stop for a long time. It's not just the entrance to the replica. The news of the 3-eyed Green Lion's first kill being taken down was like a plague, quickly spreading outwards with this place as the center. This day, the entire Lin city has memorized the name Shuiyao. The 6 principals were first deeply shocked. Then, all at the same time, they cast their eyes on Principal Chang in the center, using all the ink in their stomachs in a burst of overflowing compliments. She guessed it again. Ah, this Principal Chang of ours really does have a keen eye and outstanding insights. To this, Principal Standing Lanson's answer was the same. A fluke. Just a fluke. Everyone work harder and you'll all be the rising stars of tomorrow in the future. Crowd. I can go for your rising star of tomorrow. It's too late. The regular principal is here in Versailles again. 16. If you kill one of the 7 evils, you will surely become famous. Inner perimeter. Spring Canyon. Deep. The group was sweating and panting to get back into shape. It was none other than the AA class regiment jointly led by Shuiyao and Shu Wei. Not far, the corpse of a behemoth, greenish-black in color, just fell there quietly. The long mane lay on the earth like a spreading green and black waterfall, even though he was already dead. Looking at this huge and terrifying corpse, he was still able to faintly feel the terrifying pressure. This, one of the 7 evils, is the 3-eyed Green Lion. On top of it, there was a cluster of bonus light floating. The surrounding area was filled with a large number of elemental fluctuation frenzy, disordered and intertwined with a mess. The earth is also crisscrossed with potholes. Apparently, there's just been a bad battle here. Finally killed it. This is one of the 7 evils. Yeah, all the hidden information I've seen on the inner perimeter before said that this monster is the guardian boss of the real core, the spectral cave. Just kill it and you'll be able to enter the core. Awesome. If Goddess Shui hadn't led the team, we wouldn't have had the honor of successfully decapitating this ferocious boss monster. I think it's our Chu Xiao's credit. How steadily Chu Xiao's hatred was pulled just now. What's the point of arguing? Can you have some poise? Our Chu Xiao and your Goddess Shui, that's simply a divine couple. Sooner or later they'll be a family. This honor all belongs to our entire team. Too ruthless. This 1-7 Fiends level boss monster is so hard to deal with. I really can't imagine what kind of monsters the rest of the 7 Fiends are. To not be able to call the 7 murderers? No one has had a first kill in 10 years. Today, it was taken by us. Ha 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 ha. This honor belongs to our entire team. This time, the results are bound to be sparkling. Even if there was no way to follow up and take down more of the 7 evils, no way to go farther in this difficult copy, but with the honor of being the first kill of the 3-eyed Green Lion on their backs, it could almost become the talk of their lives. This life has it. This is a claimed non-ranked hunting squad that doesn't even have the qualifications to challenge the 7 murderers. Until now, many people still feel a bit dreamy, fear that what he had just experienced was just a dream. Shui Yao was also very excited. Excitement was written all over her pretty face. Seeing Chu Wei's hand reaching out, she immediately catered to it and gave it a heavy pat, to show Tweedledum. Last hit, but she killed it. Major news like the first kill of the three-eyed green lion would definitely appear on the Heaven's Path announcement. By now, her name must have been circulating in and around Linchang. Make a name for yourself. Today, thinking of this, Shui Yao couldn't help but look towards Chu Wei, the corner of her mouth slightly hooked upwards. It's really a high-quality big fish. It's only the first time I've teamed up and I've been able to pick up such a powerful haul. That's a fish to catch. She mustn't run away from her fish pond. A short, simple physical contact can easily mobilize the other person's emotions. Shui Yao was satisfied. Whether it's brushing up on your copy progress or licking your dog's enthusiasm, it's all under control. Soon, after the excitement, the crowd was a bit scared. A luxury team like ours was nearly wiped out. It's so treacherous. It was important to know that they, as a team, not only had 2A ranks personally leading the team and playing the lead, but they were responsible for pulling the hatred, controlling the battlefield and vanguard scouting throughout the whole process. The most suitable B-rank professionals in the whole one were also deliberately hand-picked, acts as the main output, as well as the last number of C-rank members with decent innate attributes and suitable skill sets, mainly acting as follow-up output and damage resistance. This luxury team, all of them had to go through so much trouble and waste all the heavenly blessings of the entire group to resurrect in place. There were even a few fringe C-level professionals buried under the three-eyed green lion. That's what completes the final decapitation. It was almost a total loss. It's so hard. A B-rank profession heavy knight also nodded his head with emotion. Right, the three-eyed green lion is a group boss monster, usually in groups, with at least 3 or more heads together, and very rarely on their own. If it wasn't for the fact that this time, Chu Shao paid a great sacrifice to get the fallen intelligence, and used the highly treasured special prop, Eye of the Boundary, to isolate the battlefield, preventing this three-eyed green lion from summoning its companions at the critical moment, which we can't possibly decimate. The others sniffed and recalled the battle. Chu Shao had made so many preparations in advance, and had smashed in almost all the information he could get, as well as all the available resources, but it still came close to a collective violent death. How fortunate. Fortunately, young Chu and Goddess Shui already have a very good match. I was able to decapitate successfully this time. The luck factor is also essential. I'm going to show off when we get back. Yay! Long live Goddess Shui. Chu Wei was holding a top-ranked swordsman's greatsword in his hand, and he was wearing a gale suit with a gale cloak on his back, which matched perfectly with his own professional attribute of Gale Swordsman. Although it was not as good as Wen Lingxi's equipment level, this one was also a luxury equipment. His footsteps were a bit frail as he walked over to Shui Yao's side. Congratulations, schoolgirl Shui, for cutting the final blow this time. It will definitely be broadcasted by the Heavenly Dao Bulletin, and I'm sure that, between the next few years, the name of schoolgirl Shui will be able to circulate up and down our Lin City. Perhaps, there is also the possibility of getting a guaranteed place in the 4 highest academic institutions. To know, in the past few years, the desolate land copy and the situation of the 7 murderous raids have been the cutting-edge hot news that new graduates up and down the country are paying attention to. Shui Yao had, indeed, made a big splash this time. Shui Yao blushed a little in excitement. However, when she heard Chu Wei's praise and admiration, she still pursed up her small lips humbly and waved her hands repeatedly. No, it's all because of everyone. I can't do anything if I'm the only one. Thanks to Chu Shao's particularly steady hate pull in the early stages, and, at least a large portion of the output, was played out by Chu Shao. Otherwise, there's no way for us to successfully behead the three-eyed green lion this time. And the warrior brothers worked together silently, resisting each other's damage, and the main output is on point. The sisters of the priests and healers, the healing was very high. Everyone is a team. You can't have one without the other. It can be missing me, Shui Yao, but it can't be missing our Chu Shao. Shui Yao, who was well versed in the art of green tea talk, certainly knew how to pull off a good feeling. How could the lickspittle be hooked to death by her? It doesn't. With these words of even bragging and sincerity exiting, Shui Yao, who already had a high popularity and reputation in the team, immediately gained a few loyal dogs, and a big, fattest fish. Everyone on the team had a great time. Chu Wei also shook his head humbly and said with excellent poise, I don't dare to take the credit. Everyone is watching. Schoolgirl Shui is the one who takes the first credit for this first kill. I see. We also don't Shui School Flower Chu Young so blow each other up. Listen cannot close at all. In the future I'll call you Yao Yao. You call me Wei brother. How about it? Shui Yao's timely little face slightly reddened. With just the right amount of blush, he nodded. For a while, it was as if the two had become much closer after this life and death experience. 17. Shui Yao, Su Chen and I are just ordinary friends yet. For this time, Chu Wei took the initiative to invite the team. In Shui Yao's heart, she was very satisfied, but she wasn't going to give herself away so casually. In the future, if we can enter the 4 highest academic institutions, won't the quality of the fish pool take a big leap forward? How can you easily get a boyfriend and tie yourself down? Fish, slowly, one by one. Fish ponds also need to be constantly updated, to make all the fish die for her. This is what a veteran green tea should be. Sure, Shui Yao wants Chu Wei to think that the relationship between them is already ambiguous, to the extent of friends on top of lovers. So much so that this A-list young man has been charging for her and has been obsessed with her. A few tripe later, Chu Wei was really fished a little fluttering, vaguely feeling that the relationship between the two is getting closer and closer. He leaned in close to sit next to Shui Yao. The two were talking and laughing. Everyone sensed the ambiguous atmosphere between them. Shui Yao's bestie, Sweetie, is also the team's therapist. Looking at this scene of love and concubinage, he couldn't help but shake his head and lose his smile, and said in a conspiratorial manner, "It's a pity Su Chen refused our Yao Yao's invitation. Otherwise, he could be one of the team for the first kill of the 7 murderers this time, and he could also get some light and get the honor that was added to Yao Yao's body." As soon as Su Chen was mentioned, many of the lickspittles on the team were not happy. There was a chorus of mockery. "Don't mention that guy. It turns my stomach just talking about it. Yeah, what a nice person our goddess Shui is. Look at his attitude. Confessions don't work that way. If I were him, I'd simply just find a wall and bang my head against it. Based on him, AD rank only. He doesn't even have the minimum qualifications to accept our invitation to form a team. You know, they're an elite group. It's the most luxurious team in the current session of the Lincoln City. Can anyone just walk in? The lowest is C grade. What kind of a thing is Su Chen? It's just D-grade garbage. Was he worthy of joining without an invitation from goddess Shui?" At the mention of another man, Chu Wei was disgusted in his heart, but on the surface he still maintained his poise. He waved his hand to stop the crowd from continuing to talk. "Alright, stop talking about it. Yao Yao used to have a good relationship with Su Chen." Su Chen. It's just a momentary thought. Shui Yao's eyes lit up slightly. "I didn't expect this fish to be so sassy. Not bad for a high-quality big fish that she values." The heart also couldn't help but develop some good feelings, and could let this guy take advantage of some more next. Sure, only a little bit. As for Su Chen, to be honest, since entering the copy, Shui Yao had almost forgotten that there was such a person. In the past, she and Su Chen were on good terms and had some good feelings in her heart, but that was all based on the fact that Su Chen had good academic results and was handsome, belonging to the group of high-quality big fish. After all, on a high school campus that has yet to awaken, the most valued things are academic performance and face value. Otherwise, with Su Chen's trashy family background, she wasn't going to get that close to the other side. After the awakening ceremony, the classes have been divided purely naturally. The difference between a D grade and an A grade was a world of difference, and no matter how good the conditions were in other areas, they wouldn't be able to get into her eyes anymore. Su Chen, can't even compare to a finger of Chu Wei. Chu Wei's blast set. With Su Chen's ability, he probably couldn't afford it in his life. Once again, when she recalled Su Chen's failure to confess, she immediately shrugged off her face, and deliberately cold-shouldered her, pretending to be invisible to her, and rejected her invitation. Contrasted with the poised Chu Wei at the moment, it was even more impossible to look at. Because of this, Shui Yao cleared her throat, deliberately looked at Chu Wei's eyes, and said seriously, "It's probably my usual attitude that made him misunderstand. Actually, Su Chen and we've always been just ordinary friends, and I don't know why he's like that." This was skimming off the relationship with Su Chen. At the same time, it was also sending a signal to Chu Wei there really wasn't anything between her and Su Chen. Between her and him, Mr. Chu, that's the special relationship that's different from others. Sure enough, Chu Wei was very flattered, and his heart was very proud. The smile that traced the corners of his mouth was a little bigger, like a victor leaping for joy, but he still maintained his poise and stated, "It doesn't matter. If we can meet Su Chen in the copy, we'll still bring him along. After all, he and you, Yao Yao, are in the same class. I can't let you, Yo-Yo, lose your friendly relationship with your classmates." This next, many of the little followers around Chu Wei jumped out. Shady taunts. "Ha, Su Chen, I'm afraid it's hard to meet then. Yeah, Su Chen is just a trash D rank. Even if he can form a team, it's probably just a bunch of low-level trash that stinks, and the gap between us can't even be traced. I guess Su Chen probably doesn't even have the guts to challenge the high-difficulty copy of Desolate Land." and is probably looking for the lowest and safest one in the copy. What's the point of entering the barren land? It's still just beating around the periphery? Let alone now. Su Chen's kind of talent. Even if he had risen to level 15 within a month, he probably wouldn't be able to enter the demarcation line in the blood-red forest. Ha 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 ha. That's so true. The group couldn't help but laugh. It was as if he had already seen Su Chen as the team's daily joke, the talk of the town after every tea break. Feel free to pull out the taunts and liven things up. Now, even Shui Yao couldn't help it, revealing a hint of a smile. She's not mocking her classmates, just thought of something interesting. By the way, isn't it said that as long as one kills the guardian boss of the core of this replica, the three-eyed green lion, one will be able to have the qualification to enter the core dark cave? How come there aren't any special props that can connect to the cave door? Shui Yao carefully searched around in the rewarding light cluster and didn't find what she was looking for. This caused some resentment in her mind. One must know that Shui Yao had greater ambitions in her heart. One of the 7 fiends could be decapitated without any problems. Wouldn't her reputation swell even further if she could get to the real heart of the matter and become the first person ever to enter the dark cave? By that time, Su Chen? Ben wouldn't even be worthy of her shoes. The person she really wanted to step on was Wenlingxi, that S-ranked pride of heaven. Don't they all say that Wenlingxi is the real goddess of the first middle school? Good. She, Shui Yao, was trying to show everyone that even though she was only a ranked, not as good as Wenlingxi's S rank, she would be the first one to walk into the core of the replica. She has to be even better than Wenlingxi. Chu Wei was also a bit puzzled. Does it mean that killing the guardian boss just once isn't enough? You have to kill a few more to refresh the core props? Unfortunately, there's no information related to the replica core in the outside world at the moment. Most of it is just unrealistic speculation. Yao, don't worry, let's try again. There's still a lot of time left anyway. If we can kill the fallen three-eyed green lion once, it might be possible to put up a second fight. We're the closest team to the core. Shui Yao slowly nodded her head in response, unable to suppress the smile on her powdery face any longer. Yeah, they're the closest thing to a core group. Everyone else, don't even think about it. They have a lot of time to take their time and plan. 18. Big Wave Guardian Boss Monster. Three-eyed green lion on this? Just as Shui Yao's team was rejoicing over the decimation of the three-eyed green lion, inside the perimeter, in the Valley of Spring, somewhere deeper, jingle bells, ring ring ring, calling the wind chimes, the clear and pleasant sound of the bells echoes in all directions, constantly spreading outward and drifting away. Hooray! Ho 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 ho! The fierce roar sounded as if it could tear apart the replica's forbidden barrier, causing the top and bottom of the valley to vibrate and shake wildly. The mountains and forests collapsed, rocks flew, and the earth cracked. Fierce flames, the large swaths of sky in the distance were rendered into a greenish-black color by that terrifyingly violent might, and a strong sense of oppression rushed in without any dead ends. There was a terrifying wave of beasts that were running in. A large group of elite monsters that jumped up and down between the valleys only dared to circle back and forth at the edges. The ones that were at the core of the vibration and erupted with raging roars were all guardian boss monsters. Ooh, the movement of this gathering of monsters sounds a bit blustery. The durability of the calling wind chime dropped another 20 points, leaving only the last 60 points. It was carefully put away by Su Chen. He looked at Wenlingxi. Instead, he realized that the little rich girl's little face was slightly taut and somewhat serious at the moment. What's wrong? Did you meet a monster you recognize? Su Chen said while looking down. Sure enough, he saw a small mountain of grandiose figures swarming over in great numbers from the quiet and green valley in the distance. The three eyes underneath the long mane were filled with a ferocious, bloody light. Three-eyed green lion. Level, LV20, Guardian Boss Monster. Suggested hunting level, all LV20 teams. Three-eyed green lion. Level, LV19, Guardian Boss Monster. Good lord, is the push so high? It's actually suggested that it takes a full level 20 squad to complete the hunt? Su Chen's eyes lit up. Tears once again left the corners of his mouth without a fight. Thinking back to the last great harvest, it was still just a bunch of level 17 plus elite monsters. And this time it actually pulled in a bunch of level 20-ish guardian boss monsters. Elite monsters still have the possibility of being hunted solo for regular people with powerful professions. But when it came to the boss monster class, even the lowest level small boss monster was very stressful for a single professional of the same level. It's hard to hunt alone. The guardian boss monsters, on the other hand, should be boss monsters that are strongly related to the main line of the copy raid. It has to be at least a mini boss level, right? At the very least, it would have to be a small team with tacit cooperation and a clear division of labor to qualify for the challenge. He can be so greedy. Wenlingxi's gaze followed the voluminous line of three-eyed green lions, and at a glance, she saw a three-eyed green lion in the deepest part of the room that was twice as tall as the other monsters. Three-eyed green lion leader. Level, LV20, Guardian Boss Monster. Her face changed slightly, and her beautiful eyes glowed with worry. Su Chen, Be careful. All the three-eyed green lions can be 7 evils. There's still the alpha boss in. This seems to be a group lair of three-eyed green lions. It was fine if he didn't say this, but once he did, Su Chen could get even more excited. That's great. All the other guardian boss monsters should be small boss monster caliber. Then this chief boss, maybe it's already at the level of a big boss? Su Chen was very confident and left a sentence. Duck and cover. You'll fill in after you're bloodied. The words are gone. He summoned the flowing light staff in his hand, and a curtain of holy light overflowing with color swept around him at once. Mana offerings that inspire. Spirit instantly skyrocketed tenfold, coupled with the spirit bonus of the flowing light staff. Su Chen at this moment, standing on high looking down out of the corner of your eye. It was as if he was a mid-ranked lawmaster of the first turn who had come to fry fish in a low-level copy, and those demonic flaming guardian boss monsters weren't even in his sights. His clothes were windless and his hair curled with the wind. Boo! Boo! 2 mana beams descended, and he put a mana shield on himself and one Linksy at the same time. After the sacrifice, all other attributes go to 1, making it easy to sneak up on you. It's good to be careful, and his mana shield will enjoy a 3x boost from Holy Spirit Blessing. Boom! Rumble! The thunderclouds were like shocking waves, gathering in layers from all directions. The surging elemental fluctuations of the Holy Spirit seemed to have turned into a substantial mana frenzy. This was the first time Su Chen had poured out his strength to explode. He also wanted to try how strong he really was. Looking at the thick layer of dark clouds that had gathered in the sky and had already covered the sky, as well as the thick thunder snake that flickered in the midst of it, both of Su Chen's eyes were tinted with the brilliant golden color of lightning. What three-eyed green lion? What 7 evils? What alpha guardian boss can eat my wave of heavenly thunder bombardment before I say so? Next moment, the entire world seemed to be rendered into the deep purple of thunder, and a thick, terrifying thunder wrapped in pale and pure gold pierced through heaven and earth. Where the flowing staff guided them, they slashed down wildly. The thunder and light were like rain, like fog, like heavy snowdrifts, like the Milky Way pouring in violently. Heavenly thunder transforms the sea. A terrifying thunderstorm of ferocious might was set off in the Chuani Valley, just like a heavenly disaster coming down. Su Chen couldn't help but nod slightly as he looked at the thunder that glowed with golden light. Don't even bother looking at the message flashing out of the panel. He has experience now. Last Whisper and Holy Spirit Discipline are 2 passive skills. If it was successfully excited at the same time, it would be the most perfect pure gold thunder. Blast plus true damage pull full. If only one was triggered, it was a faint golden glow added to the thick dark purple thunder. It's very distinguishable. The heavenly thunder washed the ground crazily and whistled away. Under one wave, the storm raged for a long time. A few moments later, a group of three-eyed green lions were then lying east to west amongst the charred earth and stone ruins. A low, hissing whimper. The miserable screams sounded so miserable I could hardly see them. Where's the open-mouthed snarl from the beginning? One by one, they've all turned into lost dogs. As for the other elite monsters that had been summoned, the ones that were slow to escape had almost been blown to scum. Not even a hair left. There were also many elite monsters that were only hanging around the edges, but they were also severely injured and dying from the splits. Southern kept a tight rein on the damage. The big monsters in focus were not cleaved to death, leaving their last breath. The others that get caught in the wave and killed in seconds. There's nothing you can do about it. When Linksy looked at this scene in fascination, at first she was still a bit shocked, but now she had completely turned into worship. A pair of nice peach blossom eyes were filled with little stars. All that was reflected was Su Chen's magnificent back as he summoned the heavenly thunder to wash the ground. So awesome. Su Chen turned back. How's that for handsome? When Linksy didn't hesitate and nodded her head repeatedly. Cool. It's more than handsome. It's almost as if the gods have descended from the heavens. When Linksy only felt that underneath her proud breasts, the deer was banging around, a heart fluttering, and her little face was slightly hot. In order to escape Su Chen's blazing gaze that came straight at him, holding the key of radiance, she jumped down to the high ground and began to harvest on a wide scale. Snort! A group of three-eyed green lions were killed with a miserable whimper. Then there were large clusters of rewarding light, intertwined into a gorgeous flowing rainbow. An Ying floated out. Let Shui Yao Chu Wei team heard the color change, almost the whole army in order to spell out the three-eyed green lion. Here in Southern, it came in a big way, and yet, they are all second-guessed goods. The so-called 7 evils are nothing more than that. This is the gap, the most intuitive hard power gap. Your summoner when Linksy has successfully slain the three-eyed green lion, level 20 guardian boss monster. You get a bonus share, experience value plus 60 inch. Your summoner when Linksy has successfully killed three-eyed green lion chief, level 20 guardian boss monster. You get a bonus share, experience value plus 100 inch. Congratulations, you've successfully raised to LV12. One harvest later, Su Chen and Wen Linksy both doubled up by a full 2 levels. After level 10, Upgrading requires more experience points, so it's harder to improve. Change the others to come. Without a week, it's just hard to raise 2 levels that much. A scorched black earth. There were luminescent lights floating everywhere. Those were all dropped skill books and equipment. Su-chen cursorily scanned through it and was overjoyed. Another great round of harvest. 19. Harvest colors. Mainline raider props are in hand. The springtime valley is filled with the colors of the harvest. Among the many floating and flickering clusters of rewarding light of various colors, Su-chen began to count, somewhat dazzled. Just the skill books alone were a huge pile of dazzling colors, and by careful count, a total of 32 books had exploded. Skill book, grade E, asterisk 27. Skill book, grade D, asterisk 4. Skill book, grade C, asterisk 1. It actually exploded a C-rank skill book? Su-chen was a bit surprised. None of the other D and E-rank skill books were even worth clicking on for a closer look. Only this book of C-rank skills was of some interest to him. After all, the burst rate of C-rank skill books is very low. Novice copies almost never come out, and I didn't expect a head of one of the 7 ferocious leaders to burst out. The fact that it was able to come out this time clearly had something to do with the wind evoking chimes, gathering monsters, as well as killing so many guardian boss monsters in one go. The harder the kill, the more demanding the conditions are when it comes to the kill. Heaven will be more favorable. That's a given. All in all, the two of them were really lucky. The gold content of calling the wind chimes is still rising. It's a pity that this three-eyed green lion's first kill was taken by Shuiyao, or else there's a first kill reward. Su-chen had some regrets, but only regretted that the first kill had been snatched. As for how Shuiyao was, it had nothing to do with him anymore. When Lingxi sniffed and was a little nervous, surreptitiously observing his reaction, he confirmed that he really didn't care about Shuiyao at all. It was only then that her little mouth turned up slightly and she inclined her head away. Su-chen began to check the characteristics of this C-rank skill book in detail. Skill book, Reign of Chaos. Skill effect, an AoE mass damage spell that summons a hurricane of mana that travels through the clouds and rains down, causing widespread damage and applying a blinding and weakening effect to all enemies within the attack range. Duration, 60 seconds. Cooldown, 180 seconds. Can be sacrificed to enhance the upgrading progress of passive skills by plus 100. It's actually a pretty good AoE group damage spell. This spell is less common. If you take it out and sell it, the market price will start at least 100 W, promising to sell for a very nice high price. However, for the current Su-chen, C-rank skills were no longer seen. He wasn't going to waste his precious skill slots on C-rank skills. The C-class of the past is high on the list. The current C-class is not looking at it. 100 points of passive upgrade progress. Holy Spirit Blessing can be upgraded again. There was only one piece of equipment, but the light was dazzling and blinding. The bright silver light was able to suppress almost all of the other colors of the bonus light clusters. Silver level equipment. Su-chen made a move with his hand. A necklace with silver radiance overflowing and atmospheric simplicity then flew into his palm. Su-chen examined the pendant on the front of the necklace. Made of a circle of crushed stones, outlining the shape of a crescent moon. It is highly pigmented. Guardian of the String Moon. Quality, silver. Attribute bonus, base defense plus 30. Spell resistance plus 40. Passive effect, protects against one lethal attack, only usable once. When used up, the effect is permanently lost. Occupation, unlimited. Good luck. Not only do you get silver equipment, but it's also one of the rarer trinket equipment in the kit. It's lightweight, durable, and looks great. Although it might not be as good as Wen Lingxi's outfit, Su-chen felt that the necklace would go very well with her snow-white pink neck. Here you go, little rich girl. Su-chen casually tossed it to Wen Lingxi. Defending against a single lethal attack is pretty much at the top of the list of passive effects offered by equipment. At the very least, it will save the little rich girl's life. Besides, he was too big a man to wear such a feminine necklace. Isn't that girly? Wen Lingxi carefully took it, looking at Su-chen, and then at the necklace. Her small mouth pursed up slightly, her face flushed. A pair of good-looking peach blossom eyes didn't know what they were thinking about, and dripped around twice. Then he slightly lowered his head, not daring to look at Su-chen. You're welcome. You stay safe before you have a stronger future. Haven't we long been indistinguishable from each other? Well, Wen Lingxi answered in a low voice and moved a little clumsily as she attempted to put on the necklace. Maybe it's the first time I've worn this kind of jewelry. She tried several times to put it on, but it didn't work. It gave Su-chen a happy look. He grabbed the necklace as soon as he could, offering to help encircle the young girl's pinkish neck with it, lifting the long, silky black cascade of hair over the snow-white, glossy skin of the back of her neck and locking the fastening in place. You're so old. How come you can't even wear a necklace? Su-chen flirted. I'm kind of stupid. Wen Lingxi, who had her back to him, said softly, and where Su-chen couldn't see, Wen Lingxi's eyes lit up and she quietly spat out her tongue. I just want you to put it on for me. It was during this brief moment of warmth that, suddenly, Su Chen's eyes moved and he raised his head. His eyes looked towards the one with the most massive body, the corpse of the three-eyed green lion leader. Thumbs up, a flash of blood light rushed out, and the black and red mass of light flickered away. Su Chen stretched out his hand and grabbed the ball of light. Next, a round bottle with an ancient and strange shape appeared in his hand. The body is composed of black and red colors. It was permeated with a special pressure, heavy and of unknown material, but at first glance, it's extraordinary. The outer wall of the bottle was carved with extremely delicate and complicated patterns using a special skeletonization process, and a bloodthirsty dark red ghostly light was also emanating from it. Little rich girl, look at these patterns. There were a total of 7 ferocious demonic monsters carved on the outer wall. One of them was the three-eyed green lion that he had just hunted, while the other 6, he had never seen before, though he had also heard of it. The name of the 7 ferocious men of Lin Chang's hefty reputation, but there is so little information about it available on the web. Blood-drinking demon Jiao, wind and thunder rock, unicorn giant crocodile. When Lingxi pointed to the floral patterns on the wall of the bottle and patiently introduced them one by one, these are the true overlords and the copies of the desolate land, and the long-reputed 7 fowls from the outside world. Su Chen nodded slowly, and he had probably guessed, as the two of them scrutinized and examined the round bottle. Hints of information then surfaced on the subtitles. Evil blood vials. Whoever obtains this vial, the main quest, the Dark Door, will begin. Collect all the blood of the 7 top guardian bosses in the Spring Valley inside the replica, and put them all into the blood collection bottle. You will get the way to the core place Dark Cave. The blood of the 7 guardian bosses will be used as a guide to open the door to the darkness. Special reminder, if you can kill the core copy of the main leader boss and collect its heart essence blood into the blood collection bottle, you will pass this copy completely and get a high amount of special rewards from the Heavenly Dao. Swish swish swish. The system screen in front of the duo. All of them displayed the message main quest, the Dark Gate has been activated. The message prompted, when Lingxi's fragrant cheeks puffed up slightly, and her eyes flashed with a surprised color. No wonder no one has been able to pass the copy so far. Even the dark cave at the center of it is only known, not seen. So the conditions were too harsh. Not only do you have to kill all 7 ferocious men, but you also have to be the leader of the 7 ferocious men. Obtaining its blood to collect into the blood harvesting bottle is considered complete. A 7 fierce monster that is not the leader. All have been a mountain in the minds of countless graduates over the past decade that simply cannot be climbed. Not to mention all of the 7 murderous leaders. This is simply not a mission goal that can be accomplished by 1 or 2 teams. And I'm afraid that even if hundreds or thousands of new graduates from one session were all sent to perform this mission, it would be very difficult to accomplish. Su Chen didn't really care and shrugged his shoulders. How can the 7 evils be so scary? Isn't it still the result of being killed by heavenly thunder? That's normal. The 7 evil ones didn't start out as the 7 evil ones. They were also the 7 evil ones because they were strong enough not to be killed. If the ultimate goal of this copy is particularly crotch-pulling, instead, it won't even be worth the challenge. 20. Su Chen's collection fetish is offended, targeting all 7 murderous leaders. The difficulty of this mission is too perverse. It's just difficult to force people to do something, the little rich girl commented. Before meeting Su Chen, if someone had told her that this would actually be a requirement for the core main quest of the Desolate Land copy, she would have felt that it was simply impossible to pass the copy. Even if she took out this evil demon blood collection bottle and gave it to her teacher, Principal Standing Lan Xian would also find it mind-bogglingly difficult. It's simply not as difficult as it should be for a newbie copy under level 20. With Chang Lanchuang's many years of experience, it was difficult to imagine what kind of pervert would be able to organize a team and complete the hunt for the 7 murderous chiefs before level 20. Not to mention others? This is simply an impossible task. Su Chen listened to Wen Lingxi speak some specific news about the 7 evils, and gradually understood the ferocity of it. It really doesn't seem like something a team of newbies could accomplish. Can even an absolute genius from one of the 4 highest academic institutions finish before level 20? Tough enough. Su Chen nodded, recognizing the comment. Looking at the blood collection bottle in his hand, he couldn't help but skim. Collector's fetish committed. To not have this, did not activate the main quest. Su Chen also didn't have that big of a goal, much less purposely searching for the 7 murderous leaders to hunt down one by one. After all, it wasn't as if he had nothing better to do with his time. If you really want to be challenging, you can totally stay until you're leveled up enough to level up other copies at higher levels. It's probably more efficient than looking around for an alpha. But now, it hit him hard if he didn't set it up. It's all over the place. It's like a game is a waste of time if you can't get the full achievement. Next goal. There's not much to say. It's all about finding all the 7 murderous leaders one by one and completing the hunt. Blood collection. Walk the main line. In a word, liver. Wow. The sticky blood was like a stream, bright red and hot. and vaguely seemed to be able to see the hideous hissing of the three-eyed green lion, with the fierce remnants of the road drifting by. Blood is filled into the blood collection bottle, and after completing the blood collection of the three-eyed green lion chief, there was a new change in the blood collection bottle in Su Chen's hand. On the wall of the bottle, the three-eyed green lion pattern was thoroughly bright and lifelike. It was as if it could kill itself at any time from above the wall of the bottle. The progress of completing the main quest, the Dark Gate, has also increased to 1/7. Su Chen looked at this scene and suddenly smiled. In fact, the clearance conditions may not be that harsh. This evil demon blood harvesting bottle is apparently a mainline prop that needs to kill a 7 fiends leader before it can be exploded. So, if you want to pass the level, theoretically, you just need to kill 1 guardian boss leader, then wound the remaining 6, and harvest blood to collect it. There's no need to kill them all. When Lingxi was slightly dumbfounded, and with her naturally noble temperament, she looked full of contrast. Quite lovely. Yeah, it's really what Su Chen said. Only one of the chiefs is mandatory to kill. The rest just need blood. She was the one who thought too complicated before. If that's all it is, the difficulty to pass is still pretty sick, but it will undoubtedly be considerably less difficult. Saying that, she looked seriously at Su Chen, and all that was reflected in her peach blossom eyes was Su Chen. Very envious. Su Chen, you have a good brain. If I were as smart as you, I wouldn't be scolded by my mother, would I? The envy in Wen Lingxi's eyes was practically overflowing, staring straight at Su Chen's head, as if contemplating the possibility of head surgery. Su Chen, being looked at by this ninny made me uncomfortable. Then I'll just be your brain from now on, won't I? Let me know when you need to use it and I'll help you through. Really? When Lingxi's eyes brightened even more, Su Chen nodded. Attention, however, once again fell back to the spoils of this time. These are the mountains that the two of them have fought for. It must be a good wave to digest and immediately boost your strength. It's best to have another jump in strength so that subsequent completion of the quests can be a bit easier. The core of the copy. The Phantom Cave. There was also the core copy master, the head boss, that no one had ever seen or heard of, all of which he was looking forward to. And stronger. Let's distribute the attribute points first. Now there are 20 more attributes. Su Chen proposed. The two made their decision at the same time with little more discussion. Take the attribute points and add them all to spirit. After all, there is such a desperate skill as mana sacrifice. None of the other attribute points are too useful. When you need to use it, it's reduced to 1 anyway, and adding more or less is better than giving it to spirit. Your summon, Wen Lingxi, is assigning attributes. You gain attribute sharing. Spirit plus 20 inch. Spirit, 190210230. When Lingxi's spiritual attribute broke through 100 points and had reached 120 points, and Su Chen smoothly broke through 200 points with the double attribute boost, and it's also at a staggering 230 points. The basic mana strength and mental resistance were once again enhanced to a point that a mana professional of the same level could not even imagine. At this moment, it was as if Su Chen felt as if his spiritual power was vaguely as powerful as substance. Not only can you see things more clearly, but you can also feel the changes in the surrounding environment in all directions. Have a more nuanced insight. It can be clearly felt, with a microscopic rendering of various environmental details. Even an ant among the cracks in the dirt under his feet, he could see very clearly. The lift in spirit is nothing short of wonderful. Once the additions were complete, it was the turn of the skillbook sacrifice. Swish! Streams of light instantly raced out from the C-rank skillbook Reign of Chaos. This time, the light radiating and overflowing was 10 times that of the previous D-rank, completely wrapping Wen Lingxi's concave and convex body. It was as if it was completely enveloped by a layer of holy light. This time, 100 points of upgrade progress, as usual, once again sacrificed to the passive skill 1 Holy Spirit Blessing. This is the most tangible improvement. Other passives. If you're less lucky, it's possible to have a wave of heavenly thunder wash and not even see it triggered once. The boost is far less effective than the Holy Spirit Blessing. Therefore, both Su Chen and Wen Lingxi's skill book sacrifice programs were very uniform. As long as you can raise the level of the Holy Spirit Blessing, add as much as you can to it. The rest of the skill books are then split evenly between each of the other 2 passive skills. Your summon creature Wen Lingxi has completed the skill book sacrifice. You have received the sacrifice share, and your passive skill Holy Spirit Blessing has been upgraded to LV3. Blessing of the Holy Spirit LV3, 9/1000. All of your skills will gain a 4x boost, but mana consumption will also increase by a factor of 4. Your summon creature Wen Lingxi has completed the skill book sacrifice. You have received sacrifice sharing, and your passive skill Last Whisper has been upgraded by plus 33. The Last Whisper LV2, 33 out of 100. Your summon creature Wen Lingxi has completed the skill book sacrifice. You receive sacrifice sharing, passive skill Holy Spirit Discipline upgrades by plus 34. Holy Spirit Discipline LV2, 34 out of 100. After completing the offering, Su Chen and Wen Lingxi's strength had once again taken a big leap forward. Thoroughly digest this harvest. For X damage increase. Su Chen looked at the changes in the skill information on the panel and was suddenly filled with confidence. Next, the sword points to the remaining 6 Guardian Boss leaders. 21. Guardian Boss Wind Thunder Rock Chief first kill. Swish, the blue return formation dissipated, and Wen Lingxi, who had recovered to her peak condition, jumped out of the area of the formation. The white dress is holy and metrosexual. Go! Su Chen also recovered to his best state and slowly nodded his head. He was about to put the evil demon blood harvesting bottle into his backpack, along with the other equipment. Suddenly, he realized, the blood collecting vial was emitting streams of dense blood aura. It was the eyes of the three-eyed green lion that were radiating light. Rustling, starbursts of fine points of light drifted through the air, guiding in a certain direction if nothing else. Could this be a guide to the location of the nearest leader of the 7 evils? Su Chen was thoughtful, and then ecstatic. It would save him a lot of trouble. There was no need to search aimlessly. And even the durability of the wind-calling bell was saved. The duo geared up and hit the road, approaching quickly along the direction where the green lion's eyes were glowing. Half a day later, Su Chen and Wen Lingxi crouched down in front of a tall shrub and looked down towards the heights. Wow! Only to be seen, under the 3 brilliant white waterfalls that cascaded down in a single bound like a pikestaff, a huge figure with a wingspan of dozens of meters was leisurely lying on the grass and sunbathing, and no other living monster had been seen in the surrounding area for several miles. Instead, some of the demonic monster's corpse bones piled up and were devoured by that giant demonic monster. The terrifyingly ferocious might could almost make the water of the 3 wide waterfalls flow backwards. A strong sense of oppression shook the surrounding mountains. It was announcing to the entire Spring Valley that this place was its territory. Foreign objects enter, whether human or demonic, and must die. Wind and Thunder Rock Chief. Level, LV20. Suggested strategy level, all LV20 teams. It's the Wind Thunder Rock, one of the boss monsters recognized as the most difficult to decapitate among the 7 fowls. Wen Lingxi introduced, was about to talk about the characteristics of the Wind and Thunder Rock, but when he turned his head, the seat beside him was actually empty. Wen Lingxi, looking down again, Su Chen actually didn't even hesitate for half a second, and had already rushed out with a big stride, holding the rainbow flowing stick of streaming light. The person was in mid-air, and already swish 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 elemental fluctuations churned. Mana Sacrifice and Mana Shield are applied to the head at the same time. Rumble, raging clouds, swirling with a drumming gale, gathered rapidly in the sky. In just an instant, the 14 dark purple thunderbolts that had gathered together, nuisance intertwined and condensed into a dark purple light pillar that was even grander than a waterfall. Rumble dash, berserk thunder struck down with fury, and the heavenly thunder was unforgiving. The vast heavenly might shook the 4 directions. The Wind Thunder Rock, which was leisurely sunbathing, had only just opened its eyes and exuded anger, ready to raise its wings and fly up, giving the outsiders a little lesson in death. As a result, he was struck by a streak of thunder and split into little old me on the spot. Lord of this place? Times. Lamb to the slaughter. Square root. A series of silky smooth and incomparable heavenly thunderbolts struck down. This head has been suppressing this place for more than 10 years. Since the birth of the copy of the Barren Land has never been subjected to any provocation and threat of the Wind and Thunder Rock. Instantly split into a large fried chicken. His body was charred, nourished, and his breath was dying. Feathers that vaguely shimmered with green and gray wind and thunder drifted to the ground. The entire left half of the wing was torn off, without even a hiss that should have been there. Su Chen's damage control was just right, only giving this Wind Thunder Rock leader his last breath. When Lingxi jumped out as an afterthought, and the golden light of the Key of Radiance flashed in her hand, rolling elemental fluctuations that turned into rapids. All of them landed on top of the Wind Thunder Rock's shivering huge body. The opponent twitched slightly and lost his life completely. What did you just say? Su Chen asked. When Lingxi was silent for a moment before she said, I was trying to say that this Wind and Thunder Rock has lightning attribute resistance because it can harness wind and thunder, and lightning resistance is high, so be careful. Su Chen laughed. Thunder resistance is even higher. Can you stand up to my Heavenly Thunder Wash plus 4x damage plus Trigger Blast plus Trigger Real damage? It's nothing more than the difference between a wave that doesn't kill you and another wave that does. He twisted his head, looking at the half-torn open Wind Thunder giant wing. A smell of meat stimulated him to drool. Little rich woman, you say this Wind and Thunder Rock's wings. What would it taste like if it was made into chicken wings with cola? Wen Lingxi. Big question marks floated out of her tiny head. Meanwhile, in the outside world, the entrance to the replica. The principals of the 7 universities gathered here, along with many senior teachers and parents, are still eagerly discussing the first kill of the guardian boss, the 3-eyed green lion. Some of the parents were so ecstatic that they couldn't wait to scurry right out of the crowd with excitement. My family, Zhang, is on MS. Shui and Mr. Chu's double a battle team. He's also one of the first killers. Me too. Me too. My Chanxian is also that Shui family's kid's best friend, and they're very close. With this kind of achievement, she'll definitely have a good future. Although it may not be like Shui Yao Chu Wei, who is the leader of the team, will get the green eyes of the highest academic institution. But, even if it's a first-class school, they, as parents, are happy with it. The thought of their own children, who could be frantically competed for by first-class academies, made them smile. There was an expression of joy all around. Congratulations to their children for such a proud achievement. The principals were also quite excited. Terrific. It's marvelous. Heroes come out of the youth. I, Pro City professional, have someone to follow in my footsteps. First high school has come out on top again this time, and I'm afraid that no one will be able to surpass this honor for the next 7 or 8 years. Congratulations to Principal Chang, with Shui Yao and Chu Wei, two of the pride of heaven rising to fame. In the future, Principal Chang will definitely have the opportunity to receive a higher tilt of resources from the Ministry of Education. Su Hano couldn't help but burst into old tears. It's so touching. 10 years and finally a new first kill. Some S-class professionals cannot do things. I can't believe that it was done again by two of Principal Chang's first high school students. This term, the A-ranked twins, on the contrary, overpowered Wen Lingxi, an S-ranked Seoul professional. It was simply a scene that was unprecedented in the history of their city of prosperity. It deserves to be enshrined in the textbooks and in the history of the founding of the first school. Just then, swish, the light curtain suddenly erupted with extremely bright light, even more dazzling and piercing than the party's first kill announcement. Congratulations to Wen Lingxi for successfully killing the Dark Cave Guardian boss Wind Thunder Rock leader. Hereby the entire subbook is notified. Still, the original cacophony of people's voices came to an abrupt end in an instant. You can hear a pin drop. The 7 principals, including Headmaster Chang, all stared at the same time. Even Chang Lanxiang herself did not expect that this beloved disciple, who always had to be angry, would actually be able to take the first kill. It was too much of a surprise for her. It's been 6 or 7 years since she's been a principal, and this is the first time she's ever misjudged the outcome of a replica. After a short silence, hiss, the crowd was instantly a sound of cold air being sucked in, followed by the sound of clamoring shock that was even more enthusiastic and excited than the party's, resonating throughout the entire arena. Boom! The crowd exploded. Really? I can't believe there's a new first kill so soon. How long has this been going on? The record hasn't been broken for 10 years, and once it's broken it's 2 in a row. Wen Lingxi? Why does that name sound so familiar? Are you stupid? That's the daughter of the Wen family, a top-tier mansion, the first middle school principal's personal favorite, and the only S-ranked professional in the current session. You haven't even heard of her name? Who's on Wen Lingxi's team? There's no way she could have accomplished the first kill by herself. Wind Thunder Rock. This is a boss monster that is even stronger than the three-eyed green lion among the 7 evils. Asterisk. Wind Thunder Rock has fast movement speed, high damage, can still fly, and both physical and legal dual resistance and lightning resistance are very high. How could it be killed? What kind of team is this? Chief? I didn't see wrong. Good lord, am I blind? It's actually the chief. How is this possible? The first kill is the leader. It's not a star and a half higher than the gold content of that first kill of the AA squad before. Oh my god, I must be dreaming. I'm dreaming. Suhano hadn't even wiped the tears from his face yet, and at this moment, he was already shrouded in absolute shock, muttering under his breath. To be able to see the Wind and Thunder Rock leader's first kill record, taken down before he retires. I'm really dying in peace. This is one of the hardest guardian bosses among the 7 evils. Brush up. The gazes of the 5 principals first gathered on Chang Lanxiang's body. Then, it turned to the dumbfounded Su Hano. Old Su, do you want to die for a while? I think you can die with your eyes open. It would be rude to live any longer. Su Hano, 22, single-handedly killing the 7 fierce leaders? Su Hano's old face reddened, feeling that he had been too emotional and hasty before. The other principals' faces were also burning with pain. The moment. They only felt that the bragging and praising that they had just done to Chu Wei and Xueqi was a great irony. This Tendo announcement was all but punched in the face. Principal Chang is also really, obviously modest words, and said so real. It made them, the group of principals, really think that Wen Lingxi had such a big character flaw that there was no way to complete the first kill. Lin Yan pushed his glasses up, his insides about to explode. He really wanted to ask Principal Chang, what's this? What the hell does that mean? The promised progress of Wen Lingxi is far less than that of the AA squad? What's the big deal? Chang Lanxiang was already in shock, touching her polished forehead. After a while of slowing down she still felt a little giddy and couldn't believe it. Repeatedly confirmed the Tendo announcement several times. It really is her beloved disciple. Lingxi, she's actually this powerful? Going into a copy alone, not even fully prepared, and also being able to single-handedly kill the leader of the 7 fiends? Chang Lanxian felt very unimaginable, so much so, that when she saw the pitiful eyes of the rest of the principals, she felt so wronged. She admitted it, there was an element of Versailles in the previous modesty, but this time she really didn't have Versailles. She truly couldn't believe that Lingxi, who had left without saying goodbye and entered the replica hastily, was actually able to come up with such a bright achievement. Could it be that I'm looking away? Actually, Lingxi is the one who can take the lead alone? The other principals chattered away. Alright, don't be modest, old Chang. Right, Principal Chang. Excessive modesty can be narcissistic. Now we all know you have such a good disciple. Okay, I say Lon Frost, you're really too. You've long arranged for your beloved disciple to hunt the 7 fierce leaders alone. Why can't you give us a hint in advance? Double a team in the front and one Lingxi's single kill in the back. Your first grade is really making a big splash. If you are rich and powerful, don't forget each other. Below, in addition to the murmurs and expressions of shocked senior teachers and many parents, those parents of the AA first killers have a bad look on their faces. How come? The first kill reward in front of us. We haven't even warmed up yet. How come there's another one? This is troublesome. Will my Zhang still be able to enter a first-class college? Agu, this headmaster Chang is really unfathomable. The pro-disciples of all the years are more remarkable than one another. If I had known, I wouldn't have been happy so early. If Wen Lingxi didn't take this first kill, then the biggest windfall of the year undoubtedly fell on the heads of Shui Yao and Chu Wei's team. Their child, too, will be the brightest one. But now what? The situation has taken a sharp turn for the worse. The level of the three-eyed green lion, a guardian boss monster, was not as high as the Wind Thunder Rock, which had high attack and defense and could also fly. However, this head that Wen Lingxi killed was also the leader of the Wind Thunder Rock, unique in only this chief. Some parents had better ears and were even more shocked when they heard the talk from the 7 principals' side. The gold content plummeted straight to the bottom. The brightest became Wen Lingxi. All that shock and joy they had felt before turned into a stepping stone for someone else's family. This sense of disparity simply made them want to cry. I could barely accept it if the Wind and Thunder Rock chief was even. But now you're telling me that headmaster's beloved disciple was a single ING kill. What? A single kill? How is this possible? Are you kidding me? 10 years in the making, the first high school has once again hit the ground running. The senior teachers of the major universities, except for the teachers of the first high school who were all red in the face, everyone else's face was glowing, and they were killed in seconds. You can only run around crying to each other and congratulate the teachers of the first school. This S-class is so fierce. I dare say, Wen Lingxi, she is that S-class that is the best in the country at the moment. To single-handedly kill the leader of the 7 evils, the previous S ranks, I'm afraid they can't even compare to a single finger of Shaowan. One person suppresses a class of students. No, all the students of the past 10 years. Inside the perimeter, at the edge of Springdale, Shui Yao Chu Wei's team, still recuperating. Restore status. Each and every member of the group was still immersed in the joy of the first kill of the party, caught up in the splendor of that which may be starred in and shine on the nation. It is impossible to extricate oneself. Just then, a cold, icy voice of the heavenly Tao came from their ears. The flood of announcements seemed to shatter eardrums. Congratulations to Wen Lingxi for successfully killing the Dark Cave Guardian boss Wind Thunder Rock leader. Hereby the entire subbook is notified. Quiet. All the passionate discussions that everyone had been having earlier came to a screeching halt. The ambiguous smile on Shui Yao's face directly stiffened. Chu Wei was even petrified on the spot. He couldn't even care about his manners, swishly standing up and cursing under his breath. How is this possible? How is this possible? It was only after the words left his mouth that he realized something was wrong. Hastily, he boarded up his face to cover his gaffe. No, yo, I'm not saying that other students can't get honors. It's not like I can't tolerate people. I'm just so shocked. Who could not be shocked? No way. Our first kill lasted less than half an hour. Why? We've paid so much, and it's just going to go down the drain. I don't believe it. Ha ha ha. It must be a fake. How could it be the 7 fierce leaders? We don't even dare to think about the second ordinary three-eyed green lion, let alone the leader. Wind Thunder Rock. I've heard of it. It's the strongest of the 7 evils. Goddess Wind is also too powerful. How on earth did she do that? I want to know who's on the Goddess Wind team. Is it too late to join? Chu Wei saw that Shui Yao didn't have much of a reaction, and the man was dumbfounded. Couldn't help but sigh. S-class is really still strong, destined to suppress a session, even suppress the nation. On his face, he couldn't help but yearn for the goddess, eyes written with admiration. When Lingxi's beauty and power had long since penetrated into her body and mind, it made Chu Wei, whose origin was already quite good, feel inferior in his heart. She's like the bright moon in the sky, not to mention close contact. Even just a glance from afar would be overwhelmed by that noble and sacred temperament. For Shui Yao, he still dared to think, to pursue, and to put it into action. But for Wen Lingxi, he didn't even dare to think about it. Unreachable, not to be blasphemed. It was only until this moment that Shui Yao gritted her teeth. Being a high-end green tea, she has always been joyful and easily pulls everyone's emotions. But in this moment she could no longer control the expression on her face. Jealousy wants to go crazy. The aura that shrouded her body was again snatched away by that smelly woman Wen Lingxi. Everyone had mixed feelings inside. After a brief moment of shock, they realized a harsh truth. Wen Lingxi's first kill of the leader of the Seven Fiends dropped the gold content of their first kill dramatically. Being in the same class as this kind of genius is truly a sadness. Shui Yao's best friend muttered in a low voice. Shui Yao didn't say anything and just kept on packing her traveling clothes. Yo, where are you going? Chu Wei asked. Shui Yao's expression was serious, and a pair of beautiful eyes were filled with a determined light. I'm going to go deep into the inner circle. Kill the 7 murderers again. We're all human. The gap can't be that big. I don't believe that so many of us would be inferior to Wen Lingxi. Sisters, we can't fall here, let alone stop. We have to let everyone know that even though we are AB class, we are just as capable of standing on the same level as S class. We, who are still able to continue fighting, everybody work together. These words renewed morale. Everyone felt infused with power. Immediately, without further rest, he packed up his backpack and continued toward the depths of the Valley of the Spring. The 23. Rise to level 13. A generous first kill reward. Deep in the Chuani Valley, beneath 3 brilliant white waterfalls, another bumper crop. Su Chen was overjoyed. Wen Lingxi's little face was also flushed and uplifted. Successfully slay the Wind and Thunder Rock Leader, LV20 Guardian Boss. Experience value plus 80. You have successfully completed the first kill of the Wind Thunder Rock Leader, and have been blessed by the Heavenly Tao with plus 500 experience and a special first kill reward. Congratulations! You have successfully raised to LV13. Your summon Wen Lingxi has successfully killed Wind Thunder Rock Chief, LV20 Guardian Boss. You get bonus sharing. Experience value plus 80 inch. You get the first kill reward sharing. Experience value plus 500 inch. You have been upgraded to LV13. Swish, swish swish swish. Elemental fluctuations raged under the blinding holy radiance. It's like a dazzling neon dress that wraps around your body. Wonderful and dazzling. The duo had both moved up another level, and along with the upgrading special effect, there was also a deepening pillar of divine light that penetrated through the heavens and earth, ringing around and enveloping Wen Lingxi's body. It made her already immensely holy dress even more eye-catching and bright. The noble temperament that she was born with was completely sublimated. It was as if she had completely distinguished herself from the rest of mankind, transforming into an unearthly heavenly goddess. Su Chen looked at the scene, enjoying the rewarding shared experience value. A satisfied smile could not help but appear on his face. Luckily, no one grabbed the first kill this time. He didn't really care what the announcement said. That Wen Lingxi took the first kill. Anyway, between him and Wen Lingxi, it was all for one and one for all. It's the same for whoever takes it. I don't know what blessing Shui Yao, that big green tea, got last time. He actually rushed a step ahead of him and grabbed the first kill. This time, they killed the leader of the 7 murderers. It was expected that even if Shui Yao and the others wanted to grab it, they wouldn't have the ability to do so. He looked at the rewarding balls of light floating down from the sky and began to count his harvest. Skill book, Berserk, Grade D. Skill book, Light of Whisper, Grade D. It's a pity that it didn't pop out C rank skill books again, but it still popped out 2 D rank ones. It's better to leave it to the little rich girl to sacrifice in a while. You can raise the length of passive skills 2 and 3 by another 10 points each upwards. Bright silver clusters of light floated down, aglow with color. The wrist guard, which was glowing with a bright silver-colored glow, fell onto Su Chen's hand. Silver level equipment. When the bright silver glow faded, he got a good look at the gauntlet, only to see that it was tender green like a fine tree branches woven into the wrist guards. Looks green, just in the green of this spring valley to complement the vitality. Green Springs Arm Guard. Quality, silver. Attribute bonus, blood absorption plus 1%, agility plus 20 inch. Passive effect, slowly restores life and, if full, mana. Occupation, unlimited. It's actually a relatively precious silver equipment with the blood-draining attribute. The effect is not bad. As long as it is worn, it can slowly return blood and mana. Even if the recovery is not large, it is still a very good effect. After Su Chen finished checking, he subconsciously looked at Wen Lingxi. It seems to feel that there is not enough protection for the little rich girl. The blood isn't thick enough. And a little more meat. Wen Lingxi's beautiful peach blossom eyes were also staring at him. Seeing this but shaking his head slightly, he displayed his arms. Her snow-white, smooth arms, tightly wrapped in the translucent silk gauze sleeves of her white dress, hugged her skin, and there was no place at all for arm guards. This white dress of hers was clearly an extreme beginner-grade equipment of a very high-quality rank. With the quality of the silver arm guard, it wasn't even enough to look at. Even if they were forced to wear it, the effect would not be noticeable. And there was the possibility that it would be reversed and suppressed by this white dress. That won't be necessary. Suchen simply brought the wrist guard directly onto his body, and the slightest bit of coolness immediately flowed out from the arm guard. It's very comfortable. Skyline. The rewarding light mass wrapped in holy white light and permeated with the eye-catching light of the heavenly Tao drifted down in a surplus. Suchen had guessed in advance that this was a special prop, same as calling the wind chimes. This kind of special props, there is no level. The effect purely depends on luck, and the burst rate is very, very low, much lower than that of skill books and equipment. It can only be spawned in duplicates. High-ranking craftsmen who wanted to imitate it couldn't even do so. The only one of its kind. Perhaps it's only the first kill rewards like that that are steadily bestowed. Some props are no less effective than S rank, and can even surpass S rank, but some of them don't give A, not even enough for an E rating. Take for example the wind calling chimes. In the desolate land, a high difficulty copy of the inner perimeter area. If left to others to use, it was a catalyst for death. To use it is to seek death. However, in Suchen's hands, it was even better than S rank. It greatly accelerated both of their upgrades. The God's Embodied Talisman. Effect, a one-time prop that doubles an attribute for a short period of time. Durability, 1 of 1. Suchen's face was thoughtful, then his eyes lit up. At the critical moment, he could double the spiritual attribute, and the mana value would be doubled accordingly. More mana, more heavenly thunder. For him, that back and forth adds up to at least a 4x boost, and the effect of using it to explode and completely push the limits at critical moments will only be quite explosive. In addition, he also had the mana sacrifice, which allowed him to sacrifice all his other three-dimensional attributes into one point at critical moments, directly increasing his mana value by 10 times. 2 by 2. Suchen could barely imagine just how powerful he would be by that time. Throwing all the skill books to Wenlingxi. You continue to sacrifice the skill books and complete the attribute point distribution by the way. I'll collect the blood of the second alpha. Your summoned creature Wenlingxi has completed the skill book sacrifice. You've earned your contribution to the sacrifice. Last Whisper LV2, 43 out of 100. Holy Spirit Discipline LV2, 44 out of 100. Your summon, Wenlingxi, is assigning attributes. You gain attribute sharing. Spirit plus 10 inch. Spirit, 230240250. Wow. Thick, hot, bright red blood flowed into the blood collection bottle. The patterned relief of the second head of the wind thunder rock carved on the surface of the bottle's wall shone with it. Lifelike. It is as if there is a rock bird flying in the sky, soaring in the air, leaping onto the paper. This was like successfully swiping a new achievement, giving Suchen's collecting fetish less satisfaction. On the mission screen, the progress bar of the main quest The Dark Gate has risen once again. It became 2/7. Swish, the golden-winged rock's eyes shone. Scarlet red light, accompanied by a faint starburst luster, guided a direction. It was surprisingly identical to where the bright light of that three-eyed green lion statue was guiding him. Two reliefs pointing in the same direction. Could it be that, in this direction, there will be 2 or even more of the 7 evils, all above the same location? Suchen was very excited and immediately greeted the little rich girl. Go, 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 keep going. That's another thing saved. It should be possible to gather a large number of the 7 evils to kill together at the same time in one of the areas ahead. It's exciting to think about. 24. Are you ready for a natural disaster? Rustling, rustling. The forest leaves shook, and there was a dense, thin rattle of tall bushes. Click. A thick section of thorns was split. The dense forest followed and collapsed in all directions, opening up gaps that could accommodate 2 people to pass through. Above the evil demon blood harvesting vase, the light of the embossment shone brighter and brighter, bright red like blood. The starbursts of light drifting in the air slowly gathered into the shape of a blood-colored bridge that continued to penetrate in the direction of the even deeper dense forest. That's a lot of hiding. Suchen held the flowing light staff to open the way, and a ball of Holy Spirit elements exploded in the dense forest. Without the guidance of this blood collection bottle, if we want to find this place, we'll probably have to put in some effort. Wenlingxi nodded her head obediently. Because this area, no one has ever really come in. This place, too, has never been conquered by any professional. Suchen looked at the extraordinarily dense vegetation here, and it indeed didn't look like anyone had been here before them. This place has remained calm for more than 10 years. It also harbors major dangers that have been building up over the past decade or so. Suchen was exuberant. Finally, I get to have my head soup. The next reward we're going to blow up again is one that no one has ever gotten before. Every step is an opening. But when Lingxi wasn't panicking at all in her heart, as long as Su Chen was there, she was extraordinarily at peace in her heart. There was no difficulty that could stop the two of them. Just then, buzz off! A tremor ran through the blood collection bottle, and the two of them, Su Chen, stopped at the same time. The light on the walls of the bottle was brilliant to the extreme. A blood-red stream of light that looked like substance coalesced into two blurred and twisted blood shadows on the wall of the bottle. They are the three-eyed green lion chief and the wind and thunder rock chief. It was as if they were letting out a ferocious guttural hiss, looking down on their prey in a predatory stance. Extraordinarily majestic, almost on the verge of coming to life. Su Chen's expression stared. He understood that the place was reached. Click! Another tightly packed bush was torn apart by Wen Lingxi's key of radiance. The scene opens up before you, hidden under layers of depressions, with overlapping dense vegetation. A towering, pitch-black mountain of stone towered over it, very lofty and tall. A terrifying ferocious might that was so intense that it was like substance tore through the air, and from within that towering stone mountain, it continuously transmitted out and spread to the surroundings, empty the air completely of all the demonic monsters that tried to approach this place. 7 caves, in a circle, were spread around that rocky mountain. Everywhere was dead silent. Nothing could be seen. There was no sign of the demon, and naturally, there could be no human population. Quiet. It's awfully quiet. Among the mountains with such dense vegetation, not a single sound of flying birds or animals could be heard, nor can you hear the insects chirping. The atmosphere was unusually heavy. Su Chen and Wen Lingxi walked out one after the other. Su Chen looked at the blood collection bottle in his hand, and then at the 7 caves. This rocky mountain is kind of like an enlarged version of a blood collection bottle. The 7 murderous patterns carved on the wall of the bottle seem to correspond to the 7 caves. This can't be the lair of the 7 evil ones, can it? When Lingxi cautiously approached the mouth of a cave and looked inside, the cave led to nowhere, deep darkness, and there was no movement at all inside. Pitch black. The light would be swallowed up as soon as it shone in. Can't see a thing. She looked to Su Chen and shook her head. None found. Going into the hole now, with the situation unknown, is very irrational behavior. It's possible that the wolf is in the tiger's den. Su Chen quickly thought of a suitable opening idea. Immediately, from his backpack, he took out the wind calling chime. He waved his hand to signal Wen Lingxi to back off, then raised the wind chime in his hand high and shook it. Ring 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 click. The crisp ringing of the bell, which had only traveled a few times, instantly came to a screeching halt. In a tearing, crunching burst, Su Chen's pupils shrunk slightly. The durability of the wind chime is 0. The wind chime is broken. Click, click, click. The wind-calling bell shattered into a pile of fragments, and the sound of the bell didn't travel far before it dissolved into nothingness. What's the situation? Isn't there 60 points of durability left? How it just shattered. Su Chen was surprised in his heart, and had no time to lament the breakage of this precious divine artifact, only to hear the deafening sound of a roar that instantly exploded. Hooray! Ho 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 ho! The berserk roar seemed to be able to tear everything apart. The rocky mountain was shaking wildly. The earth was cracking at a rapid rate. A wild wind and waves rushed out from the 7 caves. A strong aura of blood suddenly ran. The entire stone mountain was like a volcano erupting angrily, becoming red from top to bottom, emitting a hot, fiery aura. Knock knock knock. In the dense and horrifying commotion that was like a stampede of horses, in all 7 caves, a large number of demonic monsters swarmed out in unison. A large beast tide that erupted in an instant instantly broke the last silence of the Spring Valley. At one time, it was impossible to count how many huge demonic monsters there were, and they all poured out. 7 caves of evil. Suggested strategy level, all LV20 teams. Stomp stairs. Wen Lingxi tugged Su Chen back. A pair of beautiful eyes darted across the field. Blood-drinking demonic augur, chief. Level, LV20, guardian boss. Suggested raider level, all LV20 teams. Unicorn. Level, LV20, guardian boss. Wen Lingxi's delicate face was filled with serious gravity. Her small mouth opened and closed, and her words flew fast. Blood-drinking demon scaly. Unicorn giant crocodile. Berserk Kyu. Also, that's a purple-tailed golden scorpion. These are all the 7 murderers. Among them, the purple-tailed golden scorpion has always been the most mysterious and unpredictable, because all the people who have seen its true face are all dead, and there is pitifully little news about it. Even I haven't heard much about it. They had really run to the 7 fiends' lair, and Su Chen's guess just now was correct. Ho 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 ho! The 7 fiends were surrounded. Now, even if the duo of Su Chen and Wen Lingxi wanted to retreat, there was no way to retreat. All the space around them had been filled with these 7 fiends with their ferocious demonic flames. The sky was set ablaze in a fierce, dark red color. There's no way back. Ambush on 10 sides. Suchen browsed through the waves of the 7 evils and realized that there were quite a few vacancies in the positions of 2 of them. The race of 3-eyed green lions is the rarest. The Wind Thunder Rock clan, 2, lacked a leading chieftain. The aura was much weaker than the other 5 evils. Suchen's eyes couldn't help but gaze up, hidden by the monstrous demonic flame, tainted into a dark red color. The 7 fierce exhalations that were close by were oppressive and breathless. Good lord! So the source of the 7 murderers is here. Everybody in one piece, neat and tidy. After the momentary shock, Suchen quickly calmed down. The gravity in his eyes instantly switched to excitement. Belligerence and regicide. That's great. It saves one from having to run around looking for them again. Since these 7 murderous chief bosses, one by one, were all neatly killed out. Then next, even if you die, it's going to be neat. All are my prey. Mine. Getting rich. Suchen's eyes glowed. As soon as he pulled out the piece of divine embracement talisman from his backpack, the cold talismanic seal was like a flawless piece of beautiful jade in its entirety. Click. Clenching his right hand into a fist, he directly crushed the rune mark hard. Next moment, eye-catching and blinding streams of light rushed out, pouring violently into Suchen's brain. It's like an enlightenment. Only his forehead, above his skin, was completely enveloped by dazzling golden light. This prop, undoubtedly he uses it himself with the best results. It was because his spiritual attribute was twice as much as one Lingxi's. In an instant, Suchen's spirit skyrocketed. Initial up to 250 points of spirit plus 20 points from streaming staff plus divine amulet asterisk 2x. It instantly soared to a whopping 540 points. The mana value also skyrocketed to 400 points. Continue. It's not enough. Swish, swish, swish. A series of mana shields skyrocketed in light and were added to the 2 of them, layered on top of each other. Mana sacrifice. Instantly inspired. All attribute values plummet together to 1 point. However, the mana value instantly increased tenfold, surging past the 50,000 point mark. It was as if the entire person was completely drowned by the rich blue mana, and the Holy Spirit system elements that surged out. A sea of gold, rising up in the air, shredding the blood-red obscuring sun in the sky. Suchen, whose eyes exuded a radiant golden light, looked toward the 7 ferocious tides in front of him. The corners of his mouth curled into a smile. Are you ready for the apocalypse? 25. Extreme Burst 100 Thunderfall. 5 consecutive first kills. The Berserk Holy Spirit element was as vast as the sea, brilliant as the sun and moon. All of the mana value contained in his body. At this moment, followed that flowing light staff and vibrated away in a circle. Divine Thunder Heavenly Leader. Inspire. Excite. Inspire. The moment. Suchen only felt that the flowing light staff held in his hand was somewhat unbearable, and violently trembled. The surging and surging Holy Spirit mana almost completely shattered the staff. Rumble. Rumble. The sky was full of dark clouds that piled up thickly. Not only did it sweep across the entire perimeter of the Chuani Valley, it enveloped the greater part of the valley, and it swept all the way to the outlying blood-red forests, to the even more outlying endless wilderness. The barren land changed. Gusty winds rolled in and overcast clouds covered the sky. The countless demonic monsters that didn't know what was going on all read the flavor of danger from the terrifying heavenly might that was brewing, hurriedly running towards the periphery. Many professionals who were fighting desperately were also attracted by the sudden appearance of the thunderclouds. Subconsciously, he raised his head and looked towards the sky. I don't understand why in the copy, a natural disaster will also fall. The clouds and the vault of the sky, both collapsed violently. Every molecule of water in the air seemed to be wafting with a rich aura of Holy Spirit mana, along with terrifying rays of lightning, as a sheen of pure gold hung brazenly over the stone mountain. Within it, an uncountable number of thunderbolts piled up like hemp. One by one, the 7 ferocious beasts raised their heads between these terrifying heavenly transformations. Both pairs of blood-red eyes full of ferocity glared at the vortex that the thunder had gathered into, born to be a devil and a monster. They are sorry, because they are actually showing the most primitive human emotions at the moment. Fear, despair, sadness, shock. Even these guardian bosses who were in the deepest part of the copy had never seen such an exaggerated thundercloud. More than that, I have never felt that the threat of death is so close. It's simply close. The moment. The thunderclouds, which had accumulated for miles, twisted and swirled inward, forming an inverted, dark funnel, hanging from the core of the most piercing and dazzling thunderbolt. The constant flickering luster of lightning deep within the clouds took on the shape of a bleeding tube. It condensed into crisscrossing veins of vermilion and scarlet, completely overloaded with the aura of thunder and lightning. It raced through the highest prohibitions in the replica's sky. Even the prohibition that wrapped the copy showed a spiderweb-like reflection of light spots. It was like a brightly colored reflection of the pupils of the eyes. Ka-ching! The first one dropped down from the sky, and it was clearly a perfect thunder in the color of pure gold. The last whisper triggers a blast. Holy Spirit discipline triggers true damage. Subsequently, a berserk thunderbolt, numbering in the hundreds, swept down. It was like the apocalypse of doom coming down. This was the limit of what Su Chen could do at this moment. Even though the 10 times the mana value was not completely exhausted, his body, mental will, and the staff in his hand had all reached the limit of endurance at this moment. He also wanted to take a good look at where his limits were. Thunder. Wildly, there were uncountable purple, light gold, and pure gold thunderbolts sandwiched between them. It was an absolutely violent output. A great explosion of heavenly thunder on the verge of reaching its limit. Unbridled, it drooped wildly and raged across this great land. Ling Shi, in the violent thunder. Su Chen was wrapped in the violent elemental currents and floated in midair. His mind, almost on the verge of being ripped apart by the raging elements, roared with what little sanity he had left, when Lingxi immediately nodded in understanding. Holding the key of radiance tightly in his hand, he was ready to make up for it. Boom! Click! 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 Click dash! Hundreds of heavenly thunderbolts bombarded and violently cleansed the earth. Undifferentiated thunder descended over the heads of the 7 fierce tides. Many thunderbolts were intertwined and stacked into bucket-thick thunderbolts, splitting down on the flesh and blood body. It was almost as if they were taking a pig-killing knife to cut tofu. Immediately, hissing and whimpering came frequently. Countless wails resounded frantically. Moment by moment, the bursts of plasma were like molten iron poured over the walls. The purple-tailed golden scorpion leader, which was so famous that no one had ever seen its true face, had most of its body shattered into a puddle of mud. A lava giant with a body like a small mountain was shattered into countless arcs by the thunder. It flowed into a pool of rocky water. A blood-drinking demonic augur? It's a little worm that burrows in the dirt and gets stomped on. A one-horned predator? No different than a flying pig inside a pig farm, ready to be slaughtered. In this undifferentiated thunderous crushing, shuffling eruption, hundreds of thunder pillars, going forward and backward, exploded brightly in the cloud vortex without stopping for a moment. Like the thundering spears of the gods, they pierce heaven and earth. The entire Rocky Mountain, stopped by the volatile heavenly thunder, rumbled and exploded. The 7 holes, pure black and red like blood, were completely shattered, dried and vaporized in the purple gold plasma. There wasn't even a little crumb left. The thunder roared, toppling the entire surrounding forest and undergrowth. The stone mountain that was originally wrapped in layers of countless dense vegetation just collapsed on top of a bare, scorched black earth. When Lingxi inhaled deeply, a head of long, silky hair like a waterfall was constantly blowing and curling in the gusty winds, and the holy snow-white dress around her body was firmly sheltering her body. A fine layer of cold sweat oozed from her forehead, but she was very serious. A pair of nice peach blossom eyes looked around the room, searching for the dying demon, shuttling through the many thunders. Looking at the miserable hissing appearance of the 7 fierce demon monsters, they completely lost the last bit of their fierce reputation and dignity as 7 fierce monsters. She struck again and again with precision, accurately hit the Holy Spirit elemental to complete the final harvest, to draw a sufficiently successful conclusion to this glorious thunder heavenly disaster feast that was enough to go down in history, enough to make the magic monsters of this barren land remember it forever. It was only a few minutes before and after, under the tacit cooperation between Su Chen and Wen Lingxi, all 7 murderers were completely destroyed. The entire 7 caves of gathering evil was uprooted and razed to the ground. The vegetation in the deepest part of the entire Springtime Valley was completely destroyed, leaving behind only a large area of deep pits of scorched black ruins after the descent of heavenly lightning. Countless pieces of demonic monster blood and flesh shattered everywhere. It's almost as if it's blended with the earth, and it's hard to tell the difference. The 7 evil leaders, all destroyed. Oh no, it wasn't just the 7 murderous chiefs. I should say that the entire 7 murderous clans put together were pushed flat by the 2 of them. Before that, there were many occupiers in the outside world, and even the Occupiers Association in Linchang, who were worried about these 7 murderous guardian boss monsters. It was feared that if no one could clear this copy in a few more years, the 7 murderers would completely turn into monsters of the Forbidden Land, becoming forbidden demons that would wreak havoc on the party. But after today, the 7 fowls can almost be removed from the desolate land replica, for the time being, although the copy will be constantly brushed. But the loss of so many guardian bosses and boss monster leaders is not so easy to brush off. What can be expected is that in the next few years' time, the Spring Valley and the inner perimeter of this barren land may become the safest place in the entire copy, and the number of monsters is the sparsest. The danger level of the barren land will be greatly reduced. Don't ask. To ask is to have the whole clan shattered. The 7 murderers of the hall, from life to death, are indeed all neat and inseparable. When Lingxi assisted the somewhat disengaged Su Chen and was about to say something, next moment, radiant light of the heavenly Tao swept through, and the wind and clouds changed color. In his ears, the loud and majestic sound of the heavenly Tao sounded. It rang a whole bunch of times in a row. Congratulations to Wenlingxi for successfully killing the Dark Cave Guardian boss blood-drinking demon Zhao leader. Hereby notifying the entire subbook. Congratulations to Wenlingxi for successfully killing the Dark Cave Guardian boss Unicorn Crocodile leader. This is a full subscript announcement. Congratulations to Wenlingxi for successfully killing the Dark Cave Guardian boss Purple-tailed Golden Scorpion leader. Hereby notifying the entire subbook. Congratulations to Wenlingxi for successfully killing the first kill of the Dark Cave Guardian boss Lava Giant Chief Gordo. Hereby notifying the entire subbook. Congratulations to Wenlingxi for successfully killing the Dark Cave Guardian boss Buddha Head Bug leader. Hereby notifying the entire subbook. Tendo announcement. 5 consecutive first kills. 5-7 fierce chiefs. Neatly listed. 1 without fail. 26. Gold equipment. Spiritual attributes breaking the limit. As the 5 consecutive first kill announcements echoed, Su Chen couldn't help but have a smile bloom on his face. No one can steal the first 5 consecutive kills this time. Who else? The leader of the 7 deadly fellows, whom no one in Shuani Valley has ever fully seen. Is this? As low-key as Wenlingxi was, she couldn't help but show a hint of pride. The air is strong, and the chest is lifted. The key of radiance gleamed in his hand. Looking around, within a few miles, the deepest place in the innermost perimeter of this hall's replica was already a charred ruin. Everywhere was a crisscrossed, crooked corpse of a giant beast. So what about the 7 evils that have been treated as a taboo by the outside world for a decade or so? What about the leader of the 7 deadly men, who everyone talks about? How about another double whammy of difficult copies that no one has ever been able to get through since its inception? It was still not under the leadership of her Su Chen, who had managed to step on her feet. The moment. Su Chen was already a glorious and heroic image in her mind, all the way up to the point where no one can surpass or compare. Su Chen, like her Gaijin, like it was sent from heaven, to save her. As a stream of experience values drifted down and descended, it solidified into a grand rainbow in the sky. The two of them, Su Chen, were wrapped in layers and layers of 7 colored streams of light. It was filled, completely filled with bonus experience value. For a while, system prompts that were hard to count were in front of him in a near-screen swipe gesture. A wild explosion. Your summon Wenlingxi has successfully killed the Unicorn Giant Crocodile leader, LV20 Guardian boss. Experience plus 100. You get bonus sharing. Experience value plus 80 inch. You get the first kill reward sharing. Experience value plus 500 inch. Your summon creature Wenlingxi has successfully killed blood-drinking demon scale leader, LV20 Guardian boss. You get bonus sharing. Experience value plus 80 inch. You get the first kill reward sharing. Experience value plus 500 inch. Your summoned creature Wenlingxi has been successfully killed. You get rewarded for sharing. You get the first kill reward sharing. Congratulations! You have been upgraded to LV15. Congratulations! You have been upgraded to LV18. Congratulations! You have elevated to LV20. You have reached the limit of the Desolate Land copy's capacity. The subsequent experience value will be accumulated and settled together when you leave the copy. LV20. Su Chen and Wenlingxi, both raised to level 20, reaching the limit of the copy. Just 3 or 5 days. They then overdid their month-long practice on the eve of the college entrance exam. The leveling requirement is only 15. And now they have far exceeded this hierarchical benchmark. In the recorded history of professionals in the Divine Sea Empire, Su Chen and Wenlingxi's upgrading speed was enough to break multiple records that had been held for many years. This achievement is nothing short of amazing. Without much doubt, as soon as the copy comes out, the two of them will be the most premier talents in the country who are recruited by the 4 highest academic institutions and directly bailed out. The name of the two of them will be crowned in contemporary times. There are no 2 wins. For these bright futures, Su Chen didn't care much. He was more concerned with taking a good inventory of the immediate harvest. The upgrade caused his previously weakened state to fully recharge. Su Chen looked around glowingly. Wherever the eye could see, all that could be seen were clusters of rewarding light that floated more than once. He rubbed his hands together excitedly and greeted Wenlingxi. Come on, little rich girl, collect your reward. Great harvest. A bumper crop that has not been seen before and may not be seen again. As many as hundreds of heads of the entire clan of the 7 fiends had gathered here. It's all trophies. Su Chen had never imagined that one day, counting the loot would become a labor of strength. The only pity is that the Wind Waker bell is completely ruined. This divine artifact, it's so useless. Special props of no grade are not so easy to meet. I don't know when in the future I will come across such a good prop again. Start the inventory. This time, Su Chen was also rich and generous for once. D-rank E-rank skill books. What's that? It's not even worth watching. Throw it in your backpack as you go. Equipment? Anything that bubbles with the sheen of black iron and bronze. It's all crappy stuff too. Whatever the attribute characteristics, casually dump it into the backpack. And garbage is a locus. The inventory came later. For the first time, Suchan knew that counting money could really be counted until his hands cramped. The whole man was nearly overwhelmed with great joy. In the end, though, there were only so many scattered items that were really worth putting out for a closer look. Skill book, Ice Blast, Grade C. Effect, instantly reduces the water in the surrounding area of 150 meters to freezing point and detonates it, dealing a large amount of ice and fire damage. Continuously stacks freeze and burn damage. Cooldown, 180 seconds. Suitable profession, Ice Attribute Mage. Skill book, Constant of Light, Grade C. Skill effect, for a short period of time, you will glow as if the sun has descended to earth, causing a strong shock and blinding effect on the enemy, and dramatically increasing your speed by 2 times, as if you were transformed into a stream of light. Cooldown, 250 seconds. Suitable profession, all mage professions. The skill effects are all okay, but C rank isn't worth learning. Suchan used the same strategy as before, handing over the 2 skill books to Wenlingxi for sacrifice. Your summon creature Wenlingxi has completed the skill book sacrifice. You have gained sacrifice sharing, and your passive skill Last Whisper has been upgraded to LV3. The Last Whisper LV3, 43/1000. All of your skills permanently gain 25% bludgeoning rate. Your spell damage will bludgeon more easily, and all of these damaging skills will reduce the target's physical defense by 50% while bludgeoning. Your summon creature Wenlingxi has completed the skill book sacrifice. You have gained sacrifice sharing, and your passive skill Holy Spirit Discipline has been upgraded to LV3. Holy Spirit Discipline LV3, 44/1000. Your skills will have a 17.5% chance to deal true damage and may not be immunized by any immunity skills except holy word-based forbidden spells. Passive skills 2 and 3 are both successfully upgraded another level. It's all probabilistic boosts, but who would mind a low trigger chance? The higher the better. Of course. 3 silver outfits, the Guardian of Light, the Cloak of Lightness and the Breastplate of Holiness, a swordsman's leg armor, an assassin's and ninja's cloak with good attributes and passive effects. Counting the upper middle level silver armor, it can be sold for at least a few million high. What a fortune this time. Suchan looked towards the last piece of holy chest armor. The appropriate profession is Mage of the Word, and since Wenlingxi never needed full body equipment, this chest armor went to him again. Said chest armor, the appearance looks like a piece of openwork sun-patterned heart protector. As long as it fits on the skin of the chest, it can automatically expand and tightly protect the front chest and back. Holy breastplate, quality, silver, attribute bonus, defense plus 40, spell resistance plus 35, passive effect, being wrapped in the Holy Spirit element will greatly increase your toughness and keep you in a pseudo-hegemonic state for a short period of time. Applicable professions, Holy Spirit Mage, pseudo-bully, that's not a bad effect. But the actual triggering condition is pretty harsh. To be filled by the Holy Spirit element, it must be when I explode at full power and open up like crazy. But the guarantee that one will not be controlled by an external control skill when turning on the big one is a pretty good addition to the effect in itself. Suchan was satisfied and immediately attached the heart protector to his body. Feel the streamlined silhouette and comfort are just right. Chest armor, perfect protection of the front and back, half not suffocating stagnation. He couldn't help but nod. With light feet on his feet, green spring arm guards on his hands, and a holy breastplate, he's barely able to put together a half set of equipment. Well, at least he's half-dressed. Suchan's gaze finally landed on the last piece of golden equipment, his excitement overflowing. Gold level, before the first turn below level 30, the primary order, which is already the highest top gear. Wenlingxi's Key of Radiance was gold quality. There is a large blue return effect and spell penetration added, and looking at the golden silhouette, it just happened to be a staff, poking Suchan's heart perfectly. His flowing light staff, in the previous battle of the 100 Thunder Wash, was already overwhelmed. It simply couldn't carry his full force outburst. Getting a new weapon at this time of year is a snooze fest. Bloodthirsty Scorpion Tooth, quality, gold, attribute bonus, spirit plus 100, blast effect plus 45-inch, active effect Bloodlust. For every enemy killed during a battle, 1 point of spirit is raised, which will be cleared after half an hour of the end of the battle. Asterisk. Suchan was shocked, looking at that attribute addition in utter disbelief. A blitz effect boost would be well worth blowing off. And there's this 100 spirit bonus points, a full 10 levels of attribute points. That's too much of a boost. There's also this active effect that allows you to stack spiritual layers by constantly bloodthirsting, and there doesn't seem to be a stacking cap. It's almost like a tailor-made effect for my one-wave stream of Heavenly Thunder Wash. The more you kill, the fiercer you get. Who can stop this? Suchan was very satisfied and subconsciously looked at Wenlingxi. Wenlingxi had long held onto the Key of Radiance, and was very good at signaling him. She already had a top-tier primary extreme staff. And this, bloodthirsty scorpion tooth, was definitely for Su Chen to keep for himself. After finishing counting the harvest, Su Chen and Wen Lingxi began to distribute the attribute points again. No exceptions. Full stud spirit, your summon, Wen Lingxi, is assigning attributes. You gain attribute sharing, spirit plus 70, spirit, 25032030, a full 390 points of attributes. Violently crushes all pre-turn 1 beginning level spell jobs. Among the many legal professions, there is what is commonly known as the impenetrable spiritual mountain. Without any equipment attributes to support the premise, even the most gifted legal professions would not be able to break through the spirit to more than 320 points before level 30. Even if all the attributes were added to spirit, it couldn't be done. What's more, very few people will go all spirit for extreme output. Balancing the other attributes is the right thing to do. But today, Su Chen managed to overcome this spiritual mountain, reach a super high spirit unmatched by any legal profession. Even when compared to some of the middle-ranked professionals who had gone through their initial transmutation, this spiritual attribute was still very beatable. Su Chen was calm about it. Double the attribute boost, and it would be weird if you couldn't break a limit. Under the adoring gaze of Wen Lingxi, whose eyes were twinkling with little stars, Su Chen pulled out the evil demon blood collection bottle and collected the blood of the 7 murderous leaders one by one. The 7 fierce leaders, who had already died horribly, had to be drained of their last ounce of value by Su Chen after their deaths. Sadly, buzz off. As the walls of the bottle were surrounded, one by one, the 7 reliefs were illuminated. The bloodthirsty ferocious might was madly spreading out from within the blood collection bottle. In the quest panel, the completion level of the main quest The Dark Gate was instantly filled. Congratulations! Progress on the Gates of Darkness quest, July 7th. Junior professionals Su Chen / Wen Lingxi have successfully completed the core thread of their copy of the Barren Lands, and the Gate of Darkness has opened. Boom! A bloody light, from the mouth of the blood collection bottle, exploded, taking off into mid-air. It illuminates the vault of heaven and penetrates the heavens and the earth. The entire copy was roaring and trembling with it. Su Chen and Wen Lingxi stood side by side and slowly raised their heads, only to see a magnificent giant door filled and shrouded by a dense bloodlight, leading to unknown depths and horrors, rumbling and tearing open in the sky. The heavens and the earth changed color. The core place, the dark cave, is officially opened. The two of them, Su Chen, looked at each other and smiled. Without hesitation, take a step and step into the core. You've entered the heart of the Cave of Darkness. Suggested Raider level, all LV20 teams. 27. Shui Yao breaks the big defense. This gap is too counterintuitive. Inside the perimeter, somewhere in the Chuani Valley. Swish swish swish. Shui Yao Chu Wei and his team were flying across the map, all the way towards the deepest part of the valley, rapidly approaching. In normal times, knowing how terrifying the Spring Valley was, it would have been impossible for their group to use such a fast speed to walk towards the depths. But today, stimulated by Wen Lingxi's first kill of the Wind and Thunder Rock leader, Shui Yao seemed to be pumped up with chicken blood, and was determined to go deeper and deeper. The rest of the team, though, were more or less war-weary, fear of encountering a horrible demonic monster. He was also worried about encountering the 7 fiends again, which would directly lead to the total annihilation of their group. But they didn't have the heavenly Tao blessing on them now. There is only one life, and no one wants to die. But seeing that Shui Yao was so impulsive, he could only harden his heart and continue to follow. Seeing the farther away, the surrounding terrain and landscape, completely unrecognizable. Even Shu Wei, who had a lot of information about the inner circle, could barely tell where was where. Tread. He was the first to stop, pulling the somewhat agitated Shui Yao by the hand. Yo, it's better not to go any further. This is already deep into the Valley of Springtime, and even I can't confirm exactly what I'll encounter if I continue any further. Be careful. Shu Wei discouraged. He wanted to pick up Shui Yao, wanted to get more first kills and become famous in Linchang, but he doesn't want to die. It's impossible to get killed for the sake of a whim. Shui Yao pursed her lips, controlling her emotions and expression with years of green tea literacy, taking several deep breaths before squeezing out a smile. Brother Wei, you don't want to just keep being subdued by that S-class, do you? Let's try harder. Maybe Wen Lingxi was just lucky enough to come across some opportunity, such as the leader of the 7 fiends being spawned, or the infighting of several other 7 fiends. She must have caught the vacancy to take the first kill. We can't lose. Wei. Shui Yao's voice was permeated with soft and sticky pettiness. She knew that these dogmen, these warbling mouths, ate up this routine the most. A silky little streak, and she's still blindsided? Shu Wei was also somewhat flattered, feeling that the Shui Yao at this moment is really damn cute. That pathetic demeanor, that little action of wanting to snuggle up next to her, as if it makes his heart melt. In normal times, he would have given in, but not today. Going any further could be a dead end. Just then, someone in the group said, "Have you guys noticed? There's something strange about the situation. We've obviously traveled to a very deep place. How come we haven't encountered a single head of the 7 fiends? This is very different from the intelligence information we've seen." Right, along the way, we encountered several sets of 7 fierce traces, but we just couldn't find one head. It's not normal at all. Hearing the discussion, Shui Yao and Shu Wei were also a bit surprised. Shu Wei's face was deep in thought as he tried to recall the previous intelligence and observe his surroundings. According to my information, this is already the deepest part of Spring Valley. It should be very close to the core, and as far as I know, only a handful of people have actually made it this far in the past 10 years. But I'm surprised we haven't encountered the powerful 7 evil bosses yet. This is unthinkable. As a matter of common sense, this is the place where the 7 evils are most frequently found. It is an absolutely forbidden place that can dissuade all new professionals. But now what? Not only did they look ahead, they didn't see a single decent demonic monster appear. They have been overwhelmed by chicken blood along the way, regardless of blindly rushing. Actually also ahead of the 7 murderers have not encountered. What the hell is going on? Not being able to encounter other demonic monsters is quite normal, if the 7 fowls are not removed. Other small monsters would not dare to intrude here at all. But it's unusual that we haven't encountered the 7 evils so far. Seeing Chu Wei's unprecedentedly serious look, Shui Yao also realized the seriousness of the problem. No more excessive bravado. Although there is still some resentment in my heart, calmly think about it. Her life was far more important than fighting for a moment. No matter what, she couldn't die in the replica. Then she would lose the chance to fight with Wen Lingxi forever. Being demoralized and everyone sighing. In the crowd, murmurs were once again heard. Don't be discouraged. Everyone, don't be discouraged. Even though we can't match Goddess Wen's progress, we're the latest group to enter the core of Spring Valley. This place, it's full of gold. Yeah, how could I have forgotten about that? It's not easy to get here, and it's a major accomplishment. The intelligence from the deepest part of the inner circle is pitifully scarce, so if we can sell it, it's blood money. Mention this. Everyone was beaming with joy and excitement. Start talking away. We couldn't encounter any monsters along the way, so maybe we're just lucky as hell. We found an absolutely safe path by mistake. We should memorize the route this time, and take it out to sell it later. We'll definitely make a big profit. Awesome. Definitely a safe route to the raiders. And this isn't selling out. Ha 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 ha. Get rich. In the midst of the discussion, a wildly oppressive feeling suddenly descended from the distant sky. It caught everyone's attention at once. Skyline. A terrifying dark cloud that covered the sky swept across 10,000 miles of clear sky, enveloping the huge replica. Above their heads, an inverted funnel of dark clouds forms. Terrifying gusts of thunder snakes churned and then exploded in the distance. That horrible sight. It is nothing less than a natural disaster in the making, creating an extremely strong and terrifying sensation that swept through the party. In the pupils of Chu Wei's eyes, the terrifying image of thick thunder descending in the distance was reflected. Couldn't help but shrink. Rumble dash. The sound of a terrifying thunderstorm came from far and near. Hurry! Run away quickly. That was supposed to be a sudden thunderstorm. If we don't run, we might get caught in the natural disaster. And it is at this critical juncture. Everyone's ears buzzed and echoed with the sound of the heavenly Tao, which was even more deafening than the distant bursts of thunder. Congratulations to Wen Lingxi for successfully killing the Dark Cave Guardian boss blood-drinking demon Zhao leader. Hereby notifying the entire subbook. Congratulations to Wen Lingxi. Kill. First kill. Full side book announcement. Congratulations to 5 consecutive heavenly Tao announcements resounded by the ears. What? I heard something. It's the first kill of the 7 murderous chiefs again. And it's still 5 in a row. It's going crazy. It's really going crazy. This is ing sick too. How does that make anyone else play? Who can beat her? Wen Lingxi. Good Wen Lingxi. Wen Lingxi actually killed the remaining 5-7 murderers leaders. All of them. Although they knew in their hearts that there was little hope for them to hunt down the next 7 fierce leader and take the first kill. How would they know it wouldn't work if they didn't try? It's good to have something to think about. That's good. It's gone. All gone. 5 consecutive first kills in such a short period of time. Could it be that Wen Lingxi is a pair of 5? Everyone could see the despair and shock in each other's eyes. Caught up in the shock and unable to extricate themselves. Chu Wei also had a shocked look on his face. Shock, admiration, and deep respect were written all over his face. Puff. Shui Yao instantly lost her strength, and her entire body sat down on the ground. Biting his lip, he blanched. Broken defense. And it's breaking big defenses. The gap is so big. How do you want me to catch up? How can I catch up? This strength is too disparate. Soon, she stumbled up from the ground as if suddenly realizing something. No longer caring, He desperately rushed towards the direction where the terrifying thunderstorm heavenly disaster had erupted. She wanted to see with her own eyes how Wenlingxi actually did it. That's what this is all about. The other teams, as if they had realized, came from behind. Soon after, suddenly, a strong smell of blood rushed into his nostrils. A couple of the girls in the group didn't hold back on the spot and just threw up. Gulp! Shu Wei swallowed a mouthful of saliva and followed Shui Yao, coming closer towards the direction of the smell of blood. Next moment, the scene before them opened up, and all of them saw the image of a scene they would never forget. 28. Goddess One is simply unfathomable, reflected in the eyes. It was a scorched black earth, a horrific scene that seemed like the aftermath of a doomsday apocalypse. The earth was littered with craters several meters deep. The cracked earth formed one dark trench after another, and there was still a large amount of black smoke floating up from the earth, vaporizing into a wisp of black smoke cloud. The sky cleared, that dark cloud layer of extremely terrifying density, that collapsing sky, completely dissipated, but in its place was this ground of madness. Everywhere was destroyed, and no living creature was left alive where the tragedy was. Shui Yao's legs and feet were a bit weak, and Chu Wei, who was also full of shock, all stumbled ahead and walked forward in the dark trench. Wherever it passes, the ground is full of corpses, a mountain of corpses. Many of the bodies weren't even in full shape anymore. It was splintered into a puddle of minced flesh and blood, and it was impossible to see the original face clearly. There were also many corpses that were simply embedded directly into the earth, inseparable from it. It's as if it naturally grows with the earth. Shui Yao couldn't help but have a bout of dry heaves. The sight of this hell on earth almost made her lose her mind completely. Intense fear, just like this rising black smoke that kept coming out, kept rising and kept burrowing into every corner of her body. Now, recall the sight of the thunderstorm that had just descended from the sky. Her whole body was dumbfounded. If EDG, with her ability, 10 of her, no, 100 of her, it would be impossible to induce such a terrifying thunderstorm heavenly calamity. And Wenlingxi can. Wenlingxi did it. If she was the one who had to face these thunderbolts, she was only afraid that she wouldn't be able to defend herself for even a second, and would shatter into crumbs on the spot. That's the difference between an A-class and an S-class? How could there be such a big gap? Is there a higher grade above S? Could it be that Wenlingxi was the genius above the S-class that didn't even exist in the legend? Otherwise, how could it be so strong? It's obvious that this is the first time we've all made a copy. We're all new to this. Chu Wei's voice was getting dry, as if it could smoke. Constantly swallowing his saliva, he still couldn't hide the shock within his heart at this moment. All the 7 evils. He looked the battlefield over in great detail. With his own eyes, he had identified all the demons and monsters that had died in a miserable state, even those that were thoroughly encrusted and inseparable from the earth. Really, all 7 murderers. 5 of them were as massive as small mountains, even if it's been dead for a while and the body is cold. But now, it still seemed that one would still feel profoundly chilled and trembled by that terrifying sense of oppression. Such a powerful guardian boss monster leader, let alone 5 heads. Even if only one of them survived, this group of so-called elite team would not even last a minute, and they would all die instantly. This is the leader of the 7 evils. Terrifying as it is, it's just like the legend. And what was even more terrifying was that there was an individual who was actually able to kill all 5 of the 7 fierce leaders when they were all gathered together. This, unbelievable. Chu Wei racked his brain and couldn't imagine how powerful a newbie professional would have to be able to do something so heaven-defying. Is this still human? Chu Wei fell into deep self-doubt. The other members of the team, on the other hand, were recognizing the traces left behind by the heavenly thunder. Chu Xiao, this heavenly thunder, if I'm not mistaken, it's at least at the level of an A-class skill. A-rank skills. What a joke. That's a national strategic level skill that money can't even buy. Holy Spirit Mage's naturally high burst, plus this A-rank skill. Geez, the gap is truly unimaginable. Chu Wei said with a hoarse voice. That's right, this is Wenlingxi's skill. I heard before I entered the copy that there was an A-rank skill over at the Professionals Association that was temporarily pressed into service by Principal Chang. Most likely it was kept for this love child. Alas, it's not a bad loss. It really isn't. But I've heard that even if it's an A-rank skill, it can't be this strong, killing so many 7 fiends in seconds across the levels. Such a terrifying power. It's already far beyond the realm of A-class. Isn't it? What on earth is going on? Who knows? Shui Yao's face was as pale as paper, completely paralyzed on the ground. The best friend next to her carefully assisted and tried to help her up several times, and she couldn't stand at all. Completely defeated. Before that, Shui Yao had always thought that there was a gap between her and Wenlingxi. It's just in the origin. Wenlingxi was just a little bit better looking than her, but it was because she came from the top mansion Wen family and was born with an air of looking down on anyone. Cold, noble, like the flower of the high ridge. It is precisely because of this difference in temperament that has led to a lot of men to bend over for her, to be convinced by this temperament of hers. But now it seems, the gap is all-encompassing. A genius is a genius. The goddess of the suppression generation is just so much more powerful than her. Even in Shui Yao's heart, she didn't dare to admit this at all. But she also had to admit it. On what grounds? Why should she, Wen Lingxi, be so dazzling? The others were too shocked to speak and slowed down for a few moments before saying afterward, "Thanks to us, we thought that we would be able to catch up with Goddess 1. I've been saying for a long time that the difference between S rank and A rank B rank is incomparable. Why bother asking for trouble? Really, I should have known better than to come. Yeah, why come here and make a fool of yourself when you can go home after completing your first kill and receive everyone's shock in all their glory? Ha 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 ha. I don't believe this is true. I don't believe it. I've also heard of the heaven-defying nature of S-rank professions, but one as heaven-defying as Wen Lingxi's I've never heard of. Why should there be a Wen Lingxi in this world? Under the light of Goddess 1, we mortals are not even qualified to hang far behind." Suddenly, someone said, pointing to the empty ruins ahead, "Look, you guys, there's no more road ahead. Is this the deepest part of the Spring Valley? The so-called core place that no one has been able to reach before? But where are the legendary dark caves? Anyway, I don't even see a hair. Where's a cave? It couldn't be that there were caves before, but they were completely leveled by the thunderstorm natural disaster set off by Goddess 1, right? Impossible. If the spectral cave had really been bulldozed, there would have been a hint of a pass out long ago." The crowd looked at each other. An even stronger sense of shock and frustration surged uncontrollably. It seems that Goddess 1 has really entered the core, worthy of being an S-class, destined to accomplish what others couldn't do in a decade or so. A core place that hasn't been opened for more than a decade. I don't know what kind of terror it holds. Don't even think about it. We don't even have the qualifications to have a glimpse of the core place. People are about to pass the level, but we don't even know how to enter the core this way. Not a single clue. This is really a great irony. Silence. Everyone was silent. Wen Lingxi, has she really gone to hunt the core head boss already? That's only a few days into the copy in total. That's too touchy-feely. They wouldn't dream of such a drama. 29. The first kill team parent was killed in a blowout. Outside the entrance to the replica, the principals of the 7 colleges were still discussing the progress of the copy raid with passion and intensity. In particular, the first kill of Wen Lingxi was greatly praised. Simply praising Wen Lingxi as a fairy daughter in heaven and on earth. It's enough to have Wen Lingxi in the first middle school. In the future, Wen Lingxi will be the most dazzling pride of heaven in our Divine Sea Empire. Principal Chang, do you think it's convenient to wait until after the college entrance exams and visit our 7th middle school to organize a lecture? So that those teachers in our school can also listen to what exactly should be done to cultivate talents. Principal Chang, I've heard that you have the crucial guaranteed spot in your hands, so it looks like it's now uncontested. The 4 Supreme Academies are most lacking in talents like your senior foot. Just then, Lin Yan pushed up his glasses and rationalized a wave of analysis. Headmaster Chang, I still think that hunting a 7 fierce leader alone sounds a bit unthinkable, too shocking, and completely beyond my realm of understanding. I think there must be something else going on here. I know that the Wen family is a top mansion, even in the branch in Lin Chang, that's a big family. Is there such a possibility that the Wen clan has given Wen Lingxi 1 or 2 grade less precious props for stabilizing the killing of a 7 murderous chief? After all, you also said, Headmaster Chang, that Wen Lingxi is alone. In the past, there were also 2 or 3 S's who led a team and entered a copy of the Desolate Land, only to end up in failure. This all goes to show that in S-rank hunting the 7 murderers is something that simply can't happen. A prop that can kill the leader of the 7 evils must be very strong. The conditions of use might be very harsh. Therefore, the properties of this unranked prop are precious. It was even able to allow a level 1 professional newcomer to exert damage that far exceeded his own by dozens of levels, instantly strong seconding the guardian boss leader. In Lin Yan's cognition, such classless props were all strategic level materials. There is a price for it. The grade is definitely more than A-rated. Some of them can even reach S rank and go beyond that. When these words came out, not only a few other principals, but also the other principals, felt that it made sense. Many of the parents and senior teachers in the distance couldn't help but nod slightly at the words. After all, hunting and killing the 7 fierce chiefs alone was recognized as an impossible and astonishing creation. Many parents and teachers still prefer to believe this claim of unranked props than this more difficult to accept result. People are often only willing to believe the answer they wish to believe, especially for some of the parents of the first kill teams. This is a great opportunity to demean the low-temperature Lingxi and re-increase the gold content of their children's first kills. Definitely not to be spared. Right, classless precious props are impossible for regular people to possess. But with the Wen family's origins, taking out 1 or 2 should not be a problem. That's right, exactly. One person hunting the 7 fierce leaders alone or something is simply bull asterisk 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 asterisk. I didn't believe it from the start. So many of us good kids teamed up to kill it. We could only take down a normal guardian boss first kill. When Lingxi single-handedly by herself. On what grounds? It's not uncommon to use props. Who makes people come from a good background? Those of us who come from poor backgrounds just can't compete with others. A once-in-a-lifetime opportunity like this. The first killer's parents, of course, are desperately trying to suppress Wen Lingxi's great momentum, as much as possible for their kids. In the face, Chang Lanxian slowly frowned, first glancing at Lin Yan, then coldly sweeping a glance at the parents in the back who had caused quite a stir. There was some displeasure in his mind. She was a generous person, and she was slightly confused in her mind about the results of Ling Xi's battle. But Chang Lanxian had complete trust in Lingxi. She knows it well. Lingxi's position in the Wen family was rather awkward, so how could she be equipped with such precious props? But she didn't argue back. Facts speak louder than words. When Lingxi walked out of the copy, everything would be revealed. What's more, even if they did refute it, when it came to the fundamental interests of their people, the other principals and those parents of the first kill team wouldn't believe them at all. They will only continue to belittle Lingxi. People like that, she knew all too well, not bothering to distinguish. Below, the outcry from all parents continues to be very loud and increasingly out of control, even bubbling up with all sorts of conspiracy theories. It said that it was Wen Lingxi who stole the credit from their first kill team to be able to take down the 7 murderous chiefs. Others say it's the regular principals who are differentiated and biased, giving Wen Lingxi the intelligence and props that could hunt bosses, but refusing to give a copy to the AA team as well. Being at this time, swish swish swish, blinding golden light descended from the sky. A bright curtain of light, with unrivaled might, spilled over the heavenly Tao great curtain, even crowding almost all of it. It instantly attracted everyone's attention. Congratulations to Wen Lingxi for successfully killing the Dark Cave Guardian boss blood-drinking demon Zhao leader. Hereby notifying the entire subbook. Congratulations to Wen Lingxi. Kill. First kill. Full side book announcement. Congratulations to. The news of 5 consecutive first kills is announced in the entire subbook. It was presented with impunity above the towering canopy of heaven, revealing a thick swagger, with an aura that could not be surpassed. The parents, who had previously been making a lot of noise, were instantly silent. It just felt like my face was swollen. 5 heads of the 7 murderous chiefs, hunted at the same time. Even the most powerful unranked props don't accomplish this feat. It wasn't a fluke at all. It was real strength. It is an absolute strength that no one can question. The principals were also dumbfounded, staring in disbelief for a long time, unable to say anything. Click. The 7th grade principal, Lin Yan, pushed his glasses in an uncontrolled motion and directly shattered his eyes. Incredibly woeful. How is this possible? Although Chang Lanxian was also shocked in her heart, she saw that her beloved disciple was so powerful, she couldn't remain silent either. A familiar smile curled the corners of his mouth as Yin Yang said, "Oh, don't get too excited everyone. Maybe Lingxi has used 5 more props that can be used for indiscriminate kills. After all, the Wen family is a big family." The voice deliberately trailed off with a very strong sense of mockery. Principal Chang is also an old Yin Yang man, mocking people with no mercy at all. Senior teachers from other schools are disliked. How could Wen Lingxi take out 5 of these national strategic level materials at once? Even if there really is, it's impossible to use it for raiding this kind of low-ranking copy. It would have been taken out to kill the abyssal forbidden land in seconds. Who would be such a waste? That's not the way to talk with your eyes open. A group of parents also caved in and lowered their heads, not daring to utter a single breath. Being completely blasted to death, killed the out of it from top to bottom. Where else would their kids' first kill team be qualified to compete with other people's Wen Lingxi? A mere grain of rice dares not compete with the sun and the moon. How else is this going to lift your own gold? What can other principals say? Envy. A bitter smile that was worse than crying could only show on one's face as they praised Wen Lingxi. Indeed, an unearthly genius, awesome 666, and a high achiever of Principal Chang. Old Chang, you're really something. The 6 of us together can't even compare to you. Seeing this, Chang Lanxiang's heart grew happier and happier. Lingxi had really brought her too many surprises this time. I wonder, is there a bigger surprise? Could it be that Lingxi has the ability to completely bulldoze a copy of the Barren Lands? As a teacher, Chang Lanxiang's heart was growing in anticipation. 10 years in a barren land and you finally made it through. You have entered the core of your replica, the Cave of Darkness. You have successfully triggered the main quest, Dragon Slayer. Quest description, kill the Dark Dragon, the main boss of the deserted land replica. Current progress, 0/1. Hint, this mission is very dangerous. Be careful. As the credits popped up, the scenery around them suddenly changed. Su Chen and Wen Lingxi slowly opened their eyes. A cold and damp aura, as well as a strong pressure, came to the surface. Boo-boo! Su-chan raised his hand. A thin ray of light solidified into the scorpion tooth of bloodlust staff, which was held in his hand with one hand. The Holy Spirit elemental fluctuated together and 2 mana shields fell. It enveloped both of them at the same time. The pressure was suddenly much lower. However, the intense aura of blood, and the terrifying spit that was vaguely revealed, still made them both feel a hint of danger. Scared? Su-chan asked. When Lingxi locked eyes with him, a pair of good-looking peach blossom eyes reflecting a serious luster. No fear. Follow me. Su-chan didn't say much, and with a flourish of his staff, he hit the head. Tick-tock, tick-tock. Deep in the cave, there was a constant sound of water dripping, and when a drop of water landed from his feet, Su-chan noticed that it wasn't water at all. Instead, it's blood. Sticky, scarlet blood trickled downward from the top of the cavern, and looking at the route the two of them were traveling now, they were also heading all the way towards the top of the cave. The space of the shadowy cavern was not too large, and all the main paths led to the only location, the top of the cavern, except for a few tiny forks in the road. Not many. The deep, narrow space in front of me opened up. An open cave was completely revealed in front of the two of them, and a magnificent beast, tens of meters tall, was leaning sideways in the cave. It was long, with sharp claws and teeth that seemed to be able to tear through space every time they flexed. Its eyes were deep red, harboring a raging dragon's might, causing people to not dare to look directly at it at all. The pressure was overwhelming and the terror was overwhelming. The massive dragon's body rose and fell, spreading out a pair of huge fleshy wings large enough to occupy half of the cavern's boundaries, its hideous meridians and scales exuding a sense of extreme violent power. The pressure at this moment was the only thing Su-chan had ever seen in his life. Even if the previous 7 ferocious men had gathered together and formed a beast tied together, the combined pressure of the beasts was nowhere near as terrifying as what was coming at this moment. In all directions, piles of corpses are like mountains, and white bones are like forests. Without exception, they were all the corpses of the 7 evils. Some of them were even still fresh, dripping blood, and there were grisly marks of tearing everywhere. When Lingxi inhaled deeply and was surprised. The 7 murderers, all just food for it. This is the head big boss of the copy. Su-chan suppressed the shock in his heart and his eyes glowed. Finally meeting the final boss. I'm really curious what kind of reward I'll get for killing the final boss and completely clearing the copy. Ho 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 ho. A loud dragon roar caused the dark cavern to shake up and down with it. The dark dragon's eyes opened steeply with ferocious might. A pair of meaty wings set off a hurricane that could almost blow people away. A ferocious dark current madly intertwined and flickered on the surface of his body. A blood-red system prompt floated out. Sure enough, it's a red name. Dark Dragon, Leader Boss, Lord of the Barren Lands, Dragon of the Dark Cave, Level, LV20. Suggested hunting level? Su-chan looked at the red name in front of him and realized that the head big boss, unlike other small boss monsters, could be tapped to view the attributes in detail. Life value, 49.99/49.99. Power, 380. Agility, 120. Defense, 400. Spirit, 350. Su-chan's pupils suddenly contracted. Although the various attribute values of the copy boss were much higher than those of a professional of the same level. But isn't that 4-dimensional attribute a little too counterintuitive? Which is like a level 20 boss can have. Even a middle-ranked professional who had succeeded in his first turn might not be able to complete the decapitation. It seems that no one has visited the spectral cave in the past 10 years or so. Although it couldn't break through the level 20 level limit, it had accumulated incomparably terrifying power. And all those 7 murderers at 8 were transformed into its attributes. High offense, high defense, almost flawless, Su-chan analyzed. Suddenly, look out, when Lingxi's voice resounded. In the next moment, a terrifying claw mark that tore through the air broke through the air and attacked Dash. Su-chan took the brunt of the attack, holding his staff and strongly resisting the claw marks. Whoosh! There was another series of wind-breaking sounds, and the violent claw shadows covered the sky, permeated with a furious tearing power. Ho ho ho! Dragon flames of fiery temperature erupted in the air and spat down, swept the cave into a sea of bursting fire. The rocks around them were melted into flowing magma by the terrifying heat. The mana shields superimposed on the duos' bodies both shook a bit. Even though Su-chan and Wen Lingxi continued to stack one layer on top of the other, they were still unable to completely withstand all of the damage, and the fiery heat penetrated through the shield and eroded away. Click, click, click. The shield was crisscrossed with fine cracks. The veins on Su-chan's forehead throbbed. If he had arrived here before level 20, he didn't have any confidence in decapitating this giant dragon. But now, he is not what he used to be. In his hand, the bloodthirsty scorpion tooth was violently held up in the air. A thunderbolt wrapped in fierce and ferocious might, without brewing, directly split down in the air. It struck right on top of the head of the dark dragon. which was flying up in the air and spewing out dragon flames. Boom, 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 boom. Large masses of thunder, unceasingly carrying out heaven and earth. Angry Thor, violently overturning the entire cavern. Su Chen's clothes hunted around him. Terrifying electric currents leapt above the muscles of his body, and the rich Holy Spirit elements accumulated a great wall of mana in front of him. At this moment, Su Chen was far more powerful than when the 100 thunders descended and destroyed the tide of 7 fierce beasts. Paired with the upgrades and the spirit provided by the scorpion tooth of bloodlust, Su Chen only felt a strong sense of hearty killing. Layers of bloodthirsty ferocity were superimposed on the eyes that radiated a bright golden light. Chop me, die, falling thunder, it's still falling thunder. A gnarled golden thunder that looked like a dragon and a long snake struck down furiously, causing the sky to collapse and the ground to fall in all directions in this dark cave that had never been entered by human footprints. It's crashing everywhere. The dark dragon that was situated in the midst of countless intertwining thunderbolts never broke out into a full dragon roar after the first berserk roar of shock and fury, eating dozens of thunderbolts in a row. It had changed from the big boss that swept through the air to kill, to a little old man who had fled and hastily dodged. Dark caves are inherently confined spaces. Where's the room for it to escape? The heavenly thunder simply fell without any gaps. 80 ways, 100 ways, 150 ways, 400 paths, 500 channels. The terrifying heavenly thunder raged crazily, completely illuminating the entire obscure cave. Dispel all the darkness. When Lingxi then pranced up, and the key of radiance in her hand flashed with a sun-like luster, accompanied by this 9 days of angry thunder. She was like a goddess of victory descending to earth. An equally blazing bolt of heavenly thunder, condensed into the most perfect color of brilliant gold, split down in the air, finished the final harvest. Smoke and dust were scattered, the dark caverns crumbled everywhere, and the earth flowed with lava and blazing golden paddles of thunder. Su Chen wiped the sweat from his forehead and couldn't help but lament. It's worthy of being the final head boss. A wave of heavenly thunder wash actually couldn't even take it away. It's enough to split 3 or 4 waves. What a powerful opponent. In the meantime, a large amount of experience value transformed into radiant streams of light and was injected into him and Lingxi at the same time. The familiar announcement of the heavenly Tao came into the ears with an absolutely icy and majestic voice. Congratulations to Lingxi for successfully killing the first kill of the Darkness Cave Leader boss Darkness Dragon, hereby notifying all the sidebars. Congratulations to Lingxi for completing the main quest Dragon Slayer of the Barren Lands replica. Congratulations to Lingxi for successfully clearing the Barren Lands copy. She is the first person to pass this copy, and will be forever immortalized in the heavenly Tao curtain. You get a share of the experience. You get a first kill reward to share. You get a copy of the pass reward to share. You have been upgraded to LV20, LV23, exceeding the limit of the replica's tolerance. Experience value is accumulating. Will complete the upgrade after leaving the replica. Seeing this, Su Chen couldn't help but feel emotional. Not bad for the final head boss. The rewards gained from this, in terms of experience value alone, had directly allowed them to level up by 3. The experience value required after level 20 is even several times higher than before, and the speed of improvement will be greatly reduced. One final boss was worth dozens or hundreds of 7 fiends. Big win. 31. Passage rewards S-class props, bursting out A-rank skill books. Congratulations! When Lingxi has won the first pass reward of the Barren Land copy, Eternal Clean Crystal *3, S-class item. In his ears, the loud voice rang out once again, high in the sky in front of him. As the clouds converged, this announcement hovered in an extremely domineering manner, projected above the forbidden light curtain that shrouded the entire sky of the replica. It is known to all, both inside and outside the copy, especially in the announcement. The word reward was displayed in a color as scarlet as blood, as is the red name of that final boss. Swish, the stream is vast and flows backwards. It's like a river dropping from the sky. It is so bright that it can reduce all the splendor of the world to dust. When Lingxi did not reach out and subconsciously followed Su Chen took the initiative to extend his hand and receive the reward bestowed by the heavenly Tao, the eternal purity crystal, which shimmers with a blinding luster all over. Looks like a precious gemstone that is flawless and made from nature. Even among humans, the highest-ranked artisans could not carve such dazzling crystals. Just look up. The pupils of the eyes then completely reflected the strange light of the crystal. This moment of radiance was so deeply imprinted in the mind that it could no longer be forgotten. The red system subtitles are bright and blinding. Everclean crystal. Duplicate pass reward. S-class props. Effective props. Ultra-rare level advancement props, which can be used to enhance the level of high-level rare skills or high-quality equipment, and can only be obtained probabilistically through the rewards of passing a copy. It's actually the forever clean crystal. There is a certain probability of popping out only if the copy is cleared. The probability is heard to be very low. and only the initial copy of the first pass reward can be stabilized to get the forever clean crystal, priced to sell and extremely valuable. As soon as it is circulated to the market, it can be instantly grabbed by everyone, and can be speculated to sky-high prices at the speed of light, and snatched up by countless people. It set off a huge chaos within a city. It was no exaggeration to say that if Suchan took out one to sell, the money you earn may not be spent in your lifetime. This is a copy, a thought of heaven, a moment of hell, a burst of harvest, potentially topping the savings of several lifetimes of ordinary people. Exaggerated. In the past, Suchan had only heard of the name Yongjie crystal, but it never occurred to me that one day it would actually be in my hands. Bursting 3 at once. Heaven's way is really generous. Suchan was overjoyed. Common sense says that even if you pop the crystal, you can only get one. Obviously, a copy of the Barren Lands is overly difficult, and a reward that has been accumulated over 10 years. The difficulty of the final boss far exceeded the limit of level 20, and it would have been impossible for someone else to complete the raid. One can only watch as the copy is transformed into a forbidden place. Now, Suchan and Wenlingxi managed to fold the laurels. Getting such a major reward is not so much of a surprise. His eyes shifted downward. It fell on the dead spectral dragon, feeling the huge body of the giant dragon, and the terrifying dragon might it scattered. Until now, he still had the feeling of a few phantom dreams. That's how you become a dragon slayer. I'm really looking forward to what kind of rewards the dragon will pop out. Swish! A blazing ball of light exploded from the massive dragon corpse. It rose up into the sky, forming a strange pillar of light that penetrated the heavens and the earth. Boo! The resplendent luster instantly exploded, as if the sky was falling. Suchan's eyelids jumped. Actually, only one ball of light exploded? Phantom dragon, will you fight for it? So big a dragon, how come we can't pop a dozen or two light clusters for us to enjoy? But when Suchan recognized that the color of that light mass was actually purple, all the reverie was instantly retracted into his stomach. Be content, it's purple. Surprisingly, Suchan was surprised in his heart. A trace of shock was also revealed in Wenlingxi's good-looking eyes. Purple, meaning it would be an A-rank skill book, or platinum equipment. The onlookers probably couldn't imagine even if they were beaten to death that a district level 20 copy would be able to pop out rewards of this caliber, which was just too heavenly. Every single one of them, that's a national strategic level treasure. Despite just popping a light cluster, the gold content pulls full circle. What else can be said? Suchan of course chose to forgive it. The Phantom Gargoyle, you're in good hands. Your legacy, we take over. The two men looked at each other. This time, Suchan's hand rested on Wenlingxi's shoulder and gently pushed her from behind. Eyes encouragement. Little rich girl, I collected all the rewards before. This time you do it. Wenlingxi was first stunned, and the corners of her mouth couldn't help but outline a sweet smile line. She felt that Suchan must have trusted herself. It was only then that he allowed himself to do something so important. The moment. It was as if the entire blue sky was reflected in her pupils, and her heart was flooded with a thick sweetness, her agitated nose slightly wrinkled. Finally, it was a matter of making up his mind and taking 2 quick steps. Reaching out, he took the purple ball of light and carefully held it in his hands. Wenlingxi pursed her lips, her mood a little tense. Previously, her A-rank skilled Divine Thunder Heavenly Attractor was still left behind by her teacher, Chang Lanchuan, who had made contributions to the Professionals Association over the years. It was only obtained after further use of a large inheritance from the birth mother. A-class skill books. Even the entire Wen family might not be able to come up with 3 books. Snap! The light mass shattered and turned into countless starlight silhouettes. A skill book fell into his hands, and sure enough, it was A-rank. Skill book, Demon Execution Sword Formation, Grade A. Skill effect, large range AoE skill. Berserk sword energy is transformed into a fierce rain of swords, continuously inflicting a large amount of damage. Enemies in the sword formation will continue to stack the bleeding effect. Stacking up to 12 layers will explode the target's maximum life value of 30% of the real damage. Cooldown time, 500 seconds. Suitable profession, swordsman. In a sense, skill books of the same level were more precious and rare than equipment, because the equipment can be inherited heritage and replaced at any time, and skill books are gone as soon as you use them. Even if you subsequently try to free up a skill slot to remove a skill you've already learned, you can't get an identical skill book again. One book is used less than another, and is, therefore, a much tighter supply. On the value, skill books are also an order of magnitude higher than equipment of the same level. By an order of magnitude, all A-rank skill books, the low price is bottomed out at a value of 10 million, with no ceiling. Seeing Wenlingxi, she was fully focused on checking the skill book characteristics. Suchan also stepped forward and fixed his eyes on the effect of the skill book. Wow, that's an awesome skill effect. If I remember correctly, the swordsman profession rarely has such a wide range AoE skill. This skill book should be considered a top-of-the-line extreme skill for a swordsman. For some S-ranked swordsman professions, the value of this book can even reach 9 figures. Too bad. It's a swordsman's skill. We can't use it. We can only wait until we get out and find a suitable outlet to sell the skill book. Su Chen had some regrets. This caused Wen Lingxi to be very disappointed, and her large eyes stared at Su Chen as if there were tears flashing, with a touch of self-doubt. It was as if the skill was out of place because she had touched this ball of light. But Su Chen was not discouraged. There would be plenty of opportunities in the future. It's not uncommon to pop out equipment that you can't use. Popping good stuff may not be for you. Previously, in the Barren Land copy, so many times to engage in the Beast Tide, the last reel can let them both use not only sporadic 4 or 5 pieces of equipment. He raised his hand and rubbed Wen Lingxi's long, soft hair, soothingly. It's nothing, you know me, I'm rich as hell. This is an A-rank skill book that's worth its weight in gold. This time will definitely earn him a fortune. Wen Lingxi obediently allowed him to knead her and silently lowered her head. The little face reddened a little. This kind of intimacy always made her heart thump all over the place. I'm panicking. Just then, swish, a blood-red light suddenly flashed out from the backpack. Su Chen lifted his backpack, only to see that the evil demon blood collection bottle, which was lit up with red aura all over the body, actually flew out, and a luster of gold light overflowing in the color of blood, spewed out. Without waiting for the two of them to react, they dug right into the skill book. With a flash of light, the two completely fused together. The skill book was thus chaotic and vague, erratic, and seemed to contain 1,000 different trajectories within it. An icy cold voice of the heavenly Tao came from his ears, incredibly majestic. You can specify the occupation and general direction of the skill book, available only once. 32. A-rank skill double casting has arrived. Su Chen and Wen Lingxi glanced at each other, and both could see the great joy in each other's eyes. Shocker, rapture. It's not directly customizable as formulating skills, but it's buggy enough to be able to customize professions and general directions. Just being able to choose a fixed career is pretty outrageous. Su Chen had never heard that there was such a thing as a Heaven's Path customization skill before. It seems, this may be a benefit of completing the first pass of the duplicate main quest. As the first and only team to take the title of Dragon Slayers in Linchang, the team is the first and only team to take the title of Dragon Slayers in Linchang. The two of them get to go to the first, evil demon blood harvesting vial, of the full side book for the first time. It must be different from the blood collection vials that people get again, later on. Besides, even if other people also got the blood collection vials, they might not be able to kill the 7 chiefs in a row and achieve such a grand feat. The ability to choose your own profession and direction for A-rank skill books. If this news were to spread out, I'm afraid it could drive people crazy with envy. The leader of the 7 evils. I'm sure I didn't kill him for nothing. The gold content of collecting fetishes is still rising. Wen Lingxi subconsciously looked at Su Chen. Su Chen, you have a good brain. You choose. Su Chen thought seriously. Not only could this skill be learned by the little rich girl, it could definitely be shared with him as well. Therefore, this is an important decision that can determine the future of the two of them and must be cherished. Think carefully. First of all, the occupation is definitely a legal profession. He looked at Wen Lingxi's delicate little face with a serious expression. Although as the rarest summoner in history, Su Chen could discard all the flaws and side effects of the Holy Spirit mage profession, but he was also heartbroken that Wen Lingxi had been consuming too much blue. You can't use more than a couple of skills before you have to get your blue back. If she hadn't been there, this girl's fighting ability would have been too limited. What if I get bullied? No way. No one can bully my little rich girl. To fill in the gaps, for direction, just go for skills that have low blue consumption and are more blue efficient. Wen Lingxi pursed her small lips. She had long since seen that Su Chen was different from her. Skills don't consume much blue. It's entirely possible to pick skills that do more damage and further increase explosive output. And the reason for this choice is for her own good. A chance for A-level skills. Su Chen was actually so considerate of her. The heart immediately had a stream of warmth flowing through it, and the curve of the little mouth hooked up could not be suppressed at all. And the little heart fluttered and fluttered. It was as if a few points of emotions blazing like fire had been added to her eyes as she looked at Su Chen. Profession selected, mage. Direction selected, blue province. The voice of the heavenly Tao came from afar, majestic and loud. The chaotic flow of light that the skill book transformed into was instantly churned in a flurry. It seems to be generating the corresponding skills. Eventually, the purple light flourished and shone, and all the light was hidden. Both gazes fixed over at the same time, full of anticipation. Skill book, double casting, grade A, double casting LV1, 0/1. Skill effect, after releasing a skill, there is a 10% chance that your skill will be refreshed and released again. This skill does not consume anything. This skill can only be upgraded by using the Crystal of Eternal Cleansing. Skill cooldown, none. Applicable professions, all legal professions. Suchen immediately slapped the skill book heavily on the little rich woman's hand, as if he was afraid that this skill book would be snatched away if it was circulated. Urged, quick, little rich girl, quickly learn this skill first. This is just a divine skill. No skill CD means it can be triggered continuously for a short period of time. 10% chance of triggering, though very low. But the stacked casts that refreshed and triggered with no blue drain were just too flavorful. And this skill, itself, has no blue consumption. It also doesn't need to consume blue after triggering. It appears to be an active skill. The actual effect of using it, however, is nothing less than having an additional brand new passive skill. It caused the intensity of the already quite powerful Holy Spirit mage to rise another notch. Lingxi obediently plopped down and began to study the skill book. Swish swish swish. The purple glittering A-class skill book was suspended above her head, and one after another stream of knowledge that looked like a substantial light flow constantly spilled out of it and poured into her body, closely connected to her body. It's a skill that actually has an average effect if it doesn't have the right skills to go with it. But we have the divine technique of Divine Thunder Heavenly Lead. The two are simply a perfect fit. The Divine Thunder Heavenly Lead is supposed to summon the more thunder, the stronger the power, and it can be triggered insanely in a short period of time, with hundreds or thousands of outbursts. Paired with the probabilistic trigger of double casting, it can easily play an extremely powerful combo, easily play the effect of 1 + 1 2. The scale of release of the Divine Thunder Heavenly Leader was completely proportional to the mana. That means that releasing it one time, and releasing it 100 times is considered releasing the skill one time. So what if he had 100 Heavenly Thunders to trigger a double? Suchen simply couldn't imagine it. Don't forget, they also have Last Whisper and Holy Spirit Discipline skills, all cumulative. This wave will be their ability to thunderbolt wash the ground, directly up a huge step. How much more than a few times better? For Lingxi, with the double casting, her blue consumption will also be greatly reduced. The ability to unleash more skills with the least amount of mana. It complements this shortcoming as much as possible. Perfect. To this, Suchen only had this comment. Swish swish swish. The streams of knowledge light became more and more dazzling, and Lingxi, who was wrapped up in a mass of entanglement, had her holy snow-white long dress bulging slightly. The pink and creamy little face looked even more beautiful with a burst of red and white. The dusty and noble aura on his body was simply played out under the countless knowledge rushing through the skill book. It made Suchen couldn't help but look at it a few more times. Little rich girl with this face, and this perfect body. Meet where you want it and lean where you need it. Simply a collection of nature at its finest. A perfect creation created by the creator. Not long after, a luster flourished from Lingxi's body. She opened her eyes. A pair of starry peach blossom eyes seemed to still be overflowing with the purple light of the skill book. Southern, she was just about to report to Suchen that she had learned. However, she met Suchen's straight gaze head-on, as if she wanted to eat her in one bite. She was startled, and her little face instantly reddened and burned a little. Couldn't help but twist her head to avoid looking away. The small mouth and eyes were completely transformed into the shape of a lively crescent moon, playful and cute. You have realized the A-rank skill, double casting. Your summon, Lingxi, has learned a new skill. You get skill sharing, double casting. Looking at the new skill that filled the 5th skill slot, Suchen was very satisfied, handing that round and full holy crystal to Lingxi as well. Following suit. Come on, let's strike while the iron is hot and level up our skills. Aha! Lingxi took the crystal without a second thought. Use. Brilliantly embellished with light, it rendered the surroundings a bejeweled landscape. Suchen felt a trace of power being injected into his body, and this feeling was very marvelous. It brings more novelty to the senses than when skill book offerings are upgraded. It was as if every cell in his body was releasing signals of excited leaps and bounds. The eternal cleansing crystal is really something. A long time later, you have successfully used the crystal of eternal cleansing. The skill double casting has been upgraded to LV2. Double casting, grade A, LV2, 0/5. Skill effect. After releasing a skill, there is a 15% chance that your skill will be refreshed and released again. This skill does not consume anything. This skill can only be upgraded by using the Crystal of Eternal Cleansing. Skill cooldown, none. Your summoned creature, Lingxi, uses the Crystal of Eternal Cleansing. You have received a bonus share, and your skill double casting has been upgraded to LV2. Suchen exhaled and nodded in satisfaction. Another double boost. These 3 forever clean crystals work perfectly as 6. How precious. Fully loaded. It's time to leave this copy of The Desolate Land. 33. Return to reality. All rise. Greet the passers. Outside, the entrance to the replica. Above the great curtain of Heavenly Dao, a Heavenly Dao announcement. Once again completing a counter-heavenly brush screen. Congratulations to Lingxi for successfully killing the first kill of the Darkness Cave Leader boss Darkness Dragon. Hereby notifying all the sidebars. Congratulations to Wenlingxi for completing the main thread. Dragon Slayer. Congratulations to Wenlingxi for clearing the copy, becoming the first person to pass and forever remain famous. Congratulations. Wenlingxi obtains Eternal Cleansing Crystal *3. The crowd was briefly silent, dumbfounded, confused, and shocked, instantly bursting into flames. Wow! There was an uproar, and the crowd was in chaos up and down the street. It was like boiling water, bubbling away. Awe was being raised everywhere, letting out cries of disbelief. Everyone was stunned. Snap! Lin Yan's glasses, which had already shattered a lens, fell straight to the ground, but he couldn't even be bothered to pick it up. He just stared blankly at the heavenly Dao Grand curtain. His mouth was completely open in an O shape, eyes as wide as brass bells. Thanks to him, he actually thought that Wenlingxi had relied on the levelless special props to complete the first kill of the 7 fierce bosses before. How can this be a prop? People even killed the final head boss of the replica. A copy that hadn't been cleared in over a decade was cleared as a result. Can this be a special prop? How many special props would that cost? Even the Winchester's family fortune can be emptied, right? The other principals were also completely unable to control their emotions, and there was a sound of cold air being sucked in. Unbelievable. All the shock they had felt in the first half of their lives combined. They were afraid that it would not be as crazy as this moment. Crazy. It's really going crazy. Other S-class professionals. Can they be this powerful? Old Chang. What kind of monster did you find as a disciple? What are you calling a monster? It's so unpleasant. This is the pride of heaven. The absolute pride of heaven. Even if it's put into the 4 highest academies, it can easily enter the golden generation of true pride of heaven. Demon sins. It's our honor to witness the birth of a demon in our Lin city. 10 years of wind and rain in Linchang. If you don't sing, you'll be amazed. If you don't fly, you'll soar. Su Hano, who was the oldest, looked at this scene with a dumbfounded expression. The entire group was completely frozen. In the next moment, he abandoned the image of the respected principal. Excitedly, he danced around with his hands, as if on the draw. It's as if it was his students who completed the pass and took the feat. Ha ha ha, someone in the barren lands has cleared the level. The barren lands are broken. Ha ha, I'm really out of my league. To be able to see such exaggeratedly big news happen right in front of my eyes before I retire. Ah ha ha ha, I'll have something to talk about for the rest of my life. Even after retirement and going to a nursing home, he can point his nose at the old men and women too. Speak to them proudly. Who taught the demonic genius Wenlingxi was the principal of the first middle school he knew? Chang Lanchuan. People get old. What do you want in this life? Nothing but the spiritual world. Nothing more than that. Capital that can be taken out and pretended in later years. And what news could there be in Linchang that would be even more explosive than the complete breach of the desolate land copy? Chang Lanxian was also excited and trembled slightly, as if she was dreaming. His features, which had remained serious, couldn't help but clench. She was in disbelief. I really didn't expect that Lingxi's kind of soft and supple nature would actually be able to have such amazing and so bright achievements once she stood up. This is great. Giving the highest academy submission quota to Lingxi. No one else would dare to have any second thoughts. This is an absolutely fair decision. No, it doesn't even have to consume a guaranteed spot in the proverbial city. Now, I'm afraid it's only the enrollment departments of the 4 highest academies that have gotten the news, and it won't be long before they arrive at Lin City. Participate personally in this great event of the sacking of the desolate land. Chang Lanxian couldn't help but envision the future in her heart. This, however, is a major event that only happens once in more than a decade in Linchang, and it is a revelry for the people of the whole city. Had to make a big deal out of it. Lift the spirits of all. Sure, in Chang Lanxian's mind, there were also some questions. Take the special nature of the Holy Ghost Mage profession. Although powerful, the problem of excessive blue consumption is simply not solved in the middle of a copy. How on earth did Lingxi get all the first kills and head bosses in one go? When Lingxi gets out of her copy, I'll be sure to make her talk about it. Could it be that there's some powerful combo that outsiders don't really know about in the early stages of Holy Spirit Mage? Some new way to be able to overcome excessive blue consumption? If there really is such a way, the sensation created will definitely set the nation on fire with a storm of discussion, taking the strongest legal profession, which was already on the altar, a step further. The parents of the first kill team are completely crestfallen at the moment. Don't even dare to mention what happened before. Even, it had been a good idea to follow along and join the others in their revelry. Can't be left behind. Now, they didn't even have the confidence or qualification to compare their own children, together with one Lingxi, and had long been struck down. A complete release. Gods can't compare. Their kids are already doing well. Ha ha ha, just now I didn't actually suspect one Lingxi. That's right. We're also happy that the first kill of the copy has finally broken through. That's right, I've seen online experts analyzing that in another 2 to 3 years, if the Desolate Land copy doesn't manage to pass again, it might evolve into a horrifying Forbidden Land, infringing on the safety and security of Lin City. Headmaster Chang's favorite disciple has done something quite extraordinary. With this merit alone, it won't be hard to get a big credit in the Professionals Association. At the entrance, there were constant flashes of light. Swish swish swish. Without a moment's pause, a large number of large groups of replica squads, all scrambled out of the replica, adding to the already crowded outside world. Obviously, the moment the announcement resounded through the entire subbook, everyone was shocked. All exit their copies early and come out to meet the passers. Witness, with your own eyes, the moment the passer exits the copy. If they could make some acquaintances, it would be a great benefit to their future. The entrance was filled with murmurs. Goddess One is awesome. Goddess One 666. Goddess One will always be my goddess. Always the bright moon high in the sky in my heart. I knew it. Goddess One must be the best. Ha ha ha. First kill of the 7 fierce leaders. First kill of the final head boss. I just want to ask who else is there. One person crowns the current generation. Goddess Win's elegance will be unsurpassed for decades to come. Long live Goddess Win. Many newborn occupiers looked at the Heaven's Path Grand Curtain with eyes of extreme worship and admiration. Shocked beyond words. Swish. Another golden light shone brightly and flashed ethereally. Even the great curtain of heavenly Tao followed suit and escaped with streams of light. Apparently there's a record-breaking squad that came out. The crowd fixed their eyes on it. It was discovered that the one who walked out of the copy was the AA First Kill Team led by Shui Yao and Shu Wei. The crowd's cheers were far less frantic than first expected. Except for the parents of the members of the First Kill Team who gathered around and shushed them. Others don't care much. Without this heaven-defying achievement of Wen Lingxi, the appearance of the First Kill Team is bound to spark a round of crazy buzz. But now, the others, including the 7 principals, merely looked at it more than once and didn't care too much about it, and the luster of the First Kill Team was destined to be completely overshadowed by Wen Lingxi alone. Shui Yao was internally conflicted. She thought long and hard before leaving her copy. Inwardly, he was very upset, but he had to be. It was because she had personally taken the first kill once that she was able to better understand just how terrifying the 7 foul leaders and the head boss would be. She can't. So, after some hard internal struggle, she decided that she would find a way to be good girlfriends with Wen Lingxi. With the experience of high-end green tea all the time, it was an absolute killer for Wen Lingxi, who had never had any friends. If you can be a good best friend, the only best friend, the benefits are tremendous. When a man gets a government position, he gets a government position. Fish ponds, too, can have a sisterly presence. Chu Wei raised his head high, looking at the heavenly Tao Grand Curtain with envy and admiration. For Wen Lingxi, a demonic genius, he certainly wanted to make friends in his heart. More than that, it has some unrealistic, non-conscientious thoughts. Wanted to try and if I could pursue it. What if, even if there was a 1 in a billion chance, he wanted to grab it. One time, everyone was waiting anxiously, as if there were countless pairs of claws clawing at their hearts, itchy and tormented. It's time to come out too. Boom dash, an incomparably bright golden light instantly swept across the entire field. It formed a pillar of brilliant golden light that penetrated the sky, as if a second sun had appeared in the sky. It's a special effect for the passerby, dazzle far beyond other copies. It's coming out. Everyone was thrilled and excited and in high spirits. Spontaneous cheering. Goddess One, the brightest jewel in the city of Lin. Goddess One, I want to be Goddess Win's dog. Ah, Goddess One. 34, why was Su Chen on the same team as Wen Lingxi? In the pillar of light that rushed up to the sky, the golden light flickered and floated, solidifying into 2 hidden silhouettes, taking the house by storm. Brilliant light, stars gathering, watch this scene. Immediately, someone pointed in the direction of the entrance to the replica and shouted in confusion. What's going on? I thought Goddess One was a single kill. Strange, how that's 2 people. What's going on? Could it be that the standing principal of the first middle school doesn't know that Goddess One is teamed up to enter the copy? 2 people. It's 2 people. There are actually 2 demonic heavenly prides in this term. Who on earth is it? Isn't there only one S-class? Who else is worthy of being on the same team as Goddess One but an S rank? Could it be another A rank? Or an S-class from another city? Could it be the S-class of the One family, teamed up together with Goddess One? The crowd murmured. But soon, the crowd didn't care about that. Because, when Lingxi slowly walked out from the eye-catching golden light, the brilliance of this moment is unparalleled. Even with that pillar of light through the sky and the sun high in the sky, all of its glory was far inferior to Wen Lingxi. It was as if the world had lost its color with her appearance. It makes it impossible to see anything else in the eyes of all bystanders. Can only see her. One can also only be captivated by the radiance she exudes. Born with a noble and high-cool temperament, he swept the whole scene. It is like the most dazzling flower of the high mountain that blooms on the top of the snowy mountain. In the meantime, the uninviting aura on Wenlingxi's body was also pulling up. It made everyone feel ashamed of themselves, and even feel that they were not worthy of looking at her at all. Exquisite and stunning features, holy and bright, far from mortal, not earthly colors at all. Perhaps only a goddess in the heavens would be worthy of such a dazzling light. In the minds of the crowd, they all had the same thought. Goddess Wen is so beautiful. I'm a female. I want to kneel for Goddess Wen. I want to be Goddess Wen's dog too. Woof woof woof. Goddess Wen, take a look at me. Even just one look will do. It's so envious. Not only does Goddess Wen have the most outstanding face value, but she's also so strong. Everywhere there was a gasp and a cheer. The cry of Goddess Wen resounded throughout the city. The crowd is loud. Wenlingxi's radiant splendor at this moment was enough to serve as the sky of Linchang. The wind is unmistakable. Many men had an unmistakable gleam of admiration in their eyes. In the fantasies that suddenly surfaced in them, they did not dare to desecrate the beauty of the Goddess Wen in the slightest. Only dare to think of Goddess Wen as their dream goddess, as the goddess that they will put in the deepest part of their heart to worship, reverie and adore madly in their whole life. This appearance of Wenlingxi's made all the bystanders at the entrance of the replica road to the bottom became a little fan of hers, wildly marveled at. With all his strength, he was cheering. Shui Yao's pupils suddenly contracted as she took a deep breath. Even she, who has always been very proud, had to admit, this moment of Wenlingxi was too beautiful. It's so dazzling. She's like the perfect goddess of ingenuity. It's like a god that can only be enshrined on the altar, not daring to get close enough to view it. She, Shui Yao, what virtue and ability, actually deluded herself into thinking that she would compete with such a goddess. All the jealousy that went up in smoke. She even looked away. Such a person is simply impossible to surpass. No one can. It's better to be a bosom friend and keep it in the fish pond. Must find a way to get close to Wenlingxi's side and become Wenlingxi's unique and good bosom friend. Ruthlessly and violently sucking the chi from the Goddess Wen, Shui Yao secretly clenched her fists and began to think about her goddess raider plan. And Chu Wei. It just felt like his entire heart had flown out of his throat. It fell to the Goddess Wen. In his entire life, he would never again worship and adore a goddess so much as he did now. Neither can Shui Yao. In his mind, Shui Yao, not even worthy of mentioning Wenlingxi's shoes, no more than a finger, not to mention pursuing Wenlingxi. Even if he was able to get a single gaze from Goddess Wen, he would be able to feel satisfied and would be able to reap an unprecedented honor. Listen to the frantic cheering all around. Feeling so much frenzy, boiling, Wenlingxi was startled. A fleeting panic appeared on his high and cool face, and his eyes flickered endlessly. This was just too much for her. A social terrorist. Subconsciously, he took 2 steps back and looked back. In the mist of light that rose from the golden light, a figure with a straight posture was walking with great strides. Su Chen, the tallest person in her heart, the deepest reliance. Seeing Su Chen walk out as well, Wenlingxi immediately lifted the hem of her skirt, took small broken steps, and retreated to Su Chen's back in 3 or 2 steps. All the high cold and noble as the ice and snow melted, instantly transformed into the shyness of a small bird relying on others, hiding his entire stunning face behind Su Chen's back, not for anyone else to see. She whispered, low as a fly, that's a lot of people. Su Chen let his eyes look around. Nice guy. There were really a lot of people, a sea of people, crowding the entrance to the replica. Even the annual awakening ceremony was far from being as grand as the one at hand. All of them, like stars surrounding the moon, surrounded them in the very center, blocked them at the entrance, couldn't get out at all. Outrageous. The corners of Su Chen's mouth twitched, and he also subconsciously blocked the little rich girl behind his back, shelter her from the wind and the rain. And after the people saw and recognized Su Chen, they froze. Especially the students of the first high school were all dumbfounded, including Chang Lanshuang, and those senior teachers of the first middle school, all stared in shock. The level of disbelief is even greater than witnessing the first kill of the Barren Lands. The others were hotly contested, doubtful, confused, envious, jealous. Various complex emotions appeared on the faces of the crowd. It's alive and well like an earthly mass. Who's that next to Goddess Wen? Who is he? Looks a bit familiar, doesn't he? So handsome. Even though her face value is still pushed down a notch by Goddess Wen, it's still so handsome. He's Goddess Wen's teammate? I don't know. Never heard of it. Is it also from the first middle school? When did a second demonic genius appear in first middle school? How come we didn't know about it? This is big news. Everyone was talking about Su Chen's identity. These are unrecognizable people, and all the petrified students in the camp of the teachers and students of the first high school have long been unable to speak. After a long cheer, only then did a gasp erupt. Oh my god, that's actually Su Chen? Why is Su Chen with Goddess Wen? Why do they seem so close? Really teammates? Asterisk 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 asterisk. Why? Lingxi she, it turns out, has a teammate? And, it's a male teammate? What the hell is going on here? Lingxi actually has friends of the opposite sex? How is this possible? And in the crowd, the ones with the most wonderful expressions belong to Shui Yao and Chu Wei, the two A-class professionals. They were unwilling to believe that the scene in front of them was actually true one. Snap! There was a crisp ringing sound that was instantly drowned out by the shocking waves of the crowd. Chu Wei slapped himself hard, very much hoping this is a dream, a nightmare. Su Qin, by what right? That punk, that ing piece of. What the right does he have to stand next to my goddess one? Does he deserve it too? Su Qin, damn Su Qin, Nima, how is this possible? All the poise that had been camouflaged before this was instantly gone. LOL. Shui Yao clenched her teeth so tightly that her teeth were about to break. Su Qin, who had been rejected by her, had actually transformed into a member of Wen Lingxi's squad? Wen Lingxi actually walked together with Su Qin, the one who really has no vision. Is she, until now, actually have not unearthed Su Qin the most dazzling star? How is this possible? I don't believe it. I don't believe it. He's not Su Qin. Not. Shui Yao's entire body was messed up. All that mattered was the constant shaking of his head and the covering of his head with both hands. The pain is unbearable. One didn't stand still and planted himself directly on the ground. 35. Accumulated experience value arrives. The double 23 levels sensationalized the whole city, as more and more cries of surprise erupted from the first middle school side. Many news about Su Chen came in. Originally, it was still boiling with the sound of frantic chatter. It came to an abrupt end. It became a dead silence. Still, deadly silence. Su Chen was shocked. Asterisk. It's not, is it, that realistic? People's little rich girl is goddess awesome. Long live the goddess. Goddess, I wanna be your dog. Cheers. I don't even have one here? That's the difference in the world. Thinking of this, Su Chen couldn't help but skim his lips and twisted his head to look at Wen Lingxi, who was shrinking her head behind her. Look, little rich girl, look at the difference in treatment between us. Wen Lingxi pursed her small lips, her eyes moving slightly, also learning from the cheers that had just erupted among the crowd. He whispered in Su Chen's ear, so, then I'll be your dog? Woof woof, woof woof. This girl blinked her big, pathetic eyes, fragrant cheeks slightly puffed up. Her pretty face was extremely cute, and her voice was crisp and pleasant. Su Qin. This scene instantly made Su Chen feel soothed from the bottom of his heart. Does it even matter what everyone else is cheering? It's enough to have a little rich girl. This girl is also really. How can there be such a comforting awe? Don't you want to lose face as a rich woman from a top family? You girl. Su Chen couldn't help but reach out and rub her little head, and when Lingxi tilted her head slightly in a very flattering manner, her nose was slightly wrinkled, and her noble face was full of happiness. Crowd, these two are talking. Hey, there are so many of us watching, don't be so natural and casual, why don't we go? Su Chen and Wen Lingxi had this incomparably close and natural interaction, exchanging light words, and in the eyes of others, it was just like a small couple joking around. It reeked of the putrid odor of love, showing love in public. Don't go so far. For a while, there were a lot of girls who were high as hell. Think the two CP'd up, but there were quite a few, all sour. Whoa. And at this moment, Chang Lanchuan, surrounded by countless people, walked down to the high ground with a very complicated expression. She was also quite puzzled in her mind. Why were Wen Lingxi and Su Chen together? Look at this. These days copy raids, group hunts, should all be done by two people together. But now was not the time to think about that. She was more concerned about Wen Lingxi's condition. Alright, everyone spread out and welcome back our first copy passer from Linchang. Chang Lanchuan's majestic voice spread throughout the entire arena. The crowd immediately dispersed outwards, actively making way for the entrance. Su Chen and Wen Lingxi looked at each other and walked out one after the other. And just as soon as they left the range of the duplicate's entrance, countless colored lights instantly gathered from all directions, transforming into a luster symbolizing power and injecting themselves into the duo's bodies. Swish swish swish. 3 golden lights in a row flashed in unison from the two of them, as if they had a great tacit understanding. The level limit, which had previously been stuck, was completely unblocked. The accumulated experience value surged into the body in a swarm, filling up into the entire body. You have been successfully promoted to LV23. LV23, the subtitle, Level 23, floated above the duo's heads. With that streaming light of experience, it is intertwined into a triumphant movement of victory. One by one, the crowd of onlookers check out the duo's ranks. At the same time, he sucked in a breath of cold air. Asterisk. What? Level 23? Is it just my eyes? Just kidding. This has to be a joke, right? The replica was opened for a total of 4 days, and only 4 days ago was the awakening ceremony. And less than 4 days later, within this batch of newborn professionals in Lin City, 2 level 23 professionals were actually born? Awesome! This is too awesome. I remember before, the fastest upgrade record recorded by the Professionals Association was breaking level 20 in 13 days. How long did it take the two of them? 3.5 days? 3 days? This record breaking is too crazy. Can it still be surpassed in the future? Nonsense. Don't even look at what the first rookie copy they cleared was. It's the ultra-high difficulty Desolate Land. It would be strange if it didn't have such a high experience value boost instead. Level 23 in 3 days. This can simply be passed off as a myth. Who else can do it? There's a time and a place for everything. Bull. Wave after wave of exclamations from the crowd followed one another. But then someone noticed. Su Chen's occupation. Empty. A summoner with no prefix added? Summoner? A D-rank profession. The most mediocre summoner. How is this possible? Hey, you guys, look. This one called Su Chen is just a summoner. How can such a trashy profession break through to level 23 in 3 days? Is there something shady going on? Bull asterisk. Under the watchful eye of the heavenly Tao. Where is the blackout? Now. Everyone was even more baffled and incredulous. The heat is boiling over. Baffled everywhere. Shocked voices. Wave after wave. Fell. It didn't stop at all. Goddess 1 is S-ranked. So it's fine if she upgrades faster. It's not unusual to break the record. What makes you a D-rank 23rd grade? How the hell did that happen? Asterisk groove. My worldview is collapsing. Is it really possible for effort to outweigh the difference in tiers? D-ranks have risen? Could it be that we, D-rank C-rank professionals, can shine as well? The crowd was stunned. All sorts of messy and anticlimactic remarks erupted nonstop. Everyone was speculating about what the copies actually looked like, but none, yet, have been able to guess what the truth really is. Chang Lanxian walked quickly out of the crowd. Seeing this, when Lingxi also finally stepped out from under Su Chen's shelter. The pressure of the crowds around us is still too much, but when faced with a teacher, she was much calmer. Chang Lanxian pulled her beloved disciple, looking up and down to make sure that she really wasn't hurt, and that her holy white dress didn't even have a little bit of dust or breakage. The heart that was hanging in the air finally fell back into the stomach. Don't worry, teacher, I'll be fine. I've been well protected. Saying that, when Lingxi even made a gorgeous turn in front of Chang Lanxuan, showed the front and back to Chan Lanxian, it instantly melted the hearts of the other people who saw the scene, thinking that their goddess is just perfect and impeccable, and so cute. It's like going crazy. Chang Lanxian took a deep breath, suppressed her nervousness, and couldn't wait to ask, Lingxi, what's going on in the replica? Were you the one who passed alone? When Lingxi hurriedly shook her head, her little head shaking just like a rattle drum, as if she was afraid that the teacher would take all the credit and put it on her head alone. Hastily, he explained, of course I wasn't alone. It was Su Chen and I who cleared it together. What? Chang Lanxuan's pupils shrank, and she subconsciously looked at Su Chen on the other side. All the doubts that had previously accumulated in her mind were answered. It was indeed impossible for their Lingxi alone to achieve such exaggerated results. Then, was this D-ranked newbie professional? Su Chen, really the mediocre D-rank that the crowd thought he was? She suddenly realized. This time, she was likely looking the other way, and it's outrageously out of sight. I can't believe I didn't realize that there was such a great talent in the first grade. And when this statement was made, there was an uproar everywhere. The crowd simply didn't believe it. No way. AD rank. How can he be qualified to clear a copy with Goddess 1? I don't believe it. This must be a dream. This guy Su Chen, AD rank, might have stepped on some kind of luck to be able to be on the same team as Goddess 1. I think he's just a soft eater. Right. Goddess 1 fought the battle and he followed along to eat the experience. That's why it was possible to raise to level 23 at the same time. A D-ranked summoner. How can he pass the level? From my point of view, in this two-person team, all that Su Chen can bring out may not even be 1/1000th of Goddess 1's ability. Bah! What shameless people, rubbing away the experience value, and you want to eat the honor of the pass. You deserve it too. 36. It must be Goddess 1 in C. Su Chen was rubbing his experience. Impossible. This is absolutely impossible. A D rank. What's capable of getting through? Don't dream. If it wasn't for the S-class ban flying, surely we wouldn't even be able to kill the perimeter. A soft dog who dabbles in experience. Aha! I'm mad with jealousy. Listening to the murmur of voices all around, there was a flurry. No one was willing to believe, at all, what Wen Lingxi said. Who'd think a D rank could carry an S rank? What a joke! Wen Lingxi was a bit anxious when she saw this. The little pinkish white faces were all slightly reddened as a result. She explained with an incredibly serious wide-eyed stare. It wasn't me. It really wasn't me. Actually, What I just said was inaccurate. Although we passed the level together, it was Su Chen who was in C since the beginning. I didn't do anything. It's just picking up heads at the back. Anyone else could have been taken flying by Su Chen. There was a heartbreaking cry from the crowd that was almost like killing a pig. Goddess One, don't explain. The more you describe it, the darker it gets. How is this possible? Su Chen, a trash D rank, is afraid that he can't even handle a slightly stronger elite monster. Just that peripheral newcomer kill boss. The bloodthirsty fierce turtle. He probably hasn't even seen it. What about the strongest monster in the periphery? The iron-backed tiger. It's even more of a nightmare. Seconds on sight. The others couldn't help but murmur. And similar mocking voices clamored. Say how many strong monsters are in the periphery. Say how many D-list lives the blood-red forest has taken. It also said that the 7 evils in the inner circle, even the B and A grade, were killed as they were. And the S grade might have lost their lives if they hadn't been superb and careful. How is it possible to let a D lead the way? Do you really think that the gap between career levels doesn't exist? This is a rift valley. A rift that no one can get over. What makes Su Chen? Yuck. Just a piece of crap that rubs experience the wrong way. Since it's a soft meal, just honestly eat a soft meal and forget about it. Why do you still want Goddess One to make an effort to help wash the floor here? I really thought there was a goddess of warmth, so close to unprincipled favoritism. Will that prove anything? Garbage will always be garbage. Wouldn't leveling up faster be trash? When Lingxi's brows were furrowed and her agaric nose was also slightly wrinkled, her appearance looking fierce. It's a little bluffing, but it's especially cute. Su Chen is super powerful. He was able to kill the 7 murderers in seconds. I was taken flying by him, but the more when Lingxi said this, the less the crowd believed it. Goddess One. And you don't treat everyone like cuties, okay? What kind of D-rank summoner can turn over the sky and kill the 7 murderers in seconds? Why don't you say he killed the final big boss in seconds at once? Right. Look at those broadcast announcements. We can also tell that all the bosses were killed by Goddess One. Why would Goddess One tell such a lie? Alas, in order to protect her teammates, Goddess One even went so far as to deceive everyone. Having a teammate like Goddess One is really too secure and happy, isn't it? I don't know what kind of mesmerizing soup the Su Chen has filled Goddess One with. Among the crowd, many people have made the connection. Someone soon brainstormed the truth that Su Chen, AD rank, had broken through to rank 23 in only 3 days. I figured it out. It must be Goddess One who's doing the crazy carry, and then Su Chen is mopping up from behind. It has to be, or it wouldn't make sense at all. This dog. I'm just about to go crazy with envy and jealousy. What in the world is this Su Chen based on? Why can get the favor of Goddess One? He's just a little bit more handsome than me. Luckily this dog has some conscience and knows that he can't steal the first kill. All the names left for the first kill are Goddess One. Otherwise, I would have sprayed him to death. He doesn't deserve to grab the first kill at all. Anyone who has a bit of cheek knows that rubbing experience is over, but also rubbing achievements. What kind of person must be able to do things? I understand. Goddess One was definitely pooed by Su Chen. Those Heaven's Path announcement honors that Su Chen didn't snatch are just high-level PUA. For the sake of being able to keep following Goddess One around and rubbing her experience. A bunch of people are envious and jealous, both men and women, regardless of teachers and students. All of them had tears of envy streaming down their faces. Su Chen, this pusher, what on earth is his virtue? Goddess feeding? And it's fed into your mouth one bite at a time. It's almost like chewing it up and feeding it all together. Why? What's the picture? Just because he's handsome? Just because he's a good student? Just because he's 185? So it's not just heroes who have a hard time with beauty, but beauty also has a hard time with heroes? Goddess One is a face reader? With a handsome face, you can really do whatever you want. Jealousy is killing me. It turns out that even in the great age of universal transmigration, goddesses look at their faces. The world also looks at faces. It's not worth it on earth. Those boys in the first form were even more jealous and wanted to bang that head against the wall. Goddess One, that is the absolute legend in the campus. Is the goddess of all men's dreams? Is the high mountain flower that can only be seen from afar, not close to play. And today, the flower was actually picked, and it was taken off by a rubbish D, a guy who was despised by all of them. Su Chen, you deserve to die. Someone kill him, or stab me to death. I can't accept this. Who will save me? Hurry, kill me quickly. I can't take it anymore. My goddess. Goddess One. How can I live without you, Goddess One? Su Chen, I'm going to fight you to the death. Shui Yao listened to the crowd in utter disbelief. The Su Chen that she couldn't look at. The Su Chen that she refused to confess her love. But as a result, she was able to make a goddess like Wen Lingxi treat her so well? Wouldn't that be a hard slap in her face? Snapped and snapped and snapped. Out of nowhere, she seemed to see a pair of strange eyes looking at her among the crowd, including her best friend, who seemed to have a bit of playfulness and sarcasm between her eyes, as if to say, your Shui Yao's vision is really pulling crotch. People's goddess one had to feed Su Chen, but you missed it. What a dumbass. Oh, so it wasn't you who rejected Su Chen, but Su Chen who rejected you? Other goddess one wants to feed her. Who are you? Shui Yao. To refuse? Do you deserve it? Zhu Wei's entire face was completely twisted in jealousy. Shake yourself 3 times in a row. That power is getting heavier. Most of his face was covered in his own fiery red slap marks. This must be a dream. It must be. Hurry up and wake up. Hurry up and wake up. Don't lie. Since when does a rubbish D-class get to be at a state banquet? I'm a genius. It's the leader of this first kill team. I'm a young master out of the Chu family. How the hell can I possibly be no match for a piece of trash Su Chen? In terms of tutelage, in terms of family background, in terms of face value, I beat Su Chen. Why yeah, why? It was the same question on everyone's mind. For a moment, all sorts of messy gazes looked at Su Chen at the same time. If eyes could kill. At this moment, Su Chen was estimated to have suffered 1,000 cuts and died long ago. Die 100 times, 1,000 times. It won't quell those insanely jealous eyes either. When Lingxi was getting more and more anxious, it was nothing for her to be misunderstood and bullied, but she absolutely couldn't let Su Chen be misunderstood. What to do? What to do? By the way, Southern is smarter than me. He surely knows what to clarify. When Lingxi's pair of good-looking peach blossom eyes, flooded with a thin mist of water, twisted her head to look at Su Chen, looking pitiful and whispering in a low voice, Su Chen, come out and say something. You know, I'm the one who's telling the truth. They're all slandering you. They're slandering you. Slander? Su Chen felt that envy and jealousy from all directions, and felt the shouts that surrounded him in layers. The corners of his mouth couldn't help but turn up. All of them were humming a little tune softly under their breath. It's kind of cool. What's going on? So being envied and jealous is such a great thing? I can't believe I didn't know that before. He rubbed Wen Lingxi's little brain. Come on, don't be such an ass. No one will believe me if I say it anyway. So let them be envious and jealous. Little rich girl, I'll have your soft food. Saying that, Su Chen grinned, his smile becoming more and more open. The smile grew more and more beatific. Hey, he didn't care about anything like S rank, beyond S rank, the first kill of the 7 murderers, or anything like that. He wants someone to sour him hard right now. Sour him like crazy. I'm a soft touch by merit. You guys can bark if you want. It's all barking. It's so cool. 37. Congratulations to the Sovereign First Pass team for making history. Crowd. The sound of people has become a boil, with a cavity of envy and jealousy, in a frenzy of verbal attacks on Su Chen, but one and all are just incompetent barkers. Chang Lanxiang's gaze looked toward Su Chen. As the principal of the first school, she was well aware of Su Chen's excellence. He has always done well in his studies and has always been a good student. Not a bad character. Definitely not some dabbling experienced dog as people around here say. What a soft eater. Although Chang Lanxuang's heart, obviously, did not believe that Wen Lingxi would be carried away by Su Chen either. It was also more inclined that it was Wen Lingxi who had brought Su Chen flying. Still, she respected the decision of her own beloved disciple. Even though she couldn't understand why Wen Lingxi would do this for an ordinary D-ranked Su Chen, she still felt in her heart that it wasn't a bad thing. It was actually a good thing for Wen Lingxi to befriend Su Chen and get closer. After all, Wen Lingxi's character was really too withdrawn. During these 3 years in high school, Chang Lanxiang tried to introduce all kinds of outstanding talents and create all kinds of opportunities, hoping that Lingxi could have a few more friends. Being able to have someone to talk to. Wen Lingxi, however, was never the same, with her head silently bowed, soft and squishy looking, not at all attached to these things. Lingxi never had any friends. It was by no means that Lingxi didn't want to make friends. Maybe it's just because, well, the tutelage is so strict? Because of that Winchester's matriarch, watching and targeting her? Anyway, when Lingxi is too short of friends and care, it was a great good thing to have Su Chen as a friend. Before that, when Lingxi was alone, all the grievances, all the pain, can only be borne by one person. But people are herd creatures. As a teacher, Chang Lanxiang had never seen that Lingxi had such trust in any person. Never seen it either. Lingxi was so serious about arguing with someone else because of another person. Maybe, making friends can make Lingxi more and more cheerful. It can make Lingxi completely cut away from her past miserable and dark childhood. And, although Su Chen was only a D-rank summoner, even if he had been given a flying start by Wen Lingxi, to be able to upgrade to level 23 in 3 days was very uncomplicated. Being able to always be on the same level as Wen Lingxi without falling behind. What's more, Su Chen actually hadn't grabbed a single first kill. It was unusual to be able to upgrade and grow together with Wen Lingxi at the same time without being rewarded with first kill experience. After all, being able to lie is also a skill. And there are some people who can't even understand lying to win, can't even dabble with the experience. Not well. Based on this alone, it could make Chan Lanchuan impressed with Su Chen. Lingxi is an S rank, the nation's top talent at the moment. What kind of friends does she want to make? Of course it's whatever she wants. Why bother with the other person's rank? Lingxi has never been someone who cares about such things. Chang Lanxiang thought so in her heart and looked at Su Chen, revealing a warm smile. Congratulations Lingxi, and congratulations to you too. Su Chen successfully made history and rewrote the history of the Pro City replica. Winner of this year's top scholar of Linchang Dash. There is no need to take the high school entrance exam again at all. The duo had already proven their abilities with their far above leveled ranks, and with the honor of swiping the first kill that belonged to the squad, they were, without a doubt, the brightest stars among the students of this session of Linchang. It's the top student from Linchang. This honor, no one can take away. From MS. Wen Lingxi's endorsement, the other principals, who had also been following behind Chang Lanxiang, came up to congratulate him on seeing this. Congratulations, Principal Chang this time not only got Lingxi, an S-class talent, but also got, well, not going out of the ordinary as Su Young General, the future must be unlimited. Lingxi your teacher doesn't usually brag about you to us. What a beautiful job this time. Thank you, Wen Lingxi, Su Chen, it's you guys who fought a great victory for our Linchang, so that our Linchang's glory is destined to be able to suppress the whole country in the years to come. Congrats to the duo first pass team. The future looks bright. The other principals were even more enthusiastic about Su Chen. Other people can't afford to look down on the D level. They can. Whatever his rank, the level, being able to raise it so quickly, says quite a bit. It's not possible to create a D-rank legend and circulate countless beautiful names in the world of professionals. The contribution of slaying the 7 murderers will definitely have you, Su Chen, heavily colored in it. Teenage hero. The future is unlimited. Student Su Chen. When and if you are selected by the 4 highest academic institutions in the future, don't forget us old teachers of Linchang. Don't forget that we once stood on a unified front. Su Chen students, remember to come home often. We principals can be your hometown elders do not forget us. All sorts of compliments, all sorts of things. The principals are each and every one of them. Wen Lingxi, regimenting the nationally renowned 7 evils, and it's still a clear-cut leader of the 7 evils. Not to mention the fact that it also passes with flying colors and picks up overdue rewards that have been accumulating for over a decade. When he grows up, he will surely be a great person who can shake the power of professionals in the country. When one man gets a government position, he gets a government position. Su Chen's relationship with Wen Lingxi already seemed inseparable. Let's not even talk about the D grade, even if it's a life profession, even if it's F-rated, and they take it as seriously as ever, because it's worth it. Chang Lanxian patted Su Chen's shoulder as encouragement, then said aloud, Mr. Su Chen's family is from an ordinary background, and now he's able to make history and attract a national sensation. This school will certainly be highly recognized and the honor will be recorded into the history of our founding school. There are 3 special scholarships, all of which will be awarded to Su Chen students one after another for encouragement. I hope that student Su Chen will continue to work hard and climb to new heights. Little Su, as the principal of the first middle school, I am also considered your teacher. Not to mention the fact that you and Lingxi are so close. I'll take the liberty of calling myself a teacher. Teacher hopes that you, will keep fighting and breaking through. Leave behind a legend full of struggle and blood and tears for our first middle school. Little Su, all of us are looking forward to seeing your future. Trust you. You won't let us all down. Chang Lanxian's words, half of it was commercial mutual admiration, giving props to Su Chen while also giving props to Wen Lingxi. But the other half, it does come from the heart. This, Su Chen could see. What's more, in the midst of so much gossip and windy talk, Principal Chang was speaking for himself so much that he was endorsing himself, showing everyone that he, Su Chen, didn't rely on rubbing off on Wen Lingxi's experience and eating the soft rice of a small rich woman to get to where he was now. He was able to get to where he is today. It is also the result of hard work and struggle. And with Principal Chang's position in Lin City and his reputation in the Lin City professional community, he was able to say something like this to stand up for Su Chen. After that, everyone was no longer qualified to talk about accusing Su Chen. Otherwise, it would be a slap in the face of the permanent principal. Even President Chang treats him so generously. And even the presidents of major colleges and universities are clamoring to tout the teenage genius. What are you guys? How can you boast about that? How dare you show off? At this moment, Su Chen was inexplicably somewhat touched, and subconsciously looked at Wen Lingxi by his side. Little rich girl, you have a good teacher. No, now I should say, what a good teacher we had. Seeing this, Wen Lingxi tilted her head slightly, a little smug. How's it going? My teacher's great. He. Previously in the heart of a cloud, anxious and other people to explain the innocence of the mood, instantly swept away, replaced by joy and happiness. Teacher and Su Chen, the two most important people in her life. Nowadays it is possible to live in harmony and so well together. Of course she's happy. One time, the wind around them changed with it. Even if there was still any dissatisfaction with Su Chen in his heart, he didn't dare to say it again openly. The two are surrounded by stars and countless accolades and honors, became the very center of the crowd. All eyes are on me, and it's extremely dazzling. In contrast to this, Shui Yao and Chu Wei and their first kill team line of people, no one cared at all. It was as if they were jumped up clowns who had been forgotten. It's not even worth mentioning. What is remembered, what is always talked about, is always the first peak of the world. And what's the second peak? Not important. Who cares? 38. When Lingxi and Shui Yao argued over Su Chen, the many principals, after some compliments and congratulations, dispersed. Having already witnessed such a high honor, the school had things to deal with subsequently and could not stay at the entrance of the replica. As for how the others are doing and how the copy rating is progressing, does it even matter? Chang Lanchuan also left, not forgetting to give Su Chen and Wen Lingxi a word before she left. Go to the principal's office sometime. I have something to talk to you guys alone. One after another, the four Supreme Academies, as well as the Professionals Association, had sent her many messages asking her for information about the duo's first pass team. It's about where the future goes. She also had to ask Su Chen and Wen Lingxi about their respective decisions. Chang Lanchuang never did anything that was difficult, not to mention that she would not arbitrarily arrange students because of her own preferences, and was a teacher with great moral integrity. Otherwise, it wouldn't be as prestigious as it is in the nation's professional community. The presidents of the major colleges and universities, as an important position in cultivating talents for the empire and adding to the future development of the motherland, were actually considered big shots in Linchang. It has to be someone who is strong enough and still has the resources to serve. If it were not for such great events as the annual awakening ceremony and the opening of the newcomer's copy, it's rare that they actually come together. Big people are naturally very busy. It was not easy to meet the principal whom ordinary people wanted to meet, and it was often necessary to mobilize all sorts of contacts and go through a lot of trouble before they could meet one side. And until the principals dispersed one after another, the principals didn't look at Shui Yao and Chu Wei as much as they did. It was as if the first of the 7 murderous first kills that they had gotten didn't matter at all. Nothing happened. Chu Wei witnessed the departing backs of the principals, especially when one thought back again to the fact that just now, Principal Chang had favored Su Chen. There were also many scenes of principals congratulating Su Chen together. It simply felt incredibly ironic, being compared physically. If these bright achievements, these glorious moments, were all for Wen Lingxi to have alone, if everyone's expectations and congratulations were given to Wen Lingxi alone, then Chu Wei wasn't so uncomfortable or in such a twisted mood. After all along, everyone knew that Wen Lingxi was the pride of heaven. It's a middle school goddess. But what about Su Chen? Who does he think he is? Until now, he couldn't get past this point in his heart. In his opinion, all of his own qualities were all around hanging on to Su Chen, and he could easily trample Su Chen under his feet. But why should Su Chen be able to fall into Goddess Wen's lap, so close to the Goddess Wen, in shape and shadow, and he had to act carefully and maintain his demeanor at all times even when he was with Shui Yao? Is Shui Yao good enough for him? Ugh, only the Goddess Wen is worthy of him. He should have pursued Goddess Wen directly a long time ago, if he had himself, the great young man of Lin Chang, personally, Goddess Wen, or whatever, would not have been chased down by himself long ago? Even Su Chen was able to get Goddess Wen, why couldn't he? For a moment, Chu Wei's heart was very stifled, and he resented Su Chen to the extreme. He thought, it was Su Chen who had snatched the glory that should have belonged to him, the goddess that should have belonged to him, away from him. It was clear that he was the man most worthy of Goddess Wen in Lin Chang. Damn you Su Chen, people don't know enough. Seen the glorious Goddess Wen. Shui Yao's position in his heart was not as heavy as before, a drop in the bucket, and at this moment, Shui Yao was also quite bitter inside. Chu Wei had so many unrealistic thoughts about what he wanted to do. How could she, Shui Yao, not be the same? Shui Yao had never thought of completely binding herself to Chu Wei in a big boat. She's going to be raising fish extensively. She has to keep catching more warbler and expanding the pool. The current Chu Wei was completely inadequate to her, since Lin Chang had the most outstanding and good seedlings, Su Chen and Wen Lingxi. Then no matter what, she had to regain the initiative, catch Su Chen back in his fish pond. Shui Yao's eyes flickered. Inwardly, he was rapidly considering up how exactly he should strike a good relationship with Su Chen Wen Lingxi. Soon, thoughts floated inside her. With her usual high-end green tea route, she would always try to make nice with everyone she could. It won't be easy to make things look bad. Although Su Chen's previous confession failed and it was me who rejected his confession, but I refused politely and never left a stone unturned. Didn't do it the hard way. Giving Su Chen enough face should not have offended him to death. Plus Su Chen used to be really infatuated with me, and would always try to find ways to please me, and definitely still has me in his heart. As long as I keep my posture low, it shouldn't be hard to restore the relationship to what it was before, and as long as it's possible to open a breakthrough from Su Chen, she would have a way to beat the snake and lead the sheep by the hand, following the relationship between Su Chen and Wen Lingxi, and smoothly hitching a ride on the big boat of Wen Lingxi, completion of the gender equality, and Su Chen back to the period of cold and hot flirtation, continue to hang Su Chen, do her licking dog, and then be good BFFs with Wen Lingxi. Plan pass. Think about it. Shui Yao saw that Su Chen and his duo were about to leave. Suddenly clenching his teeth, he quickly chased after them, ignoring the strange and odd looks from the people around him. Her eyes were slightly red and pitiful, and she pulled on Su Chen's coat. The voice is soft, careful, and I see it. She was a 9 out of 10 on her own, a very capable face, and with that budding teardrop look, it was enough to play many a man for a dog. Su Chen, do you still blame me for rejecting you? The watery mist in her eyes instantly gathered, and tears nearly came to her eyes. The sense of brokenness pulls full circle. It broke a lot of guys' hearts to watch. Forgive her. Hurry up and forgive her. With a schoolgirl like this Shui, of course she's forgiven. Oh my god, schoolflower Shui is so beautiful. She would actually lower her voice and go to Su Chen to beg for forgiveness. Don't cry, schoolgirl Shui. My heart is broken. This moment Shui Yao brought a killing power that even Shu Wei, who was on the side, couldn't help but feel a shake in his heart. The heart is in the right place, eyes a little glazed over. It took a while before he realized that Shui Yao wasn't begging him, but Su Chen. How come all the good stuff is Su Chen's? And seeing the effect was overwhelming and attracted a lot of sympathy and outcry. Shui Yao hastened to capitalize on the victory and added, Su Chen, we're still friends, right? The look was even more pathetic. For a while, the crowd was loud. Everyone followed along to get a laugh. Promise her, promise her, promise her. It was as if as long as they opened their mouths and cheered, they would be able to say yes for Su Chen. Su Chen was nauseated straight inside. The PTSD from his previous life was deeply irritating. Very nonchalantly shaking off the corner of Shui Yao's tugging coat, he was about to say something. Suddenly, a figure stood in the way. Wen Lingxi, who had originally stood behind Su Chen, stood out very nonchalantly. A holy white dress looked incomparably dazzling at this moment, causing everyone else to be ashamed of themselves. Her big, beautiful eyes stared straight at Shui Yao. Bluster said, I think it's better not to be friends if the confession fails. It's better to die of old age. Shui Yao's face instantly stiffened. Totally didn't expect that the always noble and cold goddess one was actually so possessive. How dare you not care about face at all and stand up to her to steal a man. But Su Chen and I are friends. We were clearly on good terms before. Moreover, I'm not rejecting Su Chen's confession. I just want to think about it again. Think again. When Lingxi's face turned cold, that kind of pure and natural high and cold temperament could directly press Shui Yao head on. What rethinking? You're clearly trying to hang Su Chen. You never wanted to be with Su Chen. Su Chen is so good. It's you who don't know how to cherish it. Get away from me. Don't pester Su Chen. One is the schoolgirl of the first grade. One is a noble goddess recognized as unattainable in the first school. The two actually argued over Su Chen. 39. An S-grade goddess and an A-grade schoolgirl snatch a D-grade man from each other. A school beauty and a goddess. Though the tone was all calm, the people in the room, however, found the smell of gunpowder alarming. It was as if one could feel the hot sparks that were constantly colliding and erupting from the gazes that the two men were giving each other. When Lingxi's came out, blaring angrily and putting on a fierce look, it also made Su Chen look a bit dumbfounded. He was surprised. I didn't realize that the high and noble little rich girl would have such a strong fighting side. Always, as far as he could remember, the little rich girl was the one who coyly followed behind, a little too timid inside to meet people's eyes. Whenever he encountered any difficulties, he would always subconsciously hide behind him and follow him. It's a poor little thing who needs Su Chen for shelter. But now, when Lingxi was actually tearing another woman apart for him, this is simply unimaginable. You're the one who's sorry for Su Chen. Don't come and pester Su Chen. We don't welcome you. I really don't know why you misunderstand me like this. One student. Su Chen and I are good friends. Could it be that Su Chen student can only make friends with you and not with me? You're not making friends at all. You're playing people for fools. You're fooling people. Never try to fool me. Classmate 1. I think classmate Su Chen is an independent-minded person who can think independently then. She definitely wouldn't misunderstand me like this. Don't you say much. There's no way Su Chen will make friends with you. You go away. Classmate 1. I think the relationship between classmate Su Chen and I doesn't need to be swayed by you, an outsider. After all, when I was studying and going to and from school together with fellow student Su Chen, you still didn't know where you were. I couldn't care less what happened to you guys back then. But now, you just don't want to pester Su Chen. One student, you're bullying people too much. You're irrational. You deliberately hang people. You're so hateful. Student 1, how can you falsely accuse me like this? We're all classmates in the same school. Just stop pretending. I'm super sick of people like you. Watch me rip your face off. Oops. One student, what are you going to do? We're all classmates. Are you going to bully people? Ooh-hoo. An S-ranked Heaven's Pride is allowed to bully people. Nice guy. Shui Yao, a high-end green tea, is also a full-blown tea art. Using all her life's work, a mouthful of boxing skills and a complete lack of martial virtues, always standing on the moral high ground, mobilizing group emotions to try to hold Wen Lingxi down. Condemn Wen Lingxi. As for Wen Lingxi, it's purely natural grams of abdominal blackness. Whatever you say? Anyway, just don't come near my southern. No one is going to pester Su Chen. The main fight is a messy punch. Let you talk all you want. I just won't give you a chance. The two women were going back and forth. The argument was getting heated. No one wants to give in. Gradually, Su Chen realized that the gazes of the people around him looking at him were getting more and more out of place. The emotions are quite mixed. There is envy, there's jealousy, and confusion and disbelief. Others hated that they could not just rush up and tear him apart completely. I'm pissed off. That's a lot of drought and flooding. They usually couldn't even pick up a girl if they wanted to, but Su Chen was able to get the school flowers and goddesses to fight over them, surrounding them in the middle to enjoy countless intimate treatments. What the hell? The air is shaking cold. Finally, some people couldn't hold back any longer, pounding their chests in anger, so angry that they wanted to come up and tear Su Chen apart directly. Fuck, I've had enough of this. Southern, you're just a tiny D-ranked professional, making a school flower and a goddess fight for you and fight over you. What the hell are you on? These words immediately caused a chorus of agreement, and there were group roars of anger everywhere. Get the hell out of here. Su Chen, Lin Chang can't tolerate you anymore. Ew, why in the world is this? Why is he, Su Chen, able to receive thousands of honors and countless distinctions all in one, while I'm only worthy of sweeping the streets. Aha, I really can't stand it anymore. Why is it Su Chen who ascended to the altar this year? This is more than just ascending to the altar of God. I think it's clear that Su Chen has already been branded on the altar. No matter how hard he tries, he won't be able to pick it off. The world is unjust. The heavens are eyeless. To have a D-class professional like Su Chen stepping on top of our heads and acting as a bully. Chu Wei's body swayed slightly and he sat down on the ground very dryly. This time, he didn't even have a lapdog at his side to hold him up and support him. All the lapdogs are envious and jealous. Didn't even notice him. The Taoist heart is broken. It's a lot of crying. He looked at Shui Yao, scrambling for Su Chen's back, wanting to point to say something, but then he suddenly realized, he and Shui Yao, it seemed like they hadn't confirmed their relationship at all. Where is the position to talk? It's ridiculous. Half a day ago, was still with him you and me, ambiguous hookup, laughter Shui school flower. Originally he felt that all have been within reach. It turned out to be just half a day, a change of day. Oh no, that would be the sky falling. Shui school flower shifted, dizzy and skimming off the relationship with him, in order to be able to climb back into the relationship with a man who had previously rejected the confession. A little bit of face do not want. Shui Yao wasn't just slapping her own face when she did this. It's even more of a slap in Chu Wei's face. Shui Yao, for one, didn't even think of him as a person. Ahem. Su Chen's light cough came out, interrupting the argument between the two. Wen Lingxi, who was originally very irritated, immediately closed her mouth in a well-behaved manner when she heard this. Somewhat shyly, he stole a glance at Su Chen. Then after Su Chen hooked his finger with some favor, he restood behind Su Chen in a well-behaved manner. Come on, little rich girl, why argue with someone who doesn't have to? There's no good in it except dirtying your little mouth. If a dog bites, do you want to bite the dog again? When Lingxi's small face blushed and silently lowered her head, as if she were a daughter-in-law who had done something wrong, she gave a low woo. Su Chen took her small hand and led her straight off the field. From the beginning to the end, he didn't even look at Shui Yao more than once. His attitude was so obvious that it was clear to all. Many of Shui Yao's liquors were filled with righteous indignation and instantly exploded, scrambling to show their arms and sleeves, wanting to do justice to their own schoolgirl Shui. However, there were also many watchers who watched, and one by one, with considerable teasing and playfulness, cast their eyes on Shui Yao's body. That's taunting, a red-hot mockery. Shui Yao was struck by lightning. Listening to Su Chen's gentle words to Wen Lingxi, she only felt that her entire body was bombarded. She bit her lip, Couldn't figure out why Su Chen was so determined. Had she done something wrong? That's impossible. Used to toy with the feelings of those licking dogs, fishing for warbler, all that, tried and true but why does it not work well when it comes to Su Chen? Su Chen wasn't even willing to say a single superfluous word to her. Damn it. As long as Su Chen still had that little bit of attachment to her, Shui Yao had the certainty and confidence to return to the peak position in Su Chen's heart and trample Wen Lingxi under her feet. But now, Su Chen, however, didn't bother to look at her, which made her feel as if her heart was being poked and prodded, 1,000 holes, and as Su Chen and his duo left, the others immediately felt tasteless. It's boring, and with that, there was a scattering. This term, there was news of 2 schoolgirls, a champion S-ranked professional and a top A-ranked professional, both fighting over a mediocre D-ranked guy. With an incomparably terrifying speed, it instantly spread throughout the major universities, spread among countless class groups and groups of young people. It became the talk of many, many young people. These days, the fastest circulating, besides color, which is the brunt of the first productive force, it would have to be this kind of peachy lace news. Nowadays, everyone knows that there is an awesome lover in the first grade. Let the 2 schoolgirls fight like crazy with no regard for face. A new urban legend. Born. 40. A place in the Heaven's Pride training camp? Blackmailing the main mother of the Wen family, Su Chen and Wen Lingxi, the 2 of them, left the copy. First, a good relaxation. Su Chen bought a lot of snacks and happy water and fed Wen Lingxi a wave. These 3 days, in the copy, their spirits were highly tense at all times, and it seemed that every time they killed a demonic monster, it was a breeze, but in reality, they were still physically and mentally exhausted. It needs a good refreshing. Subsequently, as promised, the 2 of them prepared to head to the principal's office to meet with Principal Chang. What Su Chen and his duo didn't realize was this. The moment, inside the principal's room of the first school, Chang Lanxiang is receiving an unexpected guest. What? When Lingxi actually passed the level? A graceful woman's pupils contracted and her eyes widened, unbelievably out of breath and shocked. It was almost shouted. She was tall and had an extremely outstanding temperament. She looked to be in her 30s and less than 40, but she was well maintained, and not even a single wrinkle could be seen on her face. When she was young, she was also a beautiful woman. Now it's a beautiful woman with a great deal of charm and elegance, all dressed in gold and silver, all precious jewelry. Just by looking at it, it is a bejeweled aura that radiates out. The exquisite makeup, the flashy outfit, and the condescension that seemed to flow from her bones, all made it clear at a glance that she came from an extremely unusual background. She was, at the moment, the main mother of the Wen family, the top mansion of the Divine Sea Empire, Lin Shui. She is also Wen Lingxi's nominal mother. She came this time, seemingly concerned, with the intention of seeing Wen Lingxi's jokes, as the main mother who had nurtured Wen Lingxi since she was a child, using all sorts of rules and regulations and extremely strict tutelage, restricting Wen Lingxi in layers. Her purpose, it's so that they can raise Wen Lingxi to be a completely self-absorbed waste who can't do anything. It's the kind of thing that when you get out into the community, you can't make friends. Even after awakening an S-rank occupation, he couldn't exert 10%, or even 0.5% of his waste. Only this, Wen Lingxi would not become a strong competitor for her own son, and would not grab the share of the family fortune that belonged to them as mother and son. The resources and family business of the Wen family are all hers. Wen Lingxi, an outsider, didn't want to share the slightest bit, but when she heard Principal Chang's congratulatory praise full of excitement, she instantly broke her defenses and almost forgot where she was now. Chang Lanxiang saw it too. Lingxi, the mother, didn't care about her at all, thinking even more heartlessly. This Wen family's main mother couldn't say that she would prefer Lingxi to die in the copy. No wonder, after knowing that Lingxi had awakened her S-rank profession, the Wen family still paid no attention to Lingxi, and still had not provided Lingxi with any due assistance. The kid, it's so pathetic, thinking about how plainly Wen Lingxi only knew how to lower her eyebrows and go against the grain. Chang Lanxian was then extraordinarily distressed. Picking up the teacup, she took a faint sip of tea and forced down the anger in her heart. A frown was raised. What? You don't seem to be happy that such a great thing has happened to the Wen family? Lin Shui forced to smile. No matter how violent the infighting is in the family's shame cannot be spread outside the family. If outsiders knew about it, the face of the Wen family would not look good. How come? Lingxi achieved such good results. As a mother, I can't be happier. Chang Lanxiang sneered in her heart. It seems that all that information that was investigated before regarding the Wen family's situation was true. This woman is nothing more than Wen Lingxi's stepmother, and a boy was born. It was the eldest son and grandson of the Wen family's current generation, and it was said that his talent was also quite unbelievable, and he was likewise at the S rank. As the saying goes, there are stepmothers and then there are stepfathers. With Lin Shui being such a woman with an evil mind, blowing pillow talk in that Win family head's ear, every day, when Lingxi's embarrassing situation could be imagined. I'm afraid I've been out of favor since my birth mother died. Since childhood, I don't know how much aggression I have suffered, and I don't know what I have been bullied by Lin Shui. That's add up. Before, Chang Lanxiang an outsider, although the name of a teacher, but it is not good to interfere in the family affairs of the Wen family. But now when Lingxi has achieved such bright results and made a great achievement for Lin Chang, with a bottom line, there would be nothing for her to take into account. If Lin Shui really wanted to tear her face off with her, and Lingxi, she simply would have a good time with the other party. The name of the Winchester's mansion is a bluff, but she, Chang Lanxiang, was not intimidated either. From obscurity, all the way up to today, with today's resources, that is not overnight. Contemplating the status that only comes with cultivating generations of talent to become the mainstay of the Divine Sea Empire. Therefore, Chang Lanxiang was never afraid of getting into trouble. Lin Shui secretly hated in her heart, annoyed that when Lingxi achieved such a high and good result, his son, I'm afraid, won't be able to overpower this woman's popularity for a while. Damn girly girl, I should have known that the original should have thought of a way to screw her over. God doesn't know what's going on. Who knew I could actually get out today? He's become the hottest genius in the country? What the hell is going on here? The one in the mouth of Principal Chang Lanxiang, the one who decapitated the leader of the 7 murderers, killed the final big boss of the desolate land, and the only passer for more than a decade. Wen Lingxi, could it really be the little girl she remembered as weak and inarticulate? With no self-confidence, who never dared to raise her head to speak in front of her? It doesn't match. Miscalculation. She had thought that with Wen Lingxi's character, without friends, entering the copy alone, she might not even know how to die, much less a glorious future. But now what? The results were already in front of them. A burst of facepalming output at Lin Shui is up. It goes on like this. Maybe when Lingxi's father, that contemporary family head of the Wen family, would once again return his attention to Wen Lingxi's body. At that point, her son's position could be in jeopardy. Suddenly, Lin Shui's eyes twitched, and her heart gave birth to a plan as she opened her mouth to ask, I heard that you have a recommended spot for the Heaven's Pride training camp? Can we let our Lingxi try? Lingxi, this child has a soft nature. I'm always worried that after she goes to college and participates in replicas, she'll be at a disadvantage. It would be nice to go to the Heaven's Pride training camp and sharpen your temperament. You will definitely be able to reach a higher level of achievement in the future. Would you say that's right, Principal Chang? In Lin Shui's opinion, Wen Lingxi's character is cowardly and sociopathic, though I don't know what kind of luck I've stumbled upon this time, but I've actually gotten through it. But what's the Celestial Pride training camp? Those who were able to join in were all the top demonic geniuses in the country. The competition is fierce. If he was completely crushed and struck by the other Celestial Pride, maybe it will just fall apart and cut off the future altogether. At that point, the threat of her son would be completely gone. Ha! It's nice to think about it. Chang Lanchuang is the best at guessing people's hearts. How could she not see the bad water in Lin Shui's stomach? Either that or how to say the most poisonous woman of all. That's tough. It was clear that when Lingxi was a girl, and wanting to succeed the family head and fully inherit the family estate was just impossible. But Lin Shui was always thinking of cutting off the roots. In the past, Chang Lanchuan would not feel comfortable letting Lingxi, alone, participate in the Heaven's Pride training camp. But now, thinking of the interaction between Wen Lingxi and Su Chen, the corner of her mouth hooked into a light smile. Wait and see. Shui Lin, Lingxi is already very different from what she used to be. This thing I'm afraid it's not good. A place in the Heaven's Pride training camp is even more precious than a guaranteed place. At this time, if we didn't take the opportunity to extort the Wen family and give Lingxi a chance to make up the family's fortune, when would we wait? Well, whatever the conditions are, you open them up. Headmaster Chang, for the sake of cultivating Lingxi, no matter what resources I have to pay, I'm willing. What a hypocrite. The corners of Chang Lanxiang's mouth sketched out a cruel smile, and the lion's mouth was wide open. Master Lin is indeed quick to speak. Since that's the case, I want 2 B-rank skill books of the mage department. Lin Shui's pupils shrunk, although the Wen family is large, but the stock of consumables like skill books, where learning is earning, isn't much, not to mention the B-rank skill books for the designated mage profession. That inventory was even more scarce, but as long as one thought about it, there was a chance that one could make Wen Lingxi's future completely cut off. She then regained her composure and nodded her head in meaty agreement. A promise is a promise. Don't keep your word, Principal Chang. Don't worry, Master Lin. 41, 1 million scholarship honors, and a place in the Double Heavens Pride training camp. Good, then I'll trouble Principal Chang. For B-rank skills, I'll do my best to find mage skills, but if I can't find all of them, I'll also make a list of B-rank skills and give it to Headmaster Chang to choose from. Lin Shui nodded with a grateful nod. A quick departure followed. Her loss of composure just now was too obvious, and now feeling Chang Lanchuang's gaze gazing at her with a few hints of derision, she didn't have much of a face to stay any longer. Not to mention, when something this big happened in Lin Chang, the Wen family would only get the news immediately. She has to go back. By the side of the Wen family head, crazy blowing a good ear, continue to instill the notion that Wen Lingxi can't be helped up and that only her son has a bright future, no matter what. Nor could he stand by and watch Wen Lingxi rise again, suppressed for so many years. So much effort can't be wasted. Chang Lanchuan looked at Lin Shui's back and a sneer could not help but spread on her face. There is so much spit in my heart that I can't pronounce it. Actually, she had already made her decision. Even without Lin Shui's redundancy, she also planned to send Wen Lingxi to the Heaven's Pride training camp. Previously, Chang Lanxian was actually hesitant. He was worried that if Wen Lingxi's character was the one who went to the Heaven's Pride training camp, she would definitely not be able to adapt. It's not allowed to be counterproductive. Not being able to get a better educational upbringing is instead only secondary. Most importantly, she was worried that with Wen Lingxi's already warm and weak character, she couldn't help but say that she would be completely devastated and be discouraged by the other heavenly prides. You won't be able to get up after that. Therefore, Chang Lanchuan's initial intention was actually for Wen Lingxi to be personally led by her to formulate some practicing plans after the college entrance exams to grow up a bit faster. Though, the program developed by Chang Lanxian was definitely far inferior to the Heaven's Pride training camp, unable to fully bring out the S-rank's natural endowment completely, but at least it can be done without mistakes. At least it will make Wen Lingxi's development more stable. But today, after seeing Su Chen, and especially after seeing the intimate and friendly, talking and laughing relationship between Su Chen and Wen Lingxi, she changed her mind, although it is still unclear the specifics of what is going on in the middle of the replica. But the fact that Wen Lingxi was able to team up with Su Chen was a major step forward in itself. Not to mention, the two-person squad also successfully cleared the high-difficulty copy that had been stuck for more than a decade, and was able to utilize a tremendous amount of strength that truly belonged to the S rank, and even beyond. Su Chen is a D level though, but staying by Wen Lingxi's side was like a catalyst. It was able to get Lingxi's talent completely ignited, let Lingxi become a true pride of heaven, a dazzling star. With Su Chen in tow, Wen Lingxi should have no problem going on this trip. Soon after simply resting and organizing, Su Chen and Wen Lingxi came as promised. In Wen Lingxi's hands, she was still holding a bottle of happy water, her face blooming with a very bright smile as she talked and laughed with Su Chen. Obviously the relationship has progressed more than a little. Chang Lanxian had been waiting for a long time and could not help but nod slightly at the sight. Little Su, Lingxi, you guys are here. Headmaster, teacher, Su Chen and Wen Lingxi stood in front of the principal's desk and lowered their heads seriously. All right, don't be nervous or so formal. Standing Lancaster took the initiative and stepped out from behind his desk. A gentle smile spread across his face as he reached out to pat Su Chen's shoulder, gesturing for the two men to sit down on the couch next to him. Then, with a smile, he took out 2 documents and gave each of them to the two of them. As the squad that cleared the high-difficulty copy of the Barren Lands and managed to come out on top, the school is rewarded for something. First of all, in the history book of the founding of our first high school, and in all this information that the new students will be able to see every year, the two of you will be absolute honorary alumni, one of the most brilliant students the school has ever produced. It will be an honor to enjoy with many of you who have graduated before, brothers and sisters. Of course, you have made more honorable accomplishments than many of the alumni who have graduated from first grade in years past, so the display of your honors will be at the forefront. Let all freshmen and seniors see a portrait of the two of you as soon as they walk through the door. When Lingxi sniffed and subconsciously lowered her head, she wasn't quite able to take it in, the honor of such a grand display of scenery. It's so humiliating to think about having a bunch of people around and visiting and all that. Su Chen felt some small pleasure. The people of Lin Chang in the future were destined to be trampled under the feet of the two of them, ruthlessly, by the name of the two of them. When you enter the door, you have to stand under the shadow of the two of them. It's kind of exciting to think about. Well, these are actually vanity names, and you may not care. Let's move on to some real rewards. Chang Lanxiang pointed to the document just given and continued. First of all, there's a special card for the library of the Professionals Association of the Procropolis in here. It's not one of those regular resource rooms that any outsider can check out. Instead, it's a specialized data room capable of connecting to the General Council of Professionals. From now on, all of this specialized information and knowledge of various professions will be free and open to you. No matter which city in the Divine Sea Empire you walk to, you can go to the local Professionals Association and use this card to access information for free. This is the olive branch that the Professionals Association, to 2 members of the First Pass Squad, has thrown out. To know The Professionals Association's specialized database. That has quite a high level of authority. There is a lot of information that is a secret that the general public will never know in their lifetime. A lot of specialized information on the essential core of career advancement is covered. It is the crystallization of knowledge created by generations of professionals, spending countless hours of effort. If it wasn't someone who had made a significant contribution to the Professionals Association, it would be difficult to get this high level of authority. Also, there's a bank card in here. It's the 3 major earmarks I applied for Sue's classmates to use as scholarships for recognition. A total of $1 million, which, I know, is a small amount of money, a drop in the bucket. For a professional, not much, but it's an honorary nature above all, and more than that gets stale, Chang Lanxiang said in a serious tone. Su Chen nodded his head repeatedly and looked at Principal Chang gratefully. He knows very well that it's not that easy for scholarships with special funds like these to arrive quickly, but in a few hours' time in total, the permanent principal has mobilized all the funds. Apparently the matter was being watched personally without a moment's delay. Have a heart. Thank you, headmaster. I'll never forget how much I've been nurtured by the first school. If there hadn't been a middle school, if there hadn't been Principal Chang, Lingxi and I wouldn't be where we are today. Chang Lanxiang couldn't help but be enraptured at the words. A very satisfied nod. As a teacher, it is our duty to teach and educate people. Still, it was rewarding for her to receive such a sincere thank you from her students. Also, there's a bonus of 1 B rank skill for 1 person. Level A is a national strategic level material. It's not something I can get my hands on as a tiny first high school principal, so the highest access I can get is only level B. I hope that both of you will be able to shine for the first high school, and for the Empire, in your future copy raids. Teacher wishes you all the best of luck and success in the future. Lingxi was a bit surprised. Teachers, I haven't heard of this before, but passing a copy will give a reward for B rank skills. Not to mention, the skills that the teacher was going to give were certainly not just any ordinary trashy B rank skills. Can't say it's the kind that's worth tens of millions of dollars. Such a large sum of money, such a valuable skill. The teacher should have used private funds. How could she make teachers pay their life savings to give them skills? Chang Lanxiang rubbed Lingxi's head. Don't worry, this time, the B rank skills are not from the teacher. Today's skill another person pays for it. Ha! Su Chen and Lingxi were both bewildered and somewhat confused. Is there a mysterious sponsor that is giving such a major reward for them? The 2 members of the first pass team? That's really appreciated. The moment. A certain mysterious sponsor, Shui Yilin, is in a very bad mood. And that was precisely why Chang Lanchuang had asked for 2 B rank skills and a lion's share of the money. She didn't know that Su Chen and his team had gotten the new skill, double spellcasting. But after all, after boosting to level 20, the duo shared 2 extra skill slots. It's a good idea to learn one. After finishing all the rewards given in the name of the university, Chang Lanxiang laughed. Finally, one more thing. I have 2 spots in the Heaven's Pride training camp. I wonder if you guys are willing to go. 42. Either S or a training camp. Speaking of the Heaven's Pride boot camp, Su Chen's eyes lit up slightly. It was said that those who were able to enter the Heaven's Pride training camp were all true geniuses who were not 1 in a million. The worst in there is an A-ranked professional. Even, there is no lack of S-class among them. And the competition is all extremely fierce. But the resources that can be had are even more extremely rich. It is the reserve of the most elite geniuses, selected by the 4 highest academic institutions. It was said that every year, the most outstanding geniuses in the 4 supreme academies had initially gone through the training of the Heaven's Pride training camp. It's not something that just anyone is qualified for and can get into. As long as one entered, it almost meant that one had truly stepped into the topmost camp of the Divine Sea Empire, destined for a future that is anything but ordinary. Before that, Su Chen had always thought that the Heaven's Pride training camp was just a legend. Indeed, there have been visions to be able to join the Heaven's Pride training camp one day, become one of the countless demonic prides of the Empire. But when things actually happened in front of you, you found yourself close to the Heaven's Pride training camp. He was still a little surprised. When Lingxi, on the other hand, was very nervous as she sniffed, her small mouth pursed up slightly. Happy water doesn't even smell good anymore. A pair of small hands, grabbing the corner of the coat, tugging and pulling, obviously in a torn mood. Because, before that, Chang Lanxiang had mentioned this many times, it was to convince her with love and reason, to go forward to participate in the training of the Heaven's Pride training camp, to really take this most difficult step, some growth. But when Lingxi didn't want to go, everyone knew that the Heaven's Pride training camp was a place to select geniuses and train them, with the resources tilted by the highest authority of the Divine Sea Empire. How many men of the world were gathered there? Which one of them is not a bullying, crazy demon? Under such a group of Heaven's Pride surrounded and encircled, when Lingxi's soft and sticky character was no different from a leather ball, going in was to be pinched and exploded and stomped on. She was simply afraid to go. But now, seeing Su Chen's eagerness to try. When Lingxi suddenly felt that the Heaven's Pride training camp, there is nothing to be afraid of. Anyway, as long as there was Su Chen's company, anywhere was good. She, who is not afraid of anything. Su Chen gave her a look. The two exchanged a quick glance, reading each other's meaning instantly. Principal, I'd like to go. When Lingxi didn't answer, but only nodded seriously, Chang Lanxian was overjoyed and couldn't help but blossom into a smile. It's true, Su Chen really changed Lingxi's attitude. It's an all-encompassing change, turning a kid who was at heart a contrarian, very fearful, and destined to never rise to the top, into someone with a normal heart. Seeing such a transformation is like the harbinger of a feathered butterfly. Chang Lanxian was really happy. However, there were some words that she still had to explain in advance, especially with Su Chen. After all, Su Chen's occupational rating was only D grade. The pressure will definitely be very high after entering the Heaven's Pride training camp. When Lingxi was at the very least an S rank, and as long as she was able to utilize her talents and specialties, she could easily stand her ground in the Heaven's Pride training camp. It was Su Chen who had the toughest time. Although I have a recommendation quota, this quota is only the one that can participate in the official selection of the Heaven's Pride training camp. The only way to enter is after reaching the training camp's assessment index. This indicator, it's not low, it's definitely much harder than the college entrance exam. The college entrance exam is already the most fair one for the public, and after the high school exams are over, the gaps between people, the classes, will become more and more obvious. There's simply no way to make up for it. The Heaven's Pride training camp was such an extremely cruel place. Genius, getting more and more genius, and the weak ones are doomed. Those who could truly stay were only the geniuses among geniuses, and the others who were slightly flawed would be thoroughly sifted out in round after round of selection. Big waves, talent, opportunity, you can't have one without the other. Su Chen nodded. He understood what the principal was saying. Places are frankly just a knockout, but they are important. If there are no spots available, you'll have to compete in another popular vote, commonly known as the primary election, against a sea of candidates. Whether the competition is fierce or not is secondary, but with such a large number of auditions, looking for a needle in a haystack, trying to actually get through the primaries would take quite a bit of time in itself, far less time than just skipping the primaries. That is to say, to enter the Heaven's Pride training camp, there were actually a total of 2 formal assessment selections. One was the preliminary exam, or audition. Once is the real selection. These 2 slots given by Chang Lanxian were the ones that could skip the preliminary C trial stage and directly enter the real core selection. That would have been pretty good support. A trace of gravity slowly spread across Chang Lanxian's face. This session of the college entrance exam is very much a national priority, and as a training camp for the Heaven's Pride reserves of the Quasi-4 Supreme Academies, it naturally attaches great importance to it as well. As the density of copies has gradually increased over the years, many copy raids have encountered difficulties. More and more copies, evolving into forbidden places and abysses, are jeopardizing the safety of the people and the empire at every turn. That's why I've heard that the empire is preparing to pour all its efforts into cultivating a group of ultra-elite talents specifically for use in attacking forbidden lands and abysses. This session of training camp could very well be the gateway to joining this ultra-elite team. It's said that this time's Heaven's Pride training camp even has a 7-turn quasi-king level patriarchal professional, personally in charge of coaching. It's a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity, so be sure to cherish it. Hold the resources this time firmly in your hands. This was also the fundamental reason why Chang Lanchuan had repeatedly tried to convince Lingxi to go to the training camp. This camp, it's so hot. It's also too coveted. When Su Chen and when Lingxi heard this, they could not help but both be taken aback. The pupils contracted slightly. Professionals, too, have ranks. Every 30 levels, you need to complete a transfer and advancement, which is also an important watershed. Stuck countless people below the watershed. Turn 1 is a junior professional, beginner. Turn 2 intermediate professional. Turn 3 advanced professional. Turn 4 elite professional. Turn 5 senior professional. Turn 6 master professional. At the 7th turn, 1 is a sovereign, or commonly known as a paragon. 8th turned upper grandmaster. 9th turned grandmaster. Above the 9th revolutions was the real king's domain, being able to access the power of the very deep domain avenues, truly calling the shots and harnessing the strongest power of the professionals. Moving mountains and reclaiming the sea is no big deal. It is also known as the legend. It was a supreme realm that countless people dreamed of, but simply had no way to reach. Looking at the entire Divine Sea Empire, there were only a handful of true kings, and among the ranks, once one breaks through to the 7th turn, which is the sovereign, there will be a great qualitative change. There had always been a rumor that under the sovereign, all were ants. This shows the strong and terrifying nature of the patriarch. It's not uncommon for small counties, Like Lincoln, to have 3 turns is the ceiling. To be able to sit in the professionals association and become the strongest person in a place. A second turner like Chang Lanxiang and the others would already be considered the top talent. You can teach as a principal of a school. And this time, the Heaven's Pride training camp would actually have a 7th turned patriarch personally coaching it. This is too much. One must know that although the 4 highest academies also had professor teachers at the 7th turn level, patriarchs at this level might not teach often. In other words, the specifications of this Heaven's Pride training camp, it has even surpassed the limits of teaching that the 4 highest academic institutions can give. It is the highest gold content and the highest standard of specification of the Tianjiao training camp ever. If you miss it, regrettable. If Chang Lanchuan could be a few dozen years younger, he would not be able to say that he would also give up everything and try to fight. Unfortunately, she had long passed the selection age of the Heaven's Pride training camp. Countless people are hot under the collar. Countless geniuses gathered together. Heaven's Pride boot camp, not to be missed. At once, Su Chen and Wen Lingxi's determination to go forward and catch a glimpse of the splendor of this year's training camp was even stronger. Principal, I'm going. I have to go. Those who don't want to be the strongest, those who don't want to go to the top, are doomed to do nothing. Su Chen traveled through one life. The greatest vision of the heart is to ascend to the highest, to reign supreme, the pinnacle. That's what should be his highest pursuit. The other celestial pride were destined to be stepped on by him ruthlessly. Teacher, me too. 43, what's the point of putting up a fight for a derated son? Seeing that both of them had strengthened their resolve, they decided to go participate in the official selection process for the Heaven's Pride training camp. Standing Lancaster was very pleased. She rehashed old stories. Regarding the B-rank skills awarded to you, leave it to me. I will come up with the best possible list of skills I can at the moment for you to choose your own adaptations. She's already thought about it. On Lin Shui's side, let her talk and extort some more. Ruthless extortion. Anyway, Lin Shui's purpose was indeed for Wen Lingxi to participate in the Heaven's Pride training camp. We don't all think alike. We don't all have the same purpose, but what we do is the same. Well, if there's really nothing suitable, I'll just pick the most expensive skill and resell it. It's also a good amount of money, so when the time comes, you can buy skills that are more suited to you, or equipment to grow yourselves. Anyway, go to the Heaven's Pride boot camp. It is certainly not enough to be a genius in your own right. You must be armed to the teeth. The equipment on your body, and the skills that go with it, should also be of the best possible caliber. Otherwise, naturally, it was eliminated. Su Chen and Wen Lingxi slowly nodded their heads, especially Su Chen. He knew very well in his heart that both of them were learning skills that were doubled. So really, just one B-rank skill is enough. One more skill that is surely used to sell to grow itself. Chang Lanxiang's smile grew stronger. Do you have any more requests? The school will try to fulfill them. Wen Lingxi shook her head. She's never had much of an opinion, and she's never lacked for anything in life. Subconsciously, he looked at Su Chen. She could give Su Chen all the good treatment she deserved. Su Chen, on the other hand, thought seriously. Suddenly, eyes lit up. By the way, headmaster, I don't have any other requests that are too complicated. I want to be high profile. My parents are ordinary working class people who haven't had a good life. And over the years I've been saving my money and working overtime all day and night in order to put me up. As a son of man, I also want them to share the honor with me. And I also want them to have a better life, so that they won't be bullied in the future. So some of the recognitions, certificates, and this $1 million bonus, can they be sent directly to my parents' side? Better be able to make a little more noise, so they know that their son has made a difference. They won't have to work so hard anymore and can have a good time. Chang Lanxiang nodded rightfully, understanding what Su Chen meant. More and more, he felt satisfied with Su Chen. Su is still a very filial child. Sure enough, he's a good person. At the very least, he didn't have to worry that he would be bullied if he handed Lingxi over to this kid. Don't worry, I'll take care of this. You guys passed this time? You broke the record of the first kill of the 7 evil chiefs that no one has been able to take in 10 years. So naturally there will be a big commendation. There is absolutely no shortage of fanfare. On your parents' side, I'll do it myself. Definitely let the old couple look good. And in the future, in our Lin Chang, they will never eat other people's blank stares and be bullied by others again. Su Chen was overjoyed. He wanted his parents to have a better life than the way he was treated. Thank you, principal. Thank you so much. You are such a great principal for us. And I can't thank you enough. Definitely kill more monsters than the copies in the future. Train hard in the training camp to repay the principal. Lincheng Garment Processing Factory. At this very moment, Su Chen's parents were working hard and couldn't care less about the outside world. What with the progress of the copy raid and all, in their eyes, their sons don't have to be brilliant. All they wanted was that their son would thrive. In the future, if he was able to break through the first turn, He would stay in Lin's city and find a good position, and his life would pass peacefully. This was the old couple's greatest expectation for Su Chen in their hearts. Nowadays, Su Chen had just completed his professional awakening and was at the critical moment of his initial leveling. Both of them wanted to work hard and earn more money so that Su Chen could buy more equipment. At the very least, don't fall behind in the starting phase. The rest of the long-term future is off the table. The deputy director of the workshop, Lao He, came to the workshop to check the situation. Subconsciously, he flipped through Su Chen's parents' work schedule, then couldn't help but freeze for a moment. Turn your head and ask the others in the workshop. Su Guofu and Lu Qinglian, both of them, are still working overtime and haven't gone home? It's been more than 3 days since the awakening ceremony, and it's been working overtime until now? I've heard that they're children. Aren't they in the college entrance exams this year? Then they should be upgrading and brushing their copies right now. Why don't they go to the replica door, wait for the kid to come out, and work overtime all the time? The workers in the other workshops looked at each other. Subconsciously look at Su Chen's parents' workstation. People really are still working overtime to continue processing. Yes, I've seen them working overtime day and night these past few days, sleeping and resting no more than 5 hours a day, and making do with whatever they can for 3 meals. I saw it with my own eyes. Yesterday, they worked all night. This is all for the sake of my son. Look at the thick dark circles under his eyes on old Su's face. Alas, looking at it all makes people feel heartbroken. Which of us who are parents are not fighting for our children? A female workshop worker, Lin Xia, skimmed her lips and said sarcasm. It's just a lot of fooling around. Their son is only AD rank only. The upper limit is just like that. Working hard for his whole life, to be able to break through one turn, is heaven's pity. It is worth to go to the temple to worship the Buddha with incense. Why bother trying so hard? There's no point at all. Lin Xia and Mr. and Mrs. Su Guofu are neighbors. I had always heard before that their son was good at everything. She has a good face and body. She is an okay student, and she often gets awards at school. Character and academic excellence. She had been sour for years, and every time she heard someone praise Su Chen, her heart didn't feel good. How can your own child be so ungrateful? As a result, who would have thought? After the awakening ceremony, there came a shocking reversal. Su Chen, a good student with excellent character and studies, was actually only a tiny D grade? It's also just slightly better than a life profession. Among the combat professions, it's the most crotch-pulling of them all, and I wonder who I used to show off to. Studying well doesn't mean it's all about talent, connections and background. A bad awakening is the end of a lifetime. Thinking about it, Lin Xia said more and more Versailles. My son, that's a B-ranked professional. Ha ha ha, and it's also a B rank with a smoother initial growth curve. Did you guys know? The teachers at school have said so. That's comparable to an A grade. The ceiling is very high. At the very least, they're all at the level of the third turn. In the future, that D-rank son of theirs will only have to chase after my son's ass for the rest of his life and eat tail gas. Ha ha ha. Lin Xia spoke loudly, not caring at all about any sentimentality face. When Su Chen's parents heard this, their hands, which had been busy, could not help but give a beat. Lu Qinglian was annoyed, and subconsciously wanted to roll up her sleeves and break bread with that Lin Xia. Instead, Su grabbed him and slowly shook his head. It's not necessary. They are honest and decent people who work well and forget about it. It hadn't originally occurred to me that my son had any particularly good prospects. Summoner, Class D. They're all happy with that. Old He came forward and advised. Old Sua and Qinglian, you guys hurry back and rest. Even if it's for the children, you can't take yourself in first. Only if the family is healthy and well and living well is the most important thing. AD is good enough. And you kids are hard workers, so good times are ahead. Others were also persuaded. They all knew that Su Chen's parents were working laborers, and they definitely worked the most overtime hours every month. You don't even want your body for your child. And the two families are good with people, did not cross with others. Everyone colleagues have a good relationship. I don't want to get really tired and get sick. Just then, outside the factory building was suddenly a drumming, gonging and clanging. Extremely hilarious. It was as if there was some great joy. It made everyone a little curious as to who had a happy event that was so well organized. One of the workers standing at the window, looking out, said curiously, "Ooh, why are so many people here? No one's family can marry a daughter-in-law in such a grand style." 44. Your family Su Chen passes the desolate land copy. Knock knock, knock knock, 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 knock. The sound of gongs and drums approaching all the way over towards the plant. Especially after coming to the downstairs of Su Chen's parents' unit, it became even more lively. Apparently it stopped here. Boiling crowds of people were everywhere, constantly gathering towards the lively crowd, and many eaters ran over to join in the fun. Boo! The factory manager pushed open the office door with some annoyance. his brow furrowed, stretching and cursing at the same time. Where are the people from? Why are you making so much noise? Do you know this is a work area? Do you have any quality at all? Everyone has to work. What's the point of coming here when there's nothing to do? It's too loud. As he walked past the other plants, he said hello to the rest of the plant's management. I'll just go down and see what's going on. You guys keep working. With a leader giving the word, everyone could only press their respective curiosities and continue working. In the midst of a buzz, many of them were gathered in groups, whispering in low voices, discuss what's really going on with the hustle and bustle outside. The only ones who still didn't care about these outside winds were the Su family's old couple, just a mind bogged down in work. They've always been like that. Honest. Haven't seen much of the world. Every time something like this happens, pretend you didn't see it or hear it. Get on with your work and be done with it. And the big day will always belong to someone else. They don't feel it from the inside. What would such hilarity have to do with them? Lin Xia, the workshop woman who was just a flurry of cynicism before, had been scowling towards the outside of the window. Then, as if suddenly seeing some important sign, excited and giddy and dancing, almost all of them lost their voice. It was with a yell of excitement. I think I just saw the first high school's emblem. Ha ha ha. Could it be that someone has achieved something significant amongst the newcomer raider copies this time? So what about the special recognition given by the school leaders of the first high school, as well as other school leaders across our entire city of Lincoln? There's always been a tradition of this in first grade. My son, he went to school at Arigato High School, strong in strength, outstanding career. This time, he'll definitely have a big catch in the copy raid. Could it be a recognition for my son? Ouch, ouch, ouch. I'm still wearing staff clothes here. There's no way to greet the school leaders. What can I do? Lin Xia's entire brow danced, as if that were really the case. This villainous look instantly aroused the discontent of many of his workshop colleagues. Is your son the only one who's good? Your son is the only one who gets a commendation? Other people's kids are nothing? How is it so obvious you think too much? There are so many people out there, so lively. It's like a high school student returning home. Your son is just AB grade. Does he deserve it? Really? If you didn't know, you'd think someone had sent gold to your house. Smug as you are, don't fool around. It must have nothing to do with you. Many of my co-workers, they are not young, vaguely all remember. More than a decade ago, at that time, there were more than just the 7 murderers in the copy of the Desolate Land. Instead, it's the 8 evils. At that time, after the birth of one of the first killers of the 8 murderers, it was the same, and there were cheers everywhere up and down the pro city, with a school leader making a big deal out of it. And it was very glamorous. There's a lot of heat and drumming going on everywhere to recognize it. But they remembered that even back then, the row was not as big as it is now. Has more than a decade gone by and the rules been changed? Could it be that the 7 evils that have been hovering over Lin Chang like dark clouds covering the sun, been solved? Another 7 murderous first kills are born? In my opinion, it's quasi so. The first of the 7 deadly men has been killed. 10 years have passed in a flash. Even if only one of the 7 murderers is killed, it's still worthwhile to organize a good scenery. Lin Xia, you can just rest. Don't you have any idea how capable your son is? Do you think it's possible for your son to get the first kill of the 7 murderers? Lin Xia skimmed her lips and let out an "oh," though there is also some reluctance. But she also knew that she was overthinking it. Think about it. After all, the first kill of the 7 murderers? None of the S-classes or A-classes. How many S-classes had returned in defeat? And there were even many who had almost lost their lives in the mouth of the 7 fierce tigers. Her son, even less so, even a more Versailles, with a bigger face, would not be mistaken enough to think that his son could cause such a stir. The afterglow caught a glimpse of the 2 Su family members who were honestly busy at work. Lin Xia was then completely relieved. Even if the buzz down there has nothing to do with me, but apparently it also has little to do with the Su family's child. What my son can't even do at rank B, your son can do at a tiny rank D? Ugh, not at all. She was talking to herself so smugly. Stump! The factory manager suddenly rushed into the factory building, panting and sweating, but he was full of ecstasy, smiling like a blooming chrysanthemum. Lu Qinglian, Su Guofu, come on, come on. The 2 Su family members heard the call and stopped what they were doing under their hands. Looking at each other, they were both a little dismayed. Subconsciously wiping his hands, he walked closer, all looking a bit rattled. Su Guofu thought he had done something wrong and asked carefully, "Plant manager, is it true that we too have committed?" The words were not yet asked. The factory director then couldn't wait to pull Su Guofu's hand, and enthusiastically laughed. Old Su, why didn't you two say so earlier if your children are so promising? Why should I work this kind of hard labor in the factory every day to earn this kind of money for nothing? Ha 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 ha. Seeing that the 2 families were still confused, The plant manager cleared his throat and took the initiative to speak up and explain. You're Su Chen's parents, right? Great joy. There's great joyous news outside now. Your Xiao Chen is really competitive. He directly passed the desolate land copy. I've heard that even the 7 fierce leaders were killed without a single piece of armor left. Ha ha ha, relief. How many years has it been? How long have we, Lin City, been pressurized by the 7 murderers and made a laughingstock by other cities? All thanks to your little Tatsu. No, the school leaders and teachers all came over to report the good news. Quiet. There was a brief silence in the factory, the only sound being the creaking and constant turning of the machine tools. Everyone subconsciously sucked in cold air and stared in disbelief. What? Passed? The desolate land copy was cleared. How is this possible? The 7 fowls have all been wiped out in one fell swoop? Asterisk 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 asterisk. There's still such a thing? Didn't they all say that the child of the Kakufu family is just a D-rank summoner? It's only been a few days. How come he's so out of shape? Awesome. A teenage hero. Ha ha ha. Look at Lin Xia's expression. It's like she ate fly. Laughing my ass off. It's a good thing we've usually been on good terms with old Su. What nice people they are. The 2 of them. This is finally not a wasted effort. The sun has finally gotten ahead. All sorts of incredulous, loud exclamations rang out. It's not just in this one plant shop that it's circulating. And, by leaps and bounds, it swept through the plant. Everyone was shocked. Simply can't believe that this is actually true. Su Guofu and Lu Qinglian directly froze in place, as if they had turned into 2 statues. It felt like my ears were buzzing and my brain was buzzing with it. Lu Qinglian subconsciously patted her own man. Child's father, did I hear you wrong? The factory manager, he said, is our Xiao Chen? Su Guofu's eyes were also glaring like bells, and his breathing was ragged. For a moment they forgot that the person across from them was the plant manager, and grabbed the plant manager's shoulders hard with both hands, constantly shaking up. Factory director, what you said is true. Is it really our Su Chen? Did I hear you right? 45. One man gets a government position, and D-level reversal shocks the whole scene. Su Chen's parents both reacted after a brief moment of shock. Follow-up question is true or false? Su Guofu felt like there had never been a moment when he was expecting a miracle as much as he was now. Tatsu, is it really possible to do that? Can one really become a genius at clearing a difficult copy like the Desolate Land? Didn't Tatsu only awaken a D-ranked summoner? Could it be that Su Chen's summons were more powerful than others? Plant manager, did you really hear correctly? It's our son? Lu Qinglian was already in tears. Her mouth was vague and she only knew to keep asking questions. Is it really Tatsu? Is it really little Tatsu? The factory manager was on the verge of being shaken silly by Su Guofu, but he was also happy. After something like this, he would have a capital to brag about his greatness with others in the future. If this news were to get out, can we still worry about the factory's poor efficiency? Who wouldn't want to get a little bit of joy? Why don't they rush to buy their factory's products? The plant manager's mouth twisted into a smile at the thought. Holding Su Guofu's hand solemnly, he said, of course it's true. It's your son, Su Chen. There's no mistaking it. Ms. Chang, the principal of the first middle school, is waiting outside. You guys just go out and ask her. The 2 Su family members, naturally, both knew Chang Lanchuan's name. The 2 of them had been very happy when Xiao Chen had gotten excellent grades and had been admitted to the first high school, because in their view, as long as they entered the first middle school, then they became half of Principal Chang's students. When you go out into society in the future, you will be able to straighten your back and be a man. I heard that Principal Chang had personally come over to present Su Chen with an award, spreading Su Chen's honor far and wide. It was all a bit overwhelming for a while. It's hard to get over it. The 2 families cried tears of joy and embraced each other. This kid, Su Chen, is so competitive. I've never thought about it. But as long as one is a parent, which one is not expecting his son to be a great successor? If there was a real chance of success, they would certainly be satisfied and far beyond expectations. The plant manager nodded solemnly once more. This is not where a small fight can be evaluated. This is just glorious. I believe that in the next 10 years or so, or even decades, your family Su Chen's name will always be remembered by the people of our Lin City. Come on, let's get out of here. You guys didn't see it, but there was a huge parade outside the factory. The procession of annunciators alone is 20 to 30 meters long, and there are also lion dancers and embroidered ball dancers. There's also a band of singers and musicians. There must be 4 or 5 plaques just for those teachers to carry around, and various certificates of honor. This, is clearly the kind of treatment that only a top scholar can have. I've never gotten this kind of light before. Ha ha ha. The factory manager was also a little excited and wanted to cry. His eyes were red. Grabbing Su Guofu's hand, he said he wouldn't let go. In his eyes, a look of reminiscence of the past came out. I remember. It was still more than 10 years ago. the time when the 8 evil ones were still around. The first kill of the 8 murderers was far less rehearsed, I think, not to mention the top student of our province every year. Even if it's the top student of the whole country, it's probably just such a row. It's so satisfying to have this in your life. The plant manager was so agitated that he couldn't take it in. Even happier than the 2 Sioux family members, the unit came out of the unicorn. Maybe it can be counted as a political achievement for him. And this kind of proud son of heaven who only just awakened and so distinguished himself and took high grades, as long as he didn't die in the middle of the journey and accidentally lose his life. In the future, he will be a big man with real power. He was sought after by the 4 highest institutions of learning, and became the highest level of talent in the empire, sitting on countless riches. As long as it's a good relationship, it's fine. The 2 Sioux family members were already completely convinced, holding each other up and excited. Flanked by many factory leaders and co-workers, he headed outside the unit. Along the way, many voices of discussion boiled into their ears. Congratulations! What a congratulations! Finally made it to the top. My goodness, such a big row. In the future, this kid of the Sioux family will be marvelous. Those powerful professionals, which lacks money In the future, these 2 members of the Sioux family will never have to work overtime again. All these years of working overtime for a day like this, I've heard just the scholarship for this recognition alone is 1 million. It's too much. A small employee in a factory like ours may not be able to earn $1 million in savings for a lifetime of hard work. All these years of hard work and overtime by the 2 Sioux family members have finally not been in vain. As soon as you hear the topic of overtime, the factory director instantly furrowed his brows without anger and asked the other factory leaders around him, "What's going on?" A group of people explained in a forward and backward manner. Said Su Guofu couple, "Usually overtime how hard." Said the second old man was particularly sloppy with his meals so that he could accomplish more performance, and sometimes he couldn't keep up with his meals. Others say, Lu Qinglian last time because 2 meals did not eat, bent on working overtime, but also made a low blood sugar into the infirmary. In short, it's all hands on deck, constantly building up and blowing up for the 2 Sioux family members, coupled with the fact that the old couple was indeed usually hardworking. 8 out of 10 of these compliments were true. The factory director immediately became excited and took Su Guofu by the shoulders. The words were long and heartfelt. Older brother, as a person who has been there, has to educate you a couple times. The body is the most important thing. Good health is what counts. Older brother and younger siblings, so many years of hard work, I have seen in the eyes. Everyone also all see in the eyes. Last month, the workshop director retired. I see the older brother is very suitable. On the side of the workshop director Lao He, touching his bald head. Confused. Me? Retirement? But he immediately saw the other factory leaders, who were giving him the eye, knowing that this is definitely not the time to refute the factory manager's face. Besides, he voluntarily gave up the director's position. Would the plant manager treat him poorly? Su Guofu couldn't treat him any worse. Blood money. Su Guofu couldn't believe it. In his case, without Su Chen's accomplishments, it would have been good enough to be a team leader before he retired. But now he had actually transformed himself into a workshop director. Others were envious and constantly marveled. This is a one man, have a good son, and take decades off the road. He was not gifted himself, all just mediocre life occupations. But after his son got ahead, he was able to give back to his parents and make a good life for them. Congratulations to Director Su, who is stepping up to the plate today. Director Su, congratulations. Director Su, have a drink together sometime. Another round of congratulations and congratulations. All the factory leaders are starry-eyed touting, revolving around the Su family. 2 old man, fearing that the Su family identity change, have a son to soar, and then not in the factory. Lin Xia felt a bit magical listening to all of this until this moment. It's hard to accept this change. Aha dash. She gave a hysterical yell, followed by a yell of disbelief. It attracts a lot of attention. How is this possible? Their son, Su Chen, isn't he a D-rank summoner? How is it possible for a D rank to pass a copy? The factory manager had long heard that there was a long-winded woman in this workshop. Usually, he likes to say all kinds of sarcasm, shady and especially unpleasant. Wink said coldly, "That's a question I don't understand either. But just now, I saw Principal Chang of the first middle school, and quite a few principals of other colleges and universities, all coming over to congratulate us. You can ask these principals yourself what's going on." Lin Xia's face was a shade of red and a shade of white, with mixed feelings. The principal that can be 2 turn close to 3 turn of the big man. In the city of Lin, also one hand in the hands of real power, a large amount of educational resources. How dare she question these leaders? Does she deserve it? Now, she didn't dare say a word more. After a good half day, looking at the 2 Su family members who were being greeted by the front and the back, warmly entertained, really unwilling to be left behind, Can only be cheeky to squeeze up to climb the friendship. Lin Xia took Lu Qinglian's hand and it was a wild blow. Qinglian, ah, your little Chen is really something. He and our Tonto, that's all alumni. If something happens in the future, I still hope to have Su Chen take good care of it. The two Su family members were lazy. Lu Qinglian even directly shrugged off this piece of dogskin plaster. No face at all. Lin Xia immediately gritted her teeth and was furious, but there was nothing at all that could be done about it. Incompetent rage. 46. Worthy of all of us. The plant manager looked around. It was found that there were more and more people, blocking the factory, wanted to get together and express closeness with the two Su family members. After all, the first kill of the leader of the seven evils, plus a stunningly difficult copy pass. Such a thing may not be extinct, but it must be unprecedented. Everyone wants to get their hands on it, but if they continued like this, there were too many people gathered, and it would be difficult for them to even walk out. It's surrounded inside and out. This was despite the fact that there were many factory leaders, who were trying to maintain order and evacuate the environment as much as possible, trying to calm down the workers' enthusiasm a bit. But how can this passion be easily suppressed? The plant manager cleared his throat and spoke. All right, everyone, make way, no more delays. So many school leaders from the first high school, as well as principals from other schools, are waiting outside. Everyone let us out. Sometimes, the crowd was so enthusiastic, and it was really quite a chore. Seeing that everyone is still enthusiastic and full of curiosity and wanting to see the world, the factory manager happened to be in a good mood today, so he simply waved his hand. A hearty laugh. Well, since everyone is so enthusiastic and wants to dip their toes in the old Su2 family's side, I'm not such a brash and unreasonable person. What about today? I'll give everyone a half day off. Let's all go and dabble in the light, rubbing in the Su family's great joy. Saying that, the factory director did not forget to seek the opinion of Su Guofu beside him. Old Su, Qinglian, do you think this is okay? Everyone wants to visit. Mr. and Mrs. Su Guofu have long been already glowing, and people are in good spirits. Naturally, there was no comment. That's good. Let's all have a good time together. One time, the crowd exploded in cheers, all of them giddy and jubilant. Such a big row can be said to be the first of its kind in Linchang. It's really unseen. If you miss this one, it won't be so easy to see it with your own eyes next time, and you may not have to wait for decades more. And, quite a few people truly believe that they can dip into the joy. We are all parents, and we all hope that our children will grow up. The factory colleagues' families have produced such competitive and good children, and everyone wants to be neat and tidy, and it is best to bring back the good fortune of the top student to their own children. This way, can't say that after a few years of nurturing, their kids will have that day too. Long live the factory manager. Old Su is great. If my son can be this successful in the future, I can live 10 years less. A copy of the barren lands. I don't know how many children were killed. Today it's finally been taken down by little Su Chen, so we're going to have a good time. Old Su, this has to be a treat. A treat. Tomorrow we'll all go to Old Su's house to drink the wedding wine. A group of co-workers in the factory, hot and boisterous, clustered around the two oldest members of the Su family, just head outside the factory. When the crowd swarmed downstairs, the first thing everyone saw was the plaque with the big characters and a fire-red banner. The momentum is like a rainbow, and the joy is like a dragon. Congratulations to the hero of the first school, Su Chen, for passing the copy of the barren land. Warmly celebrate Su Chen, the most outstanding student of our school, into the history of the school. Congratulations to Su Chen for taking the 7 murderers. A line of banners with large, eye-catching letters can almost wash over one's head. Su Guofu and Lu Qinglian, where have they seen such a scene? As soon as he saw his son's name, it actually appeared on the plaque, with the emblem of No. 1 Middle School painted on it, and even the personal signatures of all the teachers of No. 1 Middle School. Can't take my eyes off it. His mouth just closed even more, and he could see his back teeth in his smile. Don't mention how happy I am. What a great success. What a great son of the family. The last trace of doubt in his heart instantly vanished. The two old men, who were already in tears, instantly blurred their vision again, shivering with excitement. Su Chen, this brat, got such a big honor and didn't know to send a message to tell them. At least let them be prepared, right? Now what? In the face of such a big happy event, the old couple did not even a little bit of preparation, still wearing a relatively worn, whitewashed work clothes, not at all like the parents of students receiving major recognition. What a shame. At this moment, the Su family too old man also feel the clothes on the body, is really too worn out, too old, cannot wait to hurry to change a new clothes, dress up a little more decent, and then come to accept this honor. But then they thought on second thought, what's there to prepare for? The couple were just honest people, not so much, as long as their son could make a mark and live a better life. It didn't matter what the two of them labored into, It was worth it. For the sake of Su Chen, his son, it was all worth it. In the blurred vision, a figure with a superb temperament and a tall figure emerged. It was the principal of the first middle school, Chang Lanchuan. Su Guofu was overjoyed and couldn't help but exclaim, "Principal Chang, you're here too." Chang Lanchuan stepped out from the crowd and personally stuffed the big red certificate of commendation and a thick pile of honorary awards, both in Su Chen's parents' hands. "Southern as a student of our school, as my student. Of course I'm going to honor him myself. What's more, what Su Chen did this time was so brilliant and dazzling. Not only did he take down a high-difficulty copy clearance, but he also saved our Lin City from destruction. Avoid the hazards that may be brewed by a copy of the Barren Lands. I, and all the faculty members of our Lincoln City colleges and universities, would like to express our sincerest greetings and our most sincere gratitude to you both." Saying that, Chang Lanchuan stood side by side with Su Chen's parents and said seriously, "The way you educate Su Chen is worthy of our learning together. If you two hadn't fought so hard and simple, always creating the best living environment for your children and teaching them to be positive and work hard, you wouldn't have the accomplishments that little Su has today. All of us, the teachers of the first grade, should be thankful to you." One time, the presidents of other colleges and universities, too, chimed in. "Thank you, Su Chen's elders, you're the ones who brought up such a wonderful child. Without you, there would be no Su Chen splendor. All the honors that Su Chen received on his body are shared between the two of you. This is a common honor for your Su family. Congratulations." Su Guofu and Lu Qinglian looked at each other, red-faced, and thanked them repeatedly. Those words sound so good, sparing the two families a lifetime of honesty. At the moment they were also a bit flustered. It was as if he was instantly overwhelmed by great joy and happiness. What is it that people live for? It's all about this moment. Chang Lanchuan beckoned, and someone held a large money sign and handed it to the Su family's parents. It clearly says, "Scholarships, 1 million whole." Su's parents both received it with some confusion, holding the money cards in their arms in a very overwhelmed manner. Everyone's eyes glowed with envy. Honor is one thing, it's glorious, but out of sight, out of mind. But this scholarship, that's a real heavy hitter. 100W. This is a huge amount of money for all the employees in the factory. It's not easy money to come by, even for a factory manager. The factory director sipped his teeth straight, completely not expecting the principal of the first high school to have such a big hand. Isn't it a bit not quite enough for a workshop director to enlist old Su? He had some self-doubt. Lin Xia's eyes even more nearly glazed over and her face turned green. 1, 2, 3, 4. She counted away zeros one by one, and was finally shocked to realize that it was really 6 zeros. It's really 100W. Ah, this is too much. I'll never make this much money in my whole life. Chang Lanchuan called two photographers who had been ready for a long time, and they went up to the front, took a group photo of Southern's parents, slapped Su Chen's parents, along with the $1 million money sign, into it. Then the leaders of each school, too, couldn't wait to walk up. One by one, we took pictures with Southern's parents. Click, 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 click. The cameras flash. It flashed on and off. This is too envious. $1 million, that's all it takes. Old Su has been working overtime for so many years. Even if he doesn't eat or drink, he can't make $1 million. This is an honor bestowed by the presidents of major universities. Personally, if it were me, I'd probably have fainted with happiness. Leader of the first school. For ordinary people like them, that would be an unattainable big shot. Even the plant manager, seeing so many school leaders, gathered around to take a group photo with Su Chen's parents. It was also envious with red eyes that glowed with envy. Su Guofu's eyes rolled. He was not a person who saw profit and forgot justice. As soon as he saw the factory director being squeezed out by the crowd, he hurriedly asked Chang Lanxian beside him, "Principal Chang, can we all take a group photo together? We also have a lot of leaders in the factory who are usually nice to me. Can we all shoot together?" The plant manager was overjoyed. This old Su, who was usually unknown and unsung, I didn't expect to be so good at the critical moment. He could be too satisfied. Chang Lanxian naturally agreed. She had come here to make a big splash for Su Chen's parents. It's such a small thing. It's a way to help when you can. A group of people gathered in a swarm, scrambling to be the first to try to push forward. Standing next to the Su Chen duo and the many college leaders, he mixed his face. Lin Xia stifles a rush, trying to grab a front row seat, but somehow she was squeezed to the very edge, shaking with anger and impotent rage. Hey, can you guys get out of the way? Speak not to speak quality all. Why don't I see you working so hard at work? I didn't get the shot. I didn't get it. Click. A group photo with smiles on all faces, except for Lin Xia, who took advantage of nothing. All is well. 47. Professionals Association Specialty Library, Secret and Forbidden Areas, Association of Professionals. Su-chen walked into the professional library under the leadership of several employees. Two young employees of the association returned Su-chen's library card. There was surprise and some envy in his eyes. A young female employee, who couldn't help but come closer, asked in a whisper, "Hello, may I ask if you're the Su-chen who cleared the desolate land copy?" The thrill and excitement of meeting her idol was written all over her face. Su-chen was a bit confused. Is he so famous now? Everywhere you go, you'll be recognized. It's me. What's the problem? The female employee asked with enthusiasm. Would you be so kind as to take a picture with me? You are my idol. I'm not going to hide it from you. But in fact, my awakened profession is also D rank, and I've been muddling along all these years, thinking that my life is definitely over. But your experience, which pointed me in the right direction, was like a light shining on me. Let me believe that there really are no useless professions in this world, only useless professionals, and even a D-ranked professional will definitely have a bright future as long as he works hard and fights hard. Su-chen naturally wasn't unable to do so. It's even a little cool. Could be. Come on, I'm sure you have a better future too. Click. Taking a group photo with the enthusiastic female employee, Su-chen walked into the professional resource hall without moving. One time, he felt a lot of people around him looking this way, looking down and talking, with envy, rarity, surprise. Wow, he is Su-chen, so handsome, exactly as the rumors said, really young and heroic. He's still young and has an unlimited future. Is this the legendary first middle school love saint? Easily letting two school goddesses of the school flower level fight for him on the street. Sure is handsome, and I have to admit, he does look that little bit better than me. Worthy of being a genius known throughout the city, there would be almost no one who didn't recognize it. Walking from the door to the bookshelf in front of such a moment of effort, Su-chen continuously encountered 3 waves of begging for a photo, as well as 6 or 7 up to find him to sign the fangirl fan. It's like a big star with a great view. This made Su-chen cool and a little bitter. Forced to talk to the association staff, he wanted to find a quiet place to consult the material alone. Otherwise the group is really noisy. Can't you have some quality? Even if you worship me, you can't be blind, and you can't disturb the order of the library. Half a day later, in the staff pantry, Su-chen consulted the specialized information. A lot of precious information that was only circulated within the Professionals Association was displayed in front of him without any concealment. That's the beauty of high authority. Everywhere you go, you're held up and you find what you're looking for. He casually pulled up the news about the Forbidden Zone and carefully examined it. It's really similar to what I learned earlier. The so-called Forbidden Zone is a super high difficulty copy that hasn't been cleared for a long time. And after the passage of time and the evolution of all kinds of twisted alienation inside, it finally turns into an uninhabited area. It is shown in the information. Generally, the copy goes through 2 different evolutions, progressively deeper, eventually alienated into a true no-go zone. There are 3 distinct phases that are experienced during this relatively long process. The first stage is the most conventional copy, bound by the rules of the heavenly Tao and suppressed by human professionals. The demonic monsters in it cannot leave the copy and are unable to cause any harm to human society. In a replica, one must also be subject to the replica's limitations, and even the most powerful replica bosses cannot overcome these limitations. For example, that dark dragon I've encountered before, its various values have actually completely surpassed this tier of level 20. It has caused many pre-first turn professionals to not be able to do anything with it at all. However, because of the replica boundaries, and the suppression of the rules of the heavenly Tao, it just couldn't go beyond level 20, couldn't undergo a true sublimation and metamorphosis of its life essence, and couldn't, in a short period of time, grow into a monster that exceeded the replica limits. Otherwise, it's really a good idea to let it push the limits and reach level 30 or even higher. I'm only afraid that even if little rich girl and I, as strong as we are, will become its food. This is a copy. As long as one can abide by the rules of the copy, not be overly ambitious, not be overly reckless in the pursuit of higher achievements, and run away if you can't beat them, you can basically stay safe. It's the best place for professionals to practice, a natural cradle for growth. It's a gift from the heavenly Tao to the human cultivators, being able to get many rewards, including but not limited to magic monster materials, equipment, skill books, special props, etc. The existence of the duplicate is important for the strength enhancement and evolution of the professional. It's arguably all good. It's the best place to practice. Between life and death, they sharpen their will and enhance their strength. The second stage, on the other hand, is the secret world. Once the copy evolves to the level of a secret realm, it won't simply be a copy that can be suppressed by the human race. The secret realm will become a passageway between the human realm and other foreign worlds. It will attract many fiends, and all manner of powerful and twisted and insane monsters, to break into it and enter within the boundaries of the empire. The monsters in the secret realm have a command that is completely no less than that of the human race, with higher leaders and chieftains that can organize a sizable, well-established army of demonic monsters and wage rounds of war against the human race. Moreover, those monsters are different from the demonic monsters in the copies. The monsters in the secret realm lose the heavenly Tao rules binding them, and even if they are of the same level and race, their strength will be greatly enhanced, stronger than a star. In a duplicate, I can easily kill higher-level demonic monsters by crossing over, but if it's in a secret realm, even if I use Divine Thunder Heavenly Lead, it's difficult for me to accomplish a similar crushing level of carnage. After losing the binding of the rules of the Heavenly Tao, the monsters of the secret realm were able to enter and exit the secret realm at will, invading the human realm from it, and invading the Empire's borders. This, too, is the source of the woes of the whole world today. In fact, many countries are plagued by the attacks of the secret world, experiencing war at all times, and even then it was completely eaten away by the secret realm, becoming a completely closed secret realm, completely occupied by monsters and falling. The Divine Sea Empire is already one of the few most powerful empires in the world today, with the most complete army of professionals, and the most perfect line of armed defense. But despite this, there is still no way to completely erase the danger of the secret realm, and it is still going to be plunged into a grueling confrontation that will last for years and years. Layers of gaming set off rounds of major wars. The third stage is the legendary Forbidden Zone, also known as Barren Land, No Man's Land, Absolutely Forbidden Land, and so on. By this stage of the Forbidden Zone, the replica will completely occupy the human world's frontierland and become a realm of its own, with no human habitation within an area of hundreds or even thousands of miles in circumference. Or rather, the human settlements that once existed in the past have been devoured by it. The strength of the monsters, terrifying to the extreme. Even a low-level demonic monster has the potential to accomplish a cross-level kill against a high-level professional. There are some monsters of forbidden existence that are called forbidden demons, possessing a terrifying life force that cannot be killed by professionals at all. It can only be truly killed by coming into contact with a power at the level of the king's domain, terrifying to the extreme. Moreover, the boundaries of the Forbidden Zone will continue to expand, constantly invading reality and drastically invading the human race's boundaries. Anyone who steps into it will almost certainly die. It has become an absolute forbidden zone of life. Globally, there are 9 forbidden zones. The distribution of locations is variable. With the terrifying power of the Forbidden Zone, no one has been able to handle it so far. The rules of the Heavenly Tao could not impose restrictions on them. There was no way for a supreme being of the king's domain to stop the Forbidden Zone from widening. It only slows down the expansion range of the Exclusion Zone. The only good news was that although the Forbidden Zone was expanding, the frequency of monsters and forbidden demons stepping out of it and starting wars was not high. It only breaks out every so often, and when it breaks out, it's bound to bring about a major havoc. The heavens and the earth were changed, and there were many deaths and injuries. Rumor, only by crossing the 9 revolutions and entering the realm of the king could one have some ability to withstand the Forbidden Zone. So, even in the specialized resource room of the Professionals Association, detailed news about the 9 Forbidden Zones was still pitifully scarce. Except for the penalty box, the follow-up copy information is going to be quite a bit more detailed. Currently, there are more than 90 secret places around the world and the trend is growing by an average of 1 or 2 per year. Within the Divine Sea Empire, there were more than 30 secret realms in existence. It's coming on strong. 48. Intense threat of secret realms. Choice of dual B-rank skills. There are actually more than 30 secret realms in the country, threatening the safety of the empire? It was no wonder that a small copy of the Barren Lands would attract so much attention. It caused many A ranks and S ranks from other provinces and cities to come running over to carry out the hunt. After all, this kind of copy, which is likely to evolve into a secret realm, is destined to be seen from above, not to be underestimated. No one wants a new secret realm to be born, adding more fuel to the already difficult situation of the domestic secret realm strategy. But the Divine Sea Empire is huge. Everywhere you look, there could be difficult copies of something like the Deserted Lands, can't be attacked by those young jokers, doomed, in the end, to become secret. This incident must have put a great deal of pressure on the higher levels of the empire. For sure, that's what led to the selection of the Heaven's Pride training camp. With the emergence of the 7th turn instructors within this training camp, personally coaching things, perhaps that news the principal revealed earlier is true. The Empire intends to form an ultra-elite team of pure geniuses, or, rather, geniuses of geniuses, to be used exclusively for the purpose of being in charge of raiding these ultra-high difficulty copies, as well as specializing in the secret realm and seeking ways to be able to completely destroy it. That's why this session of the Heaven's Pride training camp is an opportunity one have to seize, once in a lifetime. Retracting his thoughts, Su Chen continued to look down. 3 stages. To summarize it simply, the copies can't expand and the forbidden zone doesn't move much, so the secret realm is currently the biggest threat to the human race. The secret realm is aggressive, always has been. Although the trend of expansion is not obvious, the secret realm will connect to the other world and rely on a stronger backstage. There's a lot of backstage assistance. Every now and then a demonic monster is going to rush into the human realm and stir up the storm. More than 70% of the human race's current professionals are defending the borders and guarding the major secret fortresses. The mortality rate, every year, is quite a bit. It's a good thing that the human race is so large and diverse that there are quite a few outstanding talents that can rise each year. And there are all a steady stream of newborns and heavenly prides that are born and continue to be thrown into the war. In addition, the rewards for killing monsters in the secret realm are higher. All the major empires have adopted the strategy of fighting for war amongst themselves, sending out elite professionals in exchange for the chance to get more rewards from the secret realm. Although there are destined to be sacrifices, there must also be many demonic geniuses who continue to kill their way out of the secret realm towards a more powerful future. Quite a few of the top academies have outstanding students that go down to the secret realm to improve. The 4 supreme academies, even built right at the entrance of the secret realm to personally carry out suppression, leading the entire school, together with the teachers and students, to suppress the invasion of foreign enemies in the secret realm. Su Chen looked at the information with great interest, almost lost track of time. Evening. Su Chen borrowed a lot of information and books and returned to the first middle school. In the principal's office, Chang Lanxiang, who had completed the commendation, was in a good mood at the moment. This was because the list of skills from the Wen family's main mother, Lin Shui's side, had already been sent over. She looked away, in a rather good mood. The Winchesters are no less than a big dog family. There are indeed a lot of arguably excellent B-rank skills to choose from, although there were very few skills within the list that could actually be used by a mage, but just the few that were left were enough to make her feel hot under the collar. I believe this wave. It could bring a wave of major strength boosts to the two little ones, Lingxi and Su Chen. Take a look at this list. The skills on it, take your pick. Chang Lanxiang did not hide the list, handing it to the two students. When Lingxi and Su Chen got together and carefully went through the information on top of the inventory, skimming through it, Su Chen was quite calm at first, but when you look at it, you can't help but be staggered. The quality of the skill books at the top of this list is surprisingly high. Clear B-rank skills, and all of them are very good B-rank skills. It's a real pick-me-up. Who gave you this list? Didn't Mr. Chang pay for it himself? Could it be the General Council of Professionals? Except for the General Assembly, Su Chen really couldn't imagine who could come up with so many resources to specifically sponsor the two of them. But didn't the General Council already give them library cards for the resource room? That's very generous. Secret chance? Positional blow? These are all relatively top-tier mage system spell skills. As far as I know, these few skills, not to mention using them before the first turn, even if you use them after the first turn, that doesn't pull crotch at all. It's said to be a beginner rank skill, but the quality is actually completely able to compare to a turn 1 middle rank skill. The market price, without a tens of millions of dollars, simply can't be taken down. When Lingxi, who had long been accustomed to seeing all sorts of good things and resources, reacted quite normally. All that was reflected in a pair of good-looking big eyes was Su Chen's handsome face. The meaning is also obvious. Her skills were left to Su Chen's sole discretion. Whichever Su Chen wanted, she would choose. Su Chen, on the other hand, had a thoughtful look on his face. Well, Divine Thunder Heavenly Lead is very good as damage, but what about you, little rich girl? While enjoying 4x damage, you also inevitably have a 4x mana consumption debuff, and the blue consumption of a single shot of Heavenly Thunder is very exaggerated. Even at full blue, you can't get more than a few shots off. Fighting elite monsters or fighting bosses is great, but fighting small monsters is poorly cost-effective and purely wasteful. Should have chosen another one with low skill consumption to make up for the shortfall. Su Chen's line of sight skimmed over the list. Then, pointing to a skill, he said, "Just this one. It suits you. Ashes of Wildfire, Grade B. Skill effect, set a horrible fire on the earth, burning everything. Cooldown time, 60 seconds. Mana consumption, you can control the power according to the amount of mana consumed. The more mana you put into it, the more powerful it will be. Suitable profession, all legal professions. This is good for clearing small monsters with little mana investment. And if the entire mana value is released in one wave, the damage is also very terrifying. The cap is not low, at least able to be used all the way to the second turn. It fits you perfectly." When Lingxi nodded her head in agreement. "Okay, then choose this one." As Chang Lanxiang watched from the sidelines, she couldn't help but have an anti-smile spread across her face. Those two kids seem really close. Moreover, Su Chen was indeed very much putting himself in Lingxi's shoes. The first thing to consider was to make up for Lingxi's defects. It was basically the same as her judgment. This Xiao Su really is quite something. With a keen eye, Su Chen continued to browse through the list once more, his eyes finally locking onto a skill. Foresight pupil. Skill effect. When activated, it will dramatically improve insight and reaction according to the spiritual attributes, anticipate the enemy's behavior, and synchronously improve all bodily functions. The duration depends on the mana value. Cooldown, 45 seconds. Mana consumption, 300 points. Suitable occupations, highly spiritual occupations. This skill, a divine skill for high mental attribute class professions to prevent sneak attacks by assassins. It may seem like a pupil technique that only enhances the insight and reaction power of both eyes, but in fact, after the stimulation, the enhancement is to strengthen the whole body. The body's responses in relation to this are accelerated. Su Chen's ostensible profession was that of a summoner, which also belonged to a profession with high spiritual attributes just like a mage. This skill would be of great use to both him and the little rich girl. The only drawback is that it consumes a very high amount of blue. With 300 points of blue consumption, coupled with the Holy Spirit Mage's 4x mana consumption, if it was for Wen Lingxi to use, a single excitation would be enough to empty most of the mana slots. Well, Ashes of Wildfire, Pupil of Foresight, they're both great skills. You guys wait, soon the skill books will be delivered. Then you guys finish learning to comprehend as soon as possible, and we'll do a little skill testing. Saying that, Chang Lanchuan brought the two of them, Su Chen, to the teacher training room in the school. In the past, Su Chen, as a student, was not qualified to enter the teacher training room. Only when Lingxi had been studying with the principal, and only then did she soak in the training room often. Su Chen was somewhat new to this, and subconsciously observed the surrounding conditions. 49. Chang Lanfeng personally observed. Su Chen test begins. Teacher training room. As the highest specification training hall when looking at the entire Lin city, this place has it all. It looked a lot more luxurious than the training rooms that students usually rented. Wooden men and targets for testing damage. Various testers that accurately calculate attributes and damage. There are also training instruments for other professions. For example, assassins agility dodge training, warriors rolling combo training, mages accelerated chanting training, etc., etc. Only the unimaginable, not the non-existent. It really opened Su Chen's eyes. A regular principal spoke up. This training room, naturally, was individually assigned for their use, and it was free of charge and free of charge. There will be no outsiders to disturb. Su Chen looked around the many instruments under Wen Lingxi's introduction. It's fun to tap here and touch there. The two burst into laughter. Let Chan Lanxiang, who is a teacher, all felt many years younger, as if they had returned to their youthful years. Handsome men and women, golden boys and girls. It's like a heavenly pair. Not much longer. Two faculty members then brought the safe deposit box containing the B-level skill books into the training room. Su Chen and Wen Lingxi glanced at each other and looked at the principal in unison. Teacher, could you excuse us for a moment? Wen Lingxi pleaded. Standing Lancaster. She was a little taken aback. What do these two little guys want to do behind her back? And you're actually going to recuse yourself? Shouldn't it be? Ahem. Chang Lanxian unobtrusively suppressed a smirk at the corner of her mouth and said angrily. Alright. I'm an old man so I won't get involved with you youngsters. It's good to give the two of you space, right? Really? I can't believe I'm still being disliked by young people. Watch yourselves. You too. But don't go too far. This is a school. These meaningful words made Su Chen blush a little even as he listened to them. The principal had obviously misunderstood something. Thought the two of them had an unusual relationship and were going to do something shameful behind the teacher's back. Instead, it was Wen Lingxi who didn't quite get it. And a droll query. Su Chen, what does the teacher mean? What space for two? Su Chen, you seem to be a bit knowledgeable about it. He was cricketing in his mind, but in his hands he was nimbly lifting the safe deposit box. Reveal even the B-rank skill books inside. The faint light that flowed from it made Su Chen's eyes quite fiery. Here, it's all yours. You learn it all together. Well, Wen Lingxi answered. She had long been used to Su Chen getting good things and sharing them with her first. Anyway, the skills she learns, both can learn together. This feeling that the two are firmly bound together and neither can leave the other. It always makes Wen Lingxi feel satisfied. It's exciting. Wen Lingxi obediently sat down on her knees and began to study the skill book. Su Chen also pretended to sit down next to him, pretending to look like a good learner. Don't ask. To ask is to abuse. Silently waiting for skill sharing. You have successfully realized a new skill, Ashes of Wildfire. You have successfully realized a new skill, Pupil of Foresight. Your summoned creature Wen Lingxi has finished learning the skill book. You get skill sharing. You have realized the new skill Ashes of Wildfire. You have realized the new skill Pupil of Foresight. With the tone ringing in his ears, the prompts that flashed out on the panel made Su Chen feel soothed. The feeling of a new skill arriving is quite comfortable. A thin layer of fine sweat flowed out from Wen Lingxi's forehead. She casually wiped her hand and subconsciously looked at Su Chen, taking the initiative to inquire. How about that? Learned. Thanks to you. Su Chen casually handed over a handkerchief, signaling Wen Lingxi to wipe herself. Wen Lingxi, however, didn't pick it up. Instead, he raised his little head and gestured towards Su Chen. You rub it for me. There's no mirrors here. I can't see anything. There's no way to wipe it. You girl, you're really getting lazy. Su Chen flirted helplessly and used a handkerchief to help her wipe her sweat. In front of two large, tall targets, Su Chen beckoned towards Wen Lingxi and pointed at the center of the target. Come on, little rich girl, try out your newly learned skills with this target. Let's see how powerful that Ashes of Wildfire is. Really? Note, keep an eye on your mana levels and don't use too much at once. Control the blue consumption of each skill, and strive to use fewer skills, deal more damage, and exterminate more enemies. Su Chen was patient and encouraging. If the two are always together, then Su Chen wasn't worried that Wen Lingxi would suffer. With him around, no one can hurt the little rich girl under the same level. But what if he's not? Therefore, he had to encourage Wen Lingxi as much as possible and improve his self-efficacy. Better control of power. Boom! A burst of fire exploded violently. It directly burned through the target, turning it into a cloud of ashes that spilled to the ground. A distortion of space flickered, and mana inscriptions floated. A brand new target reappears in the center of the field. Su Chen looked at little rich girl's mana value and then said, again, too much mana consumption this time. Boom, less this time, more. You need to roughly judge the damage taken by the enemy before using the skill to reduce the damage overflow. Boom, again. Wen Lingxi's talent was really good, and she had Su Chen constantly encouraging her. In just a few short trials, the skill utility of Ashes of Wildfire had been precisely mastered. Can use the skill very purely now. Anticipation and judgment of damage. 8 or 9. Su Chen and Wen Lingxi were both satisfied with this, although the mana consumption was still not small under the negative passive. However, being able to freely control mana output undoubtedly consumed much less than Divine Thunder Heavenly Guide, with the 4x damage increase from the Holy Spirit blessing. With Ashes of Wildfire, you have no problem against both small and elite monsters. You can even decimate many small monsters in large swaths, or gather all your power in one point and specialize in one demonic monster. It was no longer like before. When you encountered trashy demonic monsters, you would have to use a shot of Heavenly Lightning, which drastically consumed your mana, and without a few shots of Heavenly Lightning, you would have emptied your blue bar. Familiarize yourself again with the skills. I'm going next door to the agility room. Wen Lingxi's small mouth pursed slightly. Can't we come together? No, you're going to have to study a little longer. Okay, blah. There you go then. Wen Lingxi listened to Su Chen very well. Sniffing immediately began to continue training as if no one else was there. He. A ball of blazing fire exploded in the middle of the training hour. Boom, boom, boom. When you run out of mana, use the blue return spell to recover quickly. Those targets are suffering. Click. Push open the door to an agility training room. Su Chen was about to try the skill, but he was shocked to find that Chang Lanchuang had actually sat next to the instrument long ago. A pair of long and plump legs were being folded together. With her hands on her fragrant cheeks, she looked at the direction of the doorway with interest, obviously waiting for Su Chen's arrival. Yo, are you young people done with your activities? Su Chen cried and laughed. I didn't realize that Principal Chang, such a big principal, actually loved to listen to student gossip. He changed the subject. Principal, what are you doing here? Chang Lanxiang revealed a smile that was warm and approachable. The agility trainer, which releases virtual flying daggers, is so painful to hit that you might even get hurt. It's dangerous both for mages and for summoners. It usually takes 2 people to make a safe operation, so I'm here to help. Su Chen was skeptical. How could it be because of this? The principal of the school, who can just get any arbitrary teacher to come over, can just take care of this little matter. Why do you have to do it yourself? Principal, if you want to test my strength, why don't you just say so? It's just a feeler. Su Chen knew it in his heart. He knows, AD rank by himself, even if he was able to evening the legs of a small rich woman in the eyes of outsiders, follow the rubbing experience. But to be able to follow Wen Lingxi as the only first-pass teammate through the barren lands, it certainly wasn't that simple. Others can be fooled, but with Principal Chang's vision, it's not that easy to fool. Chang Lanxiang continued to smile. You and Lingxi will soon be going to the Heaven's Pride training camp together. There are all the proud sons of heaven there, the first-class demons in the country. Lingxi has a weak nature. If you're too weak, I'm afraid you won't be able to take care of her. What I mean, you should understand, right? Su Chen nodded slowly. Anyway, he didn't think that he could hide his strength for much longer. Sooner or later it's going to show. He didn't say anything before, but he was just too lazy to explain, since now Principal Chang wants to feel him out. Let's do it! Su Chen walked into the short runway of the agility tester and simply moved his muscles and legs. Then he looked at Chang Lanxiang. Testing, ready to go. 50, all 9 levels of the test were passed. This D rank is too strong too. Ready? Chang Lanxiang stood in front of the instrument and asked Su Chen. Su Chen was in high spirits and stood with his feet apart. A serious face stared at the wall 10 meters away from the opposite side. On the walls, there was a dark hole. It's like a sieve. There were faint wisps of cold light that flickered out from within the hole. Headmaster, begin. Yes. Chang Lanxiang simply pressed 2 times on the complex buttons of the instrument and said aloud. Initial agility test level 1. 1 flying dagger. Speed 1. Click, click, click. A sound of a machine expanding and running came from within that sieve wall. Su Chen's spirit instantly tightened, his eyes staring straight at the dense holes in the wall. Swish, the rich elemental fluctuations flickered, and the new skill Pupil of Foresight was instantly activated. The pupil technique was cast, accompanied by streams of purple light emerging from his eyes. A little cold flash. Here we go, Su Chen murmured in his heart. At this moment, it was as if all the sights in front of him had become slimmer. All the details, they become incredibly detailed. It was as if a 3-dimensional coordinate system had been built up rapidly in front of him with his own eyes as the core, and all the distances, speeds, and senses had reached new heights never seen before. All body functions, too, are active. Every cell in his body, cheered. There are extremely active forces that run from it. Whoosh dash. The sound of breaking wind came, but the flying dagger that shot out, in the eyes of Su Chen at this moment, appeared incomparably slow. It's like a turtle crawling. It doesn't take much movement to dodge at all. At the moment the flying dagger was about to stick to the upper door, Su Chen just lightly sidestepped his head. Swish! The sound of breaking wind flashed by his eardrums. Dukes! The flying dagger plunged heavily into the wall behind it. It turned into starry runes of mana and quickly collapsed away. Flashed through, effortlessly. Chang Lanxiang captured all the details easily and could see Su Chen's relief and smiled. Looks like it was pretty easy for you? Then I'll just raise it to test level 3, which is a bit difficult for even agility professions. 3 flying daggers, speed level 3. From this very natural dodge that Su Chen had just made, Chang Lanxiang could tell quite a lot. She had a hunch. In today's test, Su Chen would definitely bring her a big surprise. The machine expands the intensive sound. Whoosh! 3 points of cold light, gulping a fiery murderous aura, broke through the air. By virtue of the ability of the Pupil of Foresight, Su Chen had already anticipated the enemy beforehand. In a flash, in his mind, he calculated the best dodging route. The head tilted slightly to the left once again, and the waist scrunched to the side. Didn't even move his feet. The 3 flying daggers then followed the muscular contours of his body and shot into the wall behind him. Duck duck duck. Everything is so natural, so easy. Still dodging. 2 tests later, Su Chen was still stuck where he was, unmoving, without difficulty. Su Chen casually commented. Chang Lanxiang's eyes lit up slightly, feeling a hint of surprise. Test level 3 will be a bit difficult for agility professionals as well. For professionals like mages and summoners, where the agility attribute is on the weak side, it would be an extremely difficult level. I didn't expect Su Chen to be so relaxed, although this has B-rank skills, which are strong in their own right for a reason. But, wasn't Su Chen acting a bit too relaxed as well? Seeing that Chang Lanxiang actually stopped moving, Su Chen couldn't help but urge, Headmaster Chang, it's not enough, not by a long shot. This slowness won't even reach my limit. Raise the test level again. Hurry! The corners of Chang Lanxiang's mouth curved slightly. This brat, he's actually starting to swell up. Yeah, well, let's show you a good time. The instruments in their teacher's training room were no slouches, and even these relatively basic training instruments were not to be underestimated if they were in full effect. Da-da-da-da. Chang Lanxiang's fingers, flying, tapped a few times on the instrument. Straight away, the test level was raised to 5. 5 flying daggers, speed rating 5. She's got her back anyway. Even if it flew close enough to be about to hurt Su Chen, she would be able to knock all the flying knives away in the nick of time, and wouldn't let Su Chen get hurt. Level 5. This difficulty is also very difficult for the agility department. It's not good to dodge, and if you're not careful, you're going to get hurt. Kaka kaka kaka. The sound of the machine expanding became more and more violent, and a wisp of bright silver-colored light was gulped out from it. Whoosh! A series of wind-breaking sounds came from far and near, so fast that it's almost impossible to tell how many passes there are. The purple light in Su Chen's eyes became even more intense, and the effect of the Pupil of Foresight was fully activated. A B-rank skill that was sufficient for a first-turn professional to use, coupled with the fourfold boost from the passive effect of the Holy Spirit blessing. Su Chen didn't know to what extent his agility had been boosted. All he knew was that level 5 was still a breeze too. Those flying daggers were still too slow in his eyes. The 4 flying daggers almost completely slashed past Su Chen's face, but Su Chen had already judged this, and not a single bit of damage was left behind. Shot straight through the wall behind it. The last flying dagger was half a second slower than the others, but it was also still dodged by Su Chen with a slight bend in his swim. 5 slashes, all hitless. Again, it's not enough. The training level is raised to 6. Chang Lanxian's complexion. All of them became a bit gloomy with it. Whoosh whoosh whoosh, whoosh. Countless swordlight and sword shadows flashed out continuously on the short-range runway in front of them. It was as if there was a fierce and chaotic battle going on. Chang Lanxian's expression became more and more grave, and the emotions in her eyes became more and more stunning. Level 6. Su Chen had merely bent over twice. Level 7. Su Chen lightly jumped up, his body prancing in midair for a while. In the end, the foot still landed in the exact same spot as it did initially. It's as if the lines haven't moved. Level 8. Southern finally got some wobbles. The body flickered and turned, moving 3 full steps in succession. And this was the first time since Su Chen had taken the agility test that there was a real displacement. Several consecutive grade pulls down. Standing Lancaster found out. Su Chen actually moved his body at the last instant every time. And yet, they all managed to dodge through with complete precision and accuracy. The difficulty of test level 8 actually still didn't manage to bring the slightest damage to Su Chen. That's too much of a skill boost. Chang Lanxian had realized that something wasn't quite right. If it was just a B-rank skill, even if it could be applied to B-rank skills after the first turn, it couldn't possibly be such a great enhancement to Su Chen, could it? Could it be that Su Chen's basic attributes were just incredibly high? Principal Chang, what's wrong with you? Keep coming. Su Chen once again provoked and said. Standing Orchid Frost. She was genuinely shocked this time. A B-rank skill paired with a D-rank summoner. He actually possessed an agility that could be comparable to that of an A-ranked professional, and was even faster than an A-ranked agility professional. How the hell did that happen? Class D? Chang Lanxian became more and more skeptical in her heart. She took a slow, deep breath and stared at the instrument screen in front of her. Snap! She heaved a button. The word danger is marked in red. Test level 9. 9 flying daggers. All speed level 9. The moment. The 9 flying daggers that gulped cold light seemed to appear as if they were hundreds of residual shadows in a split second with the addition of absolute speed. The back even brought out a series of false images, even in Su Chen's field of vision, which was enhanced by the pupil of foresight. The speed of these 9 flying daggers was still very much not to be underestimated. It was as if the brain had processed too much information in a split second, resulting in a slight tingle in the spirit and a little blood coming out of the eyes. But Su Chen remained unperturbed. The purple light in his eyes skyrocketed. The entire person seemed to transform into a residual shadow, flashing around several times in a row with extremely fast speed changes. Whoosh! 2 flying daggers grazed the edge. This time it was completely against Su Chen's scalp. A slender strand of hair, sliced off by the sharp light of the blade, fluttered down. The hair, before it hit the ground, had been shredded into crumbs by the other daggers. Whoosh! At the corner of the coat, it was cut by one flying knife, revealing the fine muscles within it. Duck 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 duck. In a series of thin, almost non-sequential thuds, Su Chen re-landed on the ground, and his back was already full of flying daggers. Fine sweat oozed from his forehead, but he remained cloudy and confident. The purple light in his eyes recedes, and the pupil of foresight ends. No injuries, still passed safely. This next, Chang Lanxian was completely shocked, hands on the tester, eyes wide. All sorts of thoughts came to mind, but none of them could explain the situation that was happening in front of him. You call this a D-rank summoner? 51. D-rank skills are comparable to A. Su Chen blew up the training room. Su Chen walked out slowly. Short runway-shaped agility tester with a temperature that is still blazing. A cavity where a flying dagger had penetrated remained in the wall behind. Extremely striking, clearly displaying the terrifying strength that Su Chen had just erupted. The speed of this limit is appalling. Until Su Chen came all the way to the front, Chang Lanxiang still hadn't recovered from the shock she had just experienced. Isn't that a bit too much of a power boost? She frowned as she listened to Su Chen look up and down, especially staring at the summoner profession on top of Su Chen's head. It was very unbelievable. This doesn't even look like a summoner, capable of exploding in strength. How is it possible for a D level to do this? Are there other hidden professions in the summoning department? Are there other unknown traits? Chang Lanxiang recalled carefully and had not heard of it at all. One's judgment is often determined by the upper limit of one's knowledge. It's easy to misjudge what you don't know, since she judged that it was not a peculiarity of the profession. Naturally, he began to doubt the powerful effect of the skill pupil of foresight. Does it say the level of the pupil of foresight's skill has been greatly underestimated? With the performance that Su Chen had just created, I'm afraid Even if it's rated as an A-rank skill, it's not too much. It's comparable to an average level A-rank skill. It's simply too fierce. Chang Lanxian began to think in her mind. Should we take advantage of the fact that no one has discovered the power of this skill on the market yet, and buy another Pupil of Foresight skill book to study it properly? How does it feel? She inquired about Su Chen's status. Test level 9. Even an A-ranked agility professional would have a hard time completing the test at level 20. In other words, after Su Chen opened the Foresight pupil, his reflexes and insights, as well as the enhancement of his own functions, were even infinitely close to the S-class agility profession, even if only for a very short period of time. But it will also be able to be in the battlefield and save your life. At least it's easier to deal with professionals like assassins and ninjas. It can also be used with ease against other magical monsters with super high agility. Sort of makes up for its own shortcomings in a big way. Su Chen looked at a crack in the corner of his coat and shrugged calmly, laughing. A slight wound in the corner of the coat is not enough. It wasn't just Chang Lanxiang who was deeply shocked by this. Even Su Chen himself was satisfied with the effect of the pupil art. He knows, it was only a beginner's agility tester. Not enough to really push himself to the limit. With his current ability, he was even expected to challenge the agility tester after the first turn. Once he thought of this, he was even more satisfied with the effect of the Pupil of Foresight. Chang Lanxian sniffed and the corners of her mouth twitched slightly. Why didn't I see before that Su Chen? This brat loved to pretend so much. But, with this performance of Su Chen, Chang Lanxian was also satisfied. There's this reaction time. In the event of danger, he should be able to find a way to protect Lingxi's well-being. Other than that, just by looking at this short test, Chang Lanxian had already recognized Su Chen's ability in her heart. She patted Su Chen's shoulder. Good job, little Su. I'll leave Lingxi to you from now on. After entering the Heaven's Pride training camp, don't let her be bullied. Su Chen looked at the seriousness on Chang Lanxian's face. He understood that at this moment, Principal Chang, as Lingxi's teacher, was entrusting a task of such magnitude into his hands. These words, it's already the greatest recognition Principal Chang has ever given him. The fact that Su Chen was able to have the strength he had now was indeed all thanks to the fact that he had chosen Little Rich Girl as his summon in the very beginning, and that Little Rich Girl was really good and listened to him very well. No matter what, Su Chen wouldn't let the Little Rich Girl be in danger either. So, he was also very solemn and upright. As a first-grade student, a professional, replied, "Don't worry, Principal Chang, I'll take care of her, I promise with my life." Chang Lanxian laughed, her smile growing gentler and gentler, and her eyes were kind as she looked at Su Chen. She corrected, "Don't always call Principal from now on, it's just not nice, just like Lingxi, call me teacher." With those words, Chang Lanxian was ready to leave the training hall. Su Chen inquired suspiciously, "Aren't you going to check on Lingxi? She's training pretty hard over there too." Chang Lanxian waved her hand, "My own personal disciple, can I not understand? No need to look." When Lingxi was indeed a natural talent, learning everything very quickly. This is the kind of skill book that can be learned in a very short period of time, and can also be skillfully mastered quickly. There's nothing to see at all. Her greatest worry was never when Lingxi's talent. Rather, it was Lingxi's character flaw. It was always hard to avoid worrying in one's heart that Lingxi would not be able to utilize 10% or even half of her true strength. In the large training room where when Lingxi was, squeak, Su Chen pushed the door open. Then he saw a firelight drilling out from the ground, like a tiny fire snake, surrounding a wooden man, drilling and crawling up. Boom! The fire flooded the wooden man and turned him into a cloud of flying ash. Between the mana beams surging, a brand new wooden man reappeared in place. Seeing this, Su Chen couldn't help but applaud encouragingly. "Little Rich Girl, you really are a genius. After such a short while, you've mastered Ashes of Wildfire very skillfully. This skill release has just the right amount of damage. The mana consumption is also mastered extremely superbly. Wonderfully, that's awesome, deserves a reward. I'll buy you a lollipop later." Su Chen understood when Lingxi, this little rich girl, has a high-flying, noble appearance. Inside, she actually loves to hear compliments. Outsiders' compliments might not be taken seriously, but the little rich girl was surely pleased with her own. And, the little rich girl especially has a sweet tooth. Fall into the snack pit and you'll never climb out. A lollipop can be dutifully licked for ages as if it were a treasure. Seeing Su Chen return, when Lingxi's pair of good-looking eyes instantly became bright and sparkling, as if blooming with dazzling stars. The color on a delicate and absolutely beautiful little face was much brighter. From afar, he was waving towards Su Chen, full of vigor. "Su Chen, you come and try too. You learned that skill too, didn't you? Let's see who's better, the two of us." Su Chen indifferently took a few steps closer and stood next to Wen Lingxi, with a flash of streaming light in his hand. The bloodthirsty scorpion tooth, staff, which released a faintly ferocious might, appeared in his hand. and like the sharp tip of a scorpion's tooth, he pointed in the air. Wisps of Holy Spirit elemental fluctuations instantly vaporized. Boom! Not hard at all. A ball of fire then abruptly exploded directly, wrapping a large swath of targets and wooden men in blazing flames. It turned into countless scorched black dust and drifted away. Su-chen couldn't help but nod in satisfaction. This skill is really strong, just as we initially expected. And the more mana used, the bigger and wider the fire becomes. As long as one is willing to empty the mana slots and explode with full force, the power will only be not much less powerful than that Divine Thunder Heavenly Attractor. And the range will even be a bit wider. The Divine Thunder Heavenly Attractor was indeed very powerful. It could even be said that there was no damage cap, and as long as there was enough mana, it could be unleashed in a steady stream. And the win is that there is no need to chant and the spell is cast extremely fast, but the blue consumption is just too great. Ashes of Wildfire has a very short spell chant time, so brew it in advance. But the fact that you can control your blue consumption on your own is pretty good. Seeing this, Wan Lingxi happily suggested, Su-chen, can you test the limit damage? I want to see how strong you really are. Su-chen was also curious. Within the blue restoration formation conjured by Wan Lingxi, the mana value was completely returned to full strength. Then hold your breath. With his staff raised high in his hand, a dense elemental fluctuation converged into a terrifying frenzy. Invisible, a fire dragon with the terrifying power of devouring the sky and eating the earth, rushed up from all directions at the same time, exploding towards the very center of the blaze. The terrifying blaze was like transforming into a giant lotus with flaming light, suddenly bloomed in the training room. When all the raging red dragons converge at one point, the power of the Ashes of Wildfire was unreservedly declared. Boom 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 dash. Next, an earth-shattering explosion exploded, and this large test room instantly blew up by a boiling sea of fire. It was completely drowned. 52. Does a misunderstanding mean you don't have to pay for it? Boom dash. The earth beneath his feet was shaking violently. The entire first middle school echoed up and down with the terrifying power of this explosion. A thick, black smoke rolled up. Swish, swish, mana light flickered. Su-chen's hands were quick and put a mana shield on himself and Wan Lingxi respectively. Luckily it's fast. In advance, before the blaze erupted, he shielded the two of them. Otherwise, given how brittle he and Wan Lingxi were, they couldn't help but get hurt. Click, click, click. The mana shield was riddled with cracks. Wait until the smoke cleared around them. Su-chen and Wan Lingxi were both shocked to find that this violent Ashes of Wildfire had actually blown up the entire training room after it had completely exploded. The two of them, on the other hand, were standing between a patch of ruins, clothes hunted in the sudden gusts of wind, messy in the wind. Wan Lingxi's little mouth opened slightly. Even if she had exploded with all her might, it would have been impossible for her to explode with such terrifying damage. Su-chen's spiritual attribute was more than twice as much as hers. The increase in mana strength brought about, along with its own ultra-high mana value, exceeded the limits of a beginner-level professional. Under this unabashed outburst, the strength was really quite terrifying. Look at the wretched, miserable appearance of the mess. Not to mention this big training room. Several other training rooms in the vicinity had, inevitably, suffered some degree of damage. The entire training hall may not even continue to be available to students and faculty in the near future without some redecorating. Wan Lingxi's face turned a little red and she lowered her head in embarrassment. If I'd known, I wouldn't have let you test the damage limit. Now get in trouble. Her small mouth rose slightly as she asked Su-chen with a somewhat bewildered expression. Su-chen, why don't we run now? Is it too late? She's very timid. I'm guessing I'm going to get a scolding. Su-chen couldn't help but lose his smile and shake his head, reaching out to rub her little head. Forget it. What kind of person just runs away as soon as they get into trouble? I'll explain to Principal Chang when she comes back later and sees this. This is the least bit of commitment that Su-chen still has. This time in the desolate land, copy, they had quite a big harvest. Should still be able to afford to pay for the tragically destroyed training room. Chang Lanxiang had not gone far when she suddenly heard this terrifying explosion. Thought there was some kind of accident here. With a flash of his body, a dense wave of frost mana instantly covered the entire school. The flames and explosions that rose up were suppressed. Subsequently, with her staff in hand, Chang Lanxiang appeared in the midst of these ruins in a flash. When she discerned the situation clearly, she saw a harmless smile spread across Su-chen and Wan Lingxi's faces, and saw Wan Lingxi scratching her head in some embarrassment. Especially see, this large training room had been completely bombarded into a miserable ruin by the horrible sea of fire. Chang Lanxiang could not help but be dumbfounded for a while, not daring to believe it. No, it's just a beginner's training room, though, but it is also able to easily resist level 30 mana attacks. Even if you get hit with a massive level 30 mana bombardment wash in the short term, you'll have no problem. Now it's actually just exploding? This is outrageous. teacher training hall this side of the instrument, but she is every month will be carefully check, and maintenance of the machine. There is no instrument aging problem. Sensei, I'm sorry. When Lindsay took the initiative to take 2 steps forward and took the responsibility first. Sorry to apologize. It's all my fault. I'll pay for it. Seeing Wen Lingxi with a shameful face, Chang Lanchuang's face not only did not have the slightest hint of anger. Instead, he laughed with delight. Ha ha ha, worthy of being my Chang Lanchuang's disciple. This strength is really fierce. Lingxi, at the loss I thought I knew enough about your strength, but I didn't realize that you're just a bullseye test, a random test, and you have such a powerful outburst. Simply, beyond my wildest dreams. Ha ha, Lingxi. Master is sincerely proud of you. This time, witnessing with his own eyes this terrifying strength of Wen Lingxi, Chang Lanxiang suddenly realized she might have underestimated Lingxi in the past and underestimated herself as an apprentice. Even if Lingxi's character was weak, that's also the topmost S-ranked professional. She always felt that with Lingxi's character, she just had to be subservient to her shelter. Otherwise it must be cowardly and weak. However, without realizing it, Lingxi had actually grown to the exaggerated level of today. The moment Chang Lanchuang had even begun to somewhat doubt whether it was superfluous to have Su Chen accompany Wen Lingxi. Lingxi herself is so fierce, who dares to bully? Even if they really bullied their way to the door, Lingxi would be able to easily crush them back with absolute strength. Until then, even the most powerful heavenly pride would have to kneel for Wen Lingxi. It's a dragon that has to be coiled. Because Wen Lingxi was already destined to be the brightest and most eye-catching new star in this session of the Heaven's Pride training camp, it was destined to stir up a bloody storm in the middle of the future Divine Sea Empire. Be the one to stir the pot. For all this, Chang Lanxiang was already completely convinced and did not doubt it at all. Lingxi, I really didn't expect that you, a child who doesn't keep quiet and usually doesn't show off, has actually grown to this extent. It's not like I haven't taken S-ranked students before. There's only been so few or two, but I know their approximate upper limit of strength and what it's like. They're no match for you. Your strength can already do what it takes to truly crush the entire geniuses of your class and the entire era. Teacher has absolute confidence in you. A B-ranked skill could explode with such damage. This was already far beyond the scope of Chang Lanchuang's knowledge of Holy Spirit Mage, and it just goes to show. Wen Lingxi was most likely the most colorful one among the generations of Holy Spirit Mages. Maybe, she was able to lead the professionals of the Divine Sea Empire into a brand new era, become the cornerstone of the country that truly stands at the center of the Divine Sea Empire, the mainstay of the country. Standing Lanxiang was extremely flattering. All the compliments that could be thought of were used on Wen Lingxi's body. It's practically a frown. The old principal's majesty has been thrown out the window. As for Su Chen next to him, he opened his mouth, somewhat speechless. Obviously, he was ready to apologize and was ready to offer money with both hands to compensate for the aftermath. But as a result, he was directly ignored by Chang Lanchuang under the ecstasy. The main man is here, isn't he? I didn't think that the honorable president of Changsha University would actually get the situation wrong. It's kind of funny when you think about it. Su Chen wanted to speak several times, stopping his words and trying to exit to explain. Seeing Chang Lanchuang boast more and more borderline, when Lingxi's stunningly beautiful little face had completely risen into a big red apple, adorable to the extreme, he interrupted loudly, "Headmaster Chang." It was only then that Chang Lanxiang noticed that Su Chen was still beside him, and accidentally got cold feet. Even with a bold wave of his hand, he smiled. "It's okay, I understand your situation. No need to apologize. You don't need to compensate for this training room worth $10 million. I'll take care of it myself." Isn't it true that when a pro apprentice makes a mess, he has to let her, the teacher, help fill it? Not to mention, Standing Orchid Frost also has dedicated funds for education. This time with the fame that the Wen Lingxi Su Chen duo had broken out, she'll definitely be able to get more resources tilted from above between the next few years. She was just about to get in a batch of even more expensive and higher tier training apparatus. Now, consider this an early demolition of the training complex. Fix a bigger and better training hall out there. At that time, no matter how much Lingxi tried to push among them, they would definitely not be able to blow up. Okay, Su Chen helplessly bristled. With this excitement Chang Lanxiang was feeling right now, she simply couldn't stop. Better to keep her happy. In case you're not happy to hear that the person who destroyed the training room was, in fact, yourself. Wouldn't you have to make yourself pay for all the tens of millions of dollars in compensation? Su Chen is not a big dog. Money should be spent on the blade. He gave Wen Lingxi a thumbs up and grinned. Little rich girl, it's your responsibility. 53. What's this achievement? Finally, after a long time. It was only then that Wen Lingxi broke away from Chang Lanchuang's excited compliments and followed Su Chen out of the school, ready for a nice stroll outside. Today, the sky was bright and cloudless. The sun bathed his body in warmth. When Lindsay had never walked down the street with no pressure at all like she was doing now, and never imagined it. She would actually have a boy standing next to her, talking and laughing with her. That feeling, the past only existed in Lindsay's imagination, only in dreams. She proposed carefully, afraid of scaring Su Chen. Why don't we go shopping together? Su Chen said indifferently. Sure, the copy just cleared anyway. Before the college entrance exams, there's almost no need to make a second copy. We can wait peacefully for the day when the Heaven's Pride training camp opens. You can have a good time with you. Lindsay nodded heavily. It only felt that his breathing was a little short, and a heart was beating non-stop. She, too, could stand in the sun. You can shop aimlessly and play outside casually, just like normal people. This feeling, it's wonderful. Su Chen pulled Lindsay, discovered that this girl than before, really improved a lot. Before because of the timid small and especially social fear of the reason in. Lindsay very much do not like to go out by themselves, because there were too many eyes on the road that would focus on her face. She's scared. She didn't dare face that gaze, so, just nestle in the principal's office every day and follow Chan Lanxiang around. Don't dare go anywhere. Now, with Su Chen's company, Lindsay was still unable to get used to the attention of those who were unusually enthusiastic though, but she had been able to lift her head and look squarely ahead of the road. Chest up and be a man now. The duo wandered up to the mall. Su Chen realized that Lindsay really had never entered a shopping mall before. That newfangled gaze goes all sorts of ways as soon as you walk in the door. It seems like everywhere feels extra fresh. Haven't seen it here or there. The living, breathing Grandma Winnie enters the Grand View Garden. Su Chen was also very patient, pulling Lindsay and taking the initiative to introduce the things in the mall. This is the shopping area. Onto the cell phone watch a variety of electronic devices, down to a variety of plush dolls aromatherapy jewelry. There should be everything. This stuffed animal. Do you like it? Love it. Here's an assortment of hairpins, earrings, and necklace bracelets and whatnot. Love it. As the duo made their way through, they heard Su Chen's constant introductions. Then, Lindsay kept saying she liked it. And then I bought them all in a big bag. These are cosmetics. They look better on your face. Haven't you ever used them before? Su Chen was a bit baffled. Although Lindsay was naturally beautiful and didn't need any cosmetics to dress up at all. But as a woman, it's not like you've never even used makeup, right? No. Lindsay looked a bit forlorn, her brows lowered, making people look at her with heartache. Where does she know? Lin Shui couldn't wait to tear her good-looking face apart. I hate that I can make it so that her light never blooms and stays snowed in. Snowed in for life. How could you possibly give her back her decorative dress? It's okay, I'll buy you anything you fancy. Su Chen patted his chest and decided at the speed of light. Wait until you get to the costume section. All kinds of pretty little dresses, new clothes, even underwear. Lindsay looked all new. Some of them are still grasped in the hand and go over and over again. Ask Su Chen what this is and what that is. Look at the guide with an anti-smile on her face. Gave Su Chen all the whole thing all the way to red warmth. What about the stockings and the lace pants and all that? Can't bring down the innocent little girl. He could only muddle through with muddled words. You'll know when you're older. Anyway, shopped for a couple hours. Anything that Lindsay likes and is happy to see. Su Chen will wave his sleeve. Very dry checkout. Never fought such a rich war in my life. This time, Su Chen also felt the feeling of big money. There are those fodder rewards from the Deserted Lands copies guaranteed. Su Chen no longer had to restrain his hands when it came to spending money now. And he definitely had to treat this big-hearted little rich girl of theirs. Happy times are always short. Soon it was time for lunch. The large bags Su Chen was carrying were all stuffed into the storage backpack for Lindsay. Then inquired, "Hungry? What do you want to eat?" Lindsay's eyes lit up, and her delicate and stunning features brightened up with it, bloomed with a bright smile. Fried chicken, burgers, French fries, ice cream, happy water. She said it in one breath. It's all clean junk food. Su Chen. He was a bit speechless. What kind of pursuit is this? You're a good feeder. Little rich girl. The high ridge flower of Danganronpa High School. A dream goddess admired by countless people. The only S-class top genius in the current session of Lin Dust. A little rich girl from the top mansion Wen family. A single-minded desire to eat junk food. Okay. Southern admitted that fried chicken burgers are fascinating to those who have eaten them. Go go go. Of course he wouldn't say no. With an excited Lindsay, she arrived in front of the door of Kentucky, was about to push the door in. Ring, ring, ring. Lindsay's cell phone rang. I see that the address book is labeled Mother. She blushed slightly. The original still exuberant look instantly hit rock bottom. It stood as a wooden statue. It was as if there was an unfamiliar moat between them and Kentucky ahead of them, and it was difficult to cross over any longer. She picked up the phone. His mother's extremely cold voice came over the phone, urging, "Home, 20 minutes, to Dolu." Listening to the busy tone on the phone, When Lingxi put down her cell phone dumbfounded, the eyes darkened completely, as if they had lost all their strength, and sighed. Going back, Su Chen was heartbroken when he saw this, so he quickly comforted him. Come out for dinner tonight? When Lingxi shook her head repeatedly, her small lips pursed. The house is tightly regulated, and the butler guards the gate at night and won't let you out. Su Chen was taken aback for a moment. Isn't that a bit too strict of a control? It's almost insensitive. Is it like that in the big families? Suddenly, Su Chen's eyes lit up as he once again comforted. It's okay, little rich girl. Do you remember how you showed up in your copy last time? You're my summon. I can summon you out and we'll have a big dinner tonight. When Lingxi was instantly elated. Like a small child with candy, he nodded repeatedly. Yeah, she was no longer lost, but rather uplifted. Start looking forward to seeing each other again in the evening. Back home. Rumble. The heavy double doors slowly pushed open. The extremely extravagant and luxurious decoration inside, the rotating staircase and the glazed ceiling, exudes a sense of absolute opulence. But in the midst of this opulence, there was a strangely morose coldness. When Lingxi returned home, however, she did not feel the warmth of home at all, but only a trace of coldness kept pouring into her heart, making her shiver a little. The enthusiasm, the excitement of the day, all vanished in an instant. She seemed to have changed back to the timid, weak one she was. Silently lowering her head, she buried her entire stunning face low, not daring to speak out loud. Hands ringed rigorously in front of him, meticulously. Mother, I'm through. Lin Shui, the main mother of the Wen family, was sitting on the main seat, dressed in a blue and white cheongsam. Her temperament was extremely outstanding, and she condescendingly surveyed Wen Lingxi below, seeing that she still had that coy look about her. In his mind, he was getting more and more fed up. Lin Shui frowned. It really couldn't be figured out even if you thought about it. The always cowardly Wen Lingxi was able to blast and kill the 7 fierce leaders, clearing the desolate land copy in one fell swoop, reaching a major honor that countless people have wanted to reach for more than a decade but have not been able to do so. Such accomplishments. It made the head of the Wen family, Wen Lingxi's father, Wen Daohong, who was far away from the capital of the empire, couldn't help but call and inquire about the situation with concern. Okay, with her years of ability to blow pillows, Lin Shui, in a few salty words, it lightly attributed all the honors that Wen Lingxi had received to her as the main mother. When Daohong thought that Lin Shui had taught her daughter well, even if they are not biological, they can still take care of them, so give her a good compliment. Even, he had the butler buy her new necklaces and gifts and pampered her even more. Lin Shui sniffed and nodded faintly. It's just a pass, nothing to be proud of. Keep up the good work. You are the proud son of the Wen family, with the noble bloodline of the Wen family flowing in your body. This accomplishment is nothing. It has nothing to do with your efforts. It's all just blood. As always, no compliments. It's even being demeaning without a trace, pushing all of her accomplishments on top of being a strong bloodline of the Wen family. It was good that when Lingxi had gotten used to it a long time ago, with a face devoid of sadness or joy, he nodded in response. 54. The 3 key points of a first date with a boy. Seeing this well-behaved appearance of Wen Lingxi, not even a little bit of a rebuttal, only know how to go against the grain, only know how to nod and obey. Absolute obedience. Not only was Lin Shui not happy, but her heart became more fed up. One thing on the surface, one thing behind the scenes. If you really do what I tell you to do, you should have stayed in the corner in silence for me. Never bloom out of the light. Never stand in front of me and threaten my position. A sinner. A roadblocker who stands in the way of my nam and tries to steal the family fortune. In Lin Shui's heart, she cursed spitefully. She was really afraid that Wen Lingxi would rise. From the moment she knew that Wen Lingxi had awakened her S-rank profession, she was nervous in her heart to do everything she could to suppress Wen Lingxi and stop her from re-entering the family head's field of concern. Being on edge. If this isn't the Winchesters, if Wen Lingxi wasn't the biological daughter of the past Wen family's main mother, she would have even more full bloodline status than even her son. Lin Shui really wanted to rush up and strangle Wen Lingxi to death. Wen Lingxi lived well for one day. Her position, then, is at risk of being upended. But today, Lin Shui couldn't do that, not even to scold. Wen Lingxi has achieved such dazzling results. The whole world is praising it, and even the 4 highest academic institutions are casting their attention in favor of it. Within the Wen family, there might be many pairs of eyes staring at her. She could never do anything wrong. You can't act too twisted. You have to make moves that are in the interest of the Winchesters. Picky as she was, she couldn't find any words of opprobrium at all for a moment, and because of that, she was even more disgusted in her mind. Lin Shui stood up and coldly said, "Dinner. It's been a long time waiting for you, and the food is getting cold." If it was the Wen Lingxi of the past, she would have felt aggrieved. It wasn't like her mother had called her back for lunch. 20 minutes. and she had made it home as fast as she could. Hang up the phone and don't even dare to delay for a moment. How can this be blamed on her? But now she didn't care about that anymore. She had something and someone she cared more about in mind. All this aggravation and cold feet is nothing. The favors she could not get from her mother, she could get more from her teacher in Su-chen. Why put a hot face on someone's cold ass? Ding ding ding. The two of them ate in silence, and the only sound that came from the empty top-class mansion was the sound of dishes clashing, as if even the sound of all breathing and heartbeats had stopped. The atmosphere was very depressing. Not a word was said in the middle of. When Lingxi only ate some briefly, although over the years, Lin Shui had not squeezed her rations, and her clothing, food, and shelter were all top-notch. She eats whatever the Winchesters eat. Lin Shui's tactics are very clever, only not to engage in those cheap and simple suppression. Easy to fall into the hands of the people. It's also easy to arouse the displeasure of Wendell Hong. All she has ever done is mental manipulation, high-end pua and degradation of character. Let Wen Lingxi constantly belittle herself, forever feeling inferior to others. You will always be an ugly duckling cowering in an eggshell. Couldn't even look up at the sky. Lin Shui's tactics were undoubtedly successful. Wen Lingxi will be cultivated into today's character, all because of the careful teaching and patient guidance of the Wen family's main mother. So, today's dish is, in fact, pretty good. But Wen Lingxi only felt 1,000 things, sorely missing a meal of Kentucky. The meal, which was worth enough to even catch a KFC outlet, was completely tasteless. There weren't more than a few bites in total, so he put down his bowl. I'm full, mother. Snap. She obediently pulled her cell phone out and silently placed it on the table. I'm a little tired and would like to go back to the house and rest. There's no need to call me for dinner tonight. She then got up and went upstairs, returning to her room. Lin Shui watched her back with cold eyes, the corner of her mouth hooked into a faint sneer. Humph, it won't be long before you're going to the Heaven's Pride training camp. I just don't believe that you can withstand the blows of that group of Heaven's Pride. There's a man outside of man, and there's a man outside of heaven. Only when you see the higher dimensions of the sky do you realize how small you are, and clearing a copy of a district's barren land is nothing at all. Better to humiliate yourself over this. It's all over. Even if you start shining brilliantly now, what's the big deal? My family, Xiao Nan, will surely be able to come up later and ruthlessly trample you underfoot. When Lin Shui finished eating, she got up and instructed the old housekeeper standing outside the door. Old Lu, watch the door well today, especially guard the door to Missy's room. A girl, at night, just don't let her out. She really should get some rest and relaxation. The housekeeper Lao Lu nodded his head and responded respectfully. Yes, ma'am. Evening. It was almost time for the appointment with Su Chen. When Lingxi pulled out a second cell phone from her arms and stared at the time on the screen of the phone, watching carefully, don't want to miss a moment. The heart is full of anticipation. This is Su Chen knew that when Lingxi had a strict tutor, and bought a new cell phone and gave it to her, in order to be able to contact Su Chen at any time. The moment. In the screen of her phone, her small hand tapped on a post. It is being studied very carefully, with an open mind. The title of the post reads, Top 3 Things to Know About First Dates with Guys. Dear sisters, as a veteran, I hope that all of our sisters will be able to find love and fulfill their love story. Here, I'm going to give out some practical tips to my sisters in a purely scientific way. Since it's your first date with a guy, you must dress up properly, learn to use your strengths to your advantage, magnify your strengths, and charm the other guy properly. Any guy you can go out with is more or less interested in you, and you, since you're reading this post of mine, must be interested in him as well. I hope these tips I've mentioned below will help you. In the reflection of the screen, Wen Lingxi's little face was scarlet, and seriousness was written all over her eyes, afraid of missing any important points, but at the same time there was some small shame in her heart. Timid. Is this a date? It must count. The posting says, since the boy was willing to come out and hang out with himself, he had some good feelings for him. Just be able to put in the effort. Add a good fire to the dry wood and you have a chance to take the boys in one fell swoop. Can she really charm Su Chen to death? When Lingxi covered her red cheeks with both hands and continued to look down. The core elements of a first date are 3 things: delicate light makeup, a small dress, and pure lust. Delicate light makeup, also known as heart makeup. The following are tips for applying makeup that doesn't look like you're wearing makeup, but actually brings out the best in your beauty. Must learn. It's a surefire way to get a man to die. When Lingxi studied word by word and still found it a bit difficult, immediately, from her backpack, she took out all those cosmetics that Su Chen had bought for her. Follow the key points in the post and give it a try. As the genius school god of Lin Chang, this little matter was not difficult for her at all. After you've done your mindful makeup, she began again, choosing through the new pretty little dresses she had bought, and was simply a little dazzled. Her closet used to be clear of long white dresses, There are hardly any other styles of clothes. It seemed like it was because the white dress was able to set off Wen Lingxi's noble temperament, but in reality, it was because Lin Shui didn't want Wen Lingxi to dress up too beautifully. Having a suit to wear is even better. But today, Wen Lingxi was an eye-opener. Specifically, she chose to wear one of her favorite little dresses, which was a starry blue color with some crushed diamonds embellishing it, making it look like a walking starry sky on her body. Most importantly, the leak is just right. The post said, "First date. You can't let a man see too much, but you can't see nothing either." The dress, just enough to show off her career line, with her white and pink shoulders, best fit the post. As for the last pure desire, Wen Lingxi didn't understand some of it very well, but she was very good at learning. Follow the post. She's going to try to dress up like the white moon in the boy's eyes. It's also important to maintain a good relationship with the guy and seize every point of detail that can be ambiguous. Give the man a little response at the right time. It can heat up the relationship instantly between the two parties. Even sublimation. Get everything ready. Wen Lingxi then stared at the clock on the wall, listening to the ticking sound and waiting in awe. 55. His girlfriend is also too beautiful. Simply can charm people to death. Wen Lingxi's side was all dressed up and ready. Su Chen, on the other hand, simply ate a lunch and was a bit bored alone. Solely go straight home. Mom and Dad had gotten the news of his clearance early. He also received many accolades and medals and certificates in person from the hands of the permanent principal. Can't tell you how excited I am right now. Just as he walked downstairs, Su Chen's eyebrows couldn't help but raise. It's not right. 9 out of 10 are wrong. Why are there so many people gathered under his flat? And the hallways, too, are stacked with people. It's not even easy to get into the house. A small unit building, hard to squeeze out the momentum of the crowd. Su Chen scratched his head, very confused. Is this my house? When have there been so many people here? He walked up to a group of strangers a little confused and strangely inquisitive. Hello? What's going on here? Is something going on in this building? A couple of grandparents who were getting high looked at him and explained. That's a big deal. Yeah, once in 100 years, a copy of the desolate land is cleared. It's that old Su's family on the 5th floor of this house. Their kid. The scenery is unbelievable. Who says it isn't? The first kill that hasn't been breached for more than a decade. And people took 10 or so at once. You heard wrong. Isn't it 7 at most? Where's the 10 or so? I say 10 or so. Nice guy. Su Chen bristled. All came to his house to find him. What's all the commotion? As far as he could remember, his mom and dad were pretty low-key and peaceful people, so actually can cause so much attention, pulling so many people one by one to send gifts to the home. His house is small, just a regular 2-bedroom apartment. There's no room for so many people. Su Chen inquired suspiciously. So Moncler Outlet Store, you're all here for the fun? The group of grandparents were stoned and enjoying themselves. Young man, can't you see? I'm a distant relative of the old Su family. Right. I'm that little Su Chen's old cousin's uncle. When Su Chen was a child, just born, I even hugged him. As soon as this child was born, I thought he was marvelous, with a face like a jade, a dragon and phoenix among men. That's what I call a handsome man. I've heard that when you're born, there's a rainbow floating all over the sky. So many flowers bloomed along with it, and a whole bunch of birds flocked over. As the old saying goes, it was a great thing, a vision from heaven. Su Chen, why is this rumor getting more and more outrageous? And how come all these strangers said they were his distant relatives and had hugged him? What a joke. He doesn't know any of them. He hasn't seen them since he was a kid. Su Chen had a bunch of old grooves in his heart that he didn't know where to spit from, and asked helplessly, are you really relatives of the old Su family? Moncler Jacket's outlet chest thumping. That's for sure. As in fake. Just you watch. When that Su Chen kid comes home, I'm sure I'll recognize him at first sight. Right after this time, the neighborhood committee's Amma walked over and recognized Su Chen with a glance. Gu, Tatsu, I heard about you. Congratulations. I didn't expect your kid to actually be so accomplished. Taking the first kill of the 7 murderers in one go, and passing the level. This is truly a great joy for all of us. Here, this is the red envelope your uncle wrapped for you at my house. It's not much, but a meaning. You take it quickly. Big Mom pulled out a thick red envelope and shoved it into Su Chen's arms. Stoned Moncler Jacket's outlet. What? He is Su Chen. A bunch of people blew up, circling around Su Chen. It was as if he was looking at the pride of the entire village. Look at me. A touch here and a slap there. One by one, they were cheering Su Chen's name, claiming to be some distant relative of Su Chen, and their smiles could all be harmonized. Su Chen. It's all demolished, and it's a distant relative. Much later, Su Chen felt like he was losing half his life before he barely managed to squeeze into the house. As a result, a quick glance showed that the house was also filled with relatives, oohing and awing and making a lot of noise. Su Guofu was red-faced and greeted Su Chen. Xiao Qin, quickly come over. These are our old relatives, your elders, come over and meet them. This one is called Old Uncle. This one is called Sanguine. This is called. Su Chen's head was about to explode. Messed up. It's a mess. I didn't realize that fake relatives drove out a large number of them. And this actually has a large number of real relatives. Is that what's famously sour about it? People are afraid of being famous. Su Chen was helpless, looking at his father, who was gushing and showing off, and his mother, whose smile hadn't been restrained. He was confused. Why do I remember my dad being a very humble and honest man? Honest, never flaunted, low-key all his life. How come he's late in life today? Tai, demon, did you take my dad over? Give it back. At Su Chen's home, there was a burst of fatherly kindness and filial piety. Parents rejoice. There was also a flurry of congratulations from the relatives, and there was a wine and feast at the house, which was a lively affair. Su Chen thought it was noisy. Find a gap and come out for air. Night, at the appointed time, inside a quiet alley. Swish, a summoning spell was instantly energized. Immediately afterward, Wen Lingxi's figure then emerged. She was ever so radiant. In the streaming light of the summoning spell, a delicate and noble silhouette gradually revealed itself from it. Su Chen had thought, after spending the last few days with the little rich girl, she would no longer be amazed by the other's face. But when the little rich girl came out of the glow all dressed up, in a starched blue dress, for the first time, Su Chen understood that face value could actually light up the eyes. People are looking dumbfounded. The frosty skin, the earthly features, and the perfect body that was rare in the world. The delicate curves pocketed by the skirt were extremely alluring. It made Su Chen feel a burst of dryness in his throat. Seeing this, a delighted smile spread across Wen Lingxi's face. A pair of nice peach blossom eyes, all curved into the shape of a crescent moon, white sparkly diamond red-soled heels on her feet. Although it was a bit awkward, but seeing Su Chen's stupefied expression, she thought it was simply worth it. Mentally, I give the post credit. It's really useful. She stretched out her snow-white hands very familiarly and naturally held Su Chen's arm. Birdie whispered, Southern, I haven't been out at night yet. Take me on a ride. Only then did Su Chen withdraw his gaze somewhat fondly, subconsciously wiping his nose. It always felt like a nosebleed was coming out. Little rich girl, how can you always surprise me? There's no rush. Let's go eat first. Wen Lingxi tilted her head as if she was showing off and said, I didn't even eat much at lunch. I saved it specifically for my stomach. You promised me. Kentucky. Su Chen waved his hand with bravado. Walking, just about to walk out of this quiet alley. Su Chen looked like he remembered something and suddenly took off the jacket he was wearing, draped over the little rich girl's shoulders. The dress is just strapless though, but it's better to show him alone with such beautiful shoulders and pink neck. No one else is allowed to see it. When Lingxi pursed her lips and sneered, plan, big success. The duo made their way to the daytime candles, and this time no one would be disturbed. Have to say, Wen Lingxi is just too beautiful, especially after some careful dress up. Get on that heart makeup after. Walk by the turnover rate close to 100%. There were many pedestrians peeking and whispering, his girlfriend is so beautiful too. Yeah, it's almost like a princess. Oh no, a fairy walked down to earth. This guy is so happy too. Shay, just look at the beauty of the girl. The guy is also super handsome. You don't even look at yourself. How can you compare with him? Hey, you're still disgusted. Su Chen, who was traveling with Wen Lingxi, didn't know how many sour gazes he received. When many passers-by saw that they were walking into Kentucky, they were even more completely shocked, excitedly and enthusiastically discussed. All the guests of Kentucky, their gazes also gathered in unison. Wow, it's really beautiful. This is the legendary immortal couple. What a divine face these two have. I kowtow. Asterisk. Such a noble and high-flying beauty would actually follow a guy into a fast food restaurant? I couldn't even dream up a plot like this, yeah. It's so sour. Even if that guy is handsome, how can he find such a beautiful girlfriend? Aha. Jealousy. 56. Children make choices, and I want them all. Just sit there. Less people. By the window. Su Chen pointed to a location. When Lingxi naturally nodded her head very nicely and took the initiative to run to take those two unoccupied spots. One time, all the customers in the entire Kentucky, even the busy employees behind the counter, were silently casting their gazes this way. No way. That's the thing about high looks, especially in a couple like this. All of them are super high looks. Even for a celebrity couple, it's just like that. It's simply too good to get high. And today, with Wen Lingxi's face value, temperament, and this near-perfect makeup dressing tonight, not only does it decimate men, but it also decimates women. The eye-catchingness pulls right through. All sorts of envious and jealous murmurings, muttering in the ears were never heard. Either they complimented Su Chen for being too handsome, or they complimented Wen Lingxi for being simply too beautiful. There are even people who can't help but sneak pictures and send them to their friends. The title is the most handsome and beautiful couple combination they've ever seen. Many of the men's eyes were glaring out, jealous of Suchen, simply jealous of wanting to explode on the spot. Suchen smiled somewhat helplessly. Sure enough, with Wen Lingxi's natural beauty, what a remote corner location. That's also the centerpiece C position. It is destined to attract countless attention and notice. However, considering Wen Lingxi's sociopathic attributes, Su Chen was still considerate enough to just choose the corner seat. Su Chen's cell phone scanned the code, then took the menu to Wen Lingxi. Little rich girl, see what you want to eat. Be direct. Wen Lingxi came closer to Su Chen's side. Allow two people to see the menu together. A scented breeze hit the room and the soft little rich girl came close to the body. Although Su Chen had already taken his jacket and draped it over the little rich girl's shoulders, outsiders can't see anything at all. But coming so close, Su Chen was able to see it clearly. Just a quick glance down, and after image, you can just see the large, snow-white powdery white that can't be described in words. Simply dazzling white, especially since the little rich girl seemed to be wearing just the right amount of perfume today. It's not too strong or too light, plus the fact that she herself was fragrant made it even more refreshing. Su Chen only felt his face getting a little hot, and his heart couldn't help but beat faster. The little rich girl, she really doesn't care about the difference between men and women. That's not exactly treating yourself like the opposite sex, is it? So generous? When Lingxi looked at the menu, and the corners of her mouth were all vaguely crystallized and flashed out, she swallowed several times in succession and turned her head to look at Su Chen. A nice pair of big, fluttering eyes. The long eyelashes seemed to speak. All want to eat. Only children make choices. As an adult, of course, I want all of them. She's been wanting to eat Kentucky for a long time. When I saw so many dishes, my mouth was watering and I couldn't stop myself from ordering them all. Su Chen couldn't help but look at her cute expression like a little glutton, lost in laughter. So much, just the two of us. Can we eat it? When Lingxi patted her heavy chest and assured, absolutely no problem. I trust both of us to fight. What else could Su Chen do? Of course I'm spoiling her. It's just some burgers and fried chicken and fries or something. And those are able to make a little rich girl crave something like that. The more he really thought about it, the more he realized that the little rich girl could be really unattractive. It's also really good to feed, casually bribed. Okay, then we'll take them all. Just wait in your seat. We ordered a little too much. I'll ask if I can get ours on first. Looking at the little rich girl's adorable look of being impatient and wanting to feast long ago, how could Su Chen bear it? Letting her sit here and wait more? When Lingxi nodded her head obediently, Su Chen walked to the counter and briefly explained his situation. To change the usual, these store clerks aren't that communicative. After all, there are so many people waiting in front of us. But today, when they encountered this combination of handsome men and beautiful women, the shopkeepers were in a happy mood. There were nods of agreement. Isn't it just a matter of ordering more? Isn't it just more food? Give her food. Give it all to her. Just then, the door to Kentucky's store suddenly opened and another group of people walked in. Looking at the state of these people, one of them was still wearing a black school uniform, somewhat like a graduate of the nearby Yehua High School. Yohua High School is a private high school. There is strong financial and resource support behind it. If we are talking about teaching resources alone, it is even a lot better than the first middle school. And, of course, tuition is far more expensive than first grade. The students among them are, basically, either rich or poor. All of them have the minimum status background in Linchang. These graduates were discussing the matter of the Desolate Land copy clearance. Hey, have you all heard? The Desolate Land. It's that super difficult copy that actually cleared today. It's too perverted. In the previous 10 years or so, countless graduate newcomers couldn't even break through the 7 murderers level. But this year, it's actually a direct pass. It's really outrageous. I thought the Desolate Land would turn into a secret realm. Yeah, haven't you guys seen those posts in the Empire Forum? Among those netizens' original speculations, the Desolate Land copy is one of the most likely copies to evolve into a secret realm in recent years. How in the world did you get through it? I can't even imagine until now. None of you are as well informed as I am, but I have heard that the one who got through was a girl named Wen Lingxi. She's the daughter of the Wen family. Wen Lingxi? I've heard of it as well. Not only is she of noble birth and pretty, but her talent is also quite outstanding, and she was accepted as a personal disciple by the principal of the first middle school. I've seen the picture. She's been the goddess of my dreams since that day. Why did I hear that the first pass team is not only that goddess one, but there's also one surnamed Su? What's her name? I heard it's still only a D rank, not just a D rank, and it's a ING D rank that got to level 23 in 3 days of copying. What? This is too heaven-defying. Is it so easy to be able to upgrade after following Goddess 1? It's too good to rub experience in. A few people were talking about the pass at first, but slowly the conversation drifted a bit. It's even starting to be discussed. How do you get a rich woman? How can you be like Su-chin, with a D-rank body, make all kinds of goddesses and schoolgirls all have green eyes, getting all the favorites in one place? In the end there was only one result of the discussion, a head swap. It would have to be an absolutely awesome face for a change. Just then, a man in the crowd sidled up to his companion. Hey, Wu Yang, didn't you say your buddy's name is also Su-chen? Same name, same surname? Did you ask him? Is it him or not? I also wanted to ask if I could beg to be taken flying. Our copywriter team doesn't have a big brother sitting at the helm, and it's most lacking in this kind of powerful genius. Someone next to me retorted. Don't kid yourself. Is that kind of heaven's pride? That kind of demonic genius? Something that people like us can just casually befriend? What's more, people Su-chen is no longer D-ranked. That's already level 23. The newcomer's copy can't accommodate him anymore. Okay? The student called Wu Yang was somewhat helpless. Just this whole day, I don't know how many people have asked him the same question. Asked. He replied, it's your father me. This asshole. Ah, it's only been a while and he dares to float like this. Such awesomeness has the audacity to be blown. The group burst out laughing. Although when looking at the students in the same class, there were probably very few named Su-chen, but in the eyes of their group of students, whether it was Su-chen or that true goddess Wen Lingxi, all are just too far away from them. Guess we may not run into each other. Let's not talk about acquaintances. From the moment this pass result came out, both sides were already destined to be people of two worlds, one heavenly and one underground. Hey, stop it, stop it. Let's keep working hard tomorrow and give him a pass too. Now even if it's still passable, is it the same gold standard as someone else's first pass? The 7 murderous leaders have all been killed clean. What's the point of you going through it again? At this point, Su-chen heard the conversation and looked over his head. At a glance, he saw Wu Yang in the middle of the crowd. Subconsciously, he raised an eyebrow and flashed a smile. And Wu Yang also saw Su-chen and was quite surprised. Ha, old Su, what a coincidence. We were just talking about you. 57, Su-chen is so calm? That is the goddess one. Su-chen and Wu Yang, too, met as acquaintances. Separate eyes. Immediately, they approached and touched fists with each other in a warm relationship. And they are, indeed, close. Wu Yang was considered Su-chen's hairy son. I used to live in a building in a neighborhood and met them every day going to and from school. The parents of both families are also close. Always been good buddies, besties, playmates growing up together. Elementary school, middle school, and the first 2 years of high school were all in one school. Good enough to almost wear a pair of pants. Moving up to senior year, Wu's father fought to be able to wake up to a higher ranked career so that Wu Yang could get a better education, become a gloriously talented professional. Didn't take much effort, even sold the family home. He wholeheartedly provided for Wu Yang and transferred to Yehua Middle School. I want to rely on the best educational resources of Yehua Middle School Linchang, and fight for a better future for Wu Yang. And Wu Yang was indeed quite competitive. I heard that he had awakened an A-rank profession, although it wasn't the kind of A rank that was strong in the early stages, but rather a profession that didn't kick in until the mid to late stages. It was still one of the more outstanding talents at Yehua Middle School. Became the leader of a raider squad. If Wu Yang had stayed in one middle school for his senior year, then it wasn't allowed to say that Su-chen would also pull Wu Yang along when he entered the copy. Pity. Senior year is very stressful and the two see each other very little, but there's always contact on the cell phone. Overall, the two are considered to be in a relationship of mutual righteousness. When he was just awakened, Wu Yang was not less and Su-chen blue powerful. On the phone or almost screen, all are self-promoting remarks. Su-chen was so focused on rating the copy that he didn't reply at all. It wasn't until they were out of the copy that they casually chatted. Just for today, the news of the clearance spread throughout the city. The name of the two-man squad, Wen Lingxi and Su-chen, was almost universally known. Wu Yang had naturally heard about it. It was so shocking that I ran straight out of my copy. Wanted to meet this legendary first pass team. Unfortunately, their squad came out a little late and didn't get to meet the duo from the first pass team. Despite being very shocked in his heart, he couldn't believe that the Su-chen of the first pass team was really the deadbeat Su-chen he knew. But he still sent a message to Su-chen. Asked Su-chen whether or not he was that legendary D-grade heavenly pride, a middle school lover. Su-chen didn't hide it from him and directly admitted it, but listening to the reality before his eyes, Wu Yang was instead a little disbelieving again. Been chasing Southern on his cell phone all afternoon. Is there a second Su-chen in the first grade, with the same name as you? How could it be you kid? It's okay to lie to your brother, but don't lie to yourself. Now, it just so happens to meet and encounter in the evening. Wu Yang raised his fist and then hammered Su-chen's shoulder heavily in a warm greeting. Again, with a bit of a hopeful inquiry. Old Su, is it you or not? Be honest with your brother. Don't lie to me. Su Chen, of course, acknowledged it again, nodding solemnly. That's right, it's your father me. The other Yehua middle school students instantly burst into laughter. Gathering around Wu Yang, he clapped and laughed like he wanted to die. Wu Yang's face directly blackened. Totally unbelievable. Okay, old Su, I've told you, it's okay to lie to your brothers, but don't ever lie to yourself. Besides, who the hell are you, daddy? I'm your father, you ungrateful son. Let's see what I'll do to you. Both of them instantly became childish and argued I am your father in one breath. Just then, someone in the crowd at Yehua Middle School suddenly yelled in surprise. Asterisk. There are beautiful women. Crouching grass. Definitely goddess level. I've never seen such a beautiful woman. Is this a fairy coming down to earth? The words came out. It immediately caught everyone's attention. All at once. After all, they're all grown men. Who can refuse to admire a beautiful woman? Especially if it's still such an exaggeration. And when the gazes of the crowd all gathered on Wen Lingxi in the corner, all of them were completely dumbfounded. It was as if they had been transformed into a row of statues and were just blocking the entrance to Kendall's, staring, unable to speak. That high-flying air, that stunning beauty, those features and skin that simply couldn't be picked out. There is also the carefully prepared heart makeup, a small starry blue dress, and the foot on the diamond high heels, are so bright, amazing. I just thought you were exaggerating and hadn't seen the world, but it turned out that I was too naive. We, Lin Cheng, still have such a great beauty. Wait, why does she look a bit familiar to me? Kind of like that legendary goddess? Goddess? What goddess? What are you talking about? Nonsense. Is there another goddess in Lin Cheng now? Of course I'm talking about the Who in the first grade. The person who spoke was so excited that he forgot Wen Lingxi's name for a moment. I can't even think of what it's called after holding it back. Wu Yang also followed the gazes of the crowd and looked over, then pushed Su Chen and said in surprise, Old Su, look at the beauty. This is too beautiful. I've never seen such a good-looking girl in all my life. Ha, why does it look familiar to me? Is it the white moonlight from our first grade? Flowers of the High Sierra? Well, and some not quite like, I remember, that goddess one of the High Ridge flower, but never make up, never dress up their own, always a white dress. Could it also be the Wen family's extreme goddess? Isn't this Wen family's face talent a bit too good? Look at that. What a level of beauty that is. Wu Yang struggled to share, trying to hear the same comment from his best buddy. Sure enough, with Wen Lingxi's absolute face value, even the most remote corner was able to become the center of the world. Watched by all, Su Chen nodded calmly, not excited at all. Beautiful indeed. Wu Yang, how could Su Chen react so flatly? What kind of a grandson is pretending? Wu Yang couldn't help but skim his lips. Old Su, why are you so calm? When the hell did you get so good at pretending? I can't believe I didn't see it before. You're a real poser. At this point, someone slapped their forehead, completely sure of the identity. Asterisk. She seems to be Goddess One. It's the same Goddess One who took the first kill of the Seven Evils leader and cleared the level. It's really her? Should we go up and get to know each other? This kind of powerful demonic genius, encountering once does not agree. Before, Wen Lingxi then spread all over the city because of her absolutely super high face value, though it was very well protected by Chan Lanxiang and very few photos were able to get out, but there are still people who have taken pictures of Wen Lingxi. Circulate, especially today. At the moment when the copy was cleared, how eye-catching and dazzling was Wen Lingxi. There have been countless people who have taken pictures of it for a long time, and it's been circulating for many people to know about it. Then, Wen Lingxi then became the goddess recognized by all the college boys. It's the absolute white moon in everyone's mind. It's like Snow White in a fairy tale. It's so beautiful. Thrillingly beautiful. A beauty that leaves everyone feeling shocked. And now, this white moonlight. This goddess of warmth who shines brighter than the sun in the sky. It actually appeared right in front of their eyes. It just showed up at this mediocre Kentucky store. Is this, then, a fateful encounter? And with someone confirming their identity, Wu Yang also frowned to confirm it. After taking a deep breath, he said, in that case, it seems like she's really that Goddess One from back then. It's the favorite disciple of our first school principal, one that you may not have seen a few times a year in school. I really didn't think that one day she would actually dress up and also actually hold her head up and look everyone in the eye. It doesn't look quite the same as it used to, but still so noble, high and inviolate. Speaking of which, Wu Yang himself felt that it was a bit unbelievable, rubbing his dazed head and muttering to himself. But as I recall, Goddess One is from the Wen family, a top powerful family. In and out of the school or transported by luxury cars. What a noble status. What a rich family. How do you come back to a place like Kentucky and eat junk food? 58. Tatsu. Father Tatsu. What the hell is going on here? Corner. One Lingxi is beautiful alone, even if it was just a quiet half-lowered brow, looking out through the window at the darkness of the outside world, all kinds of neon flashes, people in traffic. The scene, too, was as beautiful as a character in a painting. Uncontrollably, it drew everyone's attention to it. Honestly, she had some sense of these stares. The little face was a little tight, and there was some fear in his heart. It was as if he was back in the old days when he was alone, lonely and helpless. Why isn't Su-chen back yet? She had waited a bit too long, and she felt a bit uncomfortable since Su-chen hadn't been around for a while. Straight away, he wanted to shrink his head at all those stares from the periphery. I'm afraid to meet people. When Lingxi withdrew her gaze towards the window, a pair of big, good-looking eyes began to search the crowd in the store with some alarm. Good on. Su-chen was equally dazzling in her eyes. The whole person's temperament, all very different from the others, with a special filter, as if all the sunlight and moonlight were enveloped in one person. No matter where Su-chen stood, no matter how far away Su-chen was, but in Wen Lingxi's eyes, it would always be the most special, at a glance. So, she quickly locked on to her target. The hint of trepidation and worry that couldn't be held back from appearing on his little face disappeared in an instant. In its place was a sweet, faint smile. The curve of her small mouth could no longer be restrained and was about to turn upward. And that look, it triggered a wave of ghostly cries. A pig-killing cry spread throughout the entire Kendall's restaurant, causing many people to cover their faces. Shame on you. Is the goddess looking at me? Asterisk 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 asterisk. You're thinking about fart eating. How could goddess Wen be looking at you? It's clearly looking at me. Bull asterisk 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 asterisk. Goddess Wen is mine. What kind of a thing are you to rob it? You dog, why don't you take a piss and look in the mirror? Do you know what a pig you look like? No one is going to grab it from me. All eyes on me. I'm announcing something. Goddess Wen is looking at me. No one is allowed to refute it. A group of Yehua middle school students all exploded. The corners of Wu Yang's mouth couldn't help but curl up into a smile as well. For so many years, he had been confident in his face. Grow up. Apart from Su-chen, he had never been left behind when it came to face value. So, Goddess Wen must be in him. That's right. They say that Goddess Wen is a face reader, and it's true. Ha ha ha. Wu Yang's mouth was almost crooked with laughter, and he couldn't help but raise his chest. Strike a pose that you think is the most handsome. And the other Yehua high school students around him were basically doing the same thing. It's not an intentional show-off to show off your muscles. It is the equipment on the body, which is expressed to show the expensive flavor. There were even some stinkers who were fixing their hair and stroking their faces in solitude. The picture. Don't mention how tawdry it is. It's just hot. Vom dash. One diner couldn't hold it in any longer and threw up on the spot. One of life's three great illusions. She must like me. She must be looking at me. And now, this group of big beakers scratching their heads in a frenzy are all caught up in this illusion, unable to extricate themselves and unwilling to jump out of it. They are absolutely convinced. The goddess must be watching herself. When Lingxi slowly got up, the high heels under her feet stepped on the ground and made a clattering sound. Every step seemed to strike above the hearts of the crowd. It made this group of graduates wish they could strip out their hearts and show them properly to the goddess, so that the goddess would know that they were all goddesses in their hearts. That flare with every step, that waist and back set off by a stunning figure under a starry blue dress. It could literally make the group float away. So happy they were about to pass out. Someone was taking deep breaths over and over. She's coming. She is coming. The goddess is really coming toward me. So this is a fateful encounter. The goddess and I met on this mediocre night in a mediocre Kentucky store. And then our story begins. Some people were sweating and some even looked like they were going to back off. It felt like this moment of the goddess was just too radiant to look at. It was also too noble and high-minded to be worthy of him at all. No, my goddess. Forgive me for not being able to oblige you. I can't meet you, because you're just too beautiful. I don't deserve you at all. I'd better go first. Puff. There was even a man who fell to his knees on the spot. Ecstatic excitement and thrill was written all over his face, smiling like a blooming chrysanthemum. Ha 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 ha. Goddess. Goddess, you're here. I can be your dog if you say so. Goddess Wen. Let me be your dog. A group of Yehua high school graduates exploded en masse. One by one, they were scrambling to try to compete for the top and bottom, trying to grab the first chance to talk to Goddess Wen, as if by speaking first. It's like there's a chance. So naive. With a sweet smile on her face, when Lingxi finally came closer, everyone was like a volcano about to erupt, waiting for the beginning of a beautiful story with the goddess. Is it ready yet? I'm hungry. Her delicate and absolutely beautiful face, a slightly sappy tone, and the contrasting illusion of being high and cold. It was all enough to make everyone look straight up, as if petrified on the spot. They couldn't help but all be a little jealous and a little messy in their hearts. Who the hell was Goddess Wen talking to? Who was so blessed? And the next moment, It was a volcanic eruption of all. It's an orgy of intense eruption for all. Could it be talking to me? Hungry? Whoa whoa whoa. Is the goddess expecting me to order for her? It's an honor. Everyone was thinking that in their minds. A swarm of people ran to the counter, trying to order for Goddess Win. In the midst of a large crowd of people squeezing and grabbing, only Su Chen, with a tray full of junk food in his hand, walked towards Wen Lingxi. Wen Lingxi purposely left her stomach today and didn't even eat dinner. Now the stomach is empty. Hey, old Su, what are you doing? Wu Yang was about to pull Su Chen back. However, he saw the smile on Wen Lingxi's face grow stronger and stronger with intense happiness. A pair of eyes was staring straight at Su Chen. Come on. This is the first batch. There's more to follow. I've got some chicken rice balls here. Want to try them first? Said. Su Chen took out a piece of chicken rice and handed it to Wen Lingxi. And this little rich girl actually wasn't picking it up with her hands. Instead, his little brain snapped over to him and took a bite out of his chicken nibbles with an alwu. Thin little lips and a pink face were close at hand. The soft and tender touch made Su Chen couldn't help but sluggish the following. His head a little empty. Then, the soothing moist sensation came from the fingertips. The indescribable feeling of alienation almost overwhelmed him. Su Chen froze. He did have that little bit of a show of relationship in front of his best buddy. But also, I didn't expect the little rich girl to actually catch it in her mouth. And, because the bite was a little too big and a little too compelling to swallow the point, the little half of his knuckles were wrapped around the little rich girl's cherry mouth. Who can stand this? And when Lingxi was also clearly moving faster than her brain, by the time she reacted, the chicken and rice was already in her mouth and it was too late to withdraw it. When Lingxi's face, too, couldn't help but redden. Sip a mouthful of the chicken rice cracker into your mouth. She pouted slightly, her face flushed scarlet, and retracted her little head. Boo! Separation of the lips and fingers. When Lingxi couldn't help but lower her head, not daring to look at Su Chen. As for the large swathes of strange stares around her, she no longer cared at all. Take these back first, the rest immediately. Go back and sit down first. Su Chen pretended to be calm and handed the tray to Wen Lingxi. The latter obediently sat back down. The moment Wu Yang and his party watched the scene of Su Chen feeding Wen Lingxi so intimately, simply dumbfounded. All three views are ing collapsing. I just saw something. Blurry eyes. Definitely a blink. Impossible. It's been said that Goddess Wen's name is taken, but how could it be him? Wu Yang's friend? Ha! Not buddy. Ha! Illusion. Ha ha ha. It's all an illusion. I don't believe it. It's impossible. The person who was most shocked was Wu Yang, who had grown up with Su Chen since childhood. His voice trembled as he asked, word for word, old Tatsu-chan? Father Tatsu, what the is going on here? 59. Righteous father, hurry up and give a lesson. The sons kneeled to listen. Wu Yang was exploding inside. Give me a where that came from. Is this still the Shanghai Empire? Su Chen's face was expressionless, not happy or sad. Didn't I already say that the person who passed with Wen Lingxi was me? We're both good friends now. You don't believe me when I tell you, so why ask me? Wu Yang was dumbfounded. His mouth was wide open, and his pupils were even a little disoriented. By the time he responded, couldn't help but break into a shout. Asterisk. It's really you. I never believed it before. I thought it was you blowing awesome. All thought you had the same name. Who knew you were coming for real? How is this possible? I've known you for so many years, and I didn't even know that you had this kind of ability. A middle school lover? Is that really not ing blowing awesome? How do I remember? Didn't you used to be especially close to that school beauty surnamed Shui? The two of you were inseparable. Now what's this all about? When did you get mixed up with Goddess One? Didn't she never care to be friends with us mortals? Doesn't she follow the principal around all day and not show up a couple times a year? You guys, the more Wu Yang thought about it, the more he felt that it was quite unbelievable. Simply people are numb. I can't even figure it out by thinking about it. Especially when he recalled what Su Chen had just said. It all didn't seem like human words at all. What? Good friends? You say it again. Isn't that a lie with your eyes open? This intimate feeding made Goddess Wen voluntarily come over to eat the chicken rice crackers in her hand. This kind of behavior is like a boyfriend and girlfriend any way you look at it, right? And, at the very least, they have to be kind of old married couples. You call yourself a good ing friend? Confusing the hell out of it. No kidding. Su Chen, how could a normal person feed food like this? You call this a good friend? Is this the state good friends should be in? You hurry up and be honest with me. When exactly did you two hook up? Old Su, I realize that you are really good at this. You're really good at hiding things. Something so big has happened, making such earth-shattering news, and you didn't even tell me? Are you still human? There's still the law of the land. What about the law? The The white moonlight in the hearts of all the boys in the whole college was actually taken down by Suchin so simply. And the attitude shown was still so well behaved and obedient. Is it so unconventional? Wu Yang thrust his hands into his hair in some agony. His entire body was practically twisted with jealousy. His face turned dark green with a burst of gnashing of teeth. Aha! Suchin! Old Su! What in the world are you based on, kid, with a face that's slightly more handsome than mine? I was already jealous when you were eyeballing that Shui guy in the past. Turns out this is actually Goddess 1. Goddess 1, hey! I can't even imagine it. But you two actually ended up running out on a date? She actually dressed up like this for you alone? Did you save the world in a previous life? And, Goddess 1, such a rich and powerful goddess. You actually brought her here to eat Kentucky? You're but a carbon-based creature, can't do anything. Right. Wu Yang was so jealous that he almost shook Suchin to pieces. The face was red warm in the flesh. That mouth is like a machine gun, talking endlessly. I can see that. He was genuinely shocked and blown away. Do you understand what I'm saying? If you don't understand, put it down and let me do it.